Huaxin Hotel stood on the edge of the university district, and it was essentially a place frequented by college students. How open-minded modern university students had become was self-evident as some of them, when it came to indulging themselves, were even more experienced than those so-called veterans of society. In room 402 of Huaxin Hotel, Lin Yi sat on the sofa, his gaze momentarily vacant before clarity returned to his eyes. Have I been reborn? Lin Yi glanced around in astonishment, then cast his eyes toward the figure in the bathroom. A woman was showering inside. Through the translucent glass, the faint outline of her body and her alluring curves could be vaguely seen. It's today, damn it, I have to go. A sudden thought flashed through Lin Yi's mind. It was on this very day that his misfortune began, the day that had become the turning point of his fate. Lin Yi still remembered that on this day the woman in the bathroom and her secret lover had staged a classic honey trap to ensnare him. Not only did they swindle away most of his money, they even forced him to take out an online loan and hand over the cash before letting him go. When Lin Yi returned home afterward, he received a phone call. His parents had died in a car accident. After that incident, Lin Yi collapsed almost instantly. With his parents gone, his previous life had been extraordinarily bleak. And now, he had actually returned to this very day? Dad, Mom. As the thought surfaced, Lin Yi sprang to his feet and strode quickly toward the door. Lin Yi, what are you doing? The woman in the bathroom saw Lin Yi putting on his jacket and heading out, and hurriedly came forward trying to stop him. I have something urgent to deal with. I'm leaving first. Lin Yi pushed the woman aside and moved toward the door. At this moment, how could she possibly allow him to leave? The trap had already been set. If he walked out now, all their plans would come to nothing. Didn't you say you wanted me? The young woman bit her lip, suddenly grabbing Lin Yi's hand and pressing it against her chest. With a hint of seduction in her voice, she murmured, we can start right now. I actually like you too. As long as you treat me well in the future, you can do whatever you want with me. Get lost. With that, Lin Yi shoved the young woman away and quickly walked out. At this point, he could not be bothered with her anymore. Besides, this was a honey trap. If he did not leave now, he would truly be a fool. As Lin Yi walked out of the hotel, he saw a few hooligans heading toward the entrance from afar. When his gaze landed on the one leading them, his expression changed. It was this man known as Brother Leopard of the Southern District who, together with that woman upstairs, had orchestrated the honey trap to take his money. Watching the man walk right past him and enter the hotel, Lin Yi let out a long breath. One way or another, this calamity was now averted. At this point, Brother Leopard of the Southern District did not know who he was. Zheng Yu, just you wait. I'll settle this score with you slowly in the future. Lin Yi turned back to glance at the hotel and muttered under his breath. This matter was far from over, but for now the most important thing was to save his parents. Lin Yi hurriedly took out his phone. Dad, where are you? As soon as the call connected, Lin Yi blurted out. Your mom and I are at the supermarket buying groceries. What's wrong? Lin Yudao asked in surprise. Normally his son almost never called him. You're still at the supermarket. Good. Then don't you dare drive. There's something wrong with your car. Lin Yi exhaled in relief, speaking rapidly. Hearing this, Lin Yudao was stunned for a moment before saying, there's something wrong with my car. Yes. Lin Yi said anxiously. There's a problem with your car. You must not drive it. All right, I understand. Although he had no idea how his son knew this, Lin Yudao still chose to believe him. An unquestioning trust without any particular reason. I'm coming over now, Lin Yi said. At this moment, he was eager to see his parents. In his previous life, countless times in the dead of night, he had longed for them. Now, having been given another life, his heart surged with excitement. No need, Lin Yudao said sternly. Listen carefully, kid. You go straight home right now and wait there for your mom and me to... With those words, Lin Yudao hung up. Hearing the busy tone on the other end, Lin Yi was momentarily stunned. After thinking it over, however, he quickly hailed a taxi and left. Meanwhile, inside Huaxin Hotel, Brother Leopard entered the room and was taken aback at the sight of Zheng Yu sitting there in a daze. Where's that fat sheep you were talking about? He asked. He left. Zheng Yu snapped angrily. That bastard suddenly went crazy for no reason and just pushed me away and ran. Damn it, I let him see everything and that bastard still got away. Hearing this, Brother Leopard waved his hand toward the men behind him. The hooligans who had been staring unabashedly at Zheng Yu glanced regretfully at her and then shuffled out of the room when they saw their boss's signal. After the hooligans left, Zheng Yu looked at Brother Leopard and said, Brother Leopard, I can't swallow this. You have to stand up. Of course, Brother Leopard chuckled, edging closer to her as his wandering hand reached out without restraint. Zheng Yu was barely dressed, her thin robe exposing most of her curves. Brother Leopard naturally could no longer hold himself back. As for that kid, next time I'll bring a few guys to give him a proper lesson and squeeze some money out of him. Did he really think he got a watch for? Brother Leopard spoke with a casual smile, his gaze fixed entirely on Zheng Yu, a glint of desire in his eyes. Brother Leopard, you're terrible, she murmured, her eyes growing hazy under his caressing hand. Soon the sound of their ragged breathing filled the room. By this time, Lin Yi had already left and hurried back home. As soon as he arrived, he saw his parents sitting in the living room. Seeing his son return, Lin Yudao finally let out a sigh of relief. Dad, Mom. Looking at his father Lin Yudao and his mother Su Shuyun, Lin Yi's eyes were filled with emotion. He did not know why he had suddenly been reborn, but being able to see his parents again in this new life stirred his heart to its core. He had once believed that he had lost his parents forever in this lifetime, yet unexpectedly heaven had granted him another chance to choose anew. Now that history had been rewritten and he had saved his parents, seeing them standing before him filled Lin Yi with joy and excitement. Only those who have lost once can truly understand the agony of such loss. You knew someone had tampered with my car. Lin Yi looked at Lin Yi and asked, doubt flickering in his eyes. His son's awareness that his car had been sabotaged puzzled him deeply. Oh. Lin Yi was taken aback, surprise flashing in his eyes. He had not expected that someone had indeed tampered with his father's car. In other words, the accident had not been a mere mishap. In his previous life after Lin Yi's death, everyone had said it was an accident. Even Lin Yi had believed so. Now, however, it seemed the matter was far from simple. Forget it. If you don't want to talk, I won't ask, Lin Yi said calmly after giving Lin Yi a long look. His son had grown up and had his own secrets. He understood that pressing for answers would be pointless. Besides, if not for his son this time, he and his wife might well have been in grave danger. Dad, is there someone who wants? Only now did Lin Yi realize that the matter might not have been as simple as in his previous life. There might have been a hidden plot all along, one his former self had known nothing about. After all, his family were just ordinary people. Who could possibly want his parents dead? Clearly this was far more complicated than he had imagined. Lin Yi looked at Lin Yi, nodded lightly, then let out a sigh. I never imagined that even after I hid myself away in this place they would still track me down and still want me dead. Dad, what on earth is going on? Lin Yi stared at his father, a trace of astonishment flickering in his eyes. It was obvious this matter was far from simple. Lin Yi, I've long said those two brothers of yours are not good people. Looks like they are the ones who have found you. Think about it, the two of us have been away for so many years practically in seclusion, and they still came after us. After all this, what brotherly affection do you still have to cling to? As Lin Yi watched his father, his mother Su Shuyun fixed a cold stare on Lin Yi and spoke out. Confronted with his mother's uncharacteristic attitude, Lin Yi was stunned. On ordinary days his mother looked like a typical housewife, yet now there was an unmistakable air of dominance about her. At that moment Lin Yi wanted to ask something, but after thinking it over he chose not to interrupt, and simply watched his parents sigh. I was too naive. I thought that once I withdrew and we hid ourselves away none of this would have anything to do with us anymore. But clearly that isn't the case. Lin Yi exhaled softly, then said, I don't know whether it was my elder brother or my younger brother, but I am certain it must. Think about you. Back then the old man valued you most, and believed you were the one truly fit to inherit his legacy. Yet you chose to give it all up. All these years I followed you as we changed our names and identities, and we didn't even dare run our own business for fear of exposing ourselves. After all that, they still want you dead. What brotherly affection is there left for you to cherish? Staring at Lin Yi, Su Shuyun said, I don't care if you can tolerate this, I can't. Since they dare go this far for my son's sake, I have to go back and fight them no matter what. Hearing her words, Lin Yi sighed once more, then looked at Su Shuhua and said, then, let's go back. Dad, what is actually going on? Looking at Lin Yi, Lin Yi asked aloud, and upon hearing this Lin Yi turned to him and said, do you know the Lin Corporation? I do. Lin Yi hurriedly nodded. Had he only been an ordinary college student in this life, he might not have known. But he was no longer that ordinary student. In his previous life he had been immersed in society for many years, and had even started his own company, so naturally he knew of the so-called Lin Corporation. It was one of the top conglomerates in the country, its true strength far beyond most people's imagination, ranking easily among the top 10 domestic financial giants. The current head of the Lin Corporation is named Lin Yi. He is your grandfather. Your blood grandfather. Lin Yi fixed his gaze on Lin Yi as he spoke. What? Lin Yi froze for a moment, then looked at Lin Yi and asked, so that means I'm third generation rich? You could put it that way. Lin Yi continued, I am your grandfather's second son. My original name is Lin Yi. Hearing this, Lin Yi was slightly taken aback. He looked at his father and asked, then why have we ended up living like this? Although the Lin family was not exactly destitute, his parents' combined salary barely reached 10,000 yuan a month, which scarcely qualified as a moderately well-off household. They lived in an old walk-up apartment, barely 60 square meters, still carrying a mortgage. In such circumstances, his father looked nothing like a second-generation rich heir, and he himself even less like a third-generation one. What kind of heir to a fortune carried an outdated beat-up phone, wore cheap clothes from street stalls, and had less than 500 yuan in his pocket? That only shows how remarkable your father is, Su Shuyun said lightly to Lin Yi. Back then when I was pregnant with you, your eldest uncle and younger uncle targeted your father at every turn. Not only that, they even tried to harm you. Your father and I had no desire to inherit the Lin family, so we slipped away quietly. First to protect you, second to escape that whirlpool of strife. Hearing this, Lin Yi paused and said, I'm 19 now, so you have been hiding for 19 years. Yes. We've been in hiding for so many years, mainly because your eldest uncle and younger uncle likely don't want the old man to find me. They must have carefully erased our traces. So we have actually lived happily these years. But now it seems they still intend to move against me. Lin Yi looked at Lin Yi as he spoke. Now, they're coming after you, Lin Yi murmured as he looked at the two of them. All at once a thought surfaced. His grandfather, the very same man, would die 2 years from now. He remembered the news reports from that time, and having been reborn, those details were crystal clear. In that instant, he understood this attempt on his parents' lives was likely to prevent his grandfather from reaching out to them. If things were as Lin Yi said, then it meant his grandfather probably already knew his own time was short, and wanted to find his estranged son and family. Once his uncle and elder uncle learned of this, they began scheming to kill his parents. Yet in my previous life, they never moved directly against me, Lin Yi thought, puzzled. In his last life during the year after his parents' deaths, he pretty much collapsed, dropped out of school, and drifted through life in a daze for 5 or 6 years before gradually pulling himself together and starting his own company. Yet every company he founded was always forced into bankruptcy for one reason or another. Looking back now, perhaps a hidden hand had already been reaching for him back then. It was just that he had fallen so low so miserably that no one even bothered to deal with him personally, and thus he had never thought along those lines. Now, however, it seemed that those so-called relatives had never wanted him to live well. In their eyes, perhaps sparing his life had already been an act of mercy. Thinking of everything from his previous life, all of which might be tied to the uncles he had never even met, a chill flashed through Lin Yi's eyes. In that life, he had lost far too much. For the next few days, stay at home and don't go anywhere, Lin Yudao said to Lin Yi. Then he sighed, picked up his phone, and walked toward the balcony. Lin Yi knew that this call was most likely to the grandfather he had never met. Mom, back then Dad had so much money, yet you were willing to leave with him? Lin Yi asked with a faint smile. Why wouldn't I be? Neither your father nor I wanted any part of that mess. Your father even more so. He felt that brothers turning on each other was too cruel. He had already withdrawn, yet who would have thought we would still end up being targeted? Su Shuyun continued, those people. We've been gone for so many years, why won't they just let us go? Actually, I more or less know the reason. Lin Yi said after a brief pause. I heard that my grandfather is close to death. What? Su Shuyun stared at him in shock, then asked, is that true? Lin Yi nodded. It's only something I've heard. Hearing this, Su Shuyun glanced at her son. To be honest, she had never thought Lin Yi was particularly capable. A mother knows her child best. Had he shown more ambition, they might have agreed to return. But in their eyes, Lin Yi had always been too simple, and because of that they were unwilling to go back, afraid their son would be swallowed alive in that kind of environment. Yet today Lin Yi felt different to her. The son standing before her carried a trace of calculation. It was not that Lin Yi deliberately acted scheming, it was his gaze itself. In Su Shuyun's eyes, the look in her son's eyes now held ambition and strategy utterly unlike the pure innocence he had shown before. After more than 10 minutes, Lin Yudao finally returned from the balcony. Looking at Lin Yi and Su Shuyun, Lin Yudao sighed and said, Dad says he won't live much longer. Hearing this, Su Shuyun glanced at Lin Yi in surprise. She had already been informed of this matter by her son, but she never expected it to be true. We should go back, Lin Yudao said to Lin Yi and Su Shuyun. Then let's go back. Su Shuyun nodded in agreement, saying, it's time to go back and take a look. I will go back with you. Lin Yi stood up and spoke. Upon hearing this, Lin Yudao looked at Lin Yi and said, you don't need to go back. Your mother and I will go back as for you. Just behave and go to school. Lin Yi opened his mouth, looking at Lin Yudao with a helpless sigh. It was evident that Lin Yudao had already made up his mind about this. Although he wanted to check on the Lin family, Lin Yi was no longer a child, and naturally understood that the current situation of the Lin family was unclear. Lin Yudao and Su Shuyun could go back, but if he were to return it would likely lead to trouble. It was better to stay here. That night Lin Yi stayed at home, and the three of them were filled with worries, each contemplating different matters, while Lin Yi lay in bed tossing and turning. He didn't know why he had crossed over. Not only had he returned, but he had also changed his parents' fate, and he had changed his own destiny as well. Unknowingly, he had become a third-generation rich kid. Moreover, he was among the top tier of the richest, directly related, not some illegitimate child. Such an identity surprised Lin Yi. It is worth mentioning that the place where he lived was a county-level city where the average income was only about 5,000 to 6,000 yuan, but how much money did that rich grandfather have? Lin Yi thought for a moment, seemingly over 100 billion. The scale of the Lin group was unimaginably large. Even if there were 1,000 grandchildren, he would still have a share of 100 million. Moreover, how could such a thing even be possible? Thus Lin Yi understood clearly that, putting other matters aside, he had indeed become wealthy. In my previous life, I spent my entire life wanting to earn 100 million. I never expected that in this life, upon my rebirth, 100 million would seem so easy. Is this the benefit of being reincarnated? With such thoughts, Lin Yi gradually fell asleep. The next morning, while the three of them were having breakfast, there was a knock on the door. Lin Yi stood up and opened the door, revealing a middle-aged man in a black suit exuding an exceptional air. You must be young Master Lin Yi, right? I am David, the butler of the Lin family. Upon seeing Lin Yi, the middle-aged man's eyes lit up as he said, you really do resemble young Master Yudao and his David, long time no see. Just as Lin Yi was still in a daze, Lin Yudao came out and laughed, saying, I didn't expect it would be you coming to pick me up. Young master, you are going home. The old master is overjoyed and instructed me to definitely bring you back today. David smiled as he looked at Lin Yudao, saying, the old master is still waiting at home. Since you all are ready, shall we set off? Lin Yudao said, I and Shuyun will return with you. As for Lin Yi, let him stay. Upon hearing this, Lin Yudao replied, you know what I mean. The old master wishes to see the young master. David replied with a wry smile, I will consult the old master. As he spoke, David made a phone call in front of everyone. After saying a few words on the phone, David looked at Lin Yudao and said, young Master Yudao, the old master hopes to speak with his grandson. Lin Yudao nodded and then looked at Lin Yi, saying, go inside and answer the phone. I have a few words to discuss with. Upon hearing this, Lin Yi nodded. He took the phone from David and went into his room. After closing the door, Lin Yi picked up the phone and said, hello. Are you Lin Yi? My grandson. On the other end of the line, an elderly voice echoed. Upon hearing this voice, Lin Yi felt a surge of tension. The person on the other end was one of the top 10 wealthy people in China and even became the richest man at one point. In his lifetime, he never dreamed that this person would become his grandfather. At this moment, even with 2 lifetimes under his belt, Lin Yi felt his heart racing. I am Lin Yi. Lin Yi replied, his voice tinged with nervousness. Very good. You are this child. I have never seen you since you were born. The voice on the phone carried a hint of weariness, but Lin Yi could sense the excitement and happiness in it. It's also my fault, Grandpa. I haven't found you over the years, causing you to suffer outside. Your father disagrees with you going back now, and I also think since you were studying over there, you should finish your studies before returning. When that time comes, it might be safer for you. Lin Jingyu's voice carried a hint of helplessness. Grandpa, you know, Lin Yi asked in surprise. It was clear that Lin Jingyu was already aware of the dangers their family would face upon returning. I don't know who did it. When your father left, he did so unwillingly to create conflict among brothers. Sigh. Lin Jingyu sighed and said, just stay there peacefully. Although Grandpa is old, he is not dead yet. As long as Grandpa is here, you are safe. However, you must promise me that when the holidays come, you must come visit me in Shanghai City. Of course, Lin Yi hurriedly replied. He naturally wanted to visit Shanghai City, especially since it was the new year, and he indeed intended to go. All right, then, it's settled. Actually, it has been over 10 years, and I haven't given you anything. Over these years, I've set aside a little pocket money for you every year, but unfortunately, you never returned. I will transfer this money to you soon. After finishing, Lin Jingyu hung up the phone. Transfer money. To me, eh? When Lin Yi heard this, the call had already ended. Soon Lin Yi's eyes sparkled with excitement. After all, he was the grandson of a wealthy man, and surely he would be generous, right? Moreover, it was pocket money accumulated over more than 10 years. It should be at least 500,000, right? Thinking about this, Lin Yi felt delighted. Although the money wasn't much during his rebirth, Lin Yi had plenty of business opportunities in his mind. As long as he had enough confidence, he believed that even in the future, with the advantages from his past life, he could earn more than the Lin family. At that moment, Lin Yi's phone suddenly rang with a text message alert. He picked it up casually and saw it was a notification. As a college student, he naturally had a bank card. However, Lin Yi originally only had about 1,000 yuan in his card, which was his living expenses. But when he saw the balance displayed, Lin Yi's mouth slightly dropped open. At this moment, he even rubbed his eyes, fearing he was seeing things. Balance 100,0001008. Looking at the string of zeros, Lin Yi's mouth gaped in awe. 1,008 yuan was the original balance in his card, while the rest had just been deposited. 1 billion. Lin Yi counted it 4 or 5 times, confirming he hadn't made any mistakes. His jaw dropped slightly. In his previous life, his greatest ambition had been to earn 100 million. Yet in this life, just one day after his rebirth, his dream had come true. This left Lin Yi at a loss for words. All he could think was, having a wealthy grandfather was truly wonderful. 18 years of pocket money amounted to 1 billion. This utterly left Lin Yi speechless. However, the following thought was excitement, for with such a great sum of money, the things he would do next would become much simpler. After all, the biggest problem was the capital. But did he lack capital now? Filled with excitement, Lin Yi stepped out of the room, still unable to believe that his grandfather was indeed wealthy. He had directly received 100 million. His net worth had suddenly soared to over 100 million, and the speed of it all. As Lin Yi exited the room, David was conversing with Lin Yudao. Upon seeing Lin Yi approach, the two ceased their discussion. Your mother and I are leaving. As for you, stay here and focus on your studies. David will give you a contact. That person has some influence locally and is considered one of David's protégés. You can use this contact with confidence. Lin Yudao said, looking at Lin Yi. Hearing this, Lin Yi glanced at David, who smiled and said, Young master, son, I have your number. I will have him contact you. After taking the phone, Lin Yi handed him. David turned to Lin Yudao and said, Second young master, shall we go? Let's go. Lin Yudao sighed, then turned to Lin Yi and said, Take good care of yourself. I will. Lin Yi nodded eagerly. After watching Lin Yudao and Su Shuyan leave, he returned to the living room and plopped down on the sofa. To be honest, Lin Yi felt a twinge of reluctance. In his past life, his parents had suddenly passed away without leaving any instructions. Every midnight, he would think of them. However, in this life, his parents were alive and had returned to the Lin family, which could be considered a temporary separation. After pondering, Lin Yi shook his head. At this moment, thinking about such things was futile. It was better to consider how to earn enough money. After all, despite being the third generation of wealth, now he had more money than he could spend, yet his danger had not dissipated, or in fact, it was still very real. Lin Yi did not know whether it was his unfamiliar uncle or elder that was behind this, but it was certainly one of the two. With his parents back, they would likely be in danger as well. Although his grandfather spoke bluntly, Lin Yi knew that in 2 years things would be different. His grandfather could live at most 2 more years, and if he didn't acquire enough skills during that time, there was a high chance he could be eliminated. Having been reborn, if he still got taken down, Lin Yi felt it would be quite embarrassing. Damn it, I was toyed with by you all in my last life. In this life, I absolutely cannot be led around by you again, but not right now. Lin Yi murmured to himself, then began to think about ways to make money. However, after pondering for half a day, Lin Yi still didn't know how to earn money, because at this time in his previous life, he was almost in a daze. Even he did not know what changes had occurred in the outside world. His parents' sudden death had transformed him. These past few years had been a blank slate for Lin Yi. There are indeed ways to make money, but that's in the future. Right now, I really can't find any clues. Lin Yi murmured, then stood up preparing to return to school. Speaking of which, he had gone home directly yesterday, without returning to the dormitory, and it seemed he had forgotten to request leave. After going back, he was bound to get scolded a bit. Of course, Lin Yi was already used to this. Just then, an unfamiliar phone call came in. Looking at the number displayed on the phone, Lin Yi felt a bit curious about who was calling him. Young Master Lin. As soon as the call was connected, a voice came through. My name is Han Won, but you can call me Wenzi. I am one of Mr. David's protégés. Hello. Upon hearing this, Lin Yi quickly replied, I am Lin. I know. If young Master Lin needs anything, just find me. I have some influence here. If you have any instructions, just remember to contact me. Oh, thank you very much. If I need anything, I will definitely find you. Lin Yi nodded eagerly. He didn't know who this Han Won was, but he understood that someone like him arranged to come over would at least possess significant abilities. Thinking of this, Lin Yi smiled. Even if he couldn't use this person right now, he would definitely find a use for him in the future. After saving this person's number, Lin Yi's phone suddenly rang. Upon seeing the name on the screen, Lin Yi couldn't help but Old Lin, where have you been? I said, weren't you out with Zheng Yuyu yesterday? You didn't get too carried away, did you? A slightly lewd voice came through, and upon hearing it, Lin Yi chuckled. You don't have a single good word. I wasn't with Zheng Yuyu yesterday. Don't talk nonsense. So I went home yesterday. Lin Yi said, all right, I'll head back in the afternoon. All right, but today I helped you cover up. The class advisor asked about you several times today. The voice on the phone laughed. I covered for you. You have to treat me to a meal. Well then, how about this? You bring a few brothers, and we'll go out for a nice meal at the Golden Crown Hotel outside the school. What are you? Hearing this, Lin Yi grinned, and upon hearing those words, the voice on the phone was momentarily stunned. Damn, you've really made a meal there. That's quite an expense. Are you coming or not? Lin Yi replied with a faint smile, and the voice on the other end excitedly responded. If it's free, I'm in. I'll call Monkey. All right. Lin Yi nodded. The person on the phone was Lin Yi's good friend from middle school through high school, and now in college they had been in the same class and dormitory, named Chun Bujing, nicknamed Crooked Boy. Once in college, Lin Yi, Bujing, and Monkey were not well off and were considered poor students, thus their bond was naturally strong. The fourth member of their dormitory came from a wealthier background and looked down on the three of them, while Lin Yi and the others could hardly be bothered to glance at him. The Golden Crown Hotel at the school gate was a prominent establishment. Typically a meal there would cost at least 1,000 yuan, which was unaffordable for ordinary college students. As for Lin Yi, with his current wealth, he could easily buy the Golden Crown Hotel. After confirming the meeting spot with Awai, Lin Yi left home directly. At this moment, he took a taxi and headed. When Lin Yi arrived at the Golden Crown Club, he saw Monkey and Bujing waiting at the entrance. The two smiled at Lin Yi and said, you really hit it big, huh? Eating here isn't cheap. If we're careful, it'll still cost us 400 to 500. We might as well go outside the school for something else. Let's just eat here. Lin Yi smiled and said, I've got a bit of extra cash lately. He then led Bujing and Monkey quickly into the Golden. As the three entered the Golden Crown Hotel, a waiter hurried over. Please arrange a private room for me. Lin Yi spoke up. Sure, sir. However, the minimum consumption for the private room is 1,000 yuan. The waiter said, looking at Lin Yi, reminding him as the three looked anything but wealthy. Just arrange it. Lin Yi waved his hand. A minimum consumption of 1,000 yuan was indeed not very high. Upon hearing this price, Monkey and Bujing tugged at Lin Yi. This meal would consume more than a month's worth of their living expenses. It was too extravagant. All right. The waiter nodded and led Lin Yi and the others to the private room. Lin Yi gave the two a reassuring look and followed the waiter to the room. Hey, Lin Yi, you guys came here to eat. Just a few steps and they saw several women, and upon hearing this, Lin Yi was taken aback. These women were all from his class, and one of them was the class beauty. Yes. Lin Yi smiled as he gazed upon the four women before him. Chun, the class beauty, had no shortage of admirers, especially within their own class. Even Lin Yi and his two companions often spoke of her. She possessed an exceptionally charming face, yet her figure was strikingly voluptuous, a rare fusion of angelic countenance and devilish allure. Moreover, Lin Yi knew that Chun-Chen's family was affluent. The Golden Crown Hotel, where they now stood, belonged to her family. Thus, she epitomized the archetype of the white-rich beautiful. Besides Chun-Chen, the other three women were also classmates, each hailing from well-to-do families. For Lin Yi and his peers, the Golden Crown Hotel was an unattainable luxury. For them, however, it was merely their everyday dining venue. Lin Yi, what brings you here? Zhou Yuan and the other two girls had just spotted Lin Yi and his friends. One of them, a blonde girl, spoke up. We're here for dinner. What a coincidence. Lin Yi replied with a smile. Hearing this, Chun and the others exchanged glances. Dinner? Here. Can you even afford it? No sooner had Lin Yi finished speaking than Zhou Yuan cast him a disdainful glance, her eyes shimmering with undisguised contempt. Noticing her expression, Lin Yi's brow faintly furrowed. Lin Yi well understood why Zhou Yuan harbored such animosity toward him, an incident that traced back 1 month earlier. While passing through the school woods, he'd heard rustling and glanced inside, only to witness Zhou Yuan with Su Song, the school's notorious bully. Lin Yi had seen it all firsthand. At that moment, he'd been utterly startled. He hadn't lingered. He'd simply turned and left. Yet evidently Zhou Yuan had spotted him departing. From that day onward, this calculating girl had relentlessly targeted him, leaving Lin Yi exasperated. To Lin Yi, the matter was entirely irrelevant. He'd merely passed by and had never breathed a word of it to anyone. Yet she persisted in her hostility, leaving him profoundly weary. "Zhou Yuan, what are you saying?" Before Lin Yi could respond, Chen Chen gently tugged Zhou Yuan's sleeve, then turned to Lin Yi with an apologetic smile. "Sorry. Zhou Yuan always speaks without thinking." "It doesn't matter," Lin Yi replied with a faint, unruffled smile, then nodded politely to Chen Chen and the others before walking past. After all, his circumstances had changed dramatically. Moreover, having been reborn, Lin Yi was no longer the impetuous youth of old. Decades of life in his previous existence had long since inured him to scorn and condescension. Being mocked thus held little sting for him now, so he chose not to engage. Pretending. Seeing that Lin Yi and his friends ignored her, Zhou Yuan gave a light scoff, then turned to Chen Chen. "Chen Chen, tell your staff to keep an eye on them. I'm afraid these three might dine and dash." "Impossible." Chen Chen shook her head. "We run an open-door business. We certainly don't turn customers away." "Still, caution is warranted. Who knows what sort of characters they are?" Zhou Yuan retorted. Hearing this, Chen Chen glanced at her silently and said nothing more. "Enough, let's eat." A girl beside Chen Chen and Zhou Yuan interjected. "Hey, you go check what they've ordered." Zhou Yuan paused thoughtfully, then addressed a nearby server. Chen Chen's brow subtly tightened. After all, this was her family's hotel. Yet Zhou Yuan acted as if she owned the place, making Chen Chen feel distinctly uncomfortable. Still, she didn't intervene. Curiosity piqued her. Why had Lin Yi and his friends come here? Their class had long been divided into two distinct social circles, the affluent and the less privileged. Lin Yi's group clearly belonged to the latter. Yet today's visit suggested something far more complex. Meanwhile, inside the private dining room, Bujing and Houzi still simmered with quiet indignation. Nobody enjoyed being so openly belittled. "Who does Zhou Yuan think she is, flaunting her family's wealth like that?" Bujing scoffed. "Of those four girls, she's the..." Class hierarchies were transparent. Especially at this school, the wealthy clustered with the wealthy, while Lin Yi and his two friends occupied the fringes of financial comfort. "Enough. You know how she is, one eye permanently fixed on the ceiling. Why bother with her words? We're here to eat." Lin Yi chuckled, then opened the menu before him and began ordering. The Golden Crown Hotel's cuisine was exceptional. Lin Yi himself had dined here several times in his past life. As Lin Yi named his selections, Bujing and Houzi exchanged a glance. Both had watched closely as he flipped through the menu, acutely aware of the staggering prices listed. Though Lin Yi ordered only 6 dishes, their combined cost exceeded 1,000 yuan. "Lin Yi, aren't you being a bit These 6 dishes aren't cheap," Bujing remarked, looking at Lin Yi. "Why not cancel a few? You've just started dating Zheng Yuyu. Better save some money for what lies ahead." He repeated the suggestion. After all, Lin Yi's lavish spending weighed on their consciences. "Exactly. Lin Yi, order fewer dishes. We'll just sample a few delicacies," Houzi added. Lin Yi smiled gently at them. Only when true need arises does one discern genuine friendship. In his past life, he'd known prosperity, yet swiftly fell from grace. Amid that downfall, only Bujing and Houzi remained steadfastly loyal. They'd weathered hardship together, even ventured into business side by side, though ultimately both ventures collapsed. Perhaps in that lifetime, Lin Yi had unwittingly led them astray. 3 people were dining in this private room, while in another Zhou Yuan kept glancing anxiously toward the door. Soon a waiter entered. "How is it?" The moment the waiter stepped in, Zhou Yuan hurriedly spoke up. She was desperate to know what the 3 had ordered, and more crucially, she knew full well they were penniless. The waiter glanced at Chen Chen, seeing no objection, he finally spoke. He recited the dishes Lin Yi and his companions had ordered. Zhou Yuan and the others froze in disbelief. The bill already exceeded 1,000 yuan, roughly a month's living expenses for Lin Yi's group. In fact, any one of them might struggle to earn even 1,000 yuan in an entire month. Yet these 3 had just spent over 1,000 on a single meal. "Chen Chen, you'd better watch out. Those 3 are probably planning to dine and dash." Zhou Yuan turned to Chen Chen with a faint, seemingly playful smile. Yet her words carried a quiet warning. These 3 were far from wealthy. "We run an open-door business. When customers come to eat, that's their affair," Chen Chen replied, glancing at Zhou Yuan with a slight frown. In that instant, Zhou Yuan struck her as irksome. Zhou Yuan gave an awkward laugh and fell silent. She and her friends often dined here with Chen Chen, and almost always Chen Chen paid. After all, this was her family's establishment. A truth be told, Zhou Yuan dared not offend her. An uncomfortable silence settled over the room. Zhou Yuan broke it with a forced smile. "Still better keep an eye on them." Having said that, she dared utter nothing more. The air remained thick with unease. Meanwhile, Lin Yi and his 2 companions, having finished their meal, prepared to leave. "Say, what really happened last night?" Wu Zheng glanced at Lin Yi and smiled faintly. "You and Zheng Yuyu." "Nothing happened." "Drop it." Lin Yi shook his head. "One thing's certain, Zheng Yuyu and I have no connection." "Fine, I won't ask if you won't tell." Wu Zheng chuckled. He understood perfectly when Lin Yi chose silence. Some truths were best left unpressed. "Check, please." Lin Yi pulled out his bank card and handed it to the waiter waiting by the entrance, who accepted it swiftly. Only after Lin Yi and his friends departed did Chen Chen's group receive word the guests had paid and left. Upon hearing this, Zhou Yuan opened her mouth, but said nothing. "Humph. Lin Yi, just wait," Zhou Yuan murmured under her breath. Resentment simmered within her. After all, he'd not only seen her bare, but uncovered her deepest secret. Stepping out of the Jingguan Hotel, Lin Yi cast a slow, deliberate glance back. He'd come today for two reasons: first, to treat Bu Zheng, and the others second, and most importantly, to observe the Jingguan Hotel itself. In his past life, Lin Yi remembered clearly in exactly 1 month the Jingguan Hotel would go up for sale, an opportunity he could not afford to miss. To let it slip would be to betray himself. Of course, the hotel's impending sale stemmed from one cause: financial distress within Qin Chen's father's affairs. Lin Yi knew from his past life that in precisely 1 month Qin Chen's father would collapse into bankruptcy, his capital chain severed, forcing him to sell the Jingguan Hotel in desperation. The Qin family ranked among the local elite, though elite was relative. Against Lin Yi's current standing, they were little more than insignificant ants. Lin Yi recalled from his past life that the Qin family's total assets hovered around 100 million yuan, roughly equivalent to the sum his long-unseen grandfather had left him. A wry smile touched Lin Yi's lips. Fate, he mused, delighted in irony. In his former life, he'd been destitute. His ventures failed, his love life shattered. Even as the Qins declined, they remained untouchable aristocrats in his eyes. Yet now, this very lifetime, he already surpassed their collective worth. Lin Yi, what are you staring at? Hosey blinked, puzzled, to find Lin Yi lingering at the Jingguan Hotel's entrance. Tell me, what if I bought this place someday? How would that be? Lin Yi asked, turning to Hosey with a quiet smile. Buy the Jingguan. It's not even dusk, you're already dreaming. Hosey's expression shifted from surprise to scrutiny. What's gotten into you today? First you treat us to dinner, then you talk about buying the Jingguan. Have you lost your mind? You're the one who's ill. Lin Yi shot Hosey a mock glare and laughed. Everyone's entitled to dreams. I'm telling you, I'm actually rich now. Where'd you get the money? Bu Zheng stared, stunned. You went out for one night and came back rich. Were you hired last? Get lost. Lin Yi kicked Bu Zheng lightly. Do you think I won the lottery? Whoa, really? How much did you win? Bu Zheng's face lit up with sudden excitement. At least several 100,000 yuan. Lin Yi smiled faintly. He could have told Bu Zheng and Hosey he held 100 million yuan, but they'd likely assume he'd lost his sanity. So he kept it modest. Yet even this understatement left Bu Zheng and Hosey utterly astounded, staring at Lin Yi as if he'd sprouted wings. Whoa, that much? To them it was an unimaginable fortune, so vast it defied belief. Their gazes upon Lin Yi now Enough, we're brothers. From now on, all your school expenses are on me. Lin Yi grinned, slung an arm over each shoulder, and led them toward campus. Lin Yi, look, there's Zheng Yuyu. Bu Zheng pointed toward the campus gate, where Zheng Yuyu stood gazing inward. Lin Yi watched her, and instantly understood she was searching for him. Lin Yi. The moment she saw him, Zheng Yuyu's eyes flashed with raw resentment. Yesterday's humiliation flooded her. That wretch had dared treat her so shamelessly yesterday. If she didn't ruin him utterly, Zheng Yuyu vowed she'd never forget. Zheng Yuyu looked at Lin Yi and the others approaching, and quickly walked forward, asking Lin Yi, why did you suddenly? For Zheng Yuyu, yesterday was undoubtedly the most uncomfortable day for her. That bastard just ran away. She had planned for Brother Bao to give this guy a good beating. You guys head back first. Looking at Bu Zheng and the monkey beside him, Lin Yi spoke, and upon hearing this the two nodded. Although Lin Yi had just told them it had nothing to do with Zheng Yuyu, the current situation left them all perplexed. Speak. What is it? After watching the two leave, Lin Yi finally found a place to sit down with Zheng Yuyu, and then addressed. You. Didn't you want me yesterday? Zheng Yuyu looked at Lin Yi with a hint of pitiful sadness, and said, you. Why did you run away? I waited for you all night. Bitch. Hearing Zheng Yuyu's words, Lin Yi secretly cursed. This bitch really thought he didn't know. As soon as he left, that so-called Brother Bao came in. If he hadn't run fast, he wouldn't just have been caught and robbed of his money, but would have also ended up with a huge debt. Later, Lin Yi found out that Zheng Yuyu and Brother Bao were not new to this. He heard that several others had been scammed the same way, but they didn't mention it out of shame. Moreover, Zheng Yuyu specifically targeted people like Lin Yi who had no background or influence. Even if they were scammed, it wouldn't matter. Brother Bao was considered a local tyrant, so he had some skills. Under Brother Bao's protection, Zheng Yuyu seemed to have scammed quite a few people. Lin Yi, how about we go again? I actually really like you. Zheng Yuyu looked at Lin Yi, her eyes filled with a hint of charm, but Lin Yi didn't feel that charm. Instead, he thought this woman was like a venomous snake. In this new life, Lin Yi was no longer the naive boy he used to be. He had grown accustomed to the ups and downs of human relationships. Now, while he had some confidence, everything from his past life told him that some people were masterful actors, and one wrong step could lead to disaster. Alright, I have something to do now. Let's go this afternoon to the same hotel as before. Looking at Zheng Yuyu, Lin Yi said, then stood up and left. As Lin Yi left, Zheng Yuyu felt something was off. The previous Lin Yi had always been obedient to her, following her every command. But today she sensed that Lin Yi was a bit different. However, Zheng Yuyu didn't think too much about it, and directly called Brother Bao to let him know to prepare again. That guy won't stand me up this time, right? On the phone, Brother Bao asked, of course not. You know my skills, right? I guarantee that kid will be obedient when the time comes. That's good. Brother Bao laughed heartily. As Lin Yi entered the school, he happened to see Chun Chun and her 3 friends walking out of the Golden Crown Hotel. Upon seeing Lin Yi, Zhou Yuan snorted softly while Chun Chun nodded at him. Watching the 4 girls head directly into the school, a hint of coldness flashed in Lin Yi's eyes. Although Chun Chun had nodded at him, the other 3 completely ignored him. In their eyes, he was merely a poor loser. Forget it, why get angry with these people? Lin Yi thought for a moment and shook his head indifferently. After all, these people were from two different worlds than him. What he needed to do now was to make money, and the other thing was to teach Brother Bao and Zheng Yuyu a lesson. For Lin Yi, this was truly a simple task. After thinking for a moment, he took out his phone and dialed Han Wen's number. To be honest, even now Lin Yi didn't know who Han Wen really was, but he could at least connect with a huge entity like the Lin family, so he should have some capabilities. Young Master Lin. When the call connected, Han Wen's voice carried a hint of surprise. Young Master Lin, are you looking for me? So do you know anyone in the underworld? After thinking for a moment, Lin Yi asked. Han Wen knew his identity, so he didn't need to be overly polite. Which blind fool has offended young Master Lin? Hearing this, Han Wen immediately responded, young Master Lin, you say the word, and he'll make sure that bastard crawls to you to apologize. No need for that, just find someone capable. I want to teach someone a lesson. That person is a local gang leader near the university town, and he has a few people under him. I understand. Hearing this, Han Wen also spoke, I don't know when young Master Lin is free, but I could visit you for a meal. Let's wait a few days. Lin Yi replied, I'm a bit busy these days. Alright, whenever young Master Lin is done, I'm available anytime. Han Wen said with a smile, understanding that this was an opportunity. As long as he connected with this young master of the Lin family, his future path would be different. Back in the classroom, Lin Yi sat in his seat looking at the monkey, and Bu Zheng, his eyes darting around. Now whether he attended school or not didn't really matter. Moreover, this university wasn't a good one. The memories in his head could easily help him earn enough money, which was key to his future development. Earning money was more important to him. Monkey Bu Zheng, am planning to start a company. Will you help me? Lin Yi suddenly said to the two. Start a company? Are you sure? Upon hearing this, Bu Zheng was taken aback and asked what kind of company. An investment company, well engage in investments. Lin Yi replied, whatever is profitable, well invest in it. In other words, just throw money at others. Throw money at others? Are you crazy? Do you even have that much money? Bu Zheng rolled his eyes at Lin Yi and shook his head. With your few $100,000, you can't even make a splash in investments. What if I don't just have a few $100,000 but $100 million? Lin Yi said, having already figured out what was the most profitable and least labor-intensive investment. With so many listed companies in the past valued at over 10 billion, many of which were just getting started now, the key was that he knew if he threw money at them, they would surely accept it right. Without having to fight for territory, just investing a large sum of money could bring him huge returns in the future. Where can he find such a deal? The key was that he had money now. Lin Yi, where did you get so much money? Bu Zheng asked in astonishment, staring at Lin Yi beside him. This was after all an enormous sum, far more than he had expected. It's neither stolen nor robbed. Lin Yi replied, then wrapped an arm around Bu Zheng and Ho Tian, the monkey, and declared, let's found a company together. Initial registered capital 10 million yuan. I'll grant each of you 10% equity. You'll help me run it, and really. Hearing this, both Bu Zheng and Ho Tian turned to Lin Yi. His proposal stirred genuine interest in them. Hardly surprising given their modest family backgrounds. Even after graduation, landing a prestigious job would be unlikely. Lin Yi, however, had just handed them an extraordinary opportunity. Tell me, Lin Yi, what on earth have you done to amass such wealth? Bu Zheng asked, gazing intently at him. And my grandfather gave it to me. Think of it as inheriting a massive fortune. Lin Yi responded, looking directly at Bu Zheng. And damn, your family is that rich. You've always seemed dirt poor. Bu Zheng stared dumbfounded. And, do you honestly expect me to believe you had no idea your family was wealthy? Lin Yi sighed, exasperated. I truly thought we were broke. Only now have I discovered our family is, well, affluent. More like obscenely wealthy. Who casually doles out 100 million in inheritance. Ho Tian lunged forward and punched Lin Yi lightly, his voice low but charged with disbelief. You sly dog. You're the real tycoon landowner. For most people, accumulating assets worth over 100 million yuan would demand a lifetime of relentless effort. Yet Lin Yi possessed that sum effortlessly. Lin Yi chun Bu Zheng Ho Tian, stand up now? If you have no intention of attending class, leave immediately. As the three whispered among themselves, the lecturer at the podium finally lost patience. Their heads were practically touching, provoking her fury. Professor Wen will be quiet. Lin Yi quickly interjected, gesturing subtly for the others to lower their voices. Professor Wen Xian served as their homeroom teacher, a woman renowned across campus not only for her striking beauty, but also for her refined, elegant bearing. When she first joined the university, she became the object of countless students' secret admiration. Even Lin Yi's dorm mates had once entertained fleeting fantasies about her, though none dared act upon them. Lin Yi, come with me after class. As Lin Yi prepared to leave with Bu Zheng and Ho Tian, Professor Wen Xian, I told her yesterday you had urgent family business. I filed an official leave request, but clearly Professor Wen isn't buying it. Bu Zheng clapped Lin Yi on the shoulder with a wry grin. Good luck navigating that one. Right, I understand. Lin Yi nodded, then followed Professor Wen Xian to her office. Where were you yesterday? Professor Wen Xian asked, eyes fixed on Lin Yi. And I went home for family matters. Also, Professor Wen, I'd like to request another leave of absence. Lin Yi spoke calmly before her. And another leave. A frosty edge entered her voice. What exactly do you plan to do this time? I have my reasons, Lin Yi replied with a faint smile. And if you refuse to explain them, do you truly imagine I'll approve your request? Her gaze locked onto his unwavering and probing. Lin Yi remained silent. He understood Professor Wen Xian well. She would never grant such a request without justification. Yet he knew even better that certain decisions lay beyond her authority. Faced with his silence, Professor Wen Xian could only sigh inwardly. Though she was his homeroom teacher, she held no power to compel him to speak, and no leverage to force compliance. Professor, if there's nothing else, I'll take my leave. Lin Yi offered a courteous smile, then turned and walked out. Watching him go, Professor Wen Xian furrowed her brow slightly. She sensed something profoundly unfamiliar about Lin Yi today. His demeanor, his confidence, his very presence felt utterly transformed, as though he were an entirely different person. After leaving her office, Lin Yi paused briefly, then headed straight upstairs. Stopping before an office door, he knocked firmly. Enter, came a deep, resonant voice. Lin Yi smiled faintly and stepped inside. The office belonged to Vice Principal Su Baichang, a man Lin Yi remembered vividly from his past life, unapologetically mercenary, obsessed with wealth and status. Across campus, it was common knowledge that he lavished attention on students from affluent families, while students like Lin Yi, Bu Zheng, and Ho Tian likely meant nothing to him, perhaps not even registering in his memory. Vice Principal Su, greetings. Lin Yi entered and bowed slightly with a warm smile. This student. Vice Principal Su Baichang frowned faintly. He didn't recognize Lin Yi. I'm a student here, sir, and I'd like to ask for your assistance with something important. Lin Yi smiled again, meeting Su Baichang's gaze directly. Assistance? Su Baichang blinked, taken aback. With what exactly? My two roommates and I intend to launch a startup. But as full-time students, our academic workload will inevitably suffer. We anticipate frequent absences from class. Lin Yi leaned forward slightly, voice lowered. A startup? Su Baichang's eyes lit up instantly. He chuckled warmly. Our university actively encourages entrepreneurial initiative among students. Your ambition reflects exceptional vision. Vice Principal Su, let's dispense with formalities. We're alone. My friends, and I will be absent often. I ask for your leniency in approving our leaves. And as for compensation, 1 million yuan. Does that sound reasonable to you? Lin Yi held Su Baichang's gaze steadily. 1 million. Su Baichang's expression shifted abruptly. When he'd first heard startup, he'd assumed modest gains. But this student's generosity stunned him. This was merely a matter of signing paperwork, yet it promised him 1 million yuan outright. How staggeringly wealthy was this young man? Su Baichang studied Lin Yi with renewed, incredulous scrutiny. He knew every prominent heir on campus. So who was this unknown student who wielded such extraordinary resources? Give me your bank account number. I'll transfer the funds immediately, Lin Yi said coolly. At those words, Su Baichang knew without doubt this young man meant every word. When Su Baichang received the notification of the transaction, he finally realized that he had truly encountered a real wealthy individual. Compared to the so-called rich second generation in his school, those people were practically nothing. Haha, student Lin Yi, I never expected our school had such a significant figure like you. Su Baichang's eyes sparkled with excitement as he looked at Lin Yi. Vice Principal Su, I tend to avoid trouble, which is why I came to you. Also, I would appreciate it if you keep my matters confidential. Looking at Su Baichang, Lin Yi spoke, and upon hearing this, Su Baichang smiled slightly and replied, Of course, student Lin Yi, you can rest assured. Not to mention anything else, Su Baichang would keep this matter secret because he understood very well that if it were known he acted this way because he received money from Lin Yi, his position as vice principal would likely be in jeopardy. However, a sum of over 1 million is no small amount. It would be foolish for Su Baichang to refuse it. The key point is that the task Lin Yi entrusted to him was nearly effortless for Su Baichang, which made him even more aware that this person before him was indeed excessively wealthy. If you did not have that much money, would you dare to act this way? At the very least, Su Baichang believed that the other students in the school would never dare to do so. After sending Lin Yi off, Su Baichang revealed an excited expression and murmured, It seems I need to keep a close watch on this student Lin Yi. Back in the dormitory, Lin Yi saw 3 people sitting inside. Aside from Bu Zheng and the monkey, there was another person named Wu Qing. Wu Qing could be considered their roommate, although he primarily only sat in the dormitory during lunchtime as he was rarely seen. Wu Qing's family is relatively wealthy, but compared to others they are lacking significantly. For instance, Chen Chen's family runs the Golden Crown Hotel and has a company, making her a prominent rich girl in class. Naturally, there are many in the school who are wealthier than Wu Qing. Of course, on ordinary days, Wu Qing hardly paid attention to Lin Yi and the others since he looked down on the 3 poor individuals, and thus he never bothered to greet them. As Lin Yi entered, Wu Qing kept his eyes closed and remained silent while Lin Yi glanced at Wu Qing and dismissed the guy. Wu Qing likely owns a place outside of school, so if he has classes in the afternoon, he would lie in the dormitory for a while and return after class. If he had no classes, he was hardly seen. Let's go. Time to eat, Lin Yi said to the monkey and Bu Zheng, who both silently nodded. They felt quite uncomfortable around Wu Qing and preferred not to interact with someone like him. Where are we eating? After leaving the dormitory, the monkey looked at Lin Yi and asked. Golden Crown, Lin Yi said casually. To be honest, the food at the school was truly unappetizing. Ever since he had the food at the Golden Crown last night, he was still thinking about it today. The taste truly warranted the price. Damn, that's so extravagant. Remembering the price from yesterday, the monkey and Bu Zheng exchanged glances and said to Lin Yi, That place is too expensive, we can just find somewhere else to eat. All right, follow my lead. Lin Yi waved his hand, and then led the two out of the school. I have something to take care of in the afternoon, and need to leave for a bit. Also, I've arranged for you to take a break. In the next few days, I need you to do me a favor. Looking at the monkey and Buzheng, Lin Yi said, you two go register a company, and I will give you shares. From now on, the three of us brothers will work together. Do you really have $1 billion? Looking at Lin Yi beside him, he couldn't help but ask. I really do. So rest assured. Next you go to the office. Lin Yi said, and at that moment the three of them directly entered the Golden Crown Hotel to dine. Is it those three again? At the entrance of the Golden Crown Hotel, Zhou Yuan and others had just entered when they saw Lin Yi and his friends going in to eat. Instantly the three exchanged glances. They were able to frequently dine at the Golden Crown Hotel because of Chun Chun, who often paid for them. As such, they looked up to Chun Chun. However, if they were to dine at the Golden Crown Hotel regularly, they might not be able to afford it. Thus, when they saw the three, Zhou Yuan felt a bit surprised, especially since she absolutely did not want to see Lin Yi, given that Lin Yi had witnessed her with others. In that way, that bastard suddenly became so wealthy. Zhou Yuan's gaze followed Lin Yi and the others, her eyes swirled. During the meal, Lin Yi directly transferred 10 million to Buzheng. When Buzheng saw that 10 million in his account, he had no doubts whatsoever, since it was real money lying in his account, proving that Lin Yi indeed had that much wealth. I've arranged for all of you to take a break. You can handle your own matters in the afternoon. Oh, I have other things to take care of. Lin Yi said, looking at Buzheng and the monkey. All right, we know what to do. Buzheng replied, his face filled with excitement. Such a large sum of money was more than enough for him to make moves. After finishing their meal, the three of them dispersed. Lin Yi was waiting for a call, and shortly after Buzheng and the others left, Lin Yi received a phone call. Young Master Lin. As soon as the call connected, someone said, Brother Wen asked me to find you. Great, bring a few people over to the university town. Good, I'm heading over right now. The person said no more and hung up the phone while Lin Yi headed towards the hotel he visited. That woman Zheng Yuyu had been someone Lin Yi genuinely liked before she set him up. Looking back now, it seemed quite foolish. This woman only targeted him because she knew he liked her, setting him up for such a trap, wanting him to fall into it. With that thought, Lin Yi's gaze turned cold. In his past life, he had suffered greatly at Zheng Yuyu's hands, and he was all too aware that the so-called leopard brother not only forced him to take out loans, but later colluded with Zheng Yuyu to scheme against him again. Therefore, this time he was determined to teach Zheng Yuyu a lesson. At the Huaxin Hotel, it was still the same room as before, and when Lin Yi arrived, Zheng Yuyu was already waiting inside. When the door opened and Lin Yi saw Zheng Yuyu, his eyes revealed a hint of surprise, mainly because this woman had really put in a lot of effort. She wore a complete set of translucent attire that almost perfectly outlined her figure. It must be said that Zheng Yuyu's physique was quite alluring. Lin Yi walked in quickly, and at that moment Zheng Yuyu gazed at him with charming eyes and softly said, Lin Yi, you're here? Yes. Lin Yi nodded in response, smiling at Zheng Yuyu. I'm here, aren't you happy? Of course I'm happy. Hearing this, Zheng Yuyu smiled, but inwardly, she cursed him as a fool. As long as this guy showed up, everything would basically... Meanwhile, outside the Huaxin Hotel, several big men were sitting at the entrance. One man in a black t-shirt was biting on a straw, his gaze fixed on the Huaxin Hotel. Boss, what are we doing here? Are we here to catch someone in the act? A young thug with readied hair next to the man asked. You don't need to worry about that, just follow my lead when the time comes. The man replied, his eyes still focused on the hotel. In his mind, he recalled the conversation he had with Lin Yi earlier. You go to the entrance of the Huaxin Hotel, and as soon as you see a few people who look like bad characters walk in, just follow them. They are coming to block me. That was an exact quote from Lin Xiao, and hearing this he understood that it was a setup with the target being Lin Xiao. However, Lin Xiao knew and still came clearly intending to deal with those people. He didn't know Lin Xiao's true identity, but even when Ge had to address him as Lin Xiao, indicating that Lin Xiao was not an ordinary person. As long as today's matters were handled satisfactorily for Lin Xiao, then next I, Lu Su, would make a name for myself in front of Wen Ge. He was very clear about this, so he was waiting. Boss, is it those guys over there? The red-haired youth grinned, pointing not far away. When he saw a few people walking over quickly, Lu's eyes also lit up with excitement. It should be them. Lu Su nodded, and then glanced at the red-haired youth beside him, saying, Blood Cat, remember this, these people aren't important, but there should be a young master among them. Make sure to protect that young master. The red-haired youth called Blood Cat grinned, and said, Don't worry, boss, I understand your meaning. At that moment, at the entrance of the Huaxin Hotel, Brother Bao walked in with a few people. Zheng Yuyu had sent him a message indicating that Lin Yi had already arrived. Such an opportunity must be seized. In the room, Lin Yi gently wrapped his arms around Zheng Yuyu, and his hands began to wander. For Lin Yi, he wasn't genuinely interested in a woman like Zheng Yuyu, but her figure was indeed impressive. In his past life, he had spent almost all his later years in abstinence, so now that he saw something enticing, it wasn't wrong to touch and take a look right. Thus Lin Yi's hands roamed, causing Zheng Yuyu's cheeks to flush red. However, Zheng Yuyu had no way to resist. At this moment, her gaze was dazed as she looked at Lin Yi, wanting to push him away, but didn't dare. Just then the door was suddenly kicked open, and Brother Bao quickly walked in. Upon seeing this scene, Lin Yi immediately halted his movements and looked at Brother Bao and the others. Brother Bao. Zheng Yuyu quickly broke free from Lin Yi and rushed into Brother Bao's arms, saying, This guy. Oh, kid, you dare to touch my woman. You're dead. Brother Bao coldly said to Lin Yi, stepping forward, and when Lin Yi saw Brother Bao's hand coming towards him, he took a step back to evade the slap. Stop. If you want money, just say so. If you dare to touch me, I guarantee you won't get a single cent. Lin Yi shouted, his gaze shifting to the figures approaching behind Brother Bao. Haha, that's a good deal. Hearing this, Brother Bao immediately withdrew his hand and smiled at Lin Yi, saying, kid, I'm not being harsh. Just give me 100,000 and he'll let you go. 100,000. Lin Yi looked at Brother Bao and smiled lightly, saying, do you think you're worth 100,000, or is this woman worth 100,000? If you don't give it, I'll make you understand what pain is. Brother Bao's gaze fixed on Lin Yi, a hint of coldness appearing in his eyes as he said, don't think I'm joking with you. Is that so? Listening to Brother Bao, Lin Yi smiled and glanced at the people behind Brother Bao, asking, what do you think? Lin, shall you decide? At that moment, Lu Su's voice came from the entrance. He had just arrived and heard Lin Yi's words. Lu Su then stepped forward, pushing Brother Bao aside and standing in front of Lin Yi. Lin Xiao, I'm Lu Su, one of them. Looking at Lin Yi, Lu Su spoke, his gaze sizing up Lin Yi. He wore ordinary clothing and looked quite average, lacking any sign of being from a wealthy family. However, this calm demeanor made Lu Su realize that this Lin Xiao was likely not simple. Who are you? Brother Bao looked at Lu Su, then turned around to see 4 or 5 big men at the door, all staring at them. Brother Bao was a thug, but he also understood that he could only mix in this area. Seeing these people, he knew they were definitely, I'm Lu Su, have you heard my name? Lu Su turned and asked Brother Bao. Lu Su. Hearing this, Brother Bao was taken aback, then stared at Lu Su and said, you are Sixth Master. Looks like you know who I am. Lu Su smiled and said, then this will be easy. Sixth Master, this is all a misunderstanding. Hearing Lu Zu's words, Brother Bao hurriedly replied, his eyes flickering. At that moment, he was truly scared. This Sixth Master was not someone to be trifled with. He knew very well that if they wanted to play with him, it would almost be an easy task, which made him feel increasingly uneasy. You say it's a misunderstanding, so it is. Lu Su looked at the man before him, Brother Leopard, and said casually, what is your name? Sixth Master, my name is Zhang Bao. I am a man of Brother Eagle. Upon hearing this, Brother Leopard hurriedly spoke, trembling in fear as the few people at the door were all staring at him. At the same time, Brother Leopard's gaze swept over Zhang Yu beside him. This wretch, didn't they say she had no background? Is this no background? This Sixth Master is a well-known figure in the city. In terms of capability, he could easily dominate the area. Being targeted by Sixth Master means he would definitely end up in a terrible situation. Young Master Lin, what do you mean? Lu Su looked at Lin Yi and asked. He came this time specifically for Lin Yi, and he would follow Lin Yi's orders, as this person is one whom even Han one must treat with respect. To be honest, I have a bad temper. Looking at Brother Leopard, Lin Yi said lightly, this is your first time, I'll let you off, but will there be a second time? Zhang Yu was truly frightened. The first time Lin Yi left directly, evidently realizing something was wrong at that moment, and this time he brought so many people with him. Zhang Yu never expected that at school Lin Yi was known as a notorious poor guy, but now it seems that is not the case. This person actually has such a background. Lin Yi, spare me. It was him who forced me. Looking at Lin Yi, Zhang Yu hurriedly distanced herself from Brother Leopard, trying to move closer to Lin Yi. She previously thought that Lin Yi, being such a loser, had no future, and it was fine to deceive him. But now it was completely different. Lin Yi's background was definitely not ordinary. Get lost. Lin Yi directly reached out and slapped Zhang Yu across the face, knocking her to the ground. At this moment, as Zhang Yu looked at Lin Yi, her eyes were filled with fear. She did not expect Lin Yi to hit her directly, and now she stood trembling in the corner. Lin Yi glanced at Brother Leopard and said lightly, I am a fair person. You wanted to deceive me, but you failed, didn't you? Yes. Brother Leopard hurriedly nodded in response, his expression turning especially helpless. However, to deny it at this moment would truly insult the other party's intelligence. Wanting to kill him was just a matter of a word. That makes things easier. I'll go out for a smoke. As for these people, break a leg for each of them. As for this woman. Lin Yi glanced at Zhang Yu and spoke. Young Master Lin has spoken, we will definitely comply. Upon hearing this, Lu Su chuckled and then looked at the previous red-haired youth. Blood Cat, accompany young Master Lin. All right. Blood Cat also chuckled and then looked at Lin Yi. Young Master Lin, this way please. After the two went out, Blood Cat handed Lin Yi a cigarette and lit it for him. Looking at Lin Yi, he said, Young Master Lin, I am Blood Cat. If you need anything in the future, you can find me. This is my territory. As he spoke, he handed Lin Yi a business card. The boss of Jinbi Huiguang. Looking at the content on the card, Lin Yi was somewhat surprised as he looked at the smiling Blood Cat. This person is the owner of Jinbi Huiguang. Speaking of Jinbi Huiguang, it is quite famous in this small place. It is a high-end club where spending over 10,000 in a night is very common. The key is that the girls there are exceptionally beautiful. In his past life, Lin Yi had been there once, and indeed that place was very luxurious, but he didn't expect that this Jinbi Huiguang was run by this guy. And this guy is a subordinate of Lu Su. By this calculation, Lu Su is indeed not ordinary. Han Wen is their boss, which means Han Wen is even more formidable. Lin Yi had basically realized one thing: Han Wen must be quite powerful, as can be seen from this point. Both Sixth Master and Master Wen are in the city, and we are a bit off track, but I operate around here, so in the future young Master Lin can give orders anytime, and I will definitely handle it well. Thank you very much. Lin Yi nodded. He would still be active in this area for a short time. Although this place is not particularly developed, he had spent 4 to 5 years here in his past life, and he was well aware of what could make money. Don't be fooled that this is a county-level city. There are many investment opportunities here. At most, one can just go to the urban area where there are even more investment opportunities. The two were smoking when suddenly screams came from the room. Hearing the sound, Lin Yi knew that they had really taken action. Soon Lu Su came out and looked at Lin Yi with a smile. Young Master Lin, the matter is settled. Would you like to take a look? Let's go. Upon hearing this, Lin Yi shook his head. What's there to see in such matters? He was very confident in their handling of these people, so he didn't bother to look at the situation inside and directly prepared to leave with a few people. At the door, Zheng Yuyu suddenly rushed out with a pale face. Upon seeing Lin Yi and those few people, her expression changed even more, standing there unable to move forward or backward. Lin Yi glanced at Zheng Yuyu and couldn't be bothered with this woman anymore. After all, she probably wouldn't dare to act again. After exiting the Huaxin Hotel, Lin Yi looked at Lu Su and asked, "Isn't it a problem leaving like this?" "Don't worry, young Master Lin." Upon hearing this, Lu Su smiled and said he wouldn't dare to say anything. Hearing this, Lin Yi nodded and said, "Thank you for your trouble today. How about I treat you all to a nice meal? Then I shall accept with gratitude." Lu Su smiled and said, wanting to build a good relationship with Lin Yi certainly wouldn't miss this opportunity. "Bloodcat, you know the area. Find the best place, the most expensive one." Lin Yi patted Bloodcat on the shoulder and said although he was somewhat familiar with this place, he didn't know this group's preferences, so it was better to let Bloodcat find it. "Young Master Lin, this way please." Bloodcat smiled and then led Lin Yi and the others directly out of the street. The few people originally came by car. Seeing the car Bloodcat was driving, Lin Yi was slightly surprised. It was a luxury car worth over $1 million. Even the subordinates drive such good cars. Indeed, this group's capability is not simple. "Young Master Lin, we are going to the Zijin Club in the outskirts. Wait, Brother Han will come over too," Lu Su said to Lin Yi. "All right." Lin Yi nodded. As for the Zijin Club, he really hadn't heard of this place before. Regarding the Zijin Club, Lin Yi truly had no idea where it was, but judging by the demeanor of this group of people, it was clear that the place was anything but ordinary. Of course, going there wouldn't be bad, or at least he could meet that person named Han One. After all, he would likely have a lot of dealings with. As the car drove out of the city, Lin Yi pondered over the events of these past days. Sometimes he wondered if it was all just a dream, but it was such a wonderful dream that he didn't want to wake up. His parents were not dead, and he had now truly become a wealthy third generation, the kind that could sweep across everything. After over half an hour of driving, the car arrived at the mountain. When Lin Yi stepped out, he was somewhat surprised by the scene before. It was a vast estate. Almost the entire area was the Zijin Club. This estate was large and luxurious. Just looking from the outside, it resembled a castle. In his past life, Lin Yi had also spent quite some time here, but he genuinely had no idea that there was such a massive estate. There were guards at the entrance, but evidently, they all recognized Lu Su and the others, allowing them to enter the estate without any hindrance. "Young Master Lin, please." Lu Su, clearly very familiar with the place, led Lin Yi directly into the estate, where someone took a few people straight into a private room. Upon arriving here, Lin Yi was taken aback. Rather than a private room, it resembled a hall, one that could accommodate 20 to 30 tables for banquets. In the center was a very large table, and in front of the table a group of beautifully dressed women were smiling charmingly at Lin Yi and the others. "Young Master Lin, choose one." Looking at Lin Yi, Shui Mao asked cheerfully, and upon hearing this, Lin Yi was momentarily stunned. Glancing at the girls before him, he instantly understood that these women were there to accompany them for the meal, and this was truly his first experience in such a situation. At that moment, everyone was looking at Lin Yi, evidently hoping that he would make the first selection, otherwise the others really wouldn't dare to move. Lin Yi's gaze fell on the girls before him. He had to admit they were all quite beautiful. As he looked one by one, he quickly locked onto one girl. Upon seeing her, Lin Yi was a bit surprised because he realized Gu Yuan. Looking at this girl, Lin Yi was indeed a bit astonished. In his past life, this girl had lived with him, and during that time, he had gone through some of the most difficult days, often turning to alcohol, with Gu Yuan taking care of him every time he came home. However, they never ended up together. At that time, Lin Yi had nothing and felt insecure about revealing his feelings for Gu Yuan. Each time she saw him, she would avoid him, so ultimately they never got together. "He'll take her," Lin Yi said, looking at Gu Yuan not far away. In his past life, he truly had no idea that Gu Yuan had done such a thing. "Young Master Lin has a good eye. This girl is the real deal." At that moment, Lu Su looked at Lin Yi and spoke. Upon hearing this, Lin Yi was taken aback, slightly squinting at Lu Su and asking, "How do you know?" "Haha, young Master Lin, this is my territory. Many of these young ladies are new here. If you like this little girl, just take her," Lu Su said with a smile, looking at Lin Yi. Hearing Lu Su's words, Lin Yi was somewhat surprised as he glanced around the Zijin Club. A Bloodcat owned the best KTV in his area, and Lu Su was the boss of this Zijin Club. Just the weight of this club indicated it was not insignificant. It seemed that the person David had introduced to him was indeed a big shot, otherwise there wouldn't be such a grand arrangement. As soon as Lin Yi sat down, Gu Yuan took a seat right beside him. Lu Su and the others, being quite familiar with the place, also settled into their respective spots. At this moment, Lin Yi realized that even the chairs were custom-made. Each one was like a sofa, just right for two people, one for himself and the other for Gu Yuan. Gu Yuan was almost leaning against Lin Yi, her body close to his. At this moment, she leaned on his shoulder and softly said, Boss, just tell me what you want to eat, and he'll get it for you. Hearing this, Lin Yi glanced over at the others. Lu Su and the rest were cuddling with a girl, and each of them was almost signaling their girls to serve them dishes, with those girls directly feeding the food into their mouths. They really know how to have fun. A voice echoed in Lin Yi's mind. This Sijin club really knew how to enjoy. Looking at Gu Yuan beside him, Lin Yi thought for a moment and asked, "Why are you here?" The Gu Yuan he knew was a diligent worker, quite different from the one before him. At that time, she was struggling with 3 jobs during her hardest times, so why was she doing this now? Lin Yi wasn't quite sure how to feel about Gu Yuan. In his past life, their relationship was not that of a couple, but more like so. Moreover, they were the kind who could talk about anything. At that moment, Lin Yi's gaze was fixed on Gu Yuan before him. He was indeed curious, and on another note, because in his past life, he had a slight fondness for her, so, if possible, he also wanted to help her. Gu Yuan smiled slightly, but did not speak. It was evident that she was unwilling to answer this question, and Lin Yi did not pursue it further. Since she was reluctant to answer, he could ask Lu Su later. Just as the group was eating and drinking, someone soon pushed the door open. Seeing the man who walked in, Lin Yi was taken aback. The man wore a pair of golden-rimmed glasses and looked rather refined. Dressed in a well-fitted suit, he exuded the aura of a cultured gentleman. When this person walked in, Lu Su and the others all stood up and called out, "Brother Wen." "Is this Han Wen?" Lin Yi looked at the young man before him, also taken aback. He didn't expect Han Wen to have such an... Han Wen walked in and at first glance saw Lin Yi sitting on the sofa. Upon seeing Lin Yi, Han Wen smiled and quickly approached him, saying, "Hello, young Master Lin, I am Han Wen." "Hello." Lin Yi replied, looking at Han Wen in front of him, nodding, and saying, "I need to thank you for this matter." "There's no need for young Master Lin to be so polite." Han Wen smiled and shook his head, saying, "It is an honor for me, Han Wen, to meet young Master Lin." For Han Wen, Lin Yi was crucial. After all, Lin Yi was the grandson of that esteemed figure, and if he could truly integrate into Lin Yi's team, it would mean he was in the sights of the Lin family. With such a connection, it was evident that Han Wen would have a substantial backing. "Mr. Han, you flatter me." Lin Yi smiled at Han Wen before asking, "Are you prepared to develop here?" Han Wen sat in front of Lin Yi, looking at him as he asked. After pondering for a moment, Lin Yi nodded, saying, "I have such intentions." Lin Yi was well aware that he had a considerable amount of money in hand, and was naturally unwilling to squander it. Although his grandfather was wealthy, if he kept asking for money, he would be no different from the rich second generation. Lin Yi understood that if he could achieve substantial results with the 100 million he had, he would secure a place for himself in the future Lin family. His grandfather treated him exceptionally well, perhaps out of a sense of indebtedness, wanting to provide some compensation. However, Lin Yi also knew that if he failed when his grandfather eventually passed away, he would be in real trouble. Thus, Lin Yi needed to develop himself so that when he truly entered the Lin family, he would have enough capital to compete. Of course, Lin Yi was even more aware that there were some matters he should avoid getting involved in. If he stepped forward, he would be suppressed, but if he stayed in the background, many things would escape the Lin family's notice. This was akin to keeping a few cards hidden, just like at a poker table. If your hand is fully exposed, you naturally cannot play. This was also the reason Lin Yi had letting and Monkey register the company, as he wanted to remain behind the scenes. As for Han Wen, Lin Yi would naturally interact with him, but considering Han Wen's past connections with the Lin family, he had to tread carefully. From his interactions with Han Wen, he appeared to be a very refined person, not at all resembling a person from the underworld. However, Lin Yi understood very well that such individuals could be quite dangerous, as those who appeared to be the most menacing often posed the least threat, like that fellow brother leopard. After finishing their meal, Han Wen chatted with Lin Yi about trivial matters. This time Han Wen came to get to know Lin Yi. As for benefits, he understood that the current young Master Lin was not in a position to discuss such matters, so it was better not to bring it up. As long as he could curry favor with young Master Lin, future benefits would surely come. After the meal, Lin Yi glanced at Gu Yuan beside him. Seeing Lin Yi's gaze, Lu Su, who had been watching Lin Yi, smiled and said, "If young Master Lin likes her, let her accompany you." When he said this, Lu Su glanced at Gu Yuan, and with that look, Gu Yuan immediately understood. She softly leaned against Lin Yi, but one could tell from Gu Yuan's expression that she felt somewhat helpless. Looking at Gu Yuan, Lin Yi thought for a moment and nodded, saying, "All right." Lin Yi was indeed very curious about Gu Yuan. In his past life, he and Gu Yuan were almost childhood sweethearts, and this time, to be honest, Lin Yi had not expected to see Gu Yuan in this place. Seeing that Lin Yi still had something to say, Lu Su glanced at Han Wen, who also nodded slightly. It was evident that young Master Lin still had questions to ask. "You all can leave. I need to talk to young Master Lin for a moment," Han Wen said with a smile, glancing at the people around them, while signaling for Lu Su to stay. The others nodded with smiles, and quickly left the private room, leaving only 3 people behind. "Young Master Lin, is there any problem with this girl?" Lu Su looked at Lin Yi, pondering for a moment before asking. Lin Yi's expression always carried a hint of peculiarity. "I know this girl, but she may not remember me." Lin Yi thought for a moment, and said, "It was a long time ago. At that time she and I were neighbors." When Lin Yi said this, he was very sincere. In his past life it was indeed the case, but the two of them suddenly thought of a term, childhood sweethearts. "Young Master Lin, I truly had no idea such a thing existed." Lu Su was taken aback and asked, "Do you mean to say? First tell me, how did this girl end up here?" Lin Yi interjected, "From what I know about her, she is not that kind of person. Let me ask." Hearing this, Lu Su quickly spoke up. He then took out his phone and made a call. Soon a woman walked in. The woman appeared to be in her 40s, but was exceptionally well preserved, as she could be described as still possessing great Master Wen brother Lu. The woman entered, and upon seeing Han Wen and Lu Su quickly called out, "Young Master Lin has a question for you." "You may ask, young Master Lin," the woman said. The woman's gaze swept over to Lin Yi sitting on the sofa. Seeing that Han Wen and Lu Su were treating this young man with such respect, she immediately understood that he was the true main character. "Gu Yuan, what happened?" Lin Yi asked, and upon hearing this the woman was taken aback. Han Wen and Lu Su nodded slightly, as it was clear that Lin Yi knew her name. Speaking of Xiao Gu, she is indeed a pitiable person. The woman sighed and said, "Those who enter our Zijin club, we basically investigate their backgrounds. Xiao Gu came in to help her uncle who owes a significant amount of money to our Zijin club." "Continue." Lin Yi nodded, signaling the woman to elaborate. Gu Yuan had an uncle, something Lin Yi was unaware of. In his previous life, he had once asked Gu Yuan about her family, to which she had replied that they were all deceased. Thus Lin Yi had never known that Gu Yuan had an uncle. However, as the woman spoke, Lin Yi began to understand the situation. That uncle of hers was truly a piece of work. Having lost money at the Zijin club, the creditor came to collect directly, bringing his niece as collateral. This was because Gu Yuan's parents had passed away long ago, and she had been raised by this uncle. Thus Gu Yuan found herself sent to the Zijin club. "At that time when I went to collect the debt, that girl was quite defiant. As she left with us, she said to her uncle, 'From now on we owe each other nothing,' and then she followed us." The woman glanced at Lin Yi and spoke. Hearing this, Lin Yi sighed. To be honest, in his past life, he had feelings for Gu Yuan, but he felt inferior. Gu Yuan seemed to have many concerns which in hindsight likely stemmed from this situation. She must have spent many years at the Zijin club, only leaving after paying off her uncle's debt. Therefore she likely did not want to get involved with Lin Yi, or perhaps she looked down on him. "Lin Xiao." Seeing Lin Yi's silence, Lu Su spoke. "Why not? Take her with you." Lu Su could tell that Lin Yi was particularly invested in this woman. She's only been here for 2 or 3 days, knows nothing, and today is her first time meeting Lin Xiao. Lu Su said with a smile, indicating that Gu Yuan had not been mistreated here. "All right, they'll take her away." Lin Yi nodded. No matter what, he could not allow Gu Yuan to remain here. She had been the only solace during his most difficult times in his past life. At that time, Lin Yi felt a bit of comfort just by her presence, and after they parted ways, he had been lost for many years. "Xianjie, you can leave for now," Lu Su said to the woman. "All right, enjoy your conversation, bosses." The woman smiled slightly, and then turned to leave. After leaving the office, Xianjie immediately went to find Gu Yuan. "Xianjie." Gu Yuan called out anxiously upon seeing Xianjie. Xianjie was their supervisor, and all of them were under her management. In other words, her word determined their future. "You lucky girl," Xianjie said, looking at Gu Yuan. "Pack your things. Soon you can leave." "Leave?" Gu Yuan was taken aback and asked Xianjie, "Where are we going?" "That young master has taken a liking to you, and from now on you will follow him." Looking at Gu Yuan, Xianjie continued, "This is better than being here. You can escape that fire pit." "Xianjie, I don't want to go," Gu Yuan hurriedly protested. "Once I pay off my debt, I can leave." Following that person. Seeing Gu Yuan's expression, Xianjie understood it was clear that Gu Yuan did not wish to stay here for long. She wanted to leave after repaying her debt. "Silly girl, are you foolish?" Xianjie looked at Gu Yuan and said, "That young master is clearly easy to talk to, and he knows your name." "He knows my name? How is that possible? I don't know that young master." Gu Yuan exclaimed, her eyes showing a hint of surprise. At that moment, Gu Yuan was filled with confusion, then shook her head saying, "Xianjie, I still don't want to. I know that following him might be better, but for me, I want to leave after paying off my debt, not follow that person." Xianjie sighed, understanding that Gu Yuan wished to live a stable life. Since the beginning, Gu Yuan had been in this state. She hoped to leave after settling her debts rather than follow that person. Consequently, Xianjie was at a loss for what to do and had to return to find Lin Yi. "So she doesn't want to?" Lin Yi asked Xianjie. Upon hearing this, Xianjie nodded, then said, "Lin Xiao, about this matter. Enough, you handle it. He'll meet with her." Lin Yi spoke, and hearing his words, Xianjie quickly nodded and swiftly exited. "Lin Xiao, about this matter." Lu Su asked Lin Yi. "Enough, I'll handle it myself." Lin Yi replied, and then followed Xianjie out. Arriving at Xianjie's office, Lin Yi saw Gu Yuan, who was anxiously fidgeting in her seat. It was evident that she was very nervous, standing there at a loss. Upon seeing Gu Yuan, Lin Yi smiled and said, "Xianjie, you can leave. I need to have a proper talk with her." "All right." Xianjie smiled slightly and closed the door. As she did, Lin Yi glanced at Gu Yuan before speaking. "Let's talk." Lin Yi asked Gu Yuan. "Oh." Gu Yuan nodded slightly, but did not say much. Now that she was here, she understood that even if she did not follow this person, he could still demand her, as her debt included such obligations. "Come with me, you'll pay your debt, and then I'll give you some money. If you want, you can open a small shop. If not, that's fine. Also, you are free." Looking at Gu Yuan, Lin Yi spoke. Hearing his words, Gu Yuan was momentarily stunned, her eyes filled with surprise, for what Lin Yi said was completely different from what she had imagined. Seeing the astonishment on Gu Yuan's face, Lin Yi lightly smiled and said, "If you agree, just nod." Gu Yuan looked at Lin Yi silent for a moment, then asked, "My memory is quite good. Oh, I really don't know you. Perhaps we knew each other in our past lives?" Lin Yi replied with a smile. I know your name is Gu Yuan, and I know your dream is to open a small shop. That's enough. In the end, Gu Yuan decided to follow Lin Yi, for she knew all too well that even if she were unwilling, Lin Yi had ways to make her leave with him, not to mention, he understood her far too well. Even now, Gu Yuan couldn't comprehend why this person seemed to know her inside out. It baffled her to no end. After leaving, Lin Yi glanced at Gu Yuan and asked, "Where do you live?" "Since I came here, I have had no other place to stay. Why live?" Gu Yuan pointed to the Zijin Club behind her and spoke. As she said this, her gaze dimmed. She had repaid her uncle's debts, and in this life owed nothing to anyone, yet she was acutely aware of her debt to Lin Yi. "All right, then follow me." Upon hearing this, Lin Yi nodded, and then took Gu Yuan to the car of Bloodcat. Watching them get in, Bloodcat smiled and drove off. "Where to, young Master Lin?" Bloodcat glanced at Lin Yi and asked. "Find a place to settle her down first." Lin Yi replied, looking at Gu Yuan beside him. "Understood." Bloodcat nodded in response, then the car started and drove off. After Lin Yi left, Lu Su and the others returned, and Lu Su looked at Hanwen and said, "This young Master Lin seems quite extraordinary. Just take good care of her," Hanwen said, patting Lu Zu's shoulder with a smile. After driving back to the vicinity of the university town, Bloodcat led Gu Yuan to a hotel. As they arrived, Bloodcat glanced at the hotel entrance and said, "This is the place. This is my place. Young Master Lin can rest assured that Miss Gu will be very safe here." Bloodcat smiled. Lin Yi nodded and said, "Let's settle in here for now." "All right." Bloodcat smiled in response and quickly went in to make arrangements. Afterward, he came out and said to Lin Yi, "Young Master, this matter has been arranged. Do you have any other instructions?" "None." Lin Yi replied with a smile, nodding, "Thank you. You are too polite, young Master Lin." Bloodcat smiled and asked, "Should I wait for you here, or you can leave for now?" Lin Yi waved his hand, then took Gu Yuan upstairs. Once they reached the upper floor, Lin Yi looked at Gu Yuan and said, "You stay here for the next few days. He'll give you some money, and after a few days I'll make arrangements." "All right." Gu Yuan nodded, then looked at Lin Yi, wondering why he hadn't acted towards her yet. "Do you really know me?" Looking at Lin Yi, Gu Yuan curiously asked. She was sure she had never met him before, but it was evident that Lin Yi was quite familiar with her, as he clearly knew what she wanted during their previous conversation. "Just consider that I know you." Lin Yi smiled and replied. He certainly couldn't tell her that he had been reborn, could he? Moreover, if he spoke of it, no one would believe him. "You want to support me?" Gu Yuan asked after a moment of silence. "Not exactly." Lin Yi was taken aback, then shook his head and said, "If you want to leave, you can do so at any time." Gu Yuan fell silent for a moment, then looked at Lin Yi and said, "I'll stay here by your side." "Why?" Lin Yi was, "Since you brought me out, I will do what I must. I signed a contract with the Zijin Club, and for the next 2 years I will work there to repay my debts. Therefore, during these 2 years I will stay by your side to settle this debt." Looking at Lin Yi, Gu Yuan spoke up. Lin Yi, understanding Gu Yuan well, knew she was serious. She had always been like that, unwilling to owe anyone anything. While Lin Yi was pondering, suddenly Gu Yuan began to take off her coat, and one by one, right in front of Lin Yi. "You, come here." Gu Yuan looked at Lin Yi and suddenly spoke. At that moment, Lin Yi felt a wave of thirst. It would be impossible not to have any thoughts. Moreover, in his past life, they had only been a hair's breadth away from being together. "I will be with you." Gu Yuan leaned against Lin Yi and whispered. "All right." Lin Yi exhaled sharply, suddenly pushing Gu Yuan away, then draped his coat over her shoulders and said, "I'm leaving for now. He'll come back tomorrow." As he spoke, Lin Yi walked straight out. Once he reached the door, he exhaled. Women really are enchanting. Just now, Lin Yi had almost lost control. However, he understood more clearly now that if he were to seize Gu Yuan at this moment, it would merely be a matter of words, but would Gu Yuan be happy? Having been with Gu Yuan for so long in his past life, he understood her all too well. Even if she followed Lin Yi, she might not agree in her heart. After 2 years perhaps, Gu Yuan would just leave like that. After exhaling, Lin Yi left directly. Once outside the hotel, he hailed a cab and got in. Meanwhile, up in the hotel, watching Lin Yi leave, Gu Yuan's gaze held a trace of confusion. If Lin Yi had done all this for her, then why had she offered herself to him, yet he didn't take her? Gu Yuan truly couldn't comprehend. After returning to school, Lin Yi quickly returned to the dormitory. At this moment, Bu Zheng and the monkey were also in the dormitory. When they saw Lin Yi, Bu Zheng quickly approached him and said, "Registration has already started today, and it will be completed soon. What's next? He'll give you a list shortly. You can invest according to this list. As long as it's the companies on this list, you can invest in them. We just need the shares." Lin Yi spoke to the two in front of him. Whether it was Bu Zheng or the monkey, Lin Yi felt that they were not suited to manage a company. It was better to directly make a series of investments. That way it would be the best approach. "All right, well, follow your lead. After all, you are the boss." "Indeed," Bu Zheng said with a smile. He thought this situation was quite good. If they were to run the company themselves, it was uncertain if they would suffer significant losses. "Next, let's find a place to live. As for the school, I've already taken a leave of absence, so living here isn't particularly convenient." Lin Yi thought for a moment and spoke. "He'll follow your lead." Both of them nodded in agreement, realizing that living in the school would indeed be inconvenient if they opened a company in the future. Early the next morning, Lin Yi first visited a new residential complex near the school named Central Garden. This complex is considered one of the best in the area because it is located near the university, resulting in relatively high rental prices in the future. Lin Yi was well aware of the current housing prices. Merely purchasing a unit here would likely yield significant profits in a few years. Moreover, he needed to find a place to settle Gu Yuan. Since Central Garden is a newly opened complex, many units remain unsold, making it a suitable choice for Lin Yi. Upon entering the sales office, he noticed quite a few people looking at the properties as this complex is currently one of the best. However, this place is not in the true city center, so even though it is considered the best complex, the prices here are still relatively affordable. As Lin Yi walked in, many people noticed him. However, given his attire, it was clear that he did not appear to be wealthy, so no one approached him to greet. "Lin Yi, what are you doing here?" Just as Lin Yi was surveying the surroundings, one of the salesgirls suddenly asked, "Is it you?" Lin Yi was momentarily taken aback upon seeing her, as she was his classmate. Su Shujing, Lin Yi's classmate, left a strong impression on him because unlike others, her family was undoubtedly the most financially challenged. Even Lin Yi and his friends had a better environment than Su Shujing. Due to her family's poor circumstances, Su Shujing had never asked her family for a single cent. All her tuition and living expenses were earned through her own part-time work, and despite this, she consistently achieved the best grades in school. Often she would miss classes to work, and the school was well aware of her situation. Given her excellent performance, the school often turned a blind eye when she skipped classes. After all, with such outstanding grades, she received the school scholarship every year, and it was hard to criticize her for working. "Are you working here?" Lin Yi asked, slightly startled as he looked at Su Shujing. "Yes," she smiled and replied. "Are you here to find someone?" "No, I'm here to buy a house." Lin Yi replied with a smile. "Can you show me around?" Sure." Su Shujing was momentarily stunned. Just as Lin Yi understood her situation, she was well aware that in their class Lin Yi should also be considered among the poor. But was he really going to buy a house? She knew that the properties here were among the most expensive in the area. "What size of house do you want?" Su Shujing led Lin Yi to the model display and asked, "How much is this unit?" Lin Yi's gaze swept over the model display and suddenly landed on the villa area located at the center of the complex. Central Garden had several standalone villas, and at that moment Lin Yi was looking at the one in the best location. "This unit." Su Shujing was momentarily taken aback, then said, "This one has already been sold. However, if you are interested in a villa, there are still a few available." She pointed to the villa next to the one Lin Yi had previously looked at, as well as two other units. However, at that moment, Su Shujing clearly felt that Lin Yi was just casually asking, as she knew how much money he had. This villa would cost over 2.5 million, something an average family might not be able to afford. "Then I'll take this one. Can you show me?" Lin Yi pointed to the villa beside the one he had initially looked at and asked. "Sure." Su Shujing was taken aback for a moment, then nodded and said, "Wait here, I'll go get the key." Saying this, Su Shujing walked away while Lin Yi stood in place waiting for her. Su Shujing went to the manager to get the key, and upon hearing her request, the manager was momentarily stunned. Then he glanced at Lin Yi, who was standing not far away, and asked, "Shujing, do you know this person?" "He's my classmate." Su Shujing replied. "Is his family wealthy?" The manager looked Lin Yi over and frowned slightly, as Lin Yi's attire was quite ordinary. "I don't think so." Su Shujing pondered for a moment before responding. "Then why are you bringing him? Isn't that a waste of time?" The manager rolled his eyes at Su Shujing. "But the client wants to see the house. We have to accommodate." Su Shujing quickly replied. "Moreover, this request is reasonable. Is he pursuing you?" The manager glanced at Su Shujing and asked. "Manager, that's not the case." Su Shujing was taken aback and quickly shook her head, then looked at the manager and said, "According to our protocol, we should be showing him the property." "You?" The manager sighed, then looked at Su Shujing and said, "All right, I'll give you the key. Just make sure he leaves. After all, he probably couldn't afford a house. I'm just worried about you wasting time on him." The manager's words were double-edged, and Su Shujing understood. She wanted to defend herself, but the manager simply handed her the key and turned to leave. At that moment, Su Shujing sighed helplessly and then turned to walk towards Lin Yi. Before the manager made those comments, Su Shujing hadn't thought much of it. But at that moment, she increasingly felt that what the manager said might be true. Looking at Lin Yi, her gaze was somewhat peculiar. "What's wrong?" Lin Yi noticed the strange look Su Shujing was giving him and asked, slightly surprised. "It's nothing, let's go see the house." Su Shujing responded, and then led Lin Yi out of the sales office, directly heading towards the location of the villa. "That silly girl." Seeing Su Shujing leading Lin Yi out, the manager shook his head, evidently thinking in a different direction. The villa had been well decorated, so when Lin Yi entered, he found all the furniture neatly arranged. He took a glance around and thought the decoration style was quite nice and felt it was a suitable choice. "All right, I'll take this one. How much is it?" Lin Yi looked at Su Shujing and asked. Su Shujing was momentarily stunned and looked at Lin Yi, asking, "What?" "I asked how much it costs. Don't you know the price of this house?" Lin Yi smiled as he watched Su Shujing's dazed expression, finding her somewhat cute. "Oh." Hearing Lin Yi's words, Su Shujing finally reacted and hurriedly said, 260,000. "Not expensive." Lin Yi nodded upon hearing this, as the distance from the city center made this price indeed not expensive, especially since he knew that in a year or two the city planning would extend to this area, making it part of the main urban district. At that time, Lin Yi was well aware that the price would at least double. So considering this, the deal seemed exceedingly cheap, and even 5 years later the value here would be at least 800,000. If he didn't make a move now, Lin Yi would be a fool. "I'll buy it." He looked at Su Shujing and said, "If I pay entirely in cash, how much discount can you offer?" "Entirely. Cash?" Su Shujing looked at Lin Yi slightly bewildered. In her impression, Lin Yi didn't have, however, it seemed that this was no longer the case. Yes, all cash. Lin Yi nodded at Su Shujing and said, this is good. Besides, you work here, right? What? Su Shujing was momentarily stunned and asked, I mean, do you sell properties elsewhere besides this one? After buying this place, Lin Yi thought about a problem. If he let Gu Yuan live here, he understood that she would definitely worry and be unable to sleep, well, making it more suitable to buy a regular apartment. Lin Yi knew Gu Yuan well. She would feel anxious in overly luxurious places, especially given their current How do you know? Su Shujing was taken aback. You, someone who works so hard, how could you only do this one job? Lin Yi smiled and asked, are there any suitable houses available? However, I want a regular apartment around 100 square meters. Not in this community. There is. Su Shujing nodded eagerly and said, in the neighborhood next door. The one next door. Upon hearing this, Lin Yi was taken aback. He knew that the neighborhood next door had been open for over 3 years. Were there still apartments available? That neighborhood still has some available. Some were bought for investment and are now being sold. I also work as an agent in a second-hand housing agency. Su Shujing smiled at Lin Yi. Okay, help me secure one. Lin Yi mentioned his general requirements. Do you need it today? The sooner the better. Looking at Su Shujing, Lin Yi nodded as he needed to arrange a good living situation for Gu Yuan. Su Shujing thought for a moment and said, let's wrap up here first, and then you can come with me. Can you leave this place? Lin Yi asked, isn't it working hours? It's fine. Since I got such a big order, I'll take a leave and the manager will agree. Su Shujing smiled slightly. After the two of them left the villa, Lin Yi followed Su Shujing back to the sales office. Wait for me, I'll prepare the purchase contract, it'll be quick. Su Shujing looked at Lin Yi and said, then hurriedly went to the manager's office. What? Sold. Looking at Su Shuyun, the manager was stunned and said, didn't you say? He has no money. I don't know. Su Shuyun replied, genuinely puzzled about when Lin Yi became so wealthy. Moreover, it wasn't just this one. Lin Yi intended to buy another. At this thought, Su Shuyun felt completely baffled by Lin Yi. At school, was he pretending to be poor? How else could he afford a house? More than 200,000. He just took it out. The manager also said he even mentioned cash. Yes. Su Shuyun nodded and said, ask if there's any way to lower the price. Just 248,000. I'll write the contract. Upon hearing this, the manager hurriedly said, with this deal, your commission will be quite a bit. Hearing the manager's words, Su Shuyun smiled and nodded. With this deal, she would at least earn a commission of 50,000, which was quite good. Manager, I still need to take a leave. Looking at the manager, Su Shuyun said. Upon hearing this, the manager glanced at Su Shuyun, then his gaze swept over Lin Yi, who was sitting in the hall with a hint of unusual expression in his eyes. Okay. The manager didn't say anything. After all, those in her line of work knew well that sometimes to secure a deal there might be some undefeatable transactions. Su Shuyun was considered obedient under her management, but she couldn't resist such temptation. Moreover, Lin Yi was young and wealthy, which made him even more alluring. So when Su Shuyun mentioned taking leave, she immediately thought of something else. He's not bad looking, and he's so rich. If I were her, I'd be willing. The manager glanced at Lin Yi and thought quietly to herself. For her, someone like Lin Yi was indeed very tempting. Soon the contract was drafted, and the manager brought Su Shuyun to Lin Yi. Hello, Mr. Lin Hua, may the manager here. This is the contract. As she spoke, the manager glanced at Lin Yi, her eyes shimmering with a different kind of charm. Su Shujing was a young and beautiful girl, but she wasn't bad either. What if this person took a liking to her? All right. Lin Yi nodded in response, glanced at the contract in his hand, which was basically a standard purchase contract without any issues. He signed it directly and then made the payment. Seeing Lin Yi pay without hesitation, the manager's gaze held a hint of a smile, as it seemed this person truly. After leaving with Su Shujing, Lin Yi followed her to another place where she worked, a second-hand housing store. There weren't many people in the shop, and when Lin Yi entered with Su Shujing, he only saw a middle-aged woman. Shein, you're not working today, right? Looking at Su Shujing, the woman was also taken aback and asked, no, but my client wants to see a house. Upon hearing this, Su Shujing smiled and walked over to one of the tables to pick up a set of keys. All right. The woman nodded at Lin Yi and continued with her work. Lin Yi glanced at the middle-aged woman who seemed to be the boss. Su Shujing led Lin Yi to look at the house, which was satisfactory overall and fully furnished. Let's take this one. Help me take care of all the paperwork. I can pay any time. How many days will it take? Compared to the newly opened properties, the paperwork for second-hand houses was more complicated, and Lin Yi was too lazy to run around. Once the money is ready, it can be done within 3 days. Su Shujing replied. However, the landlord here is our boss wife, so you can move in at any time. As for the paperwork, we will handle it. Oh, the one from earlier. Lin Yi immediately understood it was the same person. Yes. Su Shujing smiled and said, our boss wife bought several units when this area first opened and started selling them as an investment. Now she's ready to sell them. That sounds good. Lin Yi's eyes lit up as he said, I'll talk to your boss wife about something when I go back. Li Mei stared at the young man in front of her, slightly taken aback. Just a moment ago, Su Shujing had brought him over and then returned to inform her that the property she had invested in had been sold to this young man. At that moment, Li Mei didn't think much of it. However, when she turned around, the young man asked her an unexpected question. Is your company for sale? That single question left Li Mei momentarily speechless as she had never considered such. You want to buy my company? Li Mei looked at the young man somewhat at a loss for words and asked why. After all, a real estate agency could be started by simply obtaining a business license. It would be easier if it were a well-known. The key point is that Li Mei knew very well that her company didn't have much of a reputation. Its continued operation was mainly due to her keen judgment over the years. Yet this young man came right up to her and asked if it was for sale, leaving Li Mei unable to respond. Let's put it this way, if I offer you 1 million to buy 52 of your shares, would you be willing? Lin Yi looked at Li Mei and asked. It should be noted that while Li Mei's company could be described as an agency, it was essentially just a framework and they themselves didn't possess significant assets. Can I know why? Li Mei looked at him somewhat at a loss and said, otherwise I wouldn't dare agree. I believe you have good judgment in your work and I have the capital and want to make some investments in real estate. Looking at Li Mei, Lin Yi continued, so I want to invest in your company while you remain the boss, but I will have decision-making power. Let's clarify. Li Mei nodded slightly and said to Lin Yi, with 1 million I will buy shares in your company and then you will help me make some investments. Looking at Li Mei, Lin Yi spoke again, for example acquiring some properties or purchasing some land. Buying land. And hearing this, Li Mei was taken aback and said, that's a huge investment. But I see potential. Lin Yi replied with a smile, so help me buy properties. That's not a problem, but why do you want to buy my shares? Looking at Lin Yi, Li Mei asked at that moment as she couldn't possibly refuse business. She was curious as to why Lin Yi wanted to buy her shares. How much do you think I could save if I invested in your company? Looking at Li Mei, Lin Yi laughed and said, in the upcoming period the amount I need to invest is substantial, and if you make a significant profit then, I think the people I bring in will also increase and I would have enough shares to be valuable. A large investment. Hearing Lin Yi's words, Li Mei was stunned, looking at the young man and wondering how much he could invest. Around 50 million. Lin Yi thought for a moment and said. When Li Mei heard this, her eyes widened in surprise. That was a lot, so much that she couldn't believe it. Su Shujing, who stood behind Li Mei, was even more astonished. He has 50 million. Moreover, it wasn't just 50 million, it was more, because Lin Yi had already spent over 3 million before making it clear that he was quite wealthy. Mr. Lin, are you joking? Li Mei asked, looking at Lin Yi. At that moment she was indeed a bit shocked. Could this young man really produce such a large sum? Do I look like someone who jokes? Lin Yi replied with a faint smile. If you agree, 1 million can be transferred at any time, and what I need you to do is help me purchase these 3 locations. As he spoke, Lin Yi took out a piece of paper and wrote down 3 locations. One was a hotel, and the other 2 were part of an industrial area, all quite close together, effectively connected. This. Looking at the addresses Lin Yi mentioned, Li Mei immediately understood that Lin Yi was serious. Just these 3 locations combined with the land would cost at least 30 million, if not more. Mr. Lin, I would like to see your funds. Looking at Lin Yi, Li Mei spoke directly at this moment. If Lin Yi didn't have that much money, then there was no point in discussing anything. But if he did, and was making such a large investment, then working with him would be completely fine. All right. Lin Yi nodded at her words and took out his phone. Due to the balance notification, the amount was clearly visible. Having previously given over 10 million to others as a starting point plus expending a portion, he still had over 80 million in his account. Seeing the amount in the account, Li Mei knew he was a true big client. Just in cash, he had over 80 million. Wasn't that the sign of a true big boss? Li Mei had originally only wanted Lin Yi to provide asset proof, such as a share of investment and some company shares to make up the difference, but now he was showing cash, indicating that the 80 million was not even the final figure. That was quite daunting. According to Su Shujing, this young man was a classmate of Su Shujing, and such a wealthy classmate must have a powerful background. Mr. Lin, from today onward you are my boss, but I would like to change the terms of our cooperation. Looking at Lin Yi, Li Mei stated, I don't want much, just 3 of the company's shares. However, all the land you assign me to acquire will be considered company assets. I can forego that 1 million, but everything related to the properties I handle will count as company assets. You're quite the strategist. Hearing this, Lin Yi was taken aback, but Li Mei was quite clever. Giving up 1 million was a minor loss. If Lin Yi really acquired those plots, the shares he held would approximate that amount. Moreover, this way she would align herself with Lin Yi's camp and could expect considerable benefits in the future. Alright, I agree. As long as this deal goes through, it will be reflected on the company's books. If it doesn't go through, then everything is off the table. Looking at Li Mei, Lin Yi calmly said, additionally, I'll give you 5. Hearing this, Li Mei was momentarily stunned. She had never seen anyone voluntarily offer more to her. After all, she had only asked for 3, yet Lin Yi was directly offering her 5. Without sufficient benefits, people lack motivation. Lin Yi smiled faintly and said, you can have Su Shujing contact me. I won't come by often in the future, and as for Su Shujing, she will represent me. Oh. Su Shujing was slightly taken aback and said, me. Lin Yi tilted his head and looked at Su Shujing, saying, I think you are quite suitable, and I will pay you a salary. Seeing Su Shujing's expression, Lin Yi smiled and said he felt this girl would be a good intermediary. In his impression, Su Shujing was quite responsible, and since they were classmates, their encounters wouldn't raise any suspicions. Currently, Lin Yi was almost entirely focused on laying plans. If his uncles and aunts found out about all the things he had set up, they might not let him off easily. Now what Lin Yi could do was to secure his own assets before they discovered anything. At least when his grandfather passed away, he would have some leverage to negotiate, otherwise he would be at their mercy. Well, alright. Su Shujing thought for a moment and nodded. Then Mr. Lin, from now on I am your employee. Don't worry, I will negotiate these pieces of land. Li Mei looked at Lin Yi and said with a smile, while taking out a key, you can move into your house today. As for the paperwork, I will take care of it. Let's put the paperwork under the company name. Lin Yi thought for a moment and said, after all, the company is mine now, right? Yes. Li Mei nodded and said, I will handle it. As Lin Yi came out of the agency, he glanced back at Su Shujing, who was unusually quiet at that moment, her gaze carrying an unusual look as she stared at Lin Yi. What's wrong? Lin Yi asked curiously upon seeing Su Shujing's expression. Why are you pretending to be poor? Su Shujing asked Lin Yi. I enjoy it. Lin Yi replied with a smile. Now that you are my employee, I am your boss, so let's talk about the salary. You speak. Su Shujing nodded in response. 10,000 a month. As Lin Yi spoke to Su Shujing, she was taken aback upon hearing this. She worked 3 jobs, and after commissions, she had never earned 10,000 a month, while Lin Yi was offering her that amount directly. Su Shujing understood very well that if she earned 10,000 a month, she wouldn't need to take on other part-time jobs and could focus on assisting Lin Yi, especially since he could afford to pay. Why such a high salary? Su Shujing pondered for a moment before asking, as this amount was undoubtedly excessive. I think you are capable. Lin Yi smiled at Su Shujing's expression and said, that's the only reason. In the future you will contact me, but the nature of our relationship is something others should not know. Do you understand? We are just classmates. I am not your boss. I understand. Su Shujing nodded. It was evident that Lin Yi did not want others to know that he had so much money. Also keep an eye on the company. Lin Yi looked at Su Shujing and said with a smile, if you do well, I will give you shares. Shares? Su Shujing was slightly stunned by Lin Yi's words. Her eyes showed a hint of surprise. This share was undoubtedly a substantial amount. Even Li Mei, when putting the entire company at stake, only dared to ask for 3 of the shares. Based on your performance. Lin Yi smiled, and then left while Su Shujing stood there a bit astonished. Lin Yi had painted a visible and attainable prospect for her. After leaving Su Shujing, Lin Yi went straight to Gu Yuan. That morning Gu Yuan had been at the hotel, and when she saw Lin Yi enter, there was a hint of curiosity in her eyes. She had hardly slept the previous night, constantly pondering what this man wanted from her. Yet at this moment Gu Yuan still couldn't figure out what he desired or what he was after. If it was money, he seemed to have plenty after all. Even the owner of the Purple Gold Club treated him politely. But if it was, she had prepared herself the previous night ready to throw herself at him, yet he had stopped her and then left, which confounded her. Grab your things and come with me. Lin Yi said with a smile, leading Gu Yuan out of the hotel and then driving to the house he had previously viewed with Su Shujing. This will be your home from now on. Lin Yi said to Gu Yuan beside him. Your home will be here. Home. Upon hearing Lin Yi refer to the house as home, Gu Yuan's body trembled slightly. For her, she had long lost the concept of home. Now looking at the well-decorated house, and then at the smiling man beside her, she opened her mouth, but didn't know how to respond. Why are you so kind to me? Gu Yuan looked at Lin Yi, took a deep breath, and asked. I told you I knew you in my past. Lin Yi sat on the sofa with a smile, looking at Gu Yuan in front of him, and said, words like that might work on young girls. Aren't you just a young girl? Lin Yi asked Gu Yuan with a smile. Upon hearing this, Gu Yuan fell silent. It was evident that she was feeling very complicated at that moment. You want me, right? Gu Yuan remained silent for a long time, looked at Lin Yi, and said seriously, otherwise. I really don't know what you want. I want you to be happy. Lin Yi sighed while looking at Gu Yuan, and said, if you are not happy, I won't feel good. I can have you anytime, I know. Lin Yi said, looking at Gu Yuan, but what I want is for you to be willing, not for any other reason. Do you understand? So your preference is to have feelings with the woman you are supporting? Gu Yuan asked lightly. Think whatever you like. I still stand by what I said. If one day you accept me, I will have you. After all, there is still plenty of time. If the time comes and you are unwilling, then you can leave. Lin Yi said, staring at Gu Yuan. In his past life, there was almost nothing left between them but the last confession. Missing this girl had once caused Lin Yi great regret. At that time, Gu Yuan had told Lin Yi that she was unworthy. Now Lin Yi almost understood that perhaps Gu Yuan's feelings were tied to that incident at the Purple Gold Club. Alright, go buy groceries. You cook quite well. Lin Yi stood up and said with a faint smile, just consider that I hired a nanny to cook for me. How about that? How do you know I cook well? Gu Yuan was taken aback and asked. Dinner was prepared by Gu Yuan. As Lin Yi finished the meal, he truly felt as though he had returned to the past. This was simply how things were between them. Gu Yuan cooked, and Lin Yi waited quietly for his meal. I'll transfer some money to you. As I said before, if you wish, open your own shop. Lin Yi spoke, gazing at Gu Yuan before him. She nodded silently in response, saying nothing. After dinner, Lin Yi looked at Gu Yuan, who sat in silence, her eyes fixed steadily upon him. Their current dynamic left Lin Yi feeling faintly helpless. This sensation unsettled him deeply, yet he had no idea how to change it. Will you stay here tonight? Gu Yuan asked after a long quiet pause. I'm leaving, Lin Yi replied with a gentle shake of his head, then rose to his feet. Though I may stay here occasionally. Gu Yuan nodded wordlessly. Her silence spoke volumes. Lin Yi knew instantly that she was sulking. A faint smile crossed Lin Yi's lips as he watched her, then he closed the door behind him and departed without another word. Lin Yi certainly wished to stay, but he understood all too well that doing so might frighten Gu Yuan. On his way back, Lin Yi first called Bu Zheng. Of all matters, Bu Zheng's situation weighed most heavily on his mind. After all, if his memories of the future held true, even the list he'd given Bu Zheng alone, each name representing a strategic investment, would yield immense returns through equity stakes. And when the time came, he could even sell those shares outright, using the capital to secure his standing within the Lin family. He knew from his past life that an unseen hand was always poised to strangle him. Though he now possessed considerable wealth, he remained acutely aware that any move by those forces would shatter his position in an instant. Thus he walked each day as if treading upon thin ice. On his way back to the dormitory, Lin Yi was suddenly blocked by several figures. He looked up, and his brow furrowed. Zhou Yuan stood before him, alongside her so-called off-campus boyfriend, flanked by several hooligans. Clearly, her boyfriend Zhao Wen was reputedly the local gang leader. Though even compared to the earlier leopard brother, he was markedly inferior, a petty thug of negligible influence. It was hardly surprising. After all, what kind of territory could students possibly control? By contrast, Lu Su and his circle operated on an entirely different level. The Jin Club demanded substantial wealth just for entry. These men weren't true underworld figures. They were merely street thugs. Lin Yi, finally caught you. Zhou Yuan sneered. Today I've brought backup to haul you in. Are you insane? Lin Yi blinked in disbelief, then coldly retorted, get lost. What did you just say? Zhao Wen erupted in fury at Lin Yi's insult, jabbing a finger at him and roaring, do you want me to kill you? Lin Yi fixed his gaze on the man, voice calm and detached. Who I run with is none of your business. Today you'll kneel and apologize, then hand over some cash for a proper meal. Otherwise I swear I'll end you right here and now. Zhao Wen declared. So this is extortion? Lin Yi asked, eyeing Zhao Wen coolly. Are you certain? Kid, don't push your luck. At those words, Zhao Wen lunged forward and delivered a brutal kick straight into Lin Yi's abdomen, sending him the searing pain radiating from his stomach, and the bitter surge of acid rising in his throat, left Lin Yi momentarily breathless. He exhaled slowly, eyes locked on Zhao Wen across the distance. How much do you want? Lin Yi was no fool. To stubbornly resist at this moment would be sheer recklessness. His past life experience taught him one unshakable truth: sometimes surrender was the wisest form of strength. Good, you're not completely stupid. Let me make this clear. Last time you saw something you shouldn't have. 10,000 yuan. Yes, I know you've got money now. Zhao Wen growled, staring Lin Yi down. Had Zhou Yuan not informed him that Lin Yi had suddenly grown wealthy, dining regularly at the Jingguang Hotel, Zhao Wen wouldn't have bothered with him at all. Fine, I'll call someone to bring the money. Lin Yi said calmly. Don't try anything clever. Killing you would be effortless. Zhao Wen snarled a threat as Lin Yi pulled out his phone and dialed Shui Mao. Young Master Lin, what an honor. Shui Mao answered, thrilled. How may I serve you? Young Master Lin, what an honor. Shui Mao answered, thrilled. How may I serve you? Before Lin Yi could speak, Zhao Wen snatched the phone away. Glancing at the caller ID, he didn't hesitate. You're this kid's. Listen carefully. He's in my hands now. Bring the 10,000 yuan, or I'll cripple him today. He rattled off the address. Shui Mao froze, then turned deathly pale. Was young Master Lin being kidnapped? The thought made his knees tremble. If anything happened to Lin Yi under his watch, everything would collapse. Brother Lu, young Master Lin's been taken. They're demanding money, and told me to deliver it. Shui Mao shot up. What a... Lu Su's expression darkened instantly. Are you certain? They called me on Lin Yi's phone. Shui Mao exhaled sharply. Brother Lu, I'm heading there now. Go immediately. How dare anyone lay a hand on Lin Yi on our turf? Find them, and I'll break every bone in their body. Lu Su's face twisted in fury. If Lin Yi were harmed on their home ground, all of them would be ruined. He knew it, and feared it deeply. How much are they demanding? Lu Su demanded. 10,000 yuan. Shui Mao stammered, stunned. Only 10,000. Who are these people? Lu Su recoiled in disbelief. Given Lin Yi's fortune, such a paltry sum seemed absurd, almost insulting. Never mind. Take men and seal off that area. One rule: if Lin Yi loses so much as a hair, I'll break you instead. Lu Su's face contorted with raw resolve. Lin Yi's safety was non-negotiable, and whoever dared threaten it would face absolute annihilation regardless of identity or power. Lu Su and Shui Mao were frantic, like ants on a scorching pan. If Lin Yi had met with trouble within their territory, all would be lost. Though the captors demanded only 100,000 yuan, this was still by any definition kidnapping. Both men were genuinely panicked. Shui Mao in particular mobilized every available subordinate he commanded. That very night, across this district, nearly all of Shui Mao's underlings converged, over 100 strong, and marched en masse toward the location specified by Zhao Wen. Zhao Wen himself could hardly have imagined that answering a casual phone call would unleash such chaos. At that moment, he stood fixedly staring at Lin Yi. Boy, don't say I didn't warn you. Once I take the money tonight, this matter ends. But if you dare speak a word of it to anyone, rest assured I'll beat you to death. Zhao Wen's gaze brimmed with menace. He feared, of course, that Lin Yi might flee and report him to the authorities, landing him behind bars. Yet he was certain Lin Yi would never dare file a report. After all, men like Lin Yi crumbled at the mere whisper of threat, terrified into absolute silence. Lin Yi stood motionless before Zhao Wen, saying nothing. Seeing his silence, Zhao Wen offered a faint condescending smile, clearly convinced Lin Yi had been struck dumb with fear. What a coward! Zhou Yuan scoffed lightly. Lin Yi merely glanced at her, unblinking and silent. When will your friend arrive? After waiting a while, Zhao Wen grew visibly impatient. Fixing Lin Yi with a sharp stare, he snapped, from now on, every minute your friend fails to appear, I'll strike you once. The moment those words left his lips, a crowd emerged around the corner. Zhao Wen froze, startled by their sudden appearance. Lin Yi's eyes locked onto Xuan Mao at the head of the group, and instantly lit up. He sprang to his feet and rushed toward him. Seize him. Seeing Lin Yi bolt straight for Xuan Mao and his men, Zhao Wen roared, but it was already too late. Lin Yi dashed to Xuan Mao's side. Before Zhao Wen's men could even react, several of Xuan Mao's subordinates surged forward and overwhelmed them utterly. Young Master Lin, are you unharmed? Xuan Mao asked urgently. His voice trembled, not from fear for himself, but from dread of what would happen if Lin Yi had been injured. I'm fine, Lin Yi replied, shaking his head. Then glancing coldly toward Zhao Wen and his men, he added, beat them. He bore no intention of letting Zhao Wen's earlier kick go unpunished. For now, retribution came first, swift and unrelenting. Lin Yi's gaze swept over the crowd behind Xuan Mao, astonished at the sheer number. Power and influence truly opened doors. Xuan Mao alone could summon such a force. Once reassured Lin Yi was safe, Xuan Mao exhaled sharply, then turned, eyes blazing, and bellowed, strike them. Boss, the woman. One of Xuan Mao's men gestured toward Zhou Yuan, frozen in place. Let her watch. Try to run, and you'll share their beating. Lin Yi glared at Zhou Yuan, voice venomous. Had she not provoked him, he would never have suffered those blows. Now his gaze pinned her, cold, unyielding. At Lin Yi's command, Xuan Mao obeyed without hesitation. The woman was off limits, but the men were fair game. Snatching up a steel baton, Xuan Mao lunged forward and swung with brutal precision. The thought that Lin Yi's injury might cost him his own life sharpened his fury and his blows. Within minutes, Zhao Wen's men lay broken on the ground, some unable even to stir. Each was pummeled by 7 or 8 men. Xuan Mao, wielding the baton with chilling focus, targeted limbs deliberately. Lin Yi judged Zhao Wen's arms and legs irreparably shattered. Young Master Lin, what shall we do with these men? Xuan Mao asked, turning to Lin Yi. You handle it, Lin Yi replied. Understood. Xuan Mao nodded, then glanced at Zhou Yuan. Young Master Lin, the woman. Take her to your... Lin Yi's voice was icy as he watched Zhou Yuan tremble. Take her away. Xuan Mao barked at his men. Leave a few men here to deal with the rest. With that, Xuan Mao led Lin Yi away. By then the commotion had drawn a crowd. Spectators gathered cautiously in the shadows near the university district, too wary to approach. Xuan Mao's men radiated menace. Their hardened presence warned all observers these were men not to be trifled with. Yet many eyes followed Lin Yi. Students who recognized him from campus stared in disbelief. How could this quiet young man command such a legion of underworld enforcers? Lin Yi's gaze swept the onlookers and narrowed slightly upon spotting several familiar faces, Chun Chun and others, Zhou Yuan's closest friends, standing among the crowd. As Zhou Yuan was dragged away, Chun Chun and the others exchanged uneasy glances. Chun Chun, Zhou Yuan's been taken. You've got to do something, one girl pleaded urgently. Go to her family. Those men are beyond my reach, Chun Chun replied, shaking her head. And why did she provoke Lin Yi in the first place? Did she truly think him weak? She'd learned of the incident only after it unfolded. Now, however, her earlier judgment of Lin Yi proved grievously flawed. He commanded not just influence, but raw, terrifying authority. Especially the man leading the group. Chun Chun recognized him instantly. Just weeks ago, he dined at Jingguan restaurant where her own father had risen to offer a respectful toast, calling him Brother Cat. Yet before Lin Yi, that same man had bowed like a docile feline. That sight alone silenced any thought of defiance in Chun Chun's mind. She knew with absolute certainty that crossing such a man meant ruin. But, we're all sisters, the girl cried desperately. When Chun Chun remained silent, she stamped her foot in frustration and hurried off toward Zhou Yuan's home. Tell her father she was taken by a man named Xuan Mao, Chun Chun called after her. Then, watching Lin Yi depart beside Xuan Mao, her expression softened into quiet, searching contemplation. In the resplendent clubhouse, Lin Yi sat on the sofa while Zhou Yuan was seated at the other end. Zhou Yuan was completely dumbfounded, not knowing what kind of situation she was about to face. In this private room, there were only Lin Yi, Zhou Yuan, and a blood cat sitting over there. Lin Yi remained silent, so the blood cat also did not speak, merely observing Lin Yi and Zhou Yuan. Lin Yi, what do you want to do? Zhou Yuan took a deep breath and spoke, looking at Lin Yi. It was Zhao Wen who caused trouble for you. You really push all the responsibility onto others, don't you? Lin Yi glanced at Zhou Yuan and said, Zhao Wen causing trouble for me has nothing to do with you. Lin Yi, you can't touch me. My dad won't let you off. Zhou Yuan looked at Lin Yi, genuinely frightened. If she had known earlier that Lin Yi had such abilities, she would not have dared to provoke him. Who would have thought that this guy who appeared so inconspicuous in class could actually be so formidable? In that moment, looking at Lin Yi, Zhou Yuan felt a bit of fear, especially when Lin Yi stared at her without saying a word, which made her even more scared. Lin Yi, what do you want? Zhou Yuan took a deep breath and asked, do you really want to keep me locked up for life? I really have no such intention. Lin Yi shook his head, and then looked at Zhou Yuan saying, I'm just thinking about how to teach. To be honest, even for a woman as malicious as Zhou Yuan, Lin Yi did not want to physically harm her. It was a kind of deep-seated masculinity within him. At least he really could not bring himself to hit a woman. However, he truly wanted to give this woman a lesson. It just felt wrong to strike a woman. Blood Cat, do you have many young ladies in this clubhouse? Suddenly Lin Yi thought of something and asked the Blood Cat in front. Young ladies. Quite a lot. The Blood Cat was taken aback and said, Young Master Lin, do you want some young ladies to accompany you? No problem, I can bring a few. The Blood Cat did not know why Lin Yi suddenly asked about young ladies, but considering Lin Yi was a wealthy young master, perhaps he wanted to engage in some other activities. Soon under the Blood Cat's invitation, 10 young ladies entered. Lin Yi glanced at them. The quality of these young ladies was, Young Master Lin, these are the best ladies in my clubhouse. Which one do you need? The Blood Cat asked Lin Yi with a beaming. Let them all stay. Lin Yi said, causing the Blood Cat to be momentarily stunned. I'll stay. Looking at Lin Yi, the Blood Cat was taken aback, then smiled and said, Young Master Lin has such refined tastes. Do you have money here? Lin Yi asked the Blood Cat, swipe a card and bring out 100,000 cash. All right. The Blood Cat responded without further ado. After all, this was a wealthy young master, and 100,000 was not a big deal for him, comparable to merely $10 in his pocket. Quickly, 100,000 was brought over and placed on the coffee table in front of Lin Yi. Seeing this amount, Lin Yi's gaze shifted to the 10 girls who were also staring at the money on the table. These girls understood very well that the person before them was likely a true rich person, otherwise he wouldn't have brought out 100,000 cash so directly. Moreover, this action evidently meant distributing money. Thinking of this, the girls' eyes were filled with excitement. Their gazes towards Lin Yi were even more fervent. However, I find you quite annoying. Lin Yi said to Zhou Yuan in front of him, this 100,000 is the money you all tried to extort from me before. Hearing this, Zhou Yuan was slightly taken aback and looked at Lin Yi saying, what do you want? You 10 listen well. From now on, I want you to hit her. If it makes me happy, there will be money to share. Lin Yi's gaze fell upon the 10 girls as he spoke lightly. Oh. Hearing this, the 10 girls were stunned, then their gaze turned towards Zhou Yuan, who at that moment they looked at with a hint of, I'll go first. One girl wearing high heels stepped forward and slapped Zhou Yuan's face, while simultaneously using her hands to claw at Zhou Yuan. You dare hit me? Zhou Yuan exclaimed. When had she ever endured such humiliation, especially from these women who in her eyes were nothing but whores? Zhou Yuan wanted to retaliate, but immediately she was pinned down on the sofa by the other 9 girls. Not only that, at that moment the girls began to punch and kick Zhou Yuan. Watching the scene unfold before him, Lin Yi instead felt that this sight possessed a certain allure. Primarily because these girls were dressed very scantily. After all, in such nightlife, venues, how much could one wear? Especially at this moment, as the girls were engaging in a fierce fight, they hardly paid attention to their modesty, so often they would expose themselves. As for Zhou Yuan, her face was scratched by the girls, her body covered in claw marks, and her clothes were torn to shreds. Lin Yi, spare me. Zhou Yuan, who was being beaten, mercilessly cried out. At this moment, she no longer dared to act arrogantly. With 10 girls attacking her, even if she wanted to be arrogant, she had no right to do so. Moreover, Zhou Yuan now looked exceptionally miserable, her face covered in scratches, tears streaming down, making her appearance truly pitiful. Blood Cat Zhou Dafu is here. At that moment, one of the Blood Cat's subordinates pushed open the door and spoke. After finishing, he looked at the situation inside with a dumbfounded expression. The usually seen girls looked so wild today. Zhou Dafu. Lin Yi was taken aback looking at the Blood Cat. A local tycoon from this area. The Blood Cat replied, my dad, that's my dad. Zhou Yuan shouted in a hurry. Upon hearing this, Lin Yi immediately understood. Naturally, her father would come when his daughter was captured by him. Let him in, Lin Yi said calmly. Yes. The Blood Cat's subordinate nodded and then glanced at the earlier scene. Those girls were really wild. Especially a few of them had really great figures. If there's a chance in the future, it could be. Thinking of this, that person closed the door to the room, while at that moment Lin Yi looked at the Blood Cat and asked, who is Zhou Dafu? Zhou Dafu, a newly wealthy contractor. Basically a large-scale subcontractor handling various construction projects, Xuan Mao replied. Understood. Lin Yi nodded, his comprehension now complete. Soon Zhou Dafu arrived at the private dining room. Upon entering and seeing his daughter's disheveled state, his gaze flickered repeatedly, his eyes burning with suppressed fury. Yet he did not erupt. Instead, he forcibly restrained his anger and swept his gaze toward Xuan Mao. Brother Mao, may I ask what offense my daughter has committed against you? She has offended no one but Lin Xiao, Xuan Mao replied coolly. Lin Xiao. Zhou Dafu paused momentarily, then scanned the room until his eyes settled upon Lin Yi seated calmly on the sofa. Lin Xiao, he said, voice deferential, my daughter acted foolishly. You are magnanimous beyond measure. Might we simply let this matter rest? Though Zhou Dafu knew nothing of Lin Xiao's background, he understood one irrefutable truth. Even a figure like Xuan Mao addressed him as Lin Xiao, a title that signaled untouchable status. Before such a person, humility was not optional, it was survival. I am fair-minded. Your daughter brought several thugs to rob me, and then beat me soundly. Lin Yi regarded Zhou Dafu steadily as he spoke. Hearing those words, Zhou Dafu stiffened his gaze, snapping instantly to his daughter Zhou Yuan. He had never imagined she would stoop to such disgrace. At that moment, he believed Lin Xiao's account utterly A man of such standing would hardly fabricate a petty grievance for the sake of vengeance. Lin Xiao, please tell me, how shall we proceed? Zhou Dafu exhaled deeply and asked, his tone stripped of all. The girl may go, Lin Yi declared. After all, I have already disciplined her. Thank you, Lin Xiao. Zhou Dafu blinked in surprise, then said, I'll take her home immediately. Zhou Zong, do you truly believe Lin Xiao would endure such an assault without consequence? Shui Mao asked quietly as Zhou Dafu turned to leave. Brother Mao, speak plainly. Zhou Dafu sighed, knowing full well that even if Lin Xiao chose leniency, Shui Mao's involvement meant the matter could not end so easily. Shui Mao turned his questioning gaze toward Lin Yi. Give them 100,000 yuan. Split among them. Lin Yi said, gesturing casually toward the group of young women who had beaten Zhou Yuan. My share, 1,000 yuan. You divide among yourselves. And Zhou Zong will contribute another 1,000 yuan also distributed to you, as thanks for disciplining his daughter. Lin Xiao is truly magnanimous. Shui Mao was momentarily stunned. He had expected Lin Xiao to demand a hefty sum, perhaps 1 or 2 million yuan, from Zhou Dafu, who though no tycoon certainly possessed such liquidity. Yet upon reflection, it made perfect sense. What would a man like Lin Xiao gain from extorting a mere million? Such crude leverage would only cheapen his stature. Agreed. I'll transfer the 1,000 yuan immediately. Zhou Dafu hesitated, then glanced again at his daughter, battered by those very women he was now expected to pay, not as compensation but as gratitude for her beating. Such irony was rare indeed, but Zhou Dafu recognized it for what it was, mercy disguised as irony, a subtle dismissal rather than confrontation. With Shui Mao present, Lin Xiao could have ended Zhou Dafu's life that very night without consequence. Yet he hadn't, and now demanding only 1,000 yuan, divided among strangers, confirmed beyond doubt Lin Xiao didn't deign to exploit him. Character. That was Zhou Dafu's first impression. Lin Xiao possessed true character. His vision soared far above petty grudges or transactional vengeance. He glanced again at his daughter, anger flaring anew. This girl brought nothing but trouble. To provoke a man like Lin Xiao was tantamount to suicide. After payment, Zhou Dafu departed. The 10 young women remained, their eyes gleaming as they gazed at Lin Yi. One stepped forward. Lin Xiao, shall we drink with you? No need. You may leave. Lin Yi shook his head. Each woman had just received 2,000 yuan. More than enough to ignite elation, perhaps even eagerness to offer more. But Lin Yi held no such intentions. If ever you're needed, Lin Xiao, we'll come at once, they murmured softly, glancing nervously at Shui Mao still standing behind Lin Yi before finally exiting the room. Lin Xiao, so you've truly let Zhou Dafu off so lightly? Shui Mao asked. Too lenient. Then Lin Yi shook his head. Extort a few coins. That lacks dignity. Isn't Zhou Dafu a contractor? I imagine you can ensure he secures no further contracts. Indeed. Shui Mao blinked, then responded swiftly, absolutely no problem. That's all. Just see to it he loses his business. Lin Yi reflected briefly. Zhou Yuan wasn't worth his contempt, a Zhou Dafu wasn't worth his words. Let him fade into obscurity. No grand punishment required, only quiet erasure. I'll take my leave now, Lin Yi announced, and rose to depart. Lin Xiao, shall I escort you? Shui Mao hurried to offer. No need, Lin Yi declined, shaking his head. I'll walk alone. Safe travels, Lin Xiao. Shui Mao smiled and nodded, then watched Lin Yi's retreating figure. I'd thought this young master a saint, truly letting it go. A faint smile touched Shui Mao's lips as he shook his head. Now that's more like it. Had Lin Yi truly forgiven Zhou Dafu outright, Shui Mao would have doubted his capacity for greatness. Too soft, too forgiving. If Boss Han Wen were to align himself with such a man, Shui Mao would have hesitated. But Lin Yi's quiet directive, to dismantle Zhou Dafu's livelihood, revealed a far more complex nature beneath the calm exterior. He appeared gentle, yet when action was demanded, he moved with unwavering principle. Emerging from the opulent Golden Splendor Club, Lin Yi headed toward campus, only to freeze mid-step. Before him stood Wen Xi and his teacher. Teacher Wen, what brings you here? Lin Yi blinked in surprise. I was about to ask you the same. She fixed him with a sharp gaze. You're quite impressive, summoning so many thugs. When did you join the underworld? You saw. Lin Yi instantly realized she had witnessed him taking Zhou Yuan away. When Xian stared silently at Lin Yi. Although this student did not excel academically and came from a poor background, he definitely would not collude with people from outside. Facing Wen Xin's gaze, Lin Yi felt a bit guilty. This teacher was the dream girl of all the boys in the school, and today, under her scrutiny, he unconsciously reverted to his previous timid self. When Xian, with an imposing demeanor, asked, where did you and that group of people take Zhou Yuan earlier? She got drunk and went home. What are you still doing here so late, teacher Wen? Seeing that when Xian indeed mentioned the earlier incident, Lin Yi casually explained, what am I doing here? Lin Yi, do you still have the nerve to ask? You should know how important college is for you. Can you graduate smoothly like this? When Xian was overly concerned about this student who was already taller than her. You need to understand how crucial university is for you. Do you think you can graduate smoothly like this? Lin Yi was surprised to realize that this usually cold and indifferent Wen Xian actually cared for every student in her heart. He found her beautiful face even more enchanting. Don't worry, teacher Wen. I really haven't done anything illegal. If you don't believe me, give Zhou Yuan a call. However, Zhou Yuan, having experienced this night, dared not reveal the truth. Lin Yi smiled, sincerely showing his white teeth to Wen Xian. At this moment Lin Yi didn't want Wen Xian to know that he was no longer that poor student. Enjoying her concern was such a... When Xian cast a suspicious glance at Lin, he turned around and dialed Zhou Yuan's number. It was Zhou Yuan's father who answered, and they talked for a while. Lin Yi noticed when Zin's tone softened, confirming that Zhou Dafu was indeed a coward and did not dare to speak of tonight's events. See, Teacher Wen. I wasn't lying. Right, Teacher Wen, what are you doing here? Lin Yi was surprised to find Wen Xian at this location. She didn't seem like someone who would come here. He took another look at her. Tonight, she looked different from the youthful image at school, with her brown curls cascading over her chest and wearing a black spaghetti-strap dress. The high heels that she wore felt like they were piercing into Lin Yi's heart. When Xian noticed Lin Yi's gaze dropping lower and instinctively covered her chest with her hand, sternly saying, "Mind your own business, kid. What time is it? Hurry back." Lin Yi chuckled, lightly surprised to hear Wen Xian say such things. What adult and child? She was merely 2 years. Alright, I won't disturb you any longer, Teacher Wen. Please have a generous heart and don't hold this against me. Wen Xian stamped her foot and walked past Lin Yi. Lin Yi did not hesitate and walked straight down the road to the school. After a few minutes he stopped and turned to see Wen Xian returning to the entrance of the Golden Splendor. Lin Yi couldn't believe that Wen Xian would secretly come to such a place. After thinking for a moment, Lin Yi inexplicably returned to the Golden Splendor Club, perhaps drawn by Wen Xian or out of curiosity about her. He dialed Xue Mao. "Prepare the best private room for me at your club." Xue Mao was surprised that Lin Yi returned so soon after leaving, but still replied, "Young Master Lin, don't worry, the doors of this club are always open for you." After saying that, he instructed the waiter to go prepare. Lin Yi did not enter immediately, but instead stopped by a 24-hour convenience store nearby. Memories from his past life flooded back. He remembered that this store sold a cheap sandwich. Back then he could not even afford such a sandwich. During those days of hardship, Gu Yuan would always bring him one whenever she returned. After leaving the convenience store, Lin Yi chuckled self-deprecatingly, stuffing the sandwich into his jacket pocket as he entered the Golden Splendor Club. Xue Mao personally waited at the entrance of the club. Seeing Lin Yi arrive, he embraced him and led him upstairs. Under Xue Mao's arrangements, Lin Yi arrived at a private room with floor-to-ceiling glass. This glass was soundproofed, so the outside could not see inside, but those inside could overlook the entire club. Lin Yi placed the sandwich on the table in the private room and sat back on the leather sofa, crossing his arms. His gaze swept outside. The first floor of Golden Splendor was filled with KTV rooms, while the second floor was a bar. Outside there was a huge dance floor. Soon Lin Yi spotted Wen Xian. At that moment she stood by the dance floor at a booth holding a drink while gazing toward the entrance, as if waiting for someone. To his surprise, a woman in a golden dress suddenly rushed out, grabbing Wen Xin's hair and pulling her to the ground. Due to the distance and the soundproof glass, Lin Yi could only see Wen Xian suddenly kneeling on the dance floor, the crowd dispersing around her with that woman seemingly pointing at her and saying something in a domineering manner. This woman was merciless, and she slapped Wen Xian hard across the face. Witnessing this, Lin Yi stood up abruptly and impulsively rushed toward the dance floor. Pushing through the crowd, Lin Yi discovered that Wen Xin's hair was disheveled and she seemed to be crying. Her black spaghetti-strap dress was in tatters, and had it not been for her curling up, the onlookers would have seen everything. "What are you doing?" Upon seeing this, Lin Yi hurried forward and blocked the hand that was about to strike Wen Xian again. At this moment, Wen Xian, who was sobbing with her head down, raised her head in surprise and said, "It's Yue." Wen Xin's eyes were already red from crying, and her pitiful appearance softened Lin Yi's heart. He sighed, took off his coat, and draped it over Wen Xin's shoulders, embracing her shoulders as he said, "It's okay, let's go." Wen Xian resisted Lin Yi's gesture slightly, but now in such disarray, it wasn't the time to be stubborn, so she had no choice but to lean into Lin Yi's embrace as they walked down the dance floor. At this moment, Xue Mao also ran over, standing beside Lin Yi and quietly asking, "Young Master Lin, how do you want to deal with that woman?" Xue Mao, being sharp, although unaware of the relationship between Wen Xian and Lin Yi, already understood the situation. "Throw her out." Lin Yi's grip on Wen Xian tightened. Back in the private room, Wen Xian sat far away in a corner of the sofa, pursing her lips tightly for a long time before finally speaking. "That person just now called you Young Master Lin." "You?" "MHM." Lin Yi nodded in acknowledgement of that title. Wen Xian glanced at Lin Yi and then lowered her head, deeply saying, "I didn't expect to be so humiliated in front of you. Teacher Wen, may I ask, what is going on here?" Looking at Wen Xian before him, Lin Yi pondered for a moment before speaking. It was evident that Wen Xian had just been pushed to the ground, and that woman was rather fierce. Coupled with Wen Xin's current attire, Lin Yi began to feel a bit curious. After all, Teacher Wen was regarded as a goddess in the hearts of the students. In such a place, it was quite strange. Just a moment ago, Lin Yi thought it was because of the incident with Zhou Yuan, but Wen Xian had directly entered the Golden Splendor establishment. At that moment, Lin Yi's curiosity only deepened. He followed her in and sensed that something was off about Wen Xian, which was why he was watching her closely. He did not expect to actually witness Wen Xian arguing with a woman. "I am fine." Upon hearing this, Wen Xian sighed and said, "Lin Yi, I'll be leaving now. I'll see you off." Lin Yi nodded and then stood up, looking at Wen Xian, saying, "If there's anything you need, just let me know. You." Wen Xian looked at Lin Yi beside her, fell silent for a moment, and said, "Forget it." Although those people called Lin Yi young Master Lin in this place, Lin Yi still had some influence, but clearly it was different from what he had imagined. Alright, if you won't say anything I won't ask. But, if you need help, just let me know. Your student does have some capabilities. Lin Yi said with a smile, and then he didn't say much more. As the two of them walked out, many people called out to Lin Yi with young Master Lin, and when Xin looked at Lin Yi in surprise. You know, quite a few people here. When Xin asked Lin Yi beside her, having seen these people call him young Master Lin, sort of. Lin Yi thought for a moment, and smiled, saying, Teacher, when shall I take you back? When Xin nodded, and then followed Lin Yi to leave. When Xin, you little vixen, stop right there. Just as Lin Yi was about to escort when Xin away, a low voice shouted out, and at the same time Lin Yi saw several people rushing over from across the street. The leading woman was the one who had previously clashed with when Xin, and she was accompanied by quite a few others. Lin Yi, hurry and leave. Seeing this scene, when Xin hurriedly shouted while Lin Yi frowned slightly, pulling when Xin and retreating directly. Behind him was the Golden Splendor, and he really didn't believe that anyone would dare to fight him right at the entrance of Golden Splendor. Still trying to hide inside. That woman shouted lowly, then glanced at the man beside her, saying, Second brother, remember what you said, help me teach that. The man beside that woman nodded, then looked at when Xin and asked, Are you coming out on your own, or should I go in and drag you? When Zin's face turned pale, her eyes revealing a hint of fear. Oh, such bravado. How dare anyone speak like that at the entrance of my Golden Splendor? Just as the man spoke, a low chuckle sounded, and Bloodcat, with his red hair, walked up to Lin Yi. Wu Lao Heir, do you dare to cause trouble in my territory? Looking at the person before him, Bloodcat asked lightly, Do you no longer wish to mix in this business? Bloodcat. Upon hearing this, the man named Wu Lao Heir narrowed his eyes slightly and said, Bloodcat, today's incident is related to that woman who is my sister. I won't settle the score with you for sending her away, but if you continue to protect that woman, don't blame me for being rude. Bloodcat glanced at Lin Yi, noticing him holding that woman's hand, and instantly understood a few things. Young Master Lin had returned, probably for this woman. Since that was the case, what more was there to say? Having figured out the situation, Bloodcat was not afraid of Wu Lao Heir and said directly, Either roll away or leave. Are you really going to tear your face with me today? Wu Lao Heir was taken aback, his gaze involuntarily drifting towards when Xin and Lin Yi beside her, and he frowned slightly. He understood Bloodcat. Bloodcat was not the reckless type, meaning that today he was indeed serious about protecting someone. After all, his reputation could still make Bloodcat wary. Yes. Bloodcat nodded and said, If there's any issue, you can wait for General Lu to arrive and speak to you personally. Upon hearing this, Wu Lao Heir was momentarily stunned, his expression changing slightly. He then looked deeply at Bloodcat and the young man standing behind him before nodding and saying, In that case, we'll leave. After saying this, Wu Lao Heir turned and left. Second brother, you. The woman wanted to keep talking, but a glance from Wu Lao Heir made her too afraid to say anything. Young Master Lin, it's all fine now. Looking at Lin Yi, Bloodcat smiled and said, Do you want me to see you off? Who is that, Wu? Upon hearing this, Lin Yi turned his gaze to the not-so-distant Wu Lao Heir, who looked rather arrogant. Had just a spoiled rich kid really thinks he's something special. Bloodcat smiled and said, But he does have some background. Young Master Lin doesn't need to worry about these things. With General Lu and Master Han here, he can't cause any trouble. Looking at Lin Yi, Bloodcat thought for a moment and spoke. Hearing this, Lin Yi couldn't help but glance at when Xin. That woman had a conflict with when Xin, which evidently meant this matter was related to her. We'll be leaving now. Lin Yi patted Bloodcat on the shoulder, smiling as he spoke, and then he took when Xin and left. Shall I have someone escort you? Bloodcat asked Lin Yi. No need. Lin Yi thought for a moment and shook his head, saying, I'll walk by myself. All right then, Wu Lao Heir isn't a fool. He shouldn't cause any trouble. Upon hearing this, Bloodcat smiled and nodded, watching Lin Yi leave with when Xin also smiling. He then waved slightly, and the two men standing behind him followed Lin Yi without hesitation. Hee, this young Master Lin is really a flirt. Watching Lin Yi leave with when Xin, Bloodcat chuckled. He had taken one away from the Zijin Club last time, and now there was another. Investigate that woman's background. After thinking for a moment, Bloodcat turned and said, Master Han has instructed that young Master Lin's matters must not be taken lightly. Understood. The person beside Bloodcat nodded slightly, and then quickly left. Teacher, when I think it's time you told me exactly what's going on, Lin Yi murmured softly, glancing at when Xin beside him. Who is that woman, and what is her relationship with you? When Xin sighed deeply, then met Lin Yi's gaze. I can tell you, but you must promise not. Do I look like someone who can't keep a secret? Lin Yi asked, studying her intently. No. When Xin shook her head. Until today I thought you were just an ordinary financially struggling student, but clearly you're not. Perhaps I was once. Not anymore. Lin Yi paused thoughtfully, then smiled faintly. Let's talk about you instead. That woman attacked you the moment she saw you. I'm genuinely curious. At those words, when Xin fell silent for a long moment before exhaling heavily. She mistook me for her husband's mistress. A mistress? Lin Yi blinked in surprise. What happened? I suppose one might say, I chose poorly. When Xin offered a wry smile. Recently my family faced a crisis, and an old classmate stepped in, helping us considerably. What I didn't know was that he was already married. Was that the woman just now? Lin Yi stiffened slightly, then comprehension dawned. So, he sent me a message earlier today, asking to meet. I came, but he never showed up. Instead she did. And then, when Xian said looking directly at Lin Yi, you saw what happened next. She struck me without warning and called me shameless. She even tore at my clothes. Lin Yi nodded slowly. I see. In short, an old classmate of Wen Xian's had recently begun pursuing her, and though she'd felt a flicker of attraction and exchanged messages with him, she discovered too late that he was married. His wife, suspecting infidelity, confronted Wen Xian and assaulted her. Lin Yi sighed, watching Wen Xian closely. Some wounds could only heal from within, no amount of reassurance from him. Actually, teacher, when you're truly remarkable, Lin Yi reflected, then added gently, let me take you home. I don't want to go back. Wen Xian hesitated, then murmured, the place I live now. It's his apartment. You two are living together. Lin Yi froze. His eyes instinctively flickered over Wen Xian, and inexplicably a faint sharp pang stirred deep in his chest. No, she clarified quickly. My family needed urgent financial support, so I sent every cent I had home. When he found out, he rented this place for me. Wen Xian lowered her gaze. There's nothing between us. Then let's not go back. How about staying at my place instead? Lin Yi asked after a pause. Yours? Your dormitory? Wen Xian looked startled. I don't live in the dorm. I have a residence off campus. Lin Yi shook his head in response. You don't live in the dorm? Wen Xian frowned, then fixed him with a pointed look. Do you realize I'm your teacher? And you're staying out all night, right in front of me. Lin Yi, who'd been smiling moments before, suddenly stilled. As if struck by the truth he'd momentarily forgotten. Wen Xian watched his stunned expression and laughed softly. She had no intention of reprimanding him. Then she tilted her head, voice light but deliberate. Teacher Wen, will you come with me tonight? Lin Yi held her gaze. Will you? She gave him a playful, skeptical glance. Fine. I'll see what trick could I possibly pull? Lin Yi replied with a quiet, knowing smile. A few steps later, he hailed a taxi, gave the address, and soon Wen Xian and he arrived at the house Lin Yi had purchased that morning. Not the one intended for Gu Yuan, but the villa in Central Blossom Garden. This is your home, Wen Xian stared astonished. Her surprise had begun the moment Lin Yi guided her into Central Blossom Garden. This newly launched, exquisitely finished development carried a steep price tag. But when he led her to this villa, her astonishment deepened into disbelief. It struck me as an exceptional property, so I bought it, Lin Yi said with a gentle smile, unlocking the door and turning to her. Teacher Wen, welcome. Wen Xian studied Lin Yi carefully. His attire remained unchanged from before, but lately she'd noticed a subtle shift in his bearing, a growing composure, a quiet gravity. In this moment, however, he felt strangely unfamiliar, like a familiar melody played in an unexpected key. She knew the class well. Lin Yi wasn't destitute, nor was he wealthy, just an unremarkable student among many. Yet everything unfolding tonight shattered that impression entirely. Who could afford such a villa, let alone command deferential titles like Young Master Lin in elite venues like Jinbi Huangwei? Lin Yi was far richer than she'd ever imagined. Wen Xian stepped inside and drew a slow, steadying breath. From the threshold, the interior radiated elegance, warmth, and refined beauty. Teacher, when everything's fully equipped, feel free to choose any room for the night. I checked earlier. Beds and bedding are all ready. Lin Yi grinned. This is your home. How would you know what's here? Wen Xian retorted, taken aback. I bought it yesterday, Lin Yi admitted with a light laugh. So honestly, I have no idea either. Wen Xian stared at him, then said quietly, Lin Yi, tell me about yourself. Me? He blinked. They call you Young Master Lin. And this? She gestured around the opulent space. Still want to claim you're just a broke student? I never claimed to be poor, Lin Yi replied, feigning mild surprise. But since you figured it out, I won't hide it any longer. I am in fact extremely wealthy. When Lin Yi uttered those words, I am extremely wealthy, Wen Xian paused and swept her gaze across the villa. Inwardly, she accepted them without reservation. Had he said this yesterday, she'd have thought him delusional. Now, she believed it, utterly and completely. That night when Xin couldn't sleep, even now she still couldn't quite understand what kind of person Lin Yi really was. After all, in school Lin Yi didn't look like a wealthy person. Moreover, he often mingled with broke kids like Bu Zheng and the monkey. Yet now the Lin Yi before her felt completely different. At this moment when Xin felt that Lin Yi was no longer her student, but seemed like an entirely different person. Today was a huge shock for Wen Xin. On one hand, she hadn't expected that the man who had been pursuing her all along would turn out to be like this. On the other hand, it was about her student. Throughout the night, Wen Xin pondered many things, finally falling asleep deep into the night. When she woke up, she glanced at the time and saw it was already 10 in the morning. Stepping out of her room, she happened to see Lin Yi sitting on the sofa. Looking at him, Wen Xin's eyes were filled with a hint of curiosity. Teacher, when you're up. Lin Yi smiled and said, it's the weekend and I figured you didn't need to go to work, so I didn't wake you. Hearing this, Wen Xin smiled as well and said, thank you, Lin Yi. Thank you for last night. Lin Yi also smiled and replied, I couldn't just stand by and do nothing, could I? That's one thing, but also, you lent me a place to stay. Looking at Lin Yi, Wen Xin spoke up. Today, you are moving, right? Lin Yi thought for a moment and asked. Yes. Wen Xin nodded and said, I'm finding a place to move to. For now I'll stay at a hotel. Shall I help you find a place to stay, Lin Yi asked her. Stay here. Wen Xin was slightly taken aback, then laughed and said, let's not do that. Wen Xin felt she had already disturbed him for a night. Staying here for one night was enough, let alone living here permanently. Not here. Lin Yi smiled and said, I can help you find a place to stay. I definitely can. You have those connections. Wenxin was slightly taken aback by Lin Yi's words. Let's go. Lin Yi smiled, and said then stood up and led Wenxin. The two went straight to Li Mei's place. Seeing Lin Yi enter with Wenxin, Li Mei smiled, and said, Boss, why do you have time to come over today? A friend of mine is looking to rent a place, can you show us? Lin Yi laughed in response. Sure, I'll have someone take you. Li Mei smiled, and said at least Lin Yi was the boss. She called a young girl over and Lin Yi looked at Wenxin, and said, Teacher, when you can go take a look. I have some matters to discuss. Hearing this, Wenxin nodded, but glanced back at Lin Yi. She had clearly heard the girl call Lin Yi boss. This meant that this was Lin Yi's property. Realizing this, Wenxin looked deeply at Lin Yi, feeling that her student seemed to be even more impressive than she had thought. Wenxin was led away by a young girl while Lin Yi looked at Li Mei and asked, How's the progress? It's not that fast. Li Mei rolled her eyes at Lin Yi and said, I've started preliminary contacts, but acquiring so many plots is really tough. Those are factory areas and the business there isn't particularly good. A 10 premium should be about right. Lin Yi spoke. If there's really no way, then offer a higher premium. Right now there's no need for that. Li Mei smiled and replied, All right, I'm entrusting the company to you, I believe in you. Lin Yi nodded and said, However, within 3 months, no later than 3 months, it must be secured. Is it really that important? Li Mei looked at Lin Yi and asked, Yes, it's important. After 3 months, I'm afraid someone will compete with us. Lin Yi affirmed. Then, upon hearing this, Li Mei frowned slightly, because she knew that if someone really intervened with her background, she might not be able to protect her assets. If someone set their sights on it, things could get bad. Don't worry about the rest. Lin Yi looked at Li Mei and said, They'll help you deal with any troubles that arise. Having lived 2 lives, Lin Yi understood that in this situation, it's essential to have a strong background and influence. Even if you have sufficient resources, without a backing, you could find yourself losing what you fought hard to gain. Li Mei's expression already indicated her fear of losing her industry, but Lin Yi wasn't too worried. For him, his background was quite solid. He wasn't sure about the future, but as long as his grandfather was alive, his support was a significant presence nationally. All right, then I can be at ease. Seeing Lin Yi's calm demeanor, Li Mei smiled slightly. At that moment, she looked at Lin Yi with a hint of curiosity. This person. Young seemed to be a classmate of Su Shujing, but his abilities were truly impressive, wealthy, and well-connected. Such people were undoubtedly powerful. After chatting for a while, Wenxin soon returned. Seeing her come back, Lin Yi smiled and asked, How's the house? The house is all right. Wenxin nodded and said, However, I don't need such a big one. Hearing her words, Lin Yi was taken aback and looked at Li Mei saying, Then the house. It's for the company. Li Mei responded, clearly understanding that the girl didn't think the house was too big, but rather felt the rent. Then that's fine. Upon hearing this, Lin Yi smiled at Wenxin and said, Teacher, when from now on I am your land. As for the rent, let's calculate it at the lowest price. We're all acquaintances. Saying this, Lin Yi glanced at the girl behind Wenxin. The girl immediately understood and turned to draft the contract. The lowest price Lin Yi mentioned was evidently a very low rate, even lower than what Wenxin herself could believe. Wenxin glanced at the contract and then at Lin Yi, saying, This isn't compliant. On the boss of what I say is the rule. Lin Yi smiled and said, All right, let's go with that. Are you moving now? I don't have anything going on. How about I help? Wenxin nodded slightly and said, Thank you. We don't need to be so polite between us, right? Lin Yi smiled and said, As long as you don't see me as a student, that's fine. Then what do I see you as? Wenxin was taken aback and asked, A friend. Lin Yi replied with a slight smile at Wenxin's puzzled expression. Your friend. Returning to the place where Wenxin had previously rented, Wenxin directly opened the door. At this moment, Wenxin found that there were quite a few topics to discuss with Lin Yi. The more she chatted with him, the more she realized that this person whom she had always regarded as her student was far more insightful and articulate than she had ever imagined. As she opened the door, Wenxin immediately frowned slightly, for there sat a man on the sofa. This man, of course, was known to Wenxin. His name was Ma Teng, and he was the husband of the woman who had struck her last night. Wenxin, you finally returned. Seeing Wenxin enter, Ma Teng hurriedly stood up and spoke. However, when his gaze fell upon Lin Yi, who was behind Wenxin, his brows furrowed, and he asked, Who is he? It has nothing to do with you who he is. Wenxin glared at Ma Teng and coldly replied, I am here to move out. Move out. Ma Teng was taken aback for a moment, then quickly spoke up. Wenxin, I know what happened last night. I didn't expect that woman to act like this. I have no feelings for her anymore. Don't move out, let's be good together, okay? Saying this, Ma Teng stepped forward to hug Wenxin, but Lin Yi directly moved in front of him and pushed Ma Teng away, smiling as he said, Let's talk nicely and not get physical. Get lost, who do you think you are? Upon hearing this, Ma Teng's expression darkened and he pointed at Lin Yi, shouting. However, before he finished speaking, Lin Yi had already slapped him across the face. The slap was powerful, causing Ma Teng to sway, and his cheeks swelled up. At this moment, Lin Yi stared at Ma Teng and said, I told you to talk nicely. Dealing with those thugs, Lin Yi honestly felt he might not be able to win, but Ma Teng. Looking at this guy who was skinny like a monkey and appeared quite refined, Lin Yi was not afraid at all. Even if it was 1 against 2, he wouldn't back down in a fight. You dare hit me? Ma Teng's face suddenly fell, and he shouted angrily, Who do you think you are to hit me? Slap. As soon as Ma Teng finished speaking, he received another slap from Lin Yi on his right cheek. This slap was even harder than the previous one, causing Ma Teng to fall directly onto the sofa. Lin Yi, stop it. Seeing Ma Teng knocked down by Lin Yi's 2 slaps, Wenxin hurriedly grabbed Lin Yi and said, all right. Lin Yi smiled lightly upon hearing this and looked at Ma Teng saying, I honestly don't know who you are, but if you dare to be arrogant, I will make sure you find out who I am. Ma Teng, filled with fear, glanced at Lin Yi and then turned to Wenxin asking, Wenxin, are you really going to move out? In that case, return the money to me. Ma Teng looked at Wenxin with a cold smile and said, you should know you still owe me. I will pay you back. Wenxin replied, every month I will pay you back. That was before. Previously I let you pay back every month, but now it's different. Since you're not with me anymore, why should I let— Looking at Wenxin, Ma Teng coldly said, your IOU is still in my hands. What money? Hearing their conversation, Lin Yi was momentarily stunned and asked, she owes me money 500,000. What's wrong? Kid, are you going to pay it for her? Ma Teng sneered at Lin Yi. Upon hearing this amount, Lin Yi was slightly taken aback. He truly hadn't expected that teacher when still owed someone so— Wenxin, let me tell you, if you don't have the 500,000, you can obediently stay here and accompany me for half a year. After 6 months, the 500,000 will be wiped clean. How about that? Looking at Wenxin, Ma Teng said coldly, slap. As soon as Ma Teng finished speaking, Lin Yi directly punched Ma Teng in the nose, causing blood to flow immediately. Damn it, you bastard, you're dead. If you have the guts, don't let me see you leave, or I will call someone. Ma Teng shouted angrily, his fury ignited from being hit. I will be waiting here. Lin Yi coldly replied, and then looked at Wenxin asking, teacher, what is going on? Something happened at home, I needed money. He said he would lend it to me, but I didn't know he was such a person. Wenxin's face turned pale as she looked at Lin Yi and asked, what should I do? I can't come up with that much money. Isn't it just 500,000? I can lend it to you. Lin Yi waved his hand dismissively, saying nonchalantly, as for him, 500,000 was really a small amount. Wenxin was momentarily stunned and said, thank you. You've already said that many times. All right. Lin Yi said at this moment. He didn't ask Wenxin what had happened after all. The timing wasn't right. After thinking for a moment, he called Xue Mao. Young Master Lin, are you looking for me? As soon as the call connected, Xue Mao smiled and asked, is there something? Bring 500,000 over, I will give you the address. Also bring a few people. Lin Yi said. All right, I got it. Xue Mao smiled slightly, knowing he had to obey young Master Lin's orders. Just as Lin Yi hung up the phone, he noticed Ma Teng standing at the door, not coming in, but his gaze was fixed on Lin Yi and Wenxin with a hint of coldness in his eyes. That guy is probably calling someone, but don't worry about him. Looking at Wenxin, Lin Yi said, how many things do you have? Pack up. Hearing this, Wenxin was slightly taken aback and looked at Ma Teng at the door. He called someone. Is it okay? It's fine. Lin Yi replied casually. Anyway, Xue Mao would arrive soon. However, after thinking for a moment, Lin Yi felt that he should train himself. Even if he couldn't take on several opponents, he couldn't remain so weak. Should I find a teacher to learn a few moves, eh? Lin Yi thought for a moment, and then shook his head. With that time, he might as well hire a few bodyguards. After all, he wasn't cut out for training, and besides, bodyguards were more professional in such matters. Teacher, why do you owe him so much money? Looking at Wenxin beside him, Lin Yi asked. A family member fell ill and needed money. My friends didn't have that much, and among the people I knew, he was the only wealthy one, so I borrowed from him. I didn't expect him to. Hearing what Ma Teng had said earlier, Wenxin was utterly disheartened. I understand now. Such a despicable person, I've seen many like him. Just wait, I will help you beat him up more later. Lin Yi and Wenxian were tidying up inside the room, paying no heed to Ma Teng outside. Should that fellow dare step in, Lin Yi would strike him again. Ma Teng, clearly cowed by past beatings, dared not even cross the threshold. Wenxian owned few belongings, so packing was swift. Just as they finished, several heavy footsteps echoed at the door, and Lin Yi heard Ma Teng's arrogant voice ring out. Brat, aren't you mighty tough? Ma Teng barked with a booming laugh. Let's see how tough you are now. Lin Yi turned, and there stood Ma Teng flanked by 4 or 5 burly men. Their gazes locked onto Lin Yi. From their rough features and swaggering postures, he knew instantly these were thugs, and their eyes now swept over both him and Wenxian beside him. Big brother Ma, you're truly pathetic. One thug chuckled beside Ma Teng. What? Your own lover ran off with someone else, and now you need your brothers to settle your shame. At those words, Ma Teng's face darkened. Indeed, this humiliation cut deep. You'll get your money. Just cripple this bastard for me. Ma Teng spat coldly at Lin Yi, then fixed his venomous glare on Wenxian. You wretched woman. I'll kill you the moment I finish with your lover. Ma Teng, what do you think you're doing? Wenxian's expression shifted sharply as she spoke up. Ha, don't worry, boss Ma. Once the cash is secured, we'll tame this pretty boy so thoroughly he'll beg for mercy. The thug grinned, and only then did Ma Teng nod in grim satisfaction. As Ma Teng glared at Wenxian with smoldering fury, Lin Yi quietly furrowed his brow and stepped forward. Kid, you're as good as dead. Ma Teng sneered at Lin Yi. Beat him, your pay won't be short. Ha, naturally, no problem. The thugs exchanged icy grins, their eyes sharpening with menace as they fixed them upon Lin Yi. Will you kneel and take your beating like a good boy, or must we teach you first? What do you think you're doing? Let me warn you, I'm calling the police right now. Wenxian stepped boldly before Lin Yi, but before her sentence ended, Lin Yi gently pulled her back, his gaze flickering toward the doorway behind the thugs. Ma Teng had entered earlier without closing the door, and now several figures strode in. The moment Lin Yi saw them, his posture relaxed. Earlier when Ma Teng entered, he'd left the door ajar. Now several people were walking in. The instant Lin Yi spotted them, his tension dissolved. "Looks like you truly fear no death," Lin Yi remarked coolly to the thugs. "Don't end up broken here. Kid, you've just signed your own death warrant." The lead thug sneered. "Today I'll give you a lesson you'll never forget. Who gave you permission to teach anyone anything?" A frigid voice sliced through the air. Then Shui Mao delivered a brutal kick straight into the thug's ribs, sending him crashing to the floor. "Young Master Lin, what's wrong?" Shui Mao asked, turning to Lin Yi. "Just a pack of street rats causing trouble," Lin Yi replied with a faint smile. "Fine, drag them out and beat them senseless." Shui Mao nodded, his voice glacial. Utterly reckless. At Shui Mao's words, terror flashed across the thugs' faces, especially when their eyes fell upon him. In their circles who didn't know Shui Mao, one man alone could ruin them, and this time he brought reinforcements. "Master Cat, we had no idea he was under your protection." One thug stammered desperately. "Had we known, we wouldn't dare, not even if you granted us 3 lifetimes worth of courage." So you may bully whomever you please." Shui Mao scoffed. "Drag them out, beat them." Lin Yi gestured toward Ma Teng, frozen stiff in place. "Yes, sir," Shui Mao replied, releasing Ma Teng, and handed Lin Yi a case. "Young Master Lin, 50,000. "Give it to him," Lin Yi said, nodding toward Shui Mao. "It's his. Here, you take it." Shui Mao handed the case to Ma Teng without hesitation, then turned to Lin Yi. "Any further orders, young Master Lin?" "Step outside. I'll speak with him alone." Lin Yi motioned for Shui Mao to leave, then glanced at Wen Xian. "Go with Shui Mao. I'll have a quiet word with Mr. Ma." As he stressed the word speak, Wen Xian studied Lin Yi's face and murmured, "You won't go too." She knew Lin Yi intended to discipline Ma Teng. In the past, she might have intervened, but now she found Ma Teng utterly despicable. A beating, frankly, was overdue. "Rest easy," Lin Yi smiled faintly, ushering Shui Mao and Wen Xian out, then signaled Shui Mao to shut the door before facing Ma Teng. "The money's here. Count it." Ma Teng opened his mouth, stammering, "I had no idea you were young Master Lin. I was blind. I don't want this money. I beg leave to depart, young Master Lin." "It's yours, take it." Lin Yi's gaze flickered toward Shui Mao. "Do I look like a man who can't afford to pay?" "Of course not." Ma Teng shook his head vigorously. He opened the case, and his hands trembled. Though he'd never met Lin Yi, he recognized Shui Mao instantly, the red-haired enforcer whose very presence made even the Wu family tread lightly. Ma Teng's status rested entirely on the Wu family's patronage. Without them, he was nothing. Despite his outward clout, his power was borrowed, and now he dared not utter a single defiant word. After a nervous glance into the case, Ma Teng forced a dry chuckle. "The sum is correct." "Good," Lin Yi smiled. "Your debt with Wen Xian, is it settled?" "Settled. My account with Wen Xian is closed." Ma Teng blurted urgently. "Then, let's settle our own." Lin Yi's voice dropped low as he locked eyes with Ma Teng. "How shall we reckon it? You did just order men to beat me. Shall we begin there?" Ma Teng's face paled. "Young Master Lin, I was wrong." With a resounding slap, Lin Yi's palm struck Ma Teng's face, causing it to swell instantly. Lin Yi shook his hand, feeling the sting from the slap, yet the act itself was remarkably satisfying. I won't dare anymore," Ma Teng said, lowering his head. Before he could finish, Lin Yi delivered a second slap, sending Ma Teng staggering, nearly falling over. "I ask you, where did you go wrong?" Lin Yi looked at Ma Teng and asked indifferently. Upon hearing this, Ma Teng's expression changed, his cheeks puffed up, yet he dared not retaliate, knowing that if he did, he would never escape, as the people outside would not let him go. "I was wrong. For letting others hit you," Ma Teng said, keeping his head down. Before he could finish, another slap came, causing Ma Teng's nose to bleed. In that moment, he didn't even dare to wipe it away, his gaze fixed on Lin Yi, filled with desperation. He was genuinely terrified. This man kept slapping him, and he didn't dare to fight back. The key was, he was even skinnier than Lin Yi, and when he dared to fight back earlier, he couldn't even win. Now it was even more impossible. And, Lin Yi stared at Ma Teng and said coldly, "Be clear. I shouldn't have involved Wen Xian." Ma Teng spoke up. "Lin Xiao, nothing happened between me and Wen Xian." Another slap landed, and Ma Teng covered his cheek, looking at Lin Yi with grievance. "You bullied Wen Xian, you deserve." Lin Yi slapped again, feeling his hand turn red, especially at that moment his palm felt numb, let alone Ma Teng, who was receiving the hits. "You dare to let others hit me. You deserve this." Lin Yi shouted as he swung his hand again. "You deceived Wen Xian." Lin Yi delivered dozens of slaps, and Ma Teng's cheeks were nearly swollen like a pig's head. At that moment, Ma Teng was trembling, tears and blood streaming down his face, his white shirt stained with blood, looking at Lin Yi with terror and grievance. Of course, his face had completely lost sensation. After being slapped so many times, it was a miracle he could still feel anything. "Get lost." Seeing Ma Teng's state, Lin Yi spoke, and upon hearing his words, Ma Teng felt as if he had been granted a reprieve. Phew. Watching Ma Teng leave, Lin Yi finally breathed a sigh of relief and shook his hands. After all those slaps, his hands were aching badly. Outside the door, Wen Xian could hardly recognize Ma Teng. As he came out, he looked severely beaten. At that moment, Ma Teng lowered his head, not daring to look at Wen Xian. He was so embarrassed that there was nothing left to say. As for the few thugs, they had long been crying for their mothers, huddled in a corner, afraid to move. At this moment Lin Yi finally walked out of the room, glanced at the few people, and then said to Blood Cat, "I'm leaving now." "Alright." Blood Cat nodded and asked, "What about these people?" "Forget it." Lin Yi waved his hand, and then left with one Xin. "Hey, then let's forget it." Blood Cat said with a cold smile, "If it weren't for Lin Xiao's words I would have definitely taken a part off you guys today." After saying this, Blood Cat left with his men. Watching Blood Cat leave, the few thugs finally breathed a sigh of relief, then looked at Ma Teng with cold eyes. "Ma Teng, you bastard, how dare you trick me?" The leader of the thugs immediately shouted angrily and rushed at Ma Teng, unleashing a flurry of punches, while the others quickly joined in. All the grievances they had from being beaten by Blood Cat were now directed at Ma Teng. I didn't know," Ma Teng exclaimed, but his words were slurred given his current state. However, the others didn't care. They just rushed in and began to beat Ma Teng relentlessly, causing him to wail in agony. After dropping one Xin off at the place they had previously agreed upon, Lin Yi looked and saw it was right across from the school, not far from his house. "Alright, let's settle this for now," Lin Yi said with a smile to one Xin. "Lin Yi, thank you." One Xin replied, looking at Lin Yi. "I will slowly repay the 500,000. "It's nothing." Lin Yi waved his hand and asked, "When Laosher, why do you owe that guy so much money?" Hearing Lin Yi's question, one Xin was taken aback, then sighed, "Don't ask." "Then I won't ask. However, we are friends, so if you ever need anything in the future, just let me know, is that alright?" "Okay." One Xin smiled and nodded. After a moment's hesitation, she asked Lin Yi, "Why have you been pretending?" "I haven't been pretending." Lin Yi shook his head and smiled. "I just have money now, I didn't before." When Xin rolled her eyes at him, clearly not believing a word he said. Seeing her reaction, Lin Yi was momentarily taken aback, then said with a wry smile, "When Laosher, I will take my leave now." "Take care." When Xin gently nodded and asked, "Are you still going to school?" "I've already spoken to the vice principal. I'm not too interested in school anymore. I'll go occasionally. Many people graduate just for a future, and I am currently working hard for mine." Hearing Lin Yi's words, when Xin smiled bitterly. Since yesterday, she had known Lin Yi's status was different. Even thugs like Blood Cat addressed him as Lin Xiao. Moreover, today at the intermediary company, Lin Yi turned out to be the boss, and the house she was living in seemed to be under that company's name, which meant Lin Yi was her landlord. Lin Yi had money and his own career, so indeed there might not be much left for him to learn at school. Not to mention that the monkeys now help me with my work, so if they take a day off when Laosher, just keep one eye closed. Vice Principal Su has already given the nod. When Xin nodded in agreement. After coming out of Wenxin, Lin Yi received a phone call from Li Mei. Li Mei's voice was filled with excitement as she announced that two of the individuals had agreed. The vast area Lin Yi had planned occupied a significant portion, and this factory area belonged to 5 people. Lin Yi stated that no matter how much they could take, they should take as much as they could. Li Mei offered a fair price, even at a premium, so the individuals agreed readily. She then called Lin Yi to say, "Next we will sign the contract, and then it's time to pay." "Then let's do it." Lin Yi replied with a smile. "Let's finalize this quickly, we have plenty of other things to take care of." "I understand." Li Mei nodded, and then hung up the phone. After hanging up, Lin Yi thought for a moment, and called Bu Zheng. The two had also started registering a company recently, but it was evident that they had never done such things before. Only now had they finally managed to get the company registered. "The company's name, as you suggested, is Reverse Investment." Bu Zheng said, "Why did you choose this name?" "Because I think the term reverse is quite fitting." Lin Yi replied with a smile. A reversal in life is precisely what happened after his rebirth. Thus in Lin Yi's eyes, the term reverse was the key. Reverse Investment was indeed a good name. "The company is registered. What should we do next?" Bu Zheng said helplessly that both he and the monkey were nearly at a loss. The money Lin Yi had given was still in his hands, but they had no idea how to spend it. "First, let's find a place to rent an office, and then we can start hiring," Lin Yi suggested. "If there are many things you don't understand, then let's hire someone who does." "Okay." Bu Zheng nodded, agreeing with Lin Yi's perspective. If they didn't understand something, finding someone knowledgeable would indeed be a solution. Once we find the right people, we can really get to work. Not knowing is fine, there are still plenty of tasks ahead of you. Lin Yi thought for a moment and said, "After all, no one starts out knowing everything. I have faith in you." Bu Zheng nodded in response. The fact that Lin Yi entrusted these matters to him, and the monkey showed Lin Yi's attitude towards them. At least for these two brothers, Lin Yi recognized them, which moved both Bu Zheng and the monkey greatly. Though they didn't know much, they had started learning over these days. Furthermore, both were still in school, and whenever they didn't understand something, they could always ask their teachers. After all, it was a university, and being in the economics department, they had several teachers who understood these matters. There isn't much money left. Lin Yi thought for a moment and whispered. His grandfather had given him 100 million, but Lin Yi was acutely aware of how quickly he was spending money. The rate at which the money was disappearing made Lin Yi feel it was alarmingly fast. Although upfront investment was necessary, if he didn't hold onto a substantial amount of cash, it would be challenging to seize future business opportunities. As he considered this, Lin Yi's gaze revealed a hint of helplessness. "It looks like I need to think of a way to make a large sum," Lin Yi whispered. Once the company was truly up and running, he began to invest large sums. He gave Bu Zheng and the monkey 2 tasks to hold onto the list he provided and to invest with a straightforward goal of acquiring shares in those companies. These companies were all local, and in the future each of them should be worth at least $1 billion. There was a substantial amount of money involved, so investing where it was necessary made sense. Even the smallest mosquito is still meat. Investing in these companies was sure to yield returns. As for the larger ones, even if the monkey and Bu Zheng wanted to negotiate now, they might not even get a response. The first was reverse company, essentially a shell company, who would want to invest in it. The other aspect was qualifications. Large commercial companies would also consider your background. If you had no background, why would they look to you for investment? Unless Lin Yi brought the Lin family into play at that point, he wouldn't need to bear any burdens and would have countless people seeking him out. However, it was evident this was not feasible. If his business dealings were discovered by his uncles and aunts, they would definitely suppress him. Those two wouldn't want him to rise, especially with the current situation concerning the division of the Lin family's assets, so he had to be cautious. Ways to make quick money. Lying in his villa, Lin Yi casually turned on the television and muttered, "What could there be? Lottery." Lin Yi shook his head while mentioning the lottery. Even if he remembered a winning number, it wouldn't amount to 100 million, let alone. He truly didn't know, so it was not a viable option. Then Lin Yi thought of stocks. Undoubtedly, stocks could yield quick returns, and he actually knew of 2 stocks that would skyrocket in a short period. If he put that money in, he could potentially make several times his investment. However, as he thought about this, Lin Yi felt helpless. The timing wasn't right. Entering now would be akin to seeking death. Lin Yi casually changed channels, and suddenly his attention was drawn to the images on the television. Football, the World Cup. Oh, it's the World Cup now. Lin Yi suddenly came to. As a casual football fan, he didn't really follow the World Cup. However, in his past life, he had gambled on the World Cup during this time, and even knew which team would win. At that time, he was heavily in debt due to online loans, and after handling his parents' funeral, Lin Yi had almost immersed himself in the World Cup just to make a bet and pay off his debts. Recalling this, Lin Yi remembered how badly he had been harmed by Zheng Yuyu in his past life. However, looking back now, he felt he had to thank Zheng Yuyu, because this was a grand plan for making a fortune. As he thought about this, Lin Yi's eyes brightened, and various World Cup teams kept appearing in his mind. For him, it was enough to invest. A victory was assured. Where to buy? Lin Yi's eyes lit up. He was different from others. His investments were significant, unlike the typical bars or peripheral bets that could handle such a large business. For Lin Yi, the amounts of 1 million or 2 million couldn't resolve his urgent needs. Therefore, he intended to play big, but with such a gamble, danger was inevitable. Lin Yi was well aware that the outer circles were controlled by those in power. If he acted recklessly, how much would they lose? Just the compensation would be enough to make those people furious. So if things went wrong, not only would he offend people, but he would also become a target. After all, having won so much from them, who else but him would be the fat sheep? As for the legitimate way, there was no profit to be had, and besides, such a method was too extravagant. After some thought, Lin Yi could only turn to Bloodcat for help. On the phone, once he explained the situation, Bloodcat was taken aback and asked, "Young Master Lin, how much do you plan to bet?" "Let's start with 10 million. Lin Yi replied, betting on the score. "That's quite a big bet," Bloodcat said in surprise. Betting on the score carries a higher risk, but of course the returns are also greater. Typically, with a 10 million bet, if the score is guessed correctly, the return can often be 5 to 6 times, which means a potential return of 50 to 60 million in one go. Moreover, some scores are extremely high, with multipliers reaching 30 times. It all depends on whether one dares to place the bet. After all, if the score is wrong, guessing which team wins is of no use. The money would still be lost. Therefore, when calculated this way, Lin Yi's bet was indeed quite substantial. "I can help you. Contact President Liu for all the outer bets at the Purple Gold Club." "No need, I'll go myself." Lin Yi quickly responded, "I will talk to Liu Su myself." "All right." Bloodcat smiled and said, "Then I wish young Master Lin great fortune." Hearing Bloodcat's words, Lin Yi couldn't help but smile. He understood the implication behind Bloodcat's words in his eyes. Perhaps he thought that young Master Lin was truly living the life of a playboy, daring to spend 10 million on a gamble, especially since this was just the first round. It's worth noting that there are still many matches in the World Cup. If he continued to bet like this, he could quickly lose several hundred million. At this point, Bloodcat realized that this young Master Lin was indeed wealthy. As of now, he still didn't know the background of young Master Lin. He only knew that he studied here. However, given how courteous both Han Wen and Liu Su were to Lin Yi, it was clear that this young Master Lin was not simple. After hanging up the phone, Lin Yi walked out of the villa, hailed a cab, and headed towards the Purple Gold Club. "It's also time to get," Lin Yi thought to himself, murmuring softly. Having to take a taxi every time he went out was quite inconvenient, especially in a place like the Purple Gold Club. Without a car, hailing a cab there would be nearly impossible. He didn't know how he would get back for now, but as of now he didn't have a driver's license. Although he was confident in his driving skills, driving without a license was ultimately inadvisable, so he still needed to get a license. As for the car, Lin Yi felt indifferent. After all, he should have no problem driving himself. When the time comes, he could ask Liu Su if he could help him get a license. This kind of thing should be relatively easy to arrange. The car soon arrived at the Purple Gold Club. Lin Yi casually handed the driver 500 yuan and got out, leaving the driver in a state of shock. The fare was 200 and he gave 500. "Indeed, those who come here are all wealthy people," the driver exclaimed, having made a great profit on this trip. At the entrance of the Purple Gold Club, the 2 security guards looked at Lin Yi approaching with puzzled expressions. After all, he was the first person to arrive here by taxi. "Sir, we operate on a membership basis." "You One of the security guards began, but before he could finish he noticed the card in Lin Yi's hand. The black card, the highest grade card in the Purple Gold Club, represented a person's wealth. Within the club, one would not receive a black card unless their assets exceeded 1 billion, thus this person was not to be trifled with. Please, sir. The security guard immediately changed to a smiling face, asking no further questions, and cheerfully welcoming Lin Yi inside. Although he had arrived by taxi, the card in his hand made it clear that he was not someone to be provoked. Once inside the Purple Gold Club, Lin Yi called Lu Su. Soon Lu Su came down and looked at Lin Yi, saying, "Young Master Lin, what brings you here today? Are you betting on the outer matches?" Without wasting time, Lin Yi asked Lu Su directly. "Yes. Would young Master Lin like to join in?" Lu Su asked with a smile. "Of course," Lin Yi replied. "I'm betting quite big." "No problem, we are open for business here, and we accept all bets," Lu Su said with a smile, fully aware of Lin Yi's wealth. 10 million betting on tonight's match between Germany and Mexico. Lin Yi said Germany will lose 0-1. Germany loses? Lu Su was taken aback, then looked at Lin Yi again. He didn't expect Lin Yi to actually bet so boldly with a 10 million wager, especially betting on a popular team to lose. Just the score itself, if he won, he would at least have to pay out 30 million. However, Lu Su didn't think much of it. 30 million was nothing, especially since young Master Lin was there to gamble. He would definitely accept. Young Master Lin is quite confident. Lu Su said, not wasting any words. Then I will accept your bet. All right, by the way, I have another favor to ask. Lin Yi looked at Lu Su. I need a driver's license. Lin Yi said. That's a small matter, I'll have Bloodcat take care of it. Lu Su replied with a smile. Then let's go pay. Lin Yi smiled. It should be called placing a bet. Great. Lu Su also stood up with a smile, and then said to Lin Yi, Young Master, our Purple Gold Club also has a casino with outer bets there. You can come by any time. Lin Yi exchanged some cash for chips at the casino and began observing the surroundings, his gaze tinged with quiet curiosity. Casinos were still novel to Lin Yi. Unfamiliar, intriguing, and undeniably fascinating. So taking in the scene felt both natural and refreshing. Scanning the room, he strolled toward one of the tables where blackjack was being played. He joined, casually placing a few hands, and lost several thousand yuan. Just then his attention fixed upon a woman seated directly before him. Her eyes were locked unblinkingly on the table, alight with nervous anticipation. Each card revealed tightened her breath, her entire being coiled in suspense. Lin Yi frowned faintly. Something about her stirred a distant, elusive familiarity. This woman, could it be Su Mingling? A flicker of genuine astonishment lit his eyes as he recognized her. Su Mingling. Her name would later echo across the nation, a titan of commerce, a woman whose influence ranked among the very elite. Her roots lay precisely here. From this soil, she launched her empire in cosmetics, expanding relentlessly until her company stood at the pinnacle of China's beauty industry, and she herself became its undisputed sovereign. Yet the Su Mingling before him now exuded something profoundly different, a soul hollowed out, as though all inner light had long since guttered into ash. She was gambling, not for thrill, but as if wagering her last coin against fate itself, as if money were not just needed, but desperately, urgently required. How intriguing. A subtle smile touched Lin Yi's lips as he studied her, disheveled, unwashed for days, yet radiating an undeniable, unbroken grace beneath the weariness. Even in such disarray, her beauty remained arresting, especially now softened by exhaustion, edged with a fragile, heart-rending vulnerability. Clearly she was gambling recklessly, betting heavily each round, but fortune had turned its back. She'd already lost nearly half her stake. At last, overwhelmed, she snatched up her remaining chips and abruptly rose, sinking onto a nearby sofa. Watching her stare blankly at the meager stack in her palm, Lin Yi smiled faintly and walked over without hesitation. Flirting. He'd never attempted it in his past life, but this lifetime offered a rare opportunity. And this woman, she would one day reign as one of the nation's most formidable CEOs. She appeared no older than Lin Yi himself, yet in the future she would ascend to the very summit of power and Hello, Lin Yi greeted warmly. May I sit? And go ahead. Su Mingling barely glanced at him. Her focus remained riveted on the chips, her expression distant, thoughts veiled behind shuttered eyes. You need money? Lin Yi asked, piecing together her desperation from her earlier play and her haunted demeanor. In his former life, Su Mingling had been untouchable, a paragon of success. Now, however, she was merely a fledgling, adrift and desperate. That she'd resort to gambling spoke volumes and defied expectation. Yes. Her voice was flat, weary. And, would you tell me more? Lin Yi smiled gently. If it's money you lack, perhaps I can help. Why should I trust you? What do you want? In nothing, Lin Yi replied calmly. I simply wish to help. Of course, if you prefer, keep playing until those chips are gone. Then come find me. Su Mingling paused, startled, then studied him anew, still smiling, still utterly composed. Who are you? What do you hope to gain from me? In Miss Su, I know your capabilities. I mean no offense. What I seek is partnership. A true collaboration. He leaned forward slightly. Is your company in trouble? How would you feel about my investment? We've never met. Why would I let you invest in my company? Her gaze sharp and skeptical and guarded. You will believe me, Lin Yi said, his smile deepening. Because no better investor exists for you. And though you don't know me, I know you. Don't I, Miss Su Mingling? She looked at him again. Yes, he knew her name. That alone confirmed he wasn't bluffing. A flicker of curiosity kindled in her eyes. My company requires substantial capital. You may not have the means. She hesitated, weighing his words. Anyone admitted to the Zijin Club was unlikely to be destitute. The membership alone cost over 500,000 yuan annually. Yet she knew full well the scale of funding she needed. Only utter desperation had driven her here to gamble. You may rest assured, Lin Yi said, producing a sleek black card. I possess that capability. Su Mingling's eyes narrowed. The Zijin Club's exclusive black card. Its rarity and prestige were unmistakable. Just this single token signaled immense wealth and influence. You're welcome to test your luck further, but judging by your earlier play, winning big is improbable. A gentle, confident smile graced his face. I invest, or you find another way. You have 30 minutes to decide. After that I leave. Su Mingling stared at the calm, smiling youth before her, and drew a slow, steadying breath. She sat silent, deep in thought. Lin Yi said nothing, simply waited, patient, present, watching her choose her next step. Sir, if we are to collaborate, at least let me know your name. At this moment Su Mingling asked, looking at Lin Yi. There's hope. Hearing Su Mingling's words, Lin Yi's eyes lit up as he said, my name is Lin Yi. Can you tell me what trouble you are facing, Miss Su? Listening to Lin Yi, Su Mingling pondered for a moment and replied softly, Mr. Lin, are you really willing to invest in me? You don't know the situation of my company, do you? Then you should tell me. Lin Yi smiled and said, your company is called Dreamy Charm, isn't it? Su Mingling nodded in response, believing Lin Yi's words to some extent. After all he even knew about her small company. Listening to Lin Yi, Su Mingling had mostly understood that this person genuinely wanted to invest in her company, which was undoubtedly good news for her. At this moment Su Mingling looked at Lin Yi and said, since you asked, I'll be honest. Yes, I'm in urgent need of money. The financial gap in my company is quite large. Hearing this, Lin Yi gestured for Su Mingling to continue. Naturally, he had no idea what had happened to her company. He only remembered that she was a well-known cosmetics mogul in the future. In short, she was destined to be a top female CEO. Thus, Lin Yi wanted to invest in Su Mingling's company. Not to mention other aspects, just the shares of this company in the future would generate terrifying profits even while sitting at home. Lin Yi was well aware of the exorbitant profits in the cosmetics industry, not to mention that it was a company ranked among the best nationwide. It was almost invincible. Mr. Lin, I am indeed facing a huge problem. Looking at Lin Yi, Su Mingling said, I lack funds. Can you tell me why? Lin Yi asked Su Mingling, surprised by the magnitude of her financial gap. Su Mingling nodded in response and began sharing her situation with Lin Yi. As she spoke, Lin Yi quickly understood why she was in such dire need of money. Su Mingling originally had a partner, and together they developed Dreamy Charm. Under their management, the cosmetics company had gradually become established. However, at this moment her partner was preparing to withdraw their investment. Moreover, during this time she had even coaxed Su Mingling into signing numerous contracts. If those contracts could not be fulfilled, Su Mingling would have to bear the losses or surrender a portion of her shares. So your partner has put you in a difficult position, preventing you from controlling the company, and they are planning to sell it. Lin Yi said, grasping the situation. Yes. Su Mingling replied, I need money to buy back her shares, because if she intends to sell, I have the first right. With 20 million, how much of the company can I acquire? Lin Yi asked Su Mingling. For him, investing 20 million was not a problem. This deal would undoubtedly be profitable. Compared to the future business worth billions, Su Mingling's current company was practically a bargain. If he didn't invest now, it would be incredibly foolish. 20 million was still acceptable for Lin Yi. 48. Is that acceptable? Su Mingling pondered for a moment. I want 51 of the shares. Looking at Su Mingling, Lin Yi said. Upon hearing this, Su Mingling's expression changed dramatically as she said, in that case, Mr. Lin, we don't need to discuss further. I won't be willing to give up my company. Hearing Su Mingling's intense reaction, Lin Yi was not anxious and said, how about this? We can split it equally, and I'll sign a contract with you stating that I only have profit-sharing rights and no direct control. What do you mean? Su Mingling was taken aback and asked, are you saying you won't participate in the company's operations, and you only want profit sharing? Su Mingling did not expect to meet someone like this, and at this moment such a person stood before her. This person was willing to invest in her company without seeking any rights, only desiring profit sharing. Such an investor was almost unbelievable to her. What do I need to give? Staring at Lin Yi, Su Mingling suddenly asked, I don't know what you are after. My company is not large, although it is still profitable. It's definitely not big enough to give up operational rights. Moreover, you are just investing without participating in the operations, which means you are taking on much more risk than I am. I'm not good at management, so I plan to do it this way. Lin Yi smiled at Su Mingling and said, as for what I seek, I see the future potential of your company. Oh, I believe in your company. Just because you believe in it, you're investing 20 million. Su Mingling was somewhat puzzled about Lin Yi's intentions, considering the high amount of investment. Hearing Su Mingling's words, Lin Yi nodded slightly and said, just because I believe in it. Of course, my money isn't just given away for free. I need you to guarantee that the company will be profitable every year. If I can't see that I have the right to reclaim my operational rights, this must be written in the contract. Lin Yi thought for a moment and said, that's no problem. Su Mingling nodded and looked at Lin Yi, saying, then, is this agreement considered reached? Agreed. Lin Yi nodded slightly and said, I can provide the funds at any time. Our contract can take effect whenever. Hearing this, Su Mingling let out a breath and said to Lin Yi, thank you, Mr. Lin. What I want is to make money. Lin Yi replied with a faint smile. For him, acquiring such a large share was incredibly important. In the future, Su Mingling's company even had a market value of over 5 billion. How much could this increase his assets? After all, he would hold half of the shares in this company. As for operational rights, Lin Yi didn't care about that at all. Not to mention anything else, he would never stay obediently in Su Mingling's company, and he had even fewer people he could use. Moreover, it was even less likely that he would give orders. In his previous life, Su Mingling became a powerful businesswoman, which naturally meant she had her own management strategies. Su Mingling looked at Lin Yi and said then, Mr. Lin, shall I go talk to them first? Hearing this, Lin Yi nodded, and then looked at Su Mingling saying, but now you should go home, take a shower, and have a good rest, right? Su Mingling was taken aback by Lin Yi's words, a hint of embarrassment in her eyes. It was only when she was at her wits' end that she thought of this. Mr. Lin, when will you be able to gather that much money? Looking at Lin Yi, Su Mingling pondered for a moment. Anytime. Lin Yi smiled and said, I can give you the money at any time. Then there's no problem. I'm leaving now. Su Mingling nodded and soon bid farewell to Lin Yi. After watching her leave, Lin Yi sat there for a while before also leaving. Lin Yi called a taxi for himself and got in. Then Lin Yi went directly back to his villa. To be honest, when he bought the house, Lin Yi thought it was really nice and was satisfied, but living here alone always felt a bit lonely. After thinking for a moment, Lin Yi decided to go to Gu Yuan's place. Just as he walked out the front door of the villa, he saw a woman coming out across from him. The woman not far away was dressed very elegantly, wearing a pair of gold-rimmed glasses that added a touch of charm. The villa across from him was one Lin Yi had originally intended to buy, but Su Shujing said it had been sold, which is why Lin Yi chose this one. It now seemed that the owner of this house was the woman in front of him. When the woman saw Lin Yi, she smiled slightly and nodded at him a silent greeting before driving away. Watching the woman's car leave, Lin Yi pondered for a moment, then shook his head. Undoubtedly, this woman had an irresistible charm. Just a glance had nearly left him mesmerized. Shaking his head and casting those thoughts aside, Lin Yi went to Gu Yuan's place. When he opened the door, he saw Gu Yuan sitting in the living room. Over the past few days, Gu Yuan had been on edge, especially since Lin Yi had kept her here for several days, without any action, nor had he even shown up. He had left her some money, and then had not appeared again. This left Gu Yuan feeling particularly speechless. At this moment, she didn't even know what Lin Yi was planning. After all, she considered herself to be supported by Lin Yi. Originally, she thought their relationship would be like this, but the current situation left Gu Yuan feeling a bit helpless. She didn't know what her relationship with Lin Yi was. After all, Lin Yi had never done anything to her. If it weren't for that night when she had thrown herself into Lin Yi's arms and felt his body change, she might have even thought that this man was incapable. However, the more she knew that Lin Yi was suppressing himself that day, the less Gu Yuan understood what was going on between her. Lin Yi was very familiar with her. He even knew what she wanted. Yet Gu Yuan hardly knew anything about Lin Yi. If it weren't for her memories from childhood, Gu Yuan would even doubt whether she had experienced amnesia and forgotten her memories with this person. Looking at Lin Yi, who walked in, Gu Yuan's gaze held a complex expression. It wasn't exactly joy, but there wasn't a hint of displeasure either, as she simply didn't know how to face Lin Yi. Did you buy groceries? Or would you cook for me? Looking at Gu Yuan, Lin Yi asked with a smile. Okay. Gu Yuan nodded and said, I'll go buy groceries. I'll go with you. Seeing Gu Yuan like this, Lin Yi smiled and said, I have nothing to do anyway. Gu Yuan nodded in response, lowering her head, and walked out with Lin Yi. Along the way, Lin Yi and Gu Yuan talked a lot, but basically, it was mostly Lin Yi speaking while Gu Yuan responded. Even so, Lin Yi was very happy, at least compared to last time Gu Yuan spoke to him much more frequently. Lin Yi didn't know how to think about it. He could have Gu Yuan whenever he wanted, but he knew very well that if he obtained Gu Yuan at this moment, then in the future there might be a gap between him and Gu Yuan. When the time came, she might just leave. Lin Yi didn't want Gu Yuan to leave just like that. In his heart, Gu Yuan was the person he had missed in his past life, the one he couldn't forget. After buying groceries, the two returned home. Gu Yuan cooked while Lin Yi quietly sat in the living room watching her. Gu Yuan would occasionally glance at Lin Yi, and seeing his gaze fixed on her made her cheeks flush slightly. After dinner, Gu Yuan started cleaning the table, while Lin Yi sat on the sofa watching television. After cleaning the table, Gu Yuan suddenly turned around and looked at Lin Yi, saying, I think we need to talk. Go. Hearing Gu Yuan's words, Lin Yi chuckled and said, I'm listening. What do you really want from me? Looking at Lin Yi, Gu Yuan's gaze carried a hint of helplessness as she said, I really can't take it anymore. Hearing Gu Yuan's words, Lin Yi was taken aback and said, I just want you to be happy. You should know that I won't be happy. At that moment, Gu Yuan spoke again, saying, I need a clear answer. I can't give you an answer. Looking at Gu Yuan, Lin Yi said calmly, I've said everything that needed to be said. I just want you to be happy. If you want to stay here, then do so. If not, you can leave anytime. Hearing Lin Yi's words, Gu Yuan took a deep breath, then silently nodded and said, I understand. At that moment, she felt very helpless, and after a moment of silence said, Tonight will you stay in my room? Are you truly willing? Lin Yi suddenly asked, directly standing up and moving closer to Gu Yuan, wrapping his arms around her waist and gazing into her eyes. At that moment, Gu Yuan's expression changed. She hadn't expected Lin Yi to suddenly act this way. Now her body was leaning against Lin Yi's embrace, and the two were almost pressed tightly together. Are you really willing? Lin Yi asked as he drew nearer, his warm breath brushing against Gu Yuan's earlobe, sending a shiver down her spine. Looking at Lin Yi, who was almost pressed against her face, and feeling the warm breath blowing against her ear at this moment, Gu Yuan truly felt a sense of fear. In Gu Yuan's eyes there was more confusion. Even though she had prepared herself when Lin Yi approached her directly, she felt fear at that moment. Seeing Gu Yuan like this, Lin Yi smiled, and suddenly released her waist, saying, "I told you, if you are unwilling I want for." After saying this, Lin Yi turned around, and directly entered his room, closing the door. Watching Lin Yi's door close tightly, Gu Yuan felt a sigh of relief at this moment. She had indeed prepared herself, but when the moment truly arrived, she realized that she still carried fear. This fear was perhaps more about her uncertainty in facing Lin. Ironically, the moment Lin Yi released his hold, she felt a sense of relief. At this moment, she looked at Lin Yi's closed door, bit her lip, and prepared to knock, but when her hand was raised, she didn't dare to knock anymore. She was indeed a bit scared, that was a fact. Thinking of this, Gu Yuan also sighed in relief. At least the other party did not force her to do anything, and their attitude towards her made Gu Yuan understand that there was no malice in Lin Yi's intentions. That night, Gu Yuan couldn't sleep. Her mind was filled with memories of her past with Lin Yi. It must be said that in Gu Yuan's heart, Lin Yi had begun to leave a deep impression. The next morning when Lin Yi got up and saw Gu Yuan making breakfast, he smiled and said, "Let's have breakfast first." "Okay." Upon hearing this, Lin Yi nodded and asked, "Is there something you want to tell me?" "Yesterday. I didn't mean it." Gu Yuan fell silent for a moment before speaking. "I know you haven't accepted me yet." Lin Yi nodded and smiled. "You are a good person." Gu Yuan raised her head and looked at Lin Yi, saying, "I am very lucky to be with you. But don't give me the good person card." Lin Yi waved his hand upon hearing this. He knew he was not a good person. In his past life, he was greedy and lustful. However, that was one side. On the other hand, he truly did not want any barriers between Gu Yuan and himself. In his past life, he had encountered many women, and Gu Yuan was one of them. He simply couldn't harden his heart to hurt her. "I want to open a shop." After a moment of silence, Gu Yuan looked at Lin Yi and said, "The money you gave is enough. Ooh, I want to open a cafe." "Then go for it." Lin Yi smiled and said, "I'll often come to drink coffee there. And next time when I'm ready, I'll tell you." Gu Yuan nodded at Lin Yi. Hearing Gu Yuan's words and seeing her delicate demeanor, Lin Yi even felt an impulse to step forward and kiss. "If you need anything, call me. I'm leaving." Looking at Gu Yuan beside him, Lin Yi said with a smile, and upon hearing his words, Gu Yuan nodded. Watching him leave, she finally sighed in relief. "Actually, he is quite nice." Watching Lin Yi's departing figure, Gu Yuan whispered at this moment. After leaving Gu Yuan's home, Lin Yi prepared to return to school. It had been a whole week since he last went back. Not only him, but even Bu Zheng and the monkey had also been busy setting up their investment company. Lin Yi had entrusted the management of this company entirely to them. Of course, the two were on the surface while Lin Yi was behind the scenes. After all, Lin Yi felt that some things should not be too ostentatious. Otherwise, he might attract unwanted attention. If his uncles and aunts knew he was doing so much here, wouldn't they just come after him? "I wonder how my parents are doing over there." Thinking of Lin Yudao and Su Shuyan returning to Shanghai, Lin Yi couldn't help. During this period, Lin Yudao and Su Shuyan had not called, and for Lin Yi, no news was the best news. At least if something had happened to them, there would have been news by now. Therefore, at this moment, the lack of any news actually made Lin Yi feel much more at ease. "Oh, Lin Yi, what are you doing here?" Just as Lin Yi had just stepped out, he heard a surprised voice, and Chen Shen's face appeared in front of Lin Yi. "Hello, do you live here?" Lin Yi was startled upon seeing Chen Shen. He hadn't expected her to live in the neighborhood he bought for Gu Yuan. "Yes. My home is quite far from here, so I rented a place to stay. How about you?" Looking at Lin Yi, Chen Shen smiled and said, "I haven't seen you for a while. I don't know what you've been up to. I recently took some time off to do my own thing. I'm just heading back to school today." Lin Yi smiled in response, looking at Chen Shen in front of him, clearly happy, unaware of the troubles at home. In his past life, it was very clear that Chen Shen's family business had encountered problems. He vividly remembered that due to a broken funding chain, Chen Shen's father announced the sale of the Jingguang Hotel. Not only that, but he also sold off a large portion of the company's assets. Lin Yi also remembered that because of this, Chen Shen's family went bankrupt. However, the Chen family business was of good because after Chen Shen's father went bankrupt, that company was sold to someone else, and regardless of who it was, it seemed to be profitable. To be honest, if it weren't for the broken funding chain, Chen Shen's father would still have had enough capability to keep the company running. Thus, after rebirth, Lin Yi's first target was the Jingguang Hotel and the Chen family behind it. Of course, the current Chen family had not yet reached a desperate situation, so there was no need for him to take action. Moreover, Lin Yi didn't have that much money yet. He still needed to wait until the gambling ended before considering these matters. However, Lin Yi was already prepared to invest in the Jingguang Hotel and other industries of the Chen family, as this was a surefire profitable business. While chatting with Chen Shen, Lin Yi walked towards the school as their homes were relatively close to it. At that moment, Chen Shen was looking at Lin Yi with curiosity. It must be said that Lin Yi piqued her curiosity. The person before her appeared more confident than before, while in the past Lin Yi had shown a hint of timidity towards her. Now, however, that confidence he displayed was not something that could be feigned. Recalling the day when Zhou Yuan was taken away, Chen Shen realized that Lin Yi had changed long ago. The person standing before her was completely different from the one she remembered. Just as Chen Shen was speaking with Lin Yi, a sudden voice called out, and a car quickly came to a stop in front of them. From the car emerged a smiling face looking at Chun and saying, "Shall I give you a ride to school?" Seeing this person, Lin Yi smiled as well. He naturally recognized Zhang Yao, who used to be the most affluent student in their class, at least in the past. Now Lin Yi was definitely far wealthier than Zhang Yao. "Oh, Lin Yi is here too. I'm driving Chun to school, but there's no room in the car." At this moment it seemed Zhang Yao had only just noticed Lin Yi, and he spoke to him with a smile. Lin Yi looked at Zhang Yao with indifference. This guy still had that lofty gaze, and it was clear he still looked down on others. So what? To Lin Yi, the current Zhang Yao seemed somewhat childish. Why bother dealing with such a naive person? Thus Lin Yi nodded slightly at Zhang Yao, and turned to leave, not paying any attention to Chun as he was merely going to school. "Zhang Yao, no need for that, I'll walk over." Seeing Lin Yi turn for some reason, Chun hurriedly spoke to Zhang Yao, and then, "Lin Yi, Zhang Yao and I are not in that kind of relationship." Looking at Lin Yi, Chun suddenly said, "I know." Lin Yi replied with a smile and a nod. If it were such a relationship, Zhang Yao would not have failed to lend a hand when the Chun family fell. After all, the Chun family was not as weak as it seemed. It should be known that on that day most of the assets sold off by Chun's father were bought by Zhang Yao's father, yet the prices were driven down significantly, giving off a sense of opportunism. Moreover, not only did they force people to sell their assets at a low price, but they also attacked from other angles, leaving the Chun family in a state of disarray. Thus, even though Zhang Yao was pursuing Chun, now Lin Yi understood that the Zhang family was eyeing a portion of the Chun family's industry. He did not know what ultimately happened to Chun, only that when the Chun family truly collapsed, the Zhang family took over most of its assets, and Chun dropped out of school. After that, Lin Yi never saw her again. The reason Lin Yi was preparing to act was twofold. First, the Chun family's assets were valuable, and second, he could not stand the Zhang family. In his past life, Lin Yi and Zhang Yao were from two different worlds. Even being in the same class did not create much of a connection. However, during the time of Lin Yi's company collapse, Zhang Yao had once told Lin Yi and his friends to get lost, claiming they were not worthy to sit with someone of his stature. That debt had always lingered in Lin Yi's mind. In short, for Lin Yi, the Zhang family was a family he intended to obliterate once he secured that funding. Seeing Lin Yi silent, Chun scrutinized him closely. She did not know what changes had happened to Lin Yi, but she understood that he was definitely not as simple as he appeared. Not to mention anything else, even the blood cat had to treat him with respect. Could his identity truly be that ordinary? Having been classmates with Lin Yi for over a year, she had never seen this side of him. It seems like vacation is coming up soon. Lin Yi suddenly thought of something and asked Chun beside him. Yes. Chun was taken aback and responded, "It's summer vacation." "I almost forgot." Hearing Chun's words, Lin Yi nodded. After his rebirth, he had lost all concept of school and truly did not know. "You haven't been to school for several days. It seems you've been busy with your own matters." Chun asked Lin Yi with a smile. "Yes." Lin Yi nodded in response and smiled at Chun, saying, "I'm different from you. You are the wealthy ones who can study well, while I have to work hard." "Damn, Lin Yi." At that moment, Zhang Yao, who was standing still, looked at Lin Yi with a sullen expression, his eyes filled with intense anger. It was evident that Lin Yi's association with Chun was something Zhang Yao could not tolerate. "You're playing with fire," Zhang Yao coldly remarked, watching Lin Yi's back. "Do you dare to compete with me? You're digging your—" Zhang Yao was extremely furious. He had been eyeing Chun for quite some time, yet she had always treated him coldly. He never expected that Chun would end up with Lin Yi, a situation he had not foreseen. The attitude between the two was clearly much better than his relationship with Chun, which made Zhang Yao even more furious. As they conversed, the two gradually walked towards the school. In fact, the distance to the school was merely a few steps away. Even walking would take at most 5 or 6 minutes. Zhang Yao driving was simply showing off, so Lin Yi didn't bother with such a person. After entering the classroom, many people looked at Lin Yi and Chun. The two entered the classroom chatting and laughing, drawing a lot of attention. This person, when did he get involved with the class beauty? Lin Yi usually appeared as a poverty-stricken student, whereas the class beauty was truly a rich and beautiful girl. The gap was too wide. While many were surprised to see Lin Yi and Chun together, it didn't seem out of place, or rather it felt normal. A group of Chun's sisters, including Zhou Yuan, no longer underestimated Lin Yi, while another two, Zheng and Hozi, were making eye contact with Lin Yi. Lin Yi sat directly in the middle of the monkey and the others, while Chun smiled, slightly disregarding the gazes of those around him, and took his seat. As soon as he sat down, Lin Yi felt a gaze fixed intensely upon him, an expression filled with hostility. Feeling that gaze, Lin Yi looked up and saw Zhang Yao glaring at him with a fierce intensity, his eyes radiating a blatant fool. Lin Yi coldly smiled at Zhang Yao's gaze, returning the stare with a chill emanating directly towards Zhang. Zhang Yao's expression darkened as he noticed Lin Yi's gaze upon him, coldly smiling and choosing not to say anything further. The exchange of glances between the two was fleeting, almost instantaneous, yet a grudge was forged. "It seems Zhang Yao can't stand you." Najing spoke, glancing at Lin Yi. "Don't pay it any mind." Lin Yi replied, casting a look at the two. "How's the company?" "It's almost ready." Najing looked at Lin Yi and said, "Next we will start taking action. Also, we found a few people for you to consider." As he spoke, Najing handed Lin Yi a set of materials, saying, "I think these individuals are quite suitable. They should have no issue as vice presidents of the company." Najing and the monkey were essentially the CEO and general manager, while Lin Yi did not take part at all. This was a mutual agreement from the beginning. Of course the two listened to Lin Yi while the subordinates followed their lead. Let's go with him, Lin Yi said, flipping through the materials and pointing out a candidate. This person should be good. Chu Ting. Na Zheng was slightly taken aback. Among the materials he provided to Lin Yi, there were several candidates with better qualifications and experience than Chu Ting, yet Lin Yi chose his name. Yes. Lin Yi nodded, offering no further explanation, but his gaze was fixed upon the person in the photo. Chu Ting. Lin Yi had heard this name in his past life. This individual had started a company and was undoubtedly capable. The key was that Chu Ting had a good reputation, and in his previous life there were no doubts about this person's workability, which is why Lin Yi chose him. As for the others, Lin Yi was unfamiliar and had never heard of them, hence why choose them. Naturally, it was better to select someone with solid capabilities. Although his education was slightly lacking, his skills would not disappoint. Alright, you decide. Na Zheng nodded. He didn't know what Lin Yi was planning, but since Lin Yi chose Chu Ting, they would just make sure this person started. Sitting in class for just one morning, Lin Yi began to feel bored as school was no longer significant to him, especially feeling like he was wasting his life sitting there. Soon the class ended and immediately Na Zheng and the monkey stood up looking at Lin Yi. They said, "We'll be leaving first, we have matters to arrange this afternoon." "Go ahead." Lin Yi nodded, allowing them to leave. The three of them were registered with Su Baichong, so skipping class wasn't a big deal for them. As soon as the two left, someone unexpectedly sat down next to Lin. It was Su Shujing. "You're also in class today." Looking at Su Shujing, Lin Yi smiled and said that when he entered earlier he had directly sat beside Na Zheng and the monkey without noticing Su Shujing. "Sister Mei asked me to tell you that the negotiations over there are nearly complete and the money has started being distributed in back." As she spoke to Lin Yi, Su Shujing continued, "The other company also has intentions to sell, so this period should be manageable." "Then that's good." Lin Yi nodded in response. When he negotiated with Li Mei, he transferred the money into the company account, directly handing it over to Li Mei. Moreover, the company was under his name and he owned most of the shares, so it was not a significant concern. Su Shujing was essentially reporting to Lin Yi about the company, discussing some financials and income. Listening to her, Lin Yi patted Su Shujing's shoulder and said, "I'm not concerned about the rest." Upon hearing this, Su Shujing rolled her eyes at Lin Yi. She was unsure of Lin Yi's state. After all, since they met last time, she had earned quite a bit of commission, and Lin Yi told her she no longer needed to work elsewhere, while Li Mei offered her a salary of over 10,000 just for helping with company affairs. Compared to before where she had to juggle 2 or 3 jobs, Su Shujing now lived a life she had never dared to. Thus, Su Shujing was genuinely grateful to Lin Yi and wanted to do her job well, but Lin Yi was disinterested in these matters. He was solely focused on whether Li Mei had acquired those plots of land. That's the main point, the rest doesn't matter, Lin Yi said, looking at Su Shujing. Su Shujing nodded in agreement. Indeed, Lin Yi had given Li Mei 4,500,000, and a significant portion of that was still in the company's account, which astonished her. Lin Yi was incredibly wealthy. Lin Yi, who was excessively wealthy, was Su Shujing's impression of him. Likewise, she understood that in Lin Yi's eyes, Li Mei's previous business ventures were hardly worth mentioning. "Alright, I've finished my report, boss. I'll be leaving now." Su Shujing smiled lightly at Lin Yi. "Go ahead." Lin Yi nodded while his gaze turned to the room where many began to stare at him. Setting aside Chun Chun, the class flower, there was also Su Shujing. Had she also gotten involved with Lin Yi? It should be noted that Chun Chun was undoubtedly the class flower admired for her beauty and wealth. She was the epitome of a rich girl. However, besides Chun Chun, there was another class flower, Su Shujing. Su Shujing was beautiful, comparable to Chun Chun, and she excelled academically, the only difference perhaps being her lack of wealth. She was even considered poor. Many in the class knew that Su Shujing worked multiple jobs, yet despite this several pursued her. In fact, Zhang Yao once secretly pursued Su Shujing, telling her that if she followed him, she would never have to worry about money, yet Su Shujing ignored him. Thus, when Zhang Yao saw Su Shujing sitting with Lin Yi, he felt his teeth clench, grinding them in frustration. With Chun Chun and Su Shujing together, Zhang Yao felt that his enmity with Lin Yi had escalated. For someone like Zhang Yao, Lin Yi could hardly be bothered. After class, he prepared to leave. Just as Lin Yi stepped out, he was stopped by someone, and the one who stopped him was Wen Xian. Trying to run away again. Wen Xian chuckled as she looked at Lin Yi. "Teacher, when I still have a lot to take care of." Lin Yi awkwardly smiled back at Wen Xian. "Alright, I won't stop you if you want to leave." Wen Xian sighed as she looked at Lin Yi. "Let's go. We should grab a meal. He'll treat you to dinner." "Oh, that's so embarrassing." Hearing this, Lin Yi also smiled, but still obediently followed behind Wen Xian. Watching Lin Yi and Wen Xian walk out, Zhang Yao, who initially planned to leave, felt a hint of unease. Chun Chun, Su Shujing, Wen Xian. Why does this guy deserve the attention of so many women? Especially Teacher, one who is the fantasy of all the men in the school, including most of the teachers. But at that moment, Teacher Wen was actually holding Lin Yi's hand and walking away. To be honest, in Zhang Yao's eyes, Lin Yi was no different from an ant. However, he didn't understand why this ant seemed to have transformed, gaining the favor of those women. This feeling made Zhang Yao very uncomfortable. Because Zhang Yao wanted those women too. Why were these beauties circling around Lin Yi? What gave him the right to be better than? Does this guy have more money than me? Definitely not. So why? Zhang Yao's gaze towards Lin Yi was filled with an, "A poor kid daring to provoke them." "Lin Yi, you're finished." Zhang Yao muttered under his breath. He was unaware of what was happening to Lin Yi, and even if he knew, he wouldn't pay attention. After all, in his mind, Lin Yi was just a minor character. If it weren't for Chunqin Su Shujing and today's matter with teacher Wen Zhang, Yao wouldn't even bother with Lin Yi. At that moment, Lin Yi and Wen Xian had gone out for a meal. Under Lin Yi's lead, they returned to the Golden Crown Hotel. Looking at Lin Yi, Wen Xian helplessly said, "Even though I'm treating you to dinner, you don't need to take advantage of me, right? But you're the one who invited me." Lin Yi chuckled and replied, "Do we really need to be so polite between us?" Us. Hearing this, Wen Xian was taken aback, then shook her head saying, "We are just friends. Friends don't need to be polite either." Seeing Wen Xian like this, Lin Yi smiled and said, "Teacher, when this place is quiet." "All right." Wen Xian nodded wryly, her understanding of Lin Yi becoming clearer. This person was indeed wealthy. After all, a meal here wasn't cheap. "You definitely won't return to school this afternoon, right?" Wen Xian asked as she looked at Lin Yi. "Even if I go back, it doesn't matter. You want me to obediently study. I can't do that." Lin Yi smiled and said, "I've been quite busy lately." "You have a lot going on." Wen Xian looked at Lin Yi and asked, "Of course. I'm planning to make a fortune soon." Lin Yi grinned at Wen Xian, "A very, very large fortune." "Really?" Hearing Lin Yi's words, Wen Xian was taken aback, then she smiled wryly. "Forget it, you don't need to tell me. I'm not interested in that. I just want to pay back the money I owe you." "Pay back money?" Lin Yi looked at Wen Xian and suddenly laughed. "Teacher, when how much can you spare?" Wen Xian was stunned. "What do you mean, how much? How much can you spare? It'll help you make an investment. Guaranteed to make money." Lin Yi smiled at Wen Xian. "Is there such a good thing? You won't be fooled, right?" Upon hearing the words, guaranteed to make money, Wen Xian rolled her eyes at Lin Yi. "Can I deceive myself?" Lin Yi laughed and said, "I'm serious. It'll help you make an investment that yields quick results and fast profits. I'll give you 5,000. Wen Xian fell silent for a moment before speaking. She only had a little over 6,000 on hand now. After all, she really needed money and still owed Lin Yi 500,000. Originally in debt to Ma Teng, she now owed Lin Yi, but she felt that owing Lin Yi was better at least than owing Ma Teng. 5,000 isn't a small amount. After this time, you should be able to pay me back, right? Lin Yi thought for a moment. This 5,000 could be considered as part of the betting pool. According to the upcoming matches, placing bets on each game could turn 5,000 into 50,000. What? Hearing this, Wen Xian was stunned. 5,000? How can you pay me back? What do you want to do? After having a meal with Wenxin, Lin Yi left directly. As for Wenxin, she returned to school. To be honest, she was somewhat worried about Lin Yi, but worrying was of no use. Wenxin clearly understood one thing: Lin Yi had his own thoughts, and even if she wanted to advise him, she couldn't. At this moment, Lin Yi had gone to see Bloodcat. When he arrived, he saw Bloodcat handing over his driver's license with a smile. One couldn't help but admire Bloodcat's speed. He had just spoken with him yesterday, and it was already taken care of. "Young Master Lin, the license is ready. What kind of car do you need? Please let me know." Bloodcat said with a smile as he looked at Lin Yi. "I have a batch of excellent vehicles under my command." "Excellent vehicles?" Lin Yi was momentarily taken aback, looking at Bloodcat with a puzzled gaze. Young Master Lin might not know." Bloodcat chuckled. "One of my companies specializes in used cars. Of course, many of the vehicles are not secondhand and are of very high quality." Listening to Bloodcat, Lin Yi was taken aback and asked, "Are the documents complete?" Bloodcat nodded with a grin. "I guarantee there are no problems. Would young Master Lin like to take a look?" "Then let's take a look." Lin Yi nodded. If the vehicles were suitable, he would have no issues taking one directly. Moreover, he indeed needed a car. Bloodcat took Lin Yi to a used car trading market. Upon arriving, Lin Yi realized that Bloodcat's business was a whole storefront. This place was definitely not smaller than a 4S dealership, and it might even be a lot larger, and all of this belonged to Bloodcat. Now Lin Yi could basically understand the scale of Lu Su and the others. Bloodcat was mingling with Lu Su while Lu Su was associating with Han Wen. Even the least successful among them, Bloodcat was a significant figure in the area. Just the clubhouse he managed, and this shop meant his business was impressive. As for Lu Su, that Zijing clubhouse earned millions annually, and there was no need to say much about their strength. Thinking about this, Lin Yi realized that the dynamics of this world were definitely not as simple as he thought. At least that's how it appeared to him now. In his past life, he may not have even ranked as high as someone like Bloodcat, let alone the formidable Lin family. Now he was the young master of the Lin family, and even someone like Bloodcat had to curry favor with him. This was the difference in "Young Master Lin, follow me." Bloodcat smiled as he looked at Lin Yi. "The cars displayed here are not suitable for your level." Hearing this, Lin Yi smiled and followed Bloodcat to the back. When Bloodcat opened a storage room, Lin Yi nearly dropped his jaw. It was filled with luxury cars, over 20 of them. The least expensive was a Land Rover worth over $1 million, and that was the worst. Among them, the famous luxury cars were all present. Looking at these vehicles, Lin Yi suddenly felt that no matter which one he chose, it would be quite ostentatious. "Young Master Lin, what do you think of these?" Bloodcat asked with a smile. "Most of these cars are essentially brand new. I want that one." Lin Yi's gaze swept across and suddenly landed on a car at the back, which was low-key, very low-key, and looked nothing like a luxury car. He recognized it as a Volkswagen Phaeton, and the greatest advantage of this car was that those who didn't know would think it was just a car worth over 200,000. He felt that this kind of car would not draw too much attention. Since he was still in school, driving a flashy sports car was not very fitting. This car was much more appropriate. Young Master Lin, your taste is quite unique. Bloodcat chuckled awkwardly. After all, Lin Yi was still a college student. Oh, weren't college students supposed to like flashy sports cars? Why choose a car that a 30-year-old would prefer? However, he naturally listened to Lin Yi, so Bloodcat didn't waste any more words and said with a smile, then young Master Lin, take it away. How much? Lin Yi asked as he looked at Bloodcat. Since Bloodcat and the others were helping him, these people were not his subordinates, so it was better to keep track of financial matters clearly. Just 1 million. Bloodcat said with a smile. That car has only been driven for 3,000 kilometers. Oh, a guy lost everything gambling at the Zijin clubhouse and pawned it to Brother Liu. Alright, I'll pay. Lin Yi replied, handing his bank card to Bloodcat with a smile. I just like this kind of car. Good. Bloodcat smiled and said, Brother Liu told me that young Master Lin made a fortune last night. I plan to make more money tonight. Lin Yi also smiled and said this knowing that Bloodcat was aware of his gambling activities with Lu Su, so there was hearing Lin Yi's words. Bloodcat smiled and said, then I wish young Master Lin a prosperous fortune. After finishing their transaction, Lin Yi bid farewell and drove the car straight towards the Zijin clubhouse. Despite its appearance, this car was not high-end at all, but when it really got going, one could appreciate just how impressive it was. At least there were no issues with this vehicle. Soon the car arrived at the Zijin clubhouse, and Lin Yi first went to the casino, handing over the ticket he held. The staff took a quick look and immediately exchanged it. 40 million factoring in the initial investment of 10 million, he made a direct profit of 30 million. This quick cash flow was Lin Yi's only thought at the moment. Young Master Lin. Just as Lin Yi was about to place a bet, Lu Su appeared in front of him and asked, are you still playing? Yes. Lin Yi responded, looking at Lu Su. Mr. Lu, there's something I want to ask, but I'm not sure if I should. Go ahead, young Master Lin. Lu Su laughed as he looked at Lin Yi. I have my own sources. Do you trust me, Mr. Lu? I know the scores. Lin Yi said with a slight smile. I understand. Lu Su's eyes lit up upon hearing this. He looked at Lin Yi and said, thank you, young master. Lu Su was no fool. He understood what Lin Yi meant by this statement. That Lin Yi knew the scores, which was critical. After all, if he knew the scores, how much could he earn? Lu Su was not foolish. He knew it was normal for someone like Lin Yi to have some insider knowledge. Lin Yi telling him this might also be because he had once helped Lin Yi. Otherwise, Lin Yi could have chosen not to mention it. This meant that once Lin Yi spoke up, Lu Su owed him a significant favor. Lin Yi almost directly reinvested the money, and with this gambling method, Lu Su immediately understood that Lin Yi was almost fearless. Thus, Lu Su's eyes flickered, realizing that Lin Yi was indeed correct, and in this process, there was much more room for maneuver. Young Master Lin, if you win tomorrow, should I give you my account, and you can transfer the money to me directly? Lu Su asked with a smile as he watched Lin Yi prepare to leave after placing his bet. That works too. I'll give you my account number, but I need to keep betting tomorrow. Lin Yi replied with a smile, looking at Lu Su. The money I need is substantial. No problem, I'll take any amount. Lu Su smiled slightly, and then saw Lin Yi off from the Purple Gold Club. Watching Lin Yi leave, Lu Su thought for a moment, and chuckled, saying, if this is true, then we'll really make a fortune. After saying that, Lu Su turned to the people behind him and said arrange 50 million according to young Master Lin's score and send it to the Tu Yong for betting. Understood. Upon hearing this, Lu Su's followers nodded and immediately went to carry out the order. The Tu Yong is one of Lu Su's rivals. Although Han Wen has a significant presence in this area and is indeed formidable, he is not invincible. There are still others who can compete with him. Therefore, Lu Su thought since Lin Yi is so confident, he would trust him this once and take this money to place a bet with the Tu Yong. If they keep winning, the people around the Tu Yong might go crazy. Lu Su has plenty of ways to obtain money from the other party, so this matter could be executed. Moreover, if Lin Yi really guesses several matches correctly, they would claim the profits while letting the others take the losses. If what young Master Lin said is true, that would be incredible. Lu Su murmured. If in the end Lin Yi could guess correctly, he would definitely take a share. And this 5,000 I'm following young Master Lin. Suddenly Lu Su thought of something, took out 5,000 and handed it to his followers, saying. He didn't understand why Lin Yi gave him 5,000 when leaving, saying it was for a separate matter, but it didn't really matter. However, 5,000 could be considered the smallest stake the Purple Gold Club has ever had, right? When Lin Yi came out from Lu Su's side, he received a call from Su Mingling. This woman informed Lin Yi that she had negotiated with the other party, so they were ready for the money. Let the other party come to the Purple Gold Club. I'll be waiting for you there. Lin Yi said, then drove back directly. In Su Mingling's call, she indicated that the other party basically agreed, so there shouldn't be any problems on her side. As for the 20 million, Lin Yi currently had nearly 40 million on hand, so the money was sufficient, and he wasn't worried. However, Lin Yi knew very well that what he needed to do now was to make money diligently and gather a total of 100 million within half a month, otherwise it would be impossible to acquire the Chun family's industries. Lin Yi genuinely wanted to acquire those industries owned by Chun Chen's father. What he needed was to build up his own strength, so when he went to the Lin family, he wouldn't be completely in the dark. The Lin family is enormous, and his parents have spent the last 20 years in this small city. Lin Yi knows how deep the waters of Shanghai are, so, in this situation, he must work hard. He doesn't know how his parents are doing over there, but no matter what, he must have enough strength to confront his two uncles when he goes to Shanghai. When Lin Yi returned to the Purple Gold Club, Lu Su looked a bit dazed, but Lin Yi only asked Lu Su to arrange a private room for him and let him go about his own business. After waiting in the private room for a while, Lin Yi saw Su Mingling come in, and behind her was a woman. When the woman saw Lin Yi, she frowned slightly and said, "Mingling, is this your partner?" "Exactly." Su Mingling nodded in response, looking at Lin Yi and saying, "Mr. Lin, this is my current partner. Her name is Song Lin." "Hello." Lin Yi nodded and said, "Now that the person is here, can we talk?" "Sure." Su Mingling nodded and said, "I have already discussed with Song Lin. As long as Mr. Lin provides the funds, then Song Lin's shares will be transferred and we can continue negotiating." However, as Su Mingling spoke, Song Lin suddenly smiled and said, "I never said I agreed. I came here just to see who wants to." "Song Lin, what do you mean by that?" Upon hearing this, Su Mingling's face immediately showed a hint of anger. They had clearly agreed before, but now Song Lin was actually backing out. "I never agreed to you." Looking at Su Mingling, Song Lin smiled faintly and said, "I found another investor." Hearing this, Su Mingling's expression changed immediately. She understood that Song Lin had no intention of withdrawing from the beginning. Instead, she wanted to take her shares or force her into a corner. Thinking of this, Su Mingling's expression darkened and she glanced at Lin Yi. Seeing Lin Yi still sitting there without saying much, she felt a bit more at ease. "Since we are going to talk, we naturally need to sit down and discuss properly. My friend will be here soon," Song Lin said with a faint smile. Upon hearing this, Lin Yi nodded and smiled, saying, "Then I would indeed like to meet them." Song Lin glanced at Lin Yi and didn't say much. After all, Lin Yi had directly taken out such a large sum of money, which was evidently not to be trifled with. Of course, upon seeing Lin Yi, Song Lin also felt a sense of relief, mainly because she did not recognize him. Whether it was the second generation in the city or some wealthy individuals, she had met quite a few. Moreover, this person's surname is Lin, and in her understanding there was no wealthy individual in the city with this surname, which is why she dared to be so arrogant. Soon the door to the private room was pushed open, and upon seeing the person who walked in, Lin Yi's gaze suddenly froze, his eyes narrowing slightly, for he actually knew who this person was. He had met this individual more than once. Zhang Yuhua, the father of Zhang Yao, who was the one who devoured the Qin family. At this moment, this person walked in, first glancing at Song Lin before finally turning his gaze toward Lin Yi. Zhang Yuhua, the father of Zhang Yao, was someone Lin Yi naturally recognized. After all, Zhang Yuhua frequently came to the school to pick up Zhang Yao, and considering the scale of his business, many people in the city were familiar with him. Zhang Yuhua had the capital to be arrogant. He was quite capable and ruthless, employing various methods to acquire numerous companies. It was evident that Su Mingling's company had fallen under his gaze. In his past life, Lin Yi was unaware of how Su Mingling managed to retain her company. However, he knew that Su Mingling and Zhang Yuhua, as two business tycoons in the city, often clashed, which was evidently related to this matter. With this thought, Lin Yi's gaze turned towards Zhang Yuhua, who at that moment furrowed his brow, slightly looking at Lin Yi. He felt that Lin Yi looked somewhat familiar, but after pondering, he couldn't recall where he had seen him. After all, when he came to pick up Zhang Yao, he might have seen Lin Yi, but in his eyes there was nothing noteworthy about his son's classmate. Even if he had glanced at him, he had already forgotten. "I am Zhang Yuhua." Looking at Lin Yi, Zhang Yuhua declared, "Withdraw, or I will not be polite to you." Hearing Zhang Yuhua's words, Lin Yi narrowed his eyes slightly and replied, "Is this a threat?" "Indeed." Zhang Yuhua responded, "You can inquire whatever I Zhang Yuhua want, I can definitely obtain." Hearing this, Lin Yi smiled faintly and said, "I really didn't know you Zhang Yuhua had such abilities. Kid, are you planning to stubbornly oppose me?" Looking at Lin Yi, Zhang Yuhua replied with a faint smile, "It seems you really have no idea who I am." In response, Lin Yi looked at Zhang Yuhua and said, "First, the one who offers the highest bid wins. Second, Su Mingling and Song Lin already have a contract in place. Therefore, you have no further arguments." Upon hearing this, Zhang Yuhua's eyes narrowed slightly. He originally thought that by coming over and asserting his identity, he could at least intimidate this person. After all, there were not many people in the city who could make Zhang Yuhua feel afraid. Moreover, he did not recognize this individual Lin Yi. This name was entirely foreign to him. Thus, in Zhang Yuhua's eyes, this person was someone who did not know his own limits. Looking at Lin Yi before him, a hint of coldness flickered in Zhang Yuhua's gaze. "Kid, you are playing with fire. Do you realize that even if you acquire shares in this company, I can easily destroy it?" Looking at Lin Yi, Zhang Yuhua said indifferently, his gaze like that of a hungry wolf ready to pounce. At that very moment, the door was pushed open again, and Lu Su stepped in. Upon seeing Zhang Yuhua, Lu Su smiled and said, "Mr. Zhang, it's rare to see you at my Zijing club today. Mr. Lu." Seeing Lu Su, Zhang Yuhua suppressed a hint of anger and politely called out to him. Although Zhang Yuhua was fierce, he was not a fool. He did not want to offend someone like Lu Su, especially considering that there was someone behind Lu Su whom he could not provoke. "It's nothing. I just came to say hello." Lu Su smiled slightly, then turned his gaze to Lin Yi and said, "Young Master Lin, I am just outside. If you need anything, just let me know." "All right." In response, Lin Yi nodded. He understood that Lu Su was here to support him. When Lu Su addressed Lin Yi as Young Master Lin, Zhang Yuhua's expression darkened slightly. He scrutinized Lin Yi carefully. This person seemed to have an impressive background. Lu Su was not someone of lesser capability than himself, yet even such a person had to respectfully address Lin Yi as Young Master Lin. Therefore, this person's background was undoubtedly not ordinary. Zhang Yuhua's gaze was fixed on Lin Yi while Lin Yi also looked back at Zhang Yuhua with a smile and said, Mr. Zhang, if you intend to confront me head-on, I am ready to accompany you. However, this time it seems you will be powerless to act. After all, Su Mingling has the right of first refusal for the shares. Of course, you could also spend 20 million to buy the shares from Su Mingling. Hearing Lin Yi's words, Zhang Yuhua fell silent. The figure of 20 million had already exceeded his expectations. Originally, he and Song Lin had planned to push Su Mingling into a corner, but if Su Mingling could not produce enough money, she would have to sell her shares, and at a loss. Zhang Yuhua had offered 800,000 to buy all of Su Mingling's shares. However, as soon as she returned, she stated 20 million, a figure that changed Zhang Yuhua's expression. Could it be that someone truly dared to invest such money? Therefore, Zhang Yuhua came over. He had a pre-existing relationship with Song Lin and only intended to pressure others with his stature. He initially thought that by revealing his name the other party would be intimidated. However, the other party completely disregarded him, even ignoring him entirely. A person whom even Lu Su had to treat with caution was certainly not an ordinary individual. Thus, at this moment, looking at Lin Yi before him, Zhang Yuhua took a deep breath and said with a faint smile, All right, I'll let you have this one time, but there will be other opportunities. After saying this, Zhang Yuhua smiled faintly and turned to leave. However, before departing, his gaze lingered on Lin Yi like that of a hungry wolf. I need to think of a way to deal with this guy. Looking at Zhang Yuhua's gaze, Lin Yi silently pondered. To be honest, he was not afraid of other things, but Zhang Yuhua was definitely not an easy opponent. Lin Yi needed to handle such a person with care. The subsequent events unfolded quite smoothly as Song Lin had no means to resist, and thus had to sign the contract. Once the transfer was successfully completed, Song Lin left helplessly. At that moment, Lin Yi turned his gaze towards Su Mingling and said, Zhang Yuhua is not simple. I know. Su Mingling nodded in response and said, I will be careful. Lin Yi nodded, knowing that both parties had signed the contract. Thus, as a major shareholder of Su Mingling's company, he certainly did not want anything to happen to it. All right, I will take my leave. Looking at Su Mingling, Lin Yi spoke. If you need anything, feel free to call me. Okay. Su Mingling nodded in reply, looking at Lin Yi and saying, Thank you for today. The conversation with Su Mingling was quite simple. Essentially, it was just about arranging these matters. However, today, as Lin Yi looked at Su Mingling, he couldn't help but feel that this woman was indeed excessively beautiful. The last time Lin Yi saw Su Mingling, she appeared particularly disheveled. Back then, she did not look as glamorous as she did now. Although her spirit wasn't particularly high today, at least Su Mingling had dressed herself nicely, making her appear much more attractive. As Lin Yi stepped out of the private room, he saw Lu Su standing at the door. Looking at Lin Yi, Lu Su smiled and said, Lin Xiao, that guy is not to be trifled with. I know. Lin Yi nodded in response, saying, If it were normal competition, I wouldn't be afraid of him. I just worry that he might resort to other means. Rest assured, he truly can't handle other methods. Lu Su smiled slightly and said, He and Tu Yong are in the same boat, but Tu Yong doesn't dare to act recklessly on my turf. Tu Yong. Lin Yi was taken aback and looked at Lu Su, asking, Who is that? A guy who dares to go. Let's put it this way. The eastern part of the city is almost entirely Tu Yong's territory, while the western part is all Brother Wen's. Listening to Lu Zu's words, Lin Yi was also taken aback. Then, with a hint of surprise in his eyes, he realized he had initially thought Han Wen was a dominant force, but it seemed there was another contender. Seeing Lu Zu's and Bloodcat's abilities, Lin Yi knew that the people under Han Wen were quite capable. However, it was evident that Tu Yong could compete with Han Wen, indicating he was not to be underestimated. That guy Tu Yong has a partnership with Zhang Yuhua. Many times when Zhang Yuhua sets his sights on a target but can't handle it himself, he sends Tu Yong to do the dirty work and takes a share of the profits. Looking at Lin Yi, Lu Su said, So this guy is also not easy to deal with. Nodding at Lu Zu's words, Lin Yi had a look of surprise in his eyes. After all, while he knew part of Zhang Yuhua's background, he wasn't entirely clear. However, from Lu Zu's words, Lin Yi had learned a bit more. However, you don't need to worry about the trouble from Tu Yong, Lin Xiao. Looking at Lin Yi, Lu Su smiled and said, If they use any tricks, just come to us. All right, I understand. Lin Yi nodded in response. After that, Lu Su took his leave. Lin Yi had already grasped the situation, and that was enough. After finishing his conversation with Lu Su, Lin Yi directly left the Zijin Club and returned to his villa. When the car stopped at the villa gate, a sports car quickly pulled up in front of him. A woman got out of the sports car. When she saw Lin Yi, she nodded slightly at him before entering the villa across from Lin Yi. Looking at that woman, Lin Yi slightly frowned. The aura she exuded was exceptionally mature. She was an extraordinarily mature and charming woman. The woman directly entered the villa. Watching her go inside, Lin Yi turned around and walked towards his own house. This was the second time he had seen this woman. She looked somewhat familiar, but Lin Yi couldn't recall who she was. In the next 4 or 5 days, Lin Yi did not go to school. However, good news kept coming from Lu Su. Lin Yi hit the mark every time he placed a bet. From an initial 10 million, his money with Lu Su had now reached 300 million. Of course, Lu Su was even more excited because Lin Yi's predictions were completely accurate. Even Lu Su had not expected that Lin Xiao would be so spot on with every bet. Under these circumstances, Lu Su also won quite a bit from Tu Yong. He was even somewhat astonished by his own winnings this time. A total of 8 or 900 million, even De Tuyong and his gang having lost that much during this period were feeling quite a headache. Moreover, De Tuyong really had no way to refuse. Since Lu Su and Han Wen were the ones placing bets, he couldn't refuse their wager. Otherwise, Han Wen and Lu Su would definitely make a fuss, and if that really happened, it would be a headache for De Tuyong. Of course, none of this mattered to Lin Yi. He simply informed Lu Su that he could guess the scores. It was evident that Lu Su pocketed all the profits. However, if the scores he bet on were the same as Lin Yi's, they would be directly transferred to De Tuyong. Thus, Lu Su not only took all the bets here, but also won a substantial amount from De Tuyong alongside Han Wen. Therefore, this time Lu Su and Han Wen directly invited Lin Yi to the Zijin Club as a way of thanking him. Lin Xiao, I must thank you again this time. Looking at Lin Yi, Han Wen smiled and said, De Tuyong has been opposing me for quite some time. This time, he must be feeling quite miserable. Han Wen was well aware that Lin Yi's assistance this time had caused his old rival to suffer greatly. Originally, Han Wen had been introduced to Lin Yi by David, and at that time, he had thought of relying on the Lin family. After all, he knew that David was serving the Lin family, and he hoped to leverage their influence to deal with his old rival. However, he never expected that with Lin Yi's help he would be able to thoroughly crush De Tuyong. It was important to know that De Tuyong was now almost completely suppressed, and just from Lin Yi's information, he had earned quite a bit from De Tuyong. Tomorrow is the last match. Lin Yi wrote down a score and handed it to Han Wen, saying, Here. Thank you very much, Lin Xiao. At this moment, Han Wen's gaze was filled with excitement. He looked at Lin Yi and said, If it weren't for you, Lin Xiao, I wouldn't have been able to deal with De Tuyong. If I truly manage to eliminate De Tuyong this time, I will never forget the great kindness of Lin Xiao. Listening to Han Wen's words, Lin Yi smiled. For him, helping Han Wen was only natural. After all, as long as Han Wen was taken care of, things would become much simpler. Zhang Yuhua would no longer have any support, and that was the key. Lin Yi did not expect Han Wen to be so grateful to him, but after thinking about it, he understood why Han Wen felt that way. The conflict between him and De Tuyong was evidently quite severe, and neither could gain the upper hand on the other, which indicated De Tuyong's considerable abilities. If either side were to fall, the other would become the overlord of the city, so under such circumstances both wanted to eliminate. Since both sides had similar manpower and financial resources, they were evenly matched, which was one of the reasons Han Wen wanted to rely on Lin Yi. Currently, Lin Yi had not utilized the power of the Lin family, yet he had already put Han Wen in a position where De Tuyong had no means to counter him, which was what excited Han Wen. As for dealing with De Tuyong, Lin Yi felt quite confident. After all, De Tuyong and Zhang Yuhua were in a partnership, and what he needed to do was suppress Zhang Yuhua's influence. Thus, he needed to work hard, at the very least ensuring he had enough money, and now he already had enough. Betting on football had already earned Lin Yi sufficient funds, and during this period he had not anticipated how smoothly he would make this money. Of course, compared to the vast Lin family, this amount was not too significant. After all, for a family as large as the Lin family, a few hundred million was merely a trivial sum. A family worth billions was not just a saying. Lin Yi was well aware of this, but in such a small place, a few hundred million was already sufficient, at least enough for him to develop the upcoming matters. What he aimed to earn was enough funds to utilize upon his return, as well as to establish his own influence. The Lin family's influence was in Shanghai, and he was located quite close to Shanghai, so he needed to start developing from this. In Wenshur, the city where Lin Yi was located, his current task was to first gain control over Wenshur, at least to the point where he had enough capabilities. Only then could he go back and compete with the Lin family. The next day, Lin Yi received a call from Han Wen stating that the money had been received, and this time Han Wen was even more ruthless, directly taking away a full 800 million. Including the previous amounts, this meant that De Tuyong had lost a total of 1,600 million to Han Wen, an unimaginable sum. Does De Tuyong have this much money? Upon receiving Han Wen's call, Lin Yi was somewhat surprised, considering De Tuyong was merely one of the local big shots, not even among the top tier, yet he possessed such wealth. Of course not. Han Wen chuckled and replied, As far as I know, he partnered with 7 or 8 wealthy individuals, and De Tuyong alone cannot produce that much money, but when they pool their resources together, it can certainly be done. Han Wen said with a smile, having undoubtedly set De Tuyong up for a significant loss. Not only that, but with such substantial losses, it was evident that those 7 or 8 individuals would harbor resentment towards De Tuyong, as they had established the gambling house together to profit. But even if they absorbed some losses, the money Han Wen placed with them had already caused them to lose a considerable amount. Even if their original operations were profitable, it was impossible to gain over 1 billion, so calculating it all, De Tuyong and his associates had likely lost around 150 million. Such a level of loss also instilled a sense of distrust and resentment towards De Tuyong among these individuals. Even a slight amount was enough, as originally, these people might have united to assist De Tuyong, but now they would certainly not help him. Because regardless of who they were, these individuals were undoubtedly driven by self-interest, but clearly they had not gained any benefits, and had instead lost a considerable amount. Lin Yi also received the 800 million from Han Wen, and when he obtained this sum, a smile emerged on his face, proving that wealth could indeed be amassed through gambling. By the way, Mr. Lin, the 5,000 you gave me last time has now grown to 350,000. Lu Su also handed Lin Yi a bank card, and said, and upon hearing this Lin Yi nodded, a 350,000 was already quite a considerable amount. Although it wasn't enough to reach 500,000 for Wenxin, this was undoubtedly a pleasant surprise, and Lin Yi believed that presenting her with this money would surely make her very happy. At that moment in the private room of the Zijin Club, Lin Yi was conversing with Han Wen and Lu Su, and Han Wen looked at Lin Yi and said, Mr. Lin, if you have any requests in the future, feel free to contact me. In Han Wen's eyes, Lin Yi was truly a god of wealth. With Lin Yi's help, he not only earned a significant amount of money, but also weakened Tu Yong's power, making it much simpler for him to deal with Tu Yong next. Just as Lin Yi and the others were talking, the door was suddenly pushed open and a tall man walked in. Looking at the three people present, he grinned and said, Han Wen, you wouldn't not welcome me, would you? Tu Yong, what are you doing here? Lu Su stood up looking at Tu Yong and shouted. At this moment, Lin Yi also focused his gaze on this person, Tu Yong, whose head was indeed quite large, and now this person's gaze was fixed on Lin Yi. I've always been curious about how Han Wen managed to win so much money from me. It seems it's all thanks to you. Looking at Lin Yi, Tu Yong smiled faintly and said, I'm here today just to make your acquaintance. After saying this, Tu Yong scoffed and turned to leave, while Han Wen and Lu Zu's expressions darkened upon hearing, Tu Yong, let me tell you, if you dare to touch a hair on young Master Lin, you're finished. Han Wen suddenly stood up, staring at Tu Yong as he spoke. He with you, Han Lao Dao watching over him. Of course I'll be fine, but if I don't deal with him, someone else will surely cause him trouble. After saying this, Tu Yong's gaze carried a hint of coldness as he added, after all, this time not only are you dealing with me, but you've also blocked the financial paths of others. After saying this, Tu Yong directly left, and upon hearing this threat, Lin Yi frowned slightly. It was evident that Tu Yong was quite arrogant. Moreover, he had the audacity to come over and threaten him. Although Lin Yi was somewhat worried about Tu Yong, it was evident that Han Wen did not wish for Lin Yi to encounter any trouble. Young Master Lin, how about I arrange someone to protect you? Looking at Lin Yi, Han Wen pondered for a moment and asked, worried that Tu Yong might act recklessly, for indeed, Tu Yong was not someone to be trifled with. I am not afraid of other matters, but I am concerned about Tu Yong causing you trouble. Han Wen stated, gazing at Lin Yi. Bodyguard. Lin Yi was taken aback and looked at Han Wen, saying, you want to arrange a bodyguard for me? Yes, Han Wen nodded. I have quite a few capable people around me. Finding a bodyguard for young Master Lin is no problem. Forget it, let me think about it first. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Yi responded, I really am not used to having someone follow me. Then, young Master Lin, please be cautious, and if anything happens, let me know immediately. Han Wen spoke, not worried about the other party attacking from other angles. After all, whether in street skills or in official matters, he was not afraid of them. Moreover, Han Wen was aware of Lin Yi's background, which was not something this group could provoke. Of course, he was also acutely aware that if anything were to happen to Lin Yi, Han Wen would truly suffer the consequences, for David had entrusted Han Wen with ensuring Lin Yi's safety. I have other matters to attend to, so I will leave first. Lin Yi said after considering, then quickly departed. Lu Su sent 2 people to secretly protect young Master Lin. Han Wen thought for a moment and said, although Lin Yi said it was unnecessary, he could not allow Lin Yi to come to any harm, for he was even more afraid of Lin Yi encountering trouble. Understood. Lu Su nodded hurriedly upon hearing Han Wen's instructions, then also left the private room to arrange these matters. After leaving the Zijin Club, Lin Yi returned directly to the city, pondering about the bodyguard that Han Wen had mentioned. When threatened by Tu Yong today, Han Wen suddenly suggested finding a bodyguard for Lin Yi. At that moment, Lin Yi considered bringing a bodyguard, but after thinking it over, he decided against it, as he felt it would be odd to have a bodyguard following him. Another reason for his refusal was that Lin Yi thought of someone. If he truly needed a bodyguard, Lin Yi felt that person would be very suitable, but currently he did not have the time to look. In his past life, while in the provincial capital, Lin Yi had encountered someone who was a true expert. They had been friends at the time, and once when a group of thugs sought trouble, that person single-handedly faced them, taking down 8 thugs with just a few moves. Watching that person in action had left Lin Yi astounded. However, as he pondered this, another thought crossed his mind. That kid had helped me a lot in my past life. By the end of the year, he should be in trouble. I can go to the provincial capital to resolve his issues then. Lin Yi murmured thoughtfully. That person was named Tan Nu, the only friend Lin Yi had in the provincial capital in his past life. At the time, Lin Yi worked as a bartender while Tan Nu was a security guard. Lin Yi never imagined that a security guard could be so capable. However, reflecting on his past life, Lin Yi realized he had done various jobs and had made a few friends worth getting close to. After some thought, Lin Yi decided to drive to see Gu Yuan. He had not visited her for about a week and wondered how she was doing. It was not that Lin Yi did not want to visit Gu Yuan, but he was unsure how to face her now. To be honest, since his rebirth, Lin Yi had not vented his feelings, and as a normal man, he had his own needs. When facing Gu Yuan, the charming beauty, it would be a lie to say he was not moved. Yet he understood Gu Yuan too well. He did not want their relationship to be such that he took her first time, so he had been enduring. Now Lin Yi was beginning to struggle with his restraint. Arriving at Gu Yuan's home, he found her going through some documents. Upon seeing Lin Yi, Gu Yuan stood up and said, "You're here." Lin Yi nodded and asked, "Is there something to eat?" "Yes." Gu Yuan replied, nodding slightly. "They'll go make dinner now." "All right." As he watched Gu Yuan hurriedly go prepare dinner, Lin Yi sat down on the sofa and glanced at the documents she had been reviewing, momentarily stunned. Are you still looking for a shop? Lin Yi asked, noticing some items on the page. Yes. Gu Yuan nodded. I'm still looking. She was tired of staying at home and was contemplating going out to do something. Actually seeing Lin Yi arrive, Gu Yuan was unsure why, but at that moment her gaze toward Lin Yi carried a hint of unusual emotion. During this time she had thought the most about Lin Yi, as he had pulled her out of what she considered a pit of fire. However, unlike what she had imagined, he did not lead her into another pit of fire. In fact, Lin Yi had been protecting her, and during this time, she had clearly felt Lin Yi's care. However, neither she nor Lin Yi had dared to break through the final barrier. On that day when she wanted to willingly give herself, the moment Lin Yi embraced her, she felt her heart race for a moment. Just that reaction made Lin Yi let her go, which deeply touched Gu Yuan, altering her feelings toward him. Forget it, don't bother with that. Let me take you out for dinner. After some thought, Lin Yi smiled and said, just right, I'll take you. What place? Gu Yuan was taken aback and asked. To help you find a shop. Lin Yi thought for a moment and said with a smile, then took Gu Yuan out. About 5 kilometers from the university town, there was a bar street, and Lin Yi knew there was a good shop at the street corner that had not yet been rented out. Lin Yi was aware of this because last time when Lin Shujing reported to him, he had told Li Mei that if she found any worthy shops or properties to invest in, she could do so. As a result, Li Mei bought that shop, which had a decent layout and was sufficient for opening a cafe. Since Gu Yuan was looking for a shop, Lin Yi thought it would be perfect to let her open a cafe there. At the entrance of the bar street, when Lin Yi brought Gu Yuan here, he saw Su Shujing already standing there. Looking at Lin Yi, Su Shujing hurriedly spoke, her gaze unconsciously glancing at Gu Yuan, who was following Lin Yi. Upon seeing Gu Yuan's face, Su Shujing was momentarily stunned. This woman is truly beautiful. At least in Su Shujing's eyes, this woman was definitely not inferior to the class flower Qinshin. However, Gu Yuan gave her a different feeling. While Qinshin seemed somewhat naive, Gu Yuan exuded a kind of delicate charm. Indeed, sometimes when Lin Yi looked at Gu Yuan, he felt that those sparkling eyes needed protection, and that was the impression Gu Yuan left on him. However, only those who had truly spent time with Gu Yuan like Lin Yi would understand that this seemingly delicate girl who needed protection was actually much stronger. Perhaps she had seen her fair share of hardships since her childhood, so beneath Gu Yuan's fragile exterior lay a resilient heart. I'll be leaving first. Su Shujing smiled slightly at Lin Yi, then nodded at Gu Yuan behind him before quickly departing. As Su Shujing looked at Gu Yuan was also observing Su Shujing. This girl is very beautiful and younger than herself. Su Shujing referred to Lin Yi as boss, but Gu Yuan found nothing strange about that. After all, if Lin Yi had no skills, it would be strange for Gu Yuan. The fact that he could take her out from the Zijin Club indicated that he was quite capable. How is this place? After taking Su Shujing's key and leading Gu Yuan inside, Lin Yi asked. This place is nice, but the rent should be quite expensive, right? Gu Yuan asked. This place is mine. You can just operate it. Lin Yi smiled at Gu Yuan's words and said, they'll have someone come to renovate it tomorrow. You can just start working. Gu Yuan looked at Lin Yi, gently nodding, but her eyes held a hint of gratitude. Let's go eat. Lin Yi smiled at Gu Yuan beside him, then directly closed the door. Turning to Gu Yuan, he said, there should be a nice restaurant nearby. Shall we walk over? Gu Yuan gently nodded and instinctively linked her arm with Lin Yi's. Feeling the change in Gu Yuan, Lin Yi was also taken aback, then smiled. It was evident that Gu Yuan had developed a certain fondness for him, which was good news. As they walked along the street, suddenly a girl glanced over at Lin Yi and quickly approached Gu Yuan. Upon seeing Gu Yuan, the girl was also momentarily stunned and hurriedly exclaimed, what are you doing here? Gu Yuan's face turned pale as she looked at the girl and replied, my presence here is none of your business. Hearing Gu Yuan's words, the girl sneered. What right do you have to speak to me like that? If it weren't for my family, you would have starved long ago. Listening to the girl's words, Lin Yi was slightly taken aback, looking at Gu Yuan with a puzzled expression. This is my cousin. Gu Yuan looked at Lin Yi with an unusual expression and said, she's my uncle's daughter. Upon hearing this, Lin Yi immediately understood Gu Yuan's uncle was the one who sold her to the Zijin Club, making this girl the daughter of that man. He also realized why Gu Yuan's expression changed so drastically upon seeing this girl, as she truly didn't know. As Gu Yuan said, she had severed ties with that family, and they would each walk their own paths from now on. Gu Yuan didn't want to concern herself with these people, but at this moment encountering this girl left her unsure of how to respond. Forget it, let's ignore her and go. Lin Yi patted Gu Yuan's arm and softly said. Hearing this, Gu Yuan gently nodded and followed behind Lin Yi. She's just a whore. The girl sneered at Gu Yuan, and the moment Gu Yuan heard this, her body trembled. Lin Yi noticed Gu Yuan's face change, and his expression darkened as he glanced at the girl behind them. Gu Yuan, don't think I don't know my dad sold you, and now you're acting all high and mighty. The girl said coldly, and as Gu Yuan heard this, Lin Yi's face had already turned extremely grim. He couldn't comprehend what kind of people this family was. After all, if Gu Yuan hadn't been raised by her uncle for 10 years, she wouldn't have been sent away. So it was Gu Yuan who saved her uncle. Yet under these circumstances, the other party could still say such words, which was utter. At this moment, Gu Yuan's face was ashen, gripping Lin Yi's arm tighter, her sparkling eyes filled with mist. Seeing Gu Yuan's expression, Lin Yi felt a surge of pain in his heart. His gaze turned to the girl sneering not far away. Gu Yuan ignored her, yet the girl still uttered such vicious words, leaving Lin Yi with no good feelings toward her. Giving Gu Yuan a reassuring look, Lin Yi then stepped forward and slapped the girl hard across the face, leaving a bright, "I don't hit women, but you forced my hand." Lin Yi glared coldly at the girl and said, "Get lost. You dare hit me. You'll regret this." The girl's face darkened after being struck, sneering, "If you have the guts, don't run away." After saying this, the girl hurriedly ran into one of the bars. Watching this, Lin Yi frowned slightly, but didn't care. "Let's go. We're going to eat." Gently hugging Gu Yuan, Lin Yi said, "You don't need to pay attention to what they say. Oh, just know you are not what they claim." Lin Yi, "Thank you." Looking at Lin Yi, who smiled at her, Gu Yuan couldn't help but shed tears expressing her gratitude. After finishing their meal, Lin Yi led Gu Yuan out of the restaurant, preparing to head home. Following the earlier incident, Gu Yuan seemed unexpectedly unburdened. Her distance from Lin Yi had noticeably narrowed. At this very moment, she willingly linked her arm through his, and as they walked side by side, their closeness radiated with quiet intimacy. "It's them." Just a few steps beyond the entrance, a sharp voice rang out. Lin Yi froze upon hearing it, then turned to see a young woman glaring fiercely in his direction, finger pointed accusingly. Flanking her were 7 or 8 others led by another woman. "Sister Sun, it's this scoundrel. He struck me. Help me punish him. I want him humiliated beyond redemption." Gu Yuan's cousin cried out, pointing at Lin Yi while clutching the woman's hand with a pleading expression. The woman fixed her gaze on Lin Yi and demanded, "So, you're the one who laid hands on my woman?" "Your woman?" Lin Yi blinked in surprise, then glanced at Gu Yuan's cousin, who stood clinging to the woman like a delicate songbird. In that instant, understanding dawned. This cousin and the woman called Sister Sun shared more than mere friendship, a blossoming bond between women. Sister Sun was passably attractive, but overly flamboyant, her face heavily powdered, lending her an almost fox spirit allure. Yet Lin Yi's gaze quickly shifted, growing solemn as he took in the figures behind her. Behind Sister Sun stood no fewer than 8 burly men, clearly seasoned street toughs, evident from their tattoos and deliberately unruly hairstyles. "Sister Sun, it's him. Beat him. Avenge me. Look, my face is swollen from his blow. Does he dare lay hands on?" Gu Yuan's cousin kept shouting. "Gu Qing." Gu Yuan's voice hardened. "What do you intend to do?" "Gu Yuan, shut your mouth. Who do you think you are?" Gu Qing's expression darkened instantly. "Oh, so you played the aloof maiden back then. Refused the marriage our uncle arranged. And now you defend this lover of yours." Hearing those words, Gu Yuan's face paled. Her eyes locked onto Gu Qing, shifting through layers of disbelief, sorrow, and dawning disillusionment. This was her own cousin, the last person she'd believed remained kin to her in this world alongside her uncle. Yet Gu Yuan knew well how her uncle treated her, coldly, calculatingly, always scheming to sell her off for profit. Once he'd tried to marry her to the village chief's son solely to extort a lavish bride price. When she refused, her life in his household became one of silent neglect and quiet contempt. Later, when her uncle fell deep into debt, creditors came demanding payment and seized Gu Qing instead. She vanished, leaving her uncle to drag Gu Yuan forward, pleading that she settle the debt in her stead. Gu Yuan, still clinging to filial gratitude for having been raised under his roof, reluctantly agreed. She'd hoped at least that her sacrifice might earn her some measure of kindness from her uncle's family. But Gu Qing's sneering disdain revealed the truth. There would be no warmth, only deeper cruelty. Gu Yuan drew a slow, steadying breath, her gaze lingering on Gu Qing's eyes filled not with anger, but profound disappointment. This was family, the last living kin she thought she had. If Gu Qing could treat her, so then her uncle's heart must be equally barren. In that moment, Gu Yuan felt a loneliness so vast it hollowed her chest. Had she truly become utterly alone in this world with no one left to lean on? Her face drained of color, until Lin Yi's hand gently closed over hers. The sudden warmth startled her. She turned, meeting his eyes, and saw unmistakably a flicker of raw concern. "Perhaps I am not entirely without support in this world." Gazing into Lin Yi's anxious eyes, Gu Yuan realized, for the first time, that this man might yet become her anchor. Every memory of Lin Yi surfaced vividly, how he spoke of knowing her from a past life, how he knew her name, Gu Yuan, and even her quiet dream of opening a small shop, how intimately he seemed to understand her, his words resonating with uncanny familiarity, as though they had indeed known each other long before now. For years, Gu Yuan had feared his devotion was feigned, feared he would abandon her, that their bond would dissolve in time. So she kept him at arm's length, refusing even to hope. But now, seeing the genuine tension in his eyes, the unguarded tenderness, she understood. Perhaps it was the only soul in this world she could truly trust. Gently patting Gu Yuan's shoulder, Lin Yi sighed, then turned to Sister Sun. "Sister Sun, is that your name? What of it?" Sister Sun sneered. "Speak quickly, if you've anything to say. Either way, today you'll lose a hand. Dare strike my woman. You've signed your own death warrant." "Do you know Shui Mao?" Lin Yi asked calmly, his tone devoid of fear. "Shui Mao?" Sister Sun faltered, studying him closely. "You know Brother Shui Mao? So you do know him?" Lin Yi smiled faintly. "Then this will be simple. I'll have him handle it." His voice remained level, almost serene, yet beneath its calm surface burned quiet fury. For Gu Yuan was grieving, and Lin Yi's heart ached with hers. He was angry, fiercely so, though neither Sister Sun nor Gu Qing sensed it. His rage was born not of pride, but of protectiveness, of love wounded by another's cruelty. Boy, don't play games. Do you seriously expect us to believe you know someone like Brother Shuemao? Sister Sun scoffed. Don't waste time stalling. I see right through your tricks. Her eyes never left Lin Yi. She didn't believe him, not for a second. She knew Shuemao standing while only two men commanded his loyalty, Lord Lu and Lord Han. Lin Yi bore no resemblance to either. Clearly he was bluffing, buying time summoning backup. That was Sister Sun's certainty, and she trusted it absolutely. Grab him, beat him senseless first. She glared at Lin Yi, venom thick in her voice. Listening to Sun Jie, Lin Yi was momentarily stunned. In fact, to find out whether he had any connection with Blood Cat, he could just make a phone call. However, this woman didn't even bother to call, and was ready to teach him a lesson while holding on to Gu Qing. Such a woman, either overconfident or utterly foolish. Lin Yi thought that the Sun Jie in front of him belonged to the because this woman showed a brief instinctive fear when she heard the name Blood Cat. Lin Yi could see that clearly in her eyes. Thus Lin Yi could not comprehend what exactly Sun Jie was relying on, but it was indeed foolish of her to dare to teach. As he watched Sun Jie's subordinates approach, Lin Yi protected Gu Yuan behind him and said, "You go first. I want leave." Gu Yuan shook her head upon hearing this, gripping Lin Yi's hand tighter. Her gaze was fixed on Lin Yi as she said, "I will stay with you." Hearing Gu Yuan's words, Lin Yi smiled. At this moment, Gu Yuan's eyes sparkled when looking at him, a look that filled Lin Yi with secret joy. He raised his head and noticed 2 or 3 thugs rushing over, with the lead thug directly attacking Lin Yi. Seeing the thug's hand reaching for him, Lin Yi's expression changed slightly as he quickly pushed Gu Yuan and said, "You hurry and go to the Jinbi Huang Club. Someone will come to rescue me." After pushing Gu Yuan, Lin Yi charged toward the thug, delivering a powerful kick. However, the thug was evidently faster than Lin Yi. Seeing Lin Yi daring to resist, the thug sneered and kicked back. But in the next moment, a hand suddenly appeared from the side, grabbing the thug's leg and pulling him down to the ground. "Mr. Lin, you all should leave." At that moment, 2 men in black suddenly appeared in front of Lin Yi and spoke. Lin Yi was taken aback upon seeing them and asked, "Who are you?" "Mr. Lu sent us to protect you, Mr." Upon hearing this, one of the men in black spoke, and Lin Yi understood that Lu Su had sent them to protect him. It was evident that Lu Su was worried about Lin Yi's safety, especially since he was being targeted by someone like the Tu Yong. Although Lin Yi had previously declined, Lu Su was still fearful that something might happen to him, hence sending people over. "Mr. Lin, step back a bit. We will handle these people," the 2 bodyguards said, then charged directly at the thug. At that moment, Lin Yi could see the stark difference between professional bodyguards and thugs. The skills of the 2 bodyguards were evidently more fierce. With each punch thrown, a thug would scream and fall, and they attacked the thug's most vulnerable points with ruthless precision, almost guaranteeing a one-hit kill. "Stop." When Sun Jie saw this scene, her expression changed, and she hurriedly blocked the thugs who wanted to charge forward, while her gaze shifted towards the 2 bodyguards. Having such bodyguards beside Lin Yi made Sun Jie realize that this matter might not be as simple as she initially. As Sun Jie called for them to stop, the thugs quickly retreated. The 2 bodyguards were exceptionally ruthless. They had no intention of engaging with the bodyguards. Sun Jie's gaze was fixed upon the 2 men. She did not recognize them, but it was clear that if Lin Yi had such formidable bodyguards protecting him, then he was no ordinary person. The 2 bodyguards quickly stepped back to shield Lin Yi, their gaze towards Sun Jie, carrying a hint of coldness. One of the black-clad bodyguards said flatly, "Are you Fat Dragon's woman?" "You?" "No, Brother Long." Sun Jie was immediately taken aback and hurriedly asked, "Anyone who dares to touch Mr. Lin is practically courting death," the bodyguard replied coldly. "Where is Fat? What's going on?" At that moment, a voice rang out from a distance, followed by a large figure striding forward, accompanied by 4 or 5 thugs. "Brother Long." Seeing that figure, Sun Jie shouted quickly, but when the person approached, his gaze was fixed on the 2 bodyguards. "Fat Dragon, you have some nerve." One of the bodyguards sneered at Fat Dragon. "It's you too." Fat Dragon's face changed upon hearing this as he quickly said, "What are you 2 doing here?" As he spoke, Fat Dragon glanced at the thugs on the ground, and then at Sun Jie, and his expression instantly changed. "Huang Sun, what are you doing?" Looking at the woman beside him, Fat Dragon's face darkened as he glared at her and asked, "What do you think you're doing?" "Brother Long." "I." Hearing this, Sun Jie's expression changed slightly, and she involuntarily glanced at the 2 bodyguards. It was evident that those 2 bodyguards were beings even Fat Dragon feared. How could Fat Dragon not be afraid? He had seen these 2 men, Lu Su's bodyguards. Now that Lu Su's bodyguards were here, and there was a batch of thugs lying on the ground, it was clear that trouble had arisen. Huang Sun dared to lay hands on Lu Su. Thinking of this, a hint of fear crept into Fat Dragon's gaze. Huang Sun was courting death. Lu Yi was not some. At that moment, Fat Dragon's expression drastically changed. However, when he glanced at the person being protected by the 2 men, he was slightly taken aback. It was not Lu Su, but a very young man. "Fat Dragon, your woman dares to be disrespectful to Mr. Lin," the bodyguard said flatly. "You should deal with." Upon hearing this, Fat Dragon's expression immediately changed. He did not know who Mr. Lin was, but the fact that Lu Zu's bodyguards came to protect him indicated his significant status. "Bitched." Fat Dragon suddenly raised his hand and slapped Sun Jie, glaring coldly at her and saying, "You're looking for death." He then kicked her in the stomach, sending her flying. "Brother Long, I didn't know. It's all her fault." As she spoke, Sun Jie pointed at Gu Qing and shouted, "She instigated me." Sun Jie was genuinely frightened. Now recalling Lin Yi's connection with Blood Cat, it was evident that this was serious. As she thought of this, a deep fear appeared in her eyes. Hearing this, Fat Dragon's gaze turned vicious as he fixed his eyes on Gu Qing, causing her face to go pale. Enough. Lin Yi waved his hand and said, "Let that woman go." Fei Long looked at Lin Yi and awkwardly nodded, letting Gu Qing leave. Gu Qing glanced at Gu Yuan, seeing that Gu Yuan was ignoring her, lowered her head and quickly left. At that moment, Fei Long turned to Lin Yi and said, "Mr. Lin, I truly had no idea this wretched woman would offend you." Upon hearing this, Lin Yi glanced at Fei Long and Sun Jie. To be honest, he was somewhat surprised by Sun Jie. On one side, she was involved with Gu Qing, while on the other, she was with Fei Long. This woman was indeed Fei Long's mistress. So is this a gender-neutral approach? You handle this matter, I shall take my leave. After looking at the two bodyguards, Lin Yi spoke up. Upon hearing that, one of the bodyguards immediately showed a smile and said, "Mr. Lin, take care. Fei Long, you go find Master Lu and apologize for this matter." After saying this, the two quickly followed Lin Yi, as their job was to protect him. "You wretched woman." Upon hearing this, Fei Long's expression changed. He didn't know who this Mr. Lin was, but he could sense that Mr. Lin was not someone to be trifled with. Under these circumstances, Fei Long felt a bit intimidated. Lin Yi led Gu Yuan back to where they had parked. At this moment, Gu Yuan remained silent, but her grip on Lin Yi's hand tightened, as if afraid he might run away. "Let's go." Gently wrapping his arm around Gu Yuan's shoulder, Lin Yi said, "We're going home." Home. Hearing this word, Gu Yuan looked at Lin Yi and bitterly smiled. "Do I still have a home?" "You do." Upon hearing this, Lin Yi nodded and said to Gu Yuan, "That place is our home." "Our home." Listening to these words, Gu Yuan gently nodded and said, "That's right, that place is our home." At this moment, Gu Yuan unconsciously tightened her grip on Lin Yi's hand, wanting to lean on him. The feeling was particularly strong today. After returning home, Lin Yi took Gu Yuan upstairs. As soon as they entered the house, Gu Yuan suddenly threw herself into Lin Yi's arms, her red lips immediately kissing Lin Yi. "Lin Yi, I." Gu Yuan hugged Lin Yi and said, "From now on, you are all I have. You take me." "All right." Upon hearing this, Lin Yi looked at Gu Yuan, nodded, and suddenly lifted her up, quickly entering the room. Seeing the girl's watery eyes in his arms, Lin Yi smiled and said, "If you regret it now, it's still not too late." Gu Yuan shook her head upon hearing this, tightly holding Lin Yi, and said, "They are not my family. My future only has you. If you also don't want me, I wouldn't know what to do." Gu Yuan leaned against Lin Yi's embrace and whispered. Gently stroking Gu Yuan's back, Lin Yi smiled slightly and said, "I won't leave you, nor will I abandon you." Gu Yuan nodded slightly. At that moment, she could feel the determination in Lin Yi's voice, and considering their time together, it was impossible for her to not have feelings for him. "Lin Yi, love me." Gu Yuan hugged Lin Yi and said, her eyes locked on him. Lin Yi, looking at the girl before him, gently kissed her red lips. A night of passion. The next morning, when Lin Yi woke up, he looked at Gu Yuan resting in his arms and smiled slightly. At this moment, Gu Yuan was hugging him tightly, still afraid that he might run away. Soon Gu Yuan slowly woke up. When she saw Lin Yi looking at her with a teasing smile, her face immediately turned red, and she said, "I will go make breakfast for you. Don't bother." Upon hearing this, Lin Yi directly stopped Gu Yuan, wrapping his arms around her smooth body, and said softly, "Just stay and accompany me." Gu Yuan nodded gently. Thinking of last night's madness, her cheeks flushed. From the start, she knew she would surrender to Lin Yi. However, when it actually happened, she didn't feel much reluctance. Instead, she felt very happy. She was glad to have met Lin Yi, this man who treated her so well. The two lay together, talking a lot. Then Lin Yi glanced at the time and smiled, saying, "I have to go. He'll be back tonight." Gu Yuan nodded gently and then got up. As she saw Lin Yi getting dressed, they noticed a hint of red on the sheets. Upon seeing that red, Gu Yuan's cheeks flushed instantly. "You rest well today?" Lin Yi kissed Gu Yuan's red lips and smiled, then said, "I'll be leaving now." "Okay." Upon hearing this, Gu Yuan nodded and watched Lin Yi leave quickly. At that moment, Gu Yuan looked at Lin Yi's departing figure, revealing a sweet smile. She glanced back at the hint of red on the sheets, smiled slightly, and put the sheets away carefully. "I have my own home now," Gu Yuan whispered softly. Perhaps her past self wasn't happy, but now she felt a unique warmth that Lin Yi had brought to her. After leaving Gu Yuan's place, Lin Yi went downstairs preparing to drive to school. However, as he descended, he saw the two bodyguards who had come to protect him on Lu Zu's orders. Lin Yi smiled and approached them, saying, "Thank you, brothers, for what happened yesterday." "Mr. Lin, you're too polite. We are just following orders." Upon hearing this, one of the bodyguards smiled. "I don't know your names." Lin Yi asked the two. "My name is Su Tung, and this is Zhang Yao." Upon hearing this, the man responded with a smile. "Brother Su, I will trouble you both these days." Lin Yi smiled at Su Tung and said, "But please, as I am still a student, you can't follow me too closely. Rest assured, young Master Lin. Just focus on your own matters. We will follow you from behind." Su Ting nodded. Originally, that was the order from Lu Su. There were already quite a number of college students driving over. Although Lin Yi's car could be considered a luxury vehicle, many people might not recognize such a low-key car. In the eyes of many, it might not even compare to a $30,000 Audi. Of course, there were those with a discerning eye. When Lin Yi's car came to a stop, Chin Chun happened to catch sight of it. A Phaeton, a car worth over $1 million. Lin Yi, I find him getting to know you less and less. Chen Chun exclaimed with a laugh as she looked at the car. Upon hearing this, Lin Yi smiled, but did not respond. Chen Chun, looking at Lin Yi, chuckled and shook her head. Their relationship was not that close. In fact, although they were in the same class, there had not been much interaction between them. After a year as classmates, Chen Chun's impression of Lin Yi was essentially zero. If it weren't for the immense changes in Lin Yi recently, Chen Chun might not have even noticed him. Now Chen Chun was constantly pondering whether Lin Yi had been pretending back then, as the current Lin Yi was completely different from the past. Just this one car was extremely valuable, worth over $1 million. Even Chen Chun's father drove a car that wasn't as impressive. I'm off. Lin Yi smiled at Chen Chun and quickly walked away. As she watched Lin Yi's retreating figure, Chen Chun frowned slightly. This current version of Lin Yi was perhaps how he was truly. At school, Chen Chun came from a good family and was quite beautiful. Almost all the men would pursue her, but Lin Yi was different. Though he was polite, he did not try to show off like the others. Instead, he remained unusually calm. If Lin Yi knew Chen Chun's feelings, he would smile nonchalantly. To him, Chen Chun was indeed beautiful, but having gone through so much, he wasn't particularly interested in someone so young. It was actually Wen Xin who intrigued Lin Yi, or perhaps the woman across from his villa. Though he had only seen her twice, Lin Yi could clearly sense the charm of the woman across the street. She was exceptionally captivating. Of course, Lin Yi did not know this woman and had never spoken to her. Even just her aura made him hesitant to approach her. Lin Yi first went to Wen Xin's office. Upon seeing him, Wen Xin smiled and asked, "What brings you here?" Lin Yi handed her a bank card and said, "Here. I didn't complete the task, but there is 350,000 in here, money up." Wen Xin's face revealed disbelief as she looked at Lin Yi and asked, "Are you serious?" In fact, when she last handed money to Lin Yi, she hadn't inquired further, thinking he might have lost it. However, now he was directly giving her a bank card stating there was 350,000, something she had never anticipated. "I'm serious. 350,000, it's yours." Lin Yi nodded, noting that turning 5,000 into 350,000 was something only he could achieve. "Alright, I'm serious too." Lin Yi smiled as he handed the card to Wen Xin and said, "It's your money. You should keep it. I still owe you. I'll pay you back slowly." Wen Xin quickly responded, "That's fine, but if you need money, just tell me." Lin Yi nodded and said, "As for repaying, there's no need." "Lin Yi, I'm serious. I want to pay you back." Wen Xin exclaimed urgently, "You've already paid me back." Lin Yi smiled, pointing at the card in his hand, and added, "I'll invest the 350,000. That will count as you repaying me." "That's different." Wen Xin shook her head, quickly insisting, "That's your money." "When teacher, you should know I'm not short on cash." Lin Yi replied, observing her concern. "I know you have difficulties, but I don't want you to go under because of this money." "Lin Yi, thank you. But I still want to return that 150,000. Wen Xin said, looking at Lin Yi. "You've helped me far too much." "Alright, take your time." Seeing her earnestness, Lin Yi nodded. "I'm leaving now." Looking at Wen Xin, Lin Yi spoke, and upon hearing this, she smiled and asked, "You came back to school just to tell me that?" "No, I have other matters to attend to. I might leave soon." Lin Yi shook his head, explaining that he had a meeting set up with Bu Zheng and the monkey who had been looking for him for several days to report on work progress. "Alright then, go." Wen Xin nodded, watching Lin Yi's departing figure, her brow slightly furrowing. 5,000 had turned into 350,000. This made her unable to believe that gambling could be so profitable. Of course, whether she believed it or not, Lin Yi's gambling truly was that lucrative. Back in the classroom, Lin Yi sat directly beside Bu Zheng and said, "Speak up. Finally, you've come. We couldn't find you for days." Bu Zheng exclaimed. "As per your instructions, we invested in 3 companies and acquired 30 of their shares. However, the funds are running." Bu Zheng handed Lin Yi a document containing information about the 3 companies along with the equity agreement. 1 million should be enough for now." Lin Yi nodded, noting that the 3 companies had good future potential, which was why he had encouraged the investment. If their investments bore fruit, they would undoubtedly earn more. "I'll send 3 million to you shortly. Continue the work," Lin Yi instructed, looking at Bu Zheng and the monkey. His expectations for the two were relatively low. They just needed to acquire shares in those companies and wait for their value to increase. This task was undoubtedly straightforward, and he had chosen companies with potential. In the future, holding shares from these companies would definitely yield substantial returns. Furthermore, once these companies became profitable, they too would share in the dividends, which is also a way to earn. After finishing the conversation with Bu Zheng and the others, Lin Yi prepared to leave as he had many matters to attend to. However, at this moment, Su Shujing still held on to Lin Yi. "Sister May asked me to tell you to visit the company when you have time. There are matters that need your attention." Looking at Lin Yi before her, Su Shujing spoke, "The land parcels have been acquired, and people are already coming to inquire about prices." Upon hearing this, Lin Yi was taken aback, then nodded. He still had matters to handle regarding Li Mei. It could be said that Li Mei's situation was crucial. In a factory area, the section Lin Yi had outlined occupied 1/3 of the territory, and this area was slated for future demolition, particularly prioritized for it. Now Li Mei had completely acquired these 3 locations, which meant she had a vast expanse of land in her hands. Just in terms of demolition, this land was worth at least over 200 million. As for the price at which it was acquired, under Li Mei's deliberate suppression, it was just over 40 million. Lin Yi initially thought this deal was the most profitable one he could make in the short term. Of course, at that time, Lin Yi had not considered gambling, He merely felt that his cash was depleting too quickly, leading him to think about making money through betting. Otherwise, he feared he wouldn't be able to sustain himself. Little did he know gambling would directly make him wealthy. While Lin Yi was talking to Su Shujing, Zhang Yao's gaze kept flickering. For these past days, he had been wanting to teach Lin Yi a lesson because he was getting too close to Chen Shun. Zhang Yao had been pursuing Chen Shin for quite some time, and everyone in the class should be aware of that. Because of this, when Lin Yi spoke with others, Zhang Yao felt particularly angry at that moment, especially since Lin Yi was even laughing with Su Shujing. He decided not to hold back. This Lin Yi seems to have hit some lucky streak, and apparently has become a bit wealthy. A sycophant beside Zhang Yao spoke up. I heard he even drove here this morning. Wealth. No matter how wealthy he gets, can he compare to my family? Hearing this, Zhang Yao sneered. He was quite clear about his family's wealth. Even if his father was not the richest man in the city, he was among the top 5. Who in this class could compare to his family? So under such circumstances, the so-called wealth of Lin Yi was something Zhang Yao couldn't care less about. How much could he possibly have? Compared to him, even if all those people combined, they wouldn't measure up. This was also why Zhang Yao looked down on Lin Yi and the others. Furthermore, even if Lin Yi had money, how much? Even if he won 5 million, it was just 5 million. Thus, Zhang Yao was not afraid of someone like Lin Yi. At this moment, Zhang Yao's gaze fixated on Lin Yi, his eyes carrying a hint of coldness. To him, Lin Yi had to be taught a lesson. Not doing so would feel like a disservice to himself. Therefore, at this moment, Zhang Yao looked at the sycophant beside him and said, didn't you say you know some people? I'll give you 100,000 to find someone to teach this guy a lesson. I just can't stand his face. Upon hearing Zhang Yao's words, the sycophant immediately showed a hint of excitement, looking at Zhang Yao and saying, don't worry, brother Zhang, I guarantee there will be no problem. This was 100,000. Thinking of this amount, he couldn't help but get excited. After all, with Zhang Yao giving him 100,000, how much could he earn? He followed Zhang Yao not just to gain benefits. After all, the Zhang family was quite wealthy, so at this moment his gaze also held a hint of excitement. I'll take care of it right away. Seeing Zhang Yao's gaze fixated on him, the sycophant immediately spoke up, then quickly turned and left while Zhang Yao nodded and said, go ahead. Soon the sycophant hurriedly exited. After making a few phone calls, he quickly returned to Zhang Yao's side and said, brother Zhang, the arrangements have been made. When he leaves, we'll stop his car outside the school, drag him out, and give him a beating. Well done. Hearing this, Zhang Yao nodded and said, let him know that one cannot be so arrogant. What you said is correct, brother Zhang. The sycophant's eyes also lit up as he grinned. After speaking with Su Shujing, Lin Yi also indicated that he would go to Li Mei's place tomorrow. Indeed, since Li Mei had acquired such a large area, she naturally wanted to find Lin Yi to see what needed to be done. Moreover, yesterday someone suddenly came to tell Li Mei that they wanted to acquire the land Li Mei had just bought, which surprised her a bit. Especially since the price offered was not low. Su Shujing was sent to contact Lin Yi about it. Listening to Su Shujing, Lin Yi nodded and said, you can go over this afternoon and tell Li Mei to refuse. Just tell her that this land is waiting to be demolished. Upon hearing this, Su Shujing nodded. She didn't ask anything further because it was unnecessary. Lin Yi had said it was to be demolished. Once it was, how much money could that large piece of land be worth? Su Shujing was very clear that would be a truly significant business. Now Lin Yi was Su Shujing's boss. Moreover, since following Lin Yi, the salary he provided was enough for her schooling and living expenses, significantly improving her life, for which she was very grateful to Lin Yi. Furthermore, Lin Yi was different from others in class, such as Zhang Yao. His family was wealthy and might even be richer than Lin Yi, but Su Shujing looked down on Zhang Yao because he was arrogant, domineering, and even bullied classmates. Additionally, Zhang Yao once came to Su Shujing and threw down 50,000, telling her that she would be his secret woman from then on, and that 50,000 was hers. At that time, Su Shujing rejected him outright. Even now, she would avoid Zhang Yao when she saw him. Luckily, Zhang Yao hadn't done anything excessive later, otherwise Su Shujing didn't know what would happen. Looking at Lin Yi beside her, Su Shujing always felt that he resembled a rich heir more than Zhang Yao. After all, Zhang Yao was a typical rich kid, while Lin Yi's future achievements would undoubtedly surpass Zhang Yao. For now, all Lin Yi was doing was legitimate business, while Zhang Yao was squandering money. This already showed the vast difference between the two. Alright, I'll take my leave now. Looking at Su Shujing before him, Lin Yi smiled and prepared to stand up and leave. However, at that moment, Zhou Yuan suddenly stepped forward to block Lin Yi. Gazing at Zhou Yuan before him, Lin Yi faintly furrowed his brows. Previously, she had been thoroughly reprimanded by him. Ever since, whenever Lin Yi appeared, Zhou Yuan would lower her head, daring not even to meet his eyes. Yet today, she had boldly blocked his path, leaving him momentarily stunned. What is it? Lin Yi asked coolly, regarding Zhou Yuan with quiet curiosity. Her sudden approach genuinely intrigued him. What exactly did this woman intend? After all, Lin Yi had assumed Zhou Yuan would never seek him out again in this lifetime. Last time, he had humbled her utterly, and under such circumstances, her returning now struck him as profoundly unusual. Thus, a flicker of bewilderment crossed Lin Yi's gaze as he studied her, whereupon Zhou Yuan paused thoughtfully before speaking. I just overheard Li Yong on the phone. At that, Lin Yi stiffened slightly. He knew well that Li Yong was Zhang Yao's most loyal lackey, a fact confirmed by memories of his past life, when Li Yong had clung to Zhang Yao like a shadow, unwavering in his servitude. Lin Yi gestured for Zhou Yuan to continue, and only then did she exhale softly and say, Li Yong said he's going to have someone teach you a lesson, likely on Zhang Yao's orders. You heard it, and told me. You don't hate me. Hearing this, Lin Yi glanced at her with genuine surprise. After their last encounter, he'd expected nothing less than seething resentment from her. Indeed, he'd assumed she bore the deepest grudge against him in the entire class. Yet here she stood delivering this warning herself. I don't wish to provoke you. She fell silent for a moment, then uttered those words before hurrying away. Lin Yi stood motionless, evident at last that his previous chastisement had truly terrified her. Perhaps this was welcome news. Even under such pressure, Zhou Yuan had chosen to warn him. An undeniable sign. She genuinely sought no confrontation. Thank you. Lin Yi spoke aloud as he watched her retreat. Truth be told, their paths should never have crossed. Their entanglement began only because he'd inadvertently witnessed Zhou Yuan and a thug engaging in something indecent within the school's grove, sparking everything that followed. Though far from virtuous, Zhou Yuan was in this moment undeniably afraid. So much so that she dared speak these words. As Zhou Yuan returned to her seat, Lin Yi said nothing further, instead turning his gaze toward Zhang Yao. At that very instant, Zhang Yao was conversing with Li Yong. Yet the moment he caught Lin Yi's steady, unblinking stare, his brow tightened sharply, his eyes narrowing with unmistakable malice. Lin Yi responded with a faint, knowing smile. Clearly Zhou Yuan's report held truth. If not, Zhang Yao's glare would not have carried such venom, nor that subtle, chilling edge of threat. Lin Yi frowned faintly as he regarded Zhang Yao. Frankly, he had no idea why Zhang Yao had targeted him, a development that struck him as wholly unexpected. His gaze hardened glacial and sharp as he studied Zhang Yao. He hadn't provoked the man, not even once. Yet Zhang Yao was already preparing to strike. Still, Lin Yi entertained no further thoughts. Turning without another word, he strode from the classroom, his schedule too full to waste time on petty vendettas. The moment Lin Yi exited, Li Yong glanced at Zhang Yao and said, Young Master Zhang, I'll go ahead. Go. Zhang Yao nodded. Teach that fellow a proper lesson. He won't know what hit him. Li Yong chuckled darkly, then hurried off without delay. Watching Li Yong depart, Zhang Yao let out a cold, mirthless laugh. He remained seated in the classroom. Lin Yi to him was merely an annoyance to be disciplined, not a spectacle worth witnessing firsthand. Once outside, Lin Yi returned to his car and dialed Su Teng, relaying the warning someone had dispatched thugs to ambush. Young Master Lin, rest assured. We're already stationed outside the school keeping watch. As for the local thugs in this district, we hold no fear of them. Su Teng smiled warmly as he spoke. Lin Yi nodded in acknowledgement. Then I thank you for your trouble. No need for thanks, young Master Lin. Su Teng replied with a gentle shake of his head. Lin Yi then sped off, only to spot Li Yong standing beside a minivan at the school gate the moment he emerged. Upon seeing Lin Yi, Li Yong sneered, then swiftly climbed inside. The van tailed Lin Yi closely, and shortly after he cleared the campus, it suddenly accelerated, slamming violently into his rear fender. The impact caught Lin Yi entirely off guard. Though his car sustained only superficial scratches, the van's front end crumpled inward deeply. This was hardly surprising. Lin Yi's vehicle was a luxury sedan valued well above 1 million yuan, built to withstand far more than such a clumsy collision. Lin Yi's expression darkened instantly at the impact, yet his tension eased markedly when Su Teng's car pulled up beside him and its occupants disembarked. He'd anticipated being surrounded and beaten, but instead they'd launched a reckless, violent assault. Now a group of thugs spilled from the van, Li Yong among them. Kid, get out. You've wrecked my car, the gang leader sneered. Lin Yi merely smiled faintly, switched off the engine, and stepped out calmly. Li Yong grinned wickedly. Lin Yi, you've dared ram Brother Hei's van. You're finished. Listen well, boy. I'll spare you if you pay 20,000 yuan for the damage. Refuse, and you won't walk away alive. The gang leader's voice dripped with icy mockery. Lin Yi remained unruffled. He appraised the van, its modest frame, its market value barely exceeding 60,000 yuan, and recalled clearly they had rear-ended him, now demanding 20,000. This was no accident. It was provocation, plain and deliberate. So you've come to make trouble, Lin Yi said, his voice calm, but edged with steel as he looked at Li Yong. In that case, I'll show you no mercy. You're welcome. Li Yong's face twisted into a cold sneer. Lin Yi, have you lost your mind? There are plenty of us here. As those words rang out, Lin Yi merely smiled, while behind him Su Teng and the others had already arrived. Their eyes locked onto the thugs. Without hesitation, Su Teng lunged forward and delivered a brutal kick straight into one thug's chest, sending him flying backward. In the same breath, Su Teng and his companions surged into the crowd. Within moments, the thugs crumpled to the ground one after another. Li Yong's expression instantly contorted with panic. His mouth parted slightly as he glanced at Lin Yi, whose unwavering gaze pinned him in place, filling Li Yong's eyes with raw terror. These two sudden arrivals had subdued his hired thugs in the blink of an eye, so swiftly that Li Yong hadn't even registered what had happened. Now the thugs lay sprawled across the pavement. Each time one dared rise, Su Teng struck again, kicking him back down. After several such humiliations, they no longer dared lift their heads, feigning death where they lay. Master Lin, what shall we do with these men? Su Teng asked, turning to Lin Yi. Which gang do you belong to? Lin Yi's voice cut through the silence as he surveyed the fallen thugs. The lead thug, pale-faced, stammered. It's a misunderstanding, elder brother. I was just paid to carry out a job. His complexion drained entirely. He had never imagined that the man he'd been hired to confront would prove so formidable, that two of this man's subordinates could effortlessly crush his entire crew, and now his stomach burned with agonizing pain. A single punch had struck his abdomen like a hammer blow, leaving him feeling as though his innards had been shattered, the searing agony nearly robbing him of speech. Lin Yi narrowed his eyes, studying the thug with icy disdain. So you were paid to act, yet your target was elder brother. We answered to brother Fei Long. You surely know him. The thug pressed hopeful. I know him. Lin Yi cast a faintly surprised glance at the thugs. He certainly knew Fei Long, having clashed with him just last night. Frankly, it was no surprise that Fei Long's underlings amounted to little more than this. Since you know my boss, won't you grant him some face? The thug's voice turned sycophantic, his face wreathed in eager flattery, sure now that everything would be resolved smoothly. Fei Long offended me last night, Lin Yi replied coolly. Never mind anything else. Just consider the damage he did to my car. Do you truly believe I'll let that slide? Elder brother, damaging your car was our fault. We'll pay for it. The thug pointed frantically at Li Yong. This man hired us to deal with you. He even gave us 50,000 yuan. We'll forfeit every cent. Give it all to you. Lin Yi paused, then fixed Li Yong, whose face had gone ashen, with a faint chilling smile. Li Yong, we're not acquainted, are we? And have I wronged you in any way? Young Master Zhang ordered it. Li Yong blurted. He told you to stay far away from Qincheng, and even farther from Su Shu Jing. What business is that of his? Lin Yi's lips curled into a frostbitten smirk. You call yourself a lackey, but you're hardly professional. You obey Zhang Yao without question, yet the moment you're caught you betray your master without hesitation. Li Yong's expression fell into weary resignation. He looked at Lin Yi and said quietly, fine, I admit defeat today. But don't mistake this for victory. Young Master Zhang will not let you go unpunished. A sharp crack echoed. The instant Li Yong finished speaking, Lin Yi's open palm slammed across his cheek. Lin Yi's gaze bored into him. If Zhang Yao comes, I'll deal with him in due course. But today you've fallen into my hands. What do you intend to do with me? Li Yong demanded, staring defiantly at Lin Yi. At most you'll beat me. What else can you? Then I'll beat you. Lin Yi's voice was glacial. Break his leg. You dare? I serve young Master Zhang. Li Yong's face contorted in horror, but before he could react, Su Teng drove a savage kick into his thigh bone. A shriek tore from Li Yong's throat as he collapsed, writhing on the ground, his femur clearly shattered. The thugs paled at the sight of Su Teng shattering Li Yong's leg barehanded. Though they lived by violence, few possessed such ruthless precision, especially not in broad daylight on an open street. Lin Yi, you're finished. Young Master Zhang will destroy you. Li Yong howled from the pavement, only for Su Teng's palm to strike his face mid-scream. Su Teng's strength dwarfed Lin Yi's. The blow sent teeth scattering from Li Yong's mouth. He gaped bloodied and silent, while Lin Yi watched unblinking with quiet contempt. Li Yong dared not utter another word. Even as tears streamed down his face and sweat drenched his brow, he stifled even his moans of pain. Only then did Lin Yi turn his attention to the cowering thugs. As for you, pay for the repairs then leave. Now. Yes, elder brother. We'll pay. 50,000 yuan. Surely that's enough. Not enough. Lin Yi's gaze hardened as he addressed them. The car isn't merely scratched, it requires full restoration. 50,000 won't cover it. 50,000 isn't enough. Their faces fell. This was extortion in plain sight. 1,000,000 yuan phaeton. This kind of damage alone costs at least 100,000 yuan. Su Ting spoke calmly. At his words the thugs froze, then instinctively turned toward Lin Yi's vehicle. So it wasn't a Passat, it was a damned phaeton. Elder brother, I'll call someone, immediately, to send the money. The thug leader's face twisted in despair as he pleaded with Lin Yi. We thought it was just a Passat. He had no idea it was a 1,000,000 yuan luxury sedan. Now the collision would bankrupt him. Upon hearing the phrase $1 million luxury car, Li Yong, lying on the ground, changed his expression. He and the others had thought this car was nothing special. However, Lin Yi was driving a $1 million luxury car. Could this guy really be that wealthy? Seeing Lin Yi, Li Yong's face instantly changed. This person was undoubtedly more than just a nouveau riche. He was truly affluent. Just the car he drove, coupled with the 2 bodyguards following him, spoke volumes. A few thugs squatted on the ground, making several phone calls. Soon a car arrived, and when they saw it coming, their faces lit up with surprise. The car stopped next to Lin Yi's vehicle, and upon seeing who got out, Lin Yi smiled. It was Fei Long. Speaking of which, Fei Long was somewhat unfortunate. Although he wasn't directly under Lu Su, this area was considered Han Wen's turf, and as Lu Zu's right-hand man, he effectively controlled this area. Fei Long's territory was included, so under these circumstances, unless Fei Long wanted to abandon his pursuits, he had to seek Lu Su for forgiveness. That night, Fei Long went to find Lu Su. Fortunately, he hadn't offended Lu Su too severely. After getting beaten, just after he got back, Fei Long received a call from one of his subordinates, wondering who was so blind as to extort his men. But upon arriving, Fei Long's face turned pale. Mr. Lin. Seeing Lin Yi in front of him, Fei Long quickly exclaimed, they weren't acting on my orders. Hearing this, Lin Yi simply smiled and replied, all right, pay up and he'll leave. Yes. Fei Long quickly nodded, then directly wrote a check in front of Lin Yi, the amount being 500,000. Although they had only asked for 100,000, Fei Long didn't dare to give just that. After all, he had offended Lin Yi quite severely, so spending a bit more was certainly better. After glancing at the check, Fei Long's payment was considerable. Seeing Fei Long's nervous expression, Lin Yi also smiled lightly, then took the check and said to Fei Long, you handle things with Mr. Li yourself. Of course, Mr. Lin'll take care of it. Fei Long hurriedly responded. Let's go. Looking at Su Teng and the others, Lin Yi got into the car and quickly left. After Lin Yi departed, Fei Long finally let out a sigh of relief. He looked at his subordinates, his expression darkening as he kicked one of them. You fools nearly got me killed. Fei Long glared at Li Yong and said, if you mix with this bunch again, I will deal with you. The others quickly nodded in agreement, and then Fei Long turned to Li Yong. I know you, your young master Zhang Yao's subordinate. Go back and tell your young master that I will not take any business from the Zhang family in the future. Fei Long made it clear Zhang Yao's father was opposing Han Yi and he would never associate with them. Otherwise Lu Su would definitely not spare him. After saying this, Fei Long ran off with his men, leaving Li Yong writhing on the ground in pain. At this moment Lin Yi drove back ready to go home. However, as he arrived near his house, he spotted someone standing. That person leaned against a sports car and smiled faintly as Lin Yi approached. Who are you looking for? After parking the car, Lin Yi's gaze turned to the individual before him who was now staring at Lin Yi. You must be... Yes. Hearing this, Lin Yi focused on the person and asked, are you looking for me? Lin Yi felt a sense of unease about this sudden arrival. This person looked at him with a condescending demeanor. Moreover, despite the smile, there was a glint in his eyes that suggested a desire to eliminate Lin Yi. My name is Mei Shan. The man looked at Lin Yi and said calmly, you can call me young Master Mei. Hearing this, Lin Yi was slightly taken aback and asked, what do you want with me? Hee kid, you've caused me quite a financial loss. Mei Shan sneered and continued, you teamed up with Han Wen to swindle a lot of money from Tu Yong, but you probably don't know that I work with Tu Yong. Oh. Upon hearing this, Lin Yi nodded and said, so you lost quite a bit of money and came to seek revenge. Not quite revenge. Oh, I heard about your collaboration with Han Wen and recognized your talent. Looking at Lin Yi, Mei Shan said, I appreciate talented individuals. Here's an opportunity, work with me. Idiot. Hearing Mei Shan's words, Lin Yi was taken aback, then could only respond with a single word, idiot, as the suggestion was undeniably foolish, leaving Lin Yi at a loss for words. Someone suddenly shows up at your house telling you to work for him. Is that anything but idiocy? Kid, do you know who my father is? Looking at Lin Yi, Mei Shan sneered. If you follow me, there will be benefits. Otherwise, I can make your life very miserable. Who is your father? Hearing this, Lin Yi laughed lightly, genuinely unafraid. My father's name is Mei Chongting. Mei Shan. Upon hearing this, Lin Yi was stunned. Looking at Mei Shan again, he felt a hint of seriousness. He naturally knew who Mei Chongting was. One could say that the Mei Shan before him was not much of a threat, but Mei Chongting was a little tricky. The leader of the city. This fellow before him was not just a rich second generation, he was a bureaucratic second generation. Thinking about this, Lin Yi's eyes also reflected a hint of seriousness. Those so-called wealthy people didn't frighten him, but he had to be wary of people like this. Scared now. Looking at Lin Yi's expression, Mei Chongting smiled lightly and said, it's simple. You kid will have to compensate me for my losses this time, and from now on work under me. I guarantee your future will be limitless. Compensate you. Lin Yi was taken aback and said, how much did you lose? Why should I care? Kid, are you truly unaware of the danger you're in? Mei Shan's gaze locked onto Lin Yi as he said, do you know the consequences of offending me here? I really want to find out. Lin Yi smiled lightly and said, all right, if there's nothing else, I'm heading inside. After saying this, he pushed Mei Shan aside and opened the door, returning to his villa. Lin Yi, if you refuse me, you're asking for death. Do you know that I can make your demise very ugly? Mei Shan shouted angrily as he watched Lin Yi walk directly into the villa. Never before had he been so disregarded. At this moment, there was a flicker of rage in Mei Shan's eyes. I've looked into you, you have no background. You can't possibly handle this much money, Lin Yi. Mei Shan shouted outside the villa, and hearing his words, Lin Yi inside merely shook his head and said lightly, fool. If Mei Shan could uncover his background, that would truly be strange. If he really knew, it would be terrifying. Although his grandfather was not the richest man, he belonged to a similar echelon. As for Mei Shan, he was simply not worth Lin Yi's time. Since you won't give me face, I won't be polite with you. Looking at the tightly shut villa doors, there was a hint of coldness in Mei Shan's eyes as he spoke with a hint of anger. Being so openly ignored was absolutely unacceptable for Mei Shan. At this moment, his gaze was filled with rage as he glared at the villa, snorted coldly, and turned to leave. Kid, I won't let you off. He left behind a harsh word and walked away. For him, just coming to see Lin Yi and having Lin Yi follow him was already a favor. After all, who was Mei Shan? A small character like Lin Yi who had no background dared to oppose him, the young master. Meanwhile, inside the villa, Lin Yi coldly chuckled at Mei Shan's words. If this person were to speak to him reasonably, considering his hard background, Lin Yi might even consider cooperating with Mei Shan, as avoiding unnecessary conflict was always preferable. However, this guy acted as if he was bestowing a favor and then had the audacity to demand that Lin Yi make up for his loss. What a ridiculous young master. In Lin Yi's eyes, even robbers and bandits wouldn't act this way. Such a person had no vision at all. Speaking with someone like this felt like a waste of breath to Lin Yi, so he simply turned and walked away. What Lin Yi did not expect was that just as he returned to the villa on the second floor of the opposite villa, a woman holding a goblet looked at the villa's door, glanced at Mei Shan's departing figure, and smiled faintly, saying, now that's interesting. Mei Changting's son. Truly foolish. The woman whispered to herself, that person isn't afraid of you at all. He clearly has some background, yet he dares to speak so harshly. The woman downed her drink and mused, my neighbor certainly seems different. Mei Shan's affair was merely an interlude, and this interlude did not affect Lin Yi's subsequent actions at all. That guy Mei Shan probably didn't even know how many assets he had under his command. He couldn't be bothered to pay him any mind, so he completely disregarded Mei Shan. At this moment inside a club in the city, Mei Shan was angrily cursing. He wanted to make Lin Yi pay for ignoring him. In front of Mei Shan were Tycoon and Zhang Yuhua. Damn, Lin Yi, I admired him, but I never expected him to behave this way. Don't blame me for wanting to take him down. Mei Shan's voice was filled with anger, and hearing him, both Zhang Yuhua and Tycoon showed expressions of helplessness. To be honest, they could almost imagine how Mei Shan spoke to Lin Yi. When Mei Shan first approached them, he was just like this. If it weren't for their fear of Mei Shan's background, they wouldn't even bother with him. Moreover, Mei Shan was easy to fool. They claimed they would give him 30% of their profits every month, but it was actually only about 10%. However, even so, Mei Shan earned quite a bit, as he had not only them under his command, but many others as well. Over the years, they had figured out Mei Shan's tactics. Every time they handed him money, they also gained considerable benefits. After all, his father had a significant background. With such backing, they were more than willing to continue cooperating with Mei Shan. However, this time, due to gambling debts, they lost a significant amount of money, and they knew exactly who had caused that loss. Regarding Lin Yi, Zhang Yuhua and Tycoon felt particularly helpless. Lin Yi was very well protected, and rightfully so. After all, someone like Lin Yi, a cash cow, would be strange if he weren't well protected. The reason they sought out Mei Shan was that his background was deep, and perhaps they could leverage that to pressure Lin Yi into cooperating. Even if that didn't work, it didn't matter. At the very least, they hoped to prevent Lin Yi from siding with Han Wen. However, they forgot that Mei Shan's character was just like this. In this situation, it was evident that Mei Shan had truly offended someone, and thus they felt helpless. After all, to them, Lin Yi was definitely a money-making individual and could possibly help them set up a trap for their opponent. But at this moment, Mei Shan's actions had truly offended Lin Yi. Just as the two were watching Mei Shan fuming, someone suddenly walked in and approached Zhang Yuhua, whispering a few words. After hearing his subordinates report, Zhang Yuhua was momentarily stunned, and then his eyes lit up, saying, "Really?" Yes, the person next to the young master got his leg broken by his people. Upon hearing this, Zhang Yuhua's subordinate spoke up. "All right, I understand. You can go now." Zhang Yuhua immediately revealed a smile and looked at Mei Shan, saying, "Mei Shao, we have a way to deal with that kid now." Oh. Hearing Zhang Yuhua's words, Mei Shan's eyes brightened as he looked at Zhang Yuhua and asked, "Old Zhang, what do you have in mind?" "This afternoon, my son's subordinate got into a bit of a conflict with Lin Yi, and then Lin Yi broke his leg." Looking at Mei Shan, Zhang Yuhua said with a smile, "We'll just capture that person. Oh, once in custody, won't it be you who calls the shots, Mei Shao?" "Really?" Upon hearing this, Mei Shan's eyes brightened, and he coldly laughed, saying, "Then it's easy. Old Zhang, have that person reported to the police, and we'll grab him first. I want to teach him a lesson." Mei Shan said with a cold smile as he looked at Zhang Yuhua. "I have already arranged for that person. He is just as eager to kill Lin Yi. Moreover, Lin Yi is so bold that we can take advantage." Zhang Yuhua said calmly. After all, his hatred for Lin Yi runs deep. His original target had been Su Mengling's dream cosmetic company. But unexpectedly, Su Mengling ended up with Lin Yi. According to the contract, he truly had no way to proceed, especially since coming up with that much money was simply not worth it. Thus, after half a month of scheming, he gained nothing. As if that wasn't enough, he did not expect that the business he did with Tycoon, which he thought would be a guaranteed profit, ended up losing a considerable amount of money. This further fueled Zhang Yuhua's fixation on Lin Yi. However, upon investigation, Zhang Yuhua was somewhat taken aback to discover that Lin Yi was actually classmates with his son. Furthermore, it seemed that Lin Yi had gained his strength by relying on Han Wen. There were limits to what Zhang Yuhua could uncover. After all, the Lin family had long concealed many of Lin Yi's affairs, making it quite normal for Zhang Yuhua to find nothing. Nevertheless, he knew that Han Wen had seemingly given Lin Yi quite a bit of money this time. Coupled with Lin Yi's previous investment in Su Mengling's company, Zhang Yuhua concluded that this person must possess real skills, otherwise he wouldn't have received such attention from Han Wen. Thus, he and Tycoon incited Mei Shan to deal with Lin Yi. In Zhang Yuhua's mind, people like Mei Shan should either subdue Lin Yi or utterly offend him. Either outcome would benefit him and Tycoon. It was evident that Mei Shan had offended Lin Yi. As a result, Mei Shan would actively go after Lin Yi, leaving him and Tycoon to enjoy watching from the sidelines. "They'll go make a greeting tonight. He'll have that Lin Yi spend the night in the precinct." Upon hearing this, Mei Shan coldly smiled and said, "I want to see just how capable that kid is." Listening to Mei Shan's words, the two of them smiled. Tycoon pondered for a moment and said, "What about Han Wen? What is Han Wen even worth?" Mei Shan replied coldly, "Am I supposed to be afraid of him? When it comes to Han Wen, I grind my teeth in anger." From the very beginning, Mei Shan approached Han Wen requesting that he hand over the golden club in the hands of Lu Su, claiming it would belong to him from then on. However, Han Wen didn't even let him finish before refusing this guy. Just a second-generation rich kid, Han Wen was truly unafraid. Even if that person's father came, Han Wen would simply fight it out. He couldn't stoop to such a level. For this reason, Mei Shan was really prepared to cause trouble for Han Wen, but was caught and reprimanded by his father. According to his father's words, Han Wen's background was not simple. Swallowing him was truly impossible, so he could only pretend not to see it. However, while Han Wen was untouchable, Lin Yi could be handled. That kid had the audacity to insult his authority, and with solid evidence this time, even Han Wen couldn't intervene. "If I don't strip him of his skin, I won't feel satisfied." Meishan sneered and then directly issued orders. Gentlemen, I will head to that kid's door now. I want to see him get taken away and learn the consequences of offending me. Meishan looked at Zhang Yuhua and Dai Tu Yong as he spoke. We want go Meishan, you go. Zhang Yuhua smiled in response to Meishan's excitement. After watching Meishan leave, Zhang Yuhua smiled faintly and said to Dai Tu Yong beside him, do you think this kid will suffer this time? Hard to say. Upon hearing this, Dai Tu Yong also smiled and said, unless Han Wen is willing to protect that kid with his life, otherwise that kid should be in trouble. I think so too. Zhang Yuhua nodded. Both he and Dai Tu Yong had investigated Lin Yi's background and suddenly found him wealthy. Of course, in their view, that money was likely given by Han Wen, so this kid should be considered one of Han Wen's people. Regardless, it's more appropriate for Meishan to deal with this kid. Looking at Zhang Yuhua beside him, Dai Tu Yong spoke. This will also allow us to gauge the depth of that kid's abilities. Exactly. Zhang Yuhua smiled as well. They gave Meishan money, of course, to utilize him. This young master Meishan was relatively easy to manipulate. However, Meishan was also the only son of Mei Chongting who had been spoiled to the limit. In this situation, they could use Meishan to accomplish certain tasks. However, that kid is actually your son's classmate. He truly is formidable. When I first saw that kid, he looked young, but he gave me an extraordinary feeling. Even Lu Su called him Lin Xiao. It seems that in Han Wen's heart, this person holds a status much more significant than Lu Su. Listening to Dai Tu Yong's words, Zhang Yuhua nodded. When he threatened Lin Yi that time, Lu's sudden appearance already indicated something. This person's status was undoubtedly not low. At that time, he thought this kid might be like Meishan, a rich heir from some official family, but later found that he had no background. His parents seemed to have gone out to work, and this kid just started hanging out with Han Wen. Of course, this was what Zhang Yuhua and Dai Tu Yong had uncovered, but most of what they found was false. When David left, he took Lin Yudu's couple with him, but also concealed Lin Yi's background. For David, the Lin family had such abilities, and Zhang Yuhua and the others wouldn't be able to uncover these matters, even if they tried. While the two were talking at the entrance of Lin Yi's villa, there was a loud knocking on the door. Hearing the sound, Lin Yi was sitting on the sofa watching television, and upon hearing the knocking, he frowned slightly before walking out to open the door. Seeing several police officers at the door, Lin Yi was momentarily stunned, his eyes reflecting a hint of surprise. You are Lin Yi, right? The police officer looked at Lin Yi and said blandly, you assaulted Li Yong, resulting in his injuries. Come with us. Upon hearing this, Lin Yi was taken aback and quickly realized that Li Yong had reported him. He had indeed hit him and even broke his thigh bone. After understanding this situation, Lin Yi looked at the police officers and said, can I make a phone call first? No, you must come with us immediately. Upon hearing this, the police officer immediately took out handcuffs and cuffed Lin Yi, saying, let's go. Seeing the handcuffs clasped directly onto his wrists, Lin Yi frowned slightly. The other party's attitude made him realize that they had come deliberately to create trouble. After all, Lin Yi had committed no significant offense. There was no need for such treatment, especially not allowing him to make a phone call. Having been through a rough patch in his previous life, he was no longer a naive youth. With this situation, Lin Yi immediately sensed something was amiss. As he walked out of the villa, Lin Yi's gaze fell upon a car parked at the entrance. It belonged to Mei Shan, and at that moment the window was down, revealing Mei Shan's cold eyes fixed on Lin Yi. Looking at Mei Shan's expression, Lin Yi frowned slightly, and in an instant he understood what was happening. Clearly Mei Shan had a hand in this, otherwise he wouldn't be in this predicament. As Mei Shan sneered at him, Lin Yi narrowed his eyes. It was clear he needed to be cautious in dealing with Mei Shan, especially given the other party's background, which was quite influential in this city, especially with a capable father backing him. You're done for. Mei Shan remarked coldly as he looked at Lin Yi, then drove away. Lin Yi was then pulled into a police car by several officers and taken away. Watching the police car leave, Su Teng's expression had already changed at the other vehicle in front of Lin Yi's home. He hurriedly took out his phone and dialed Lu Zu's number. Lu Yi, something's happened. Su Teng said urgently. Lin Xiao has been taken away. What? Lu Su exclaimed quickly, asking what happened. I don't know, just now a few police officers came and took him away. Su Teng hurriedly replied. Lu Yi, what should we do? Got it. You follow them and tell me which police station it is. Lu Su quickly instructed before hanging up. After hanging up, Lu Su swiftly called Han Wen to inform him of the situation. What? Han Wen's expression instantly darkened. He'll go over right away. For Han Wen, Lin Yi could not afford to face any trouble, especially since Lu Su had informed him that Mei Shan had approached Lin Yi before this incident occurred. Han Wen wasn't a fool. He immediately understood the gravity of the situation. As he got up, Han Wen made a phone call. Regardless of the circumstances, he couldn't let Lin Yi face any issues inside, otherwise the situation would truly become dire. Mr. Dai, something's happened. Han Wen said urgently as soon as the call connected. Lin Xiao has been captured. What? The voice on the other end was filled with surprise. What happened? Han Wen explained to Dai Wei why Lin Yi had been arrested. If he intervened, he could certainly rescue Lin Yi, but it was evident that the other party had anticipated that Han Wen would step in. If he went, it might be futile given Mei's family status here. As Mei Shan was the son of Mei Chongting, it would be impossible for him to lack influence. Therefore, once Mei Shan made a move, even if Han Wen exerted all his strength, he wouldn't be able to rescue Lin Yi in such a short time. Lin Yi was someone that had to be saved. Realizing this, Han Wen could only choose to seek assistance from Dai Wei, knowing he would have a way to rescue Lin Yi. Alright, I understand. I will handle this. Dai Wei nodded in response. They'll go over first and get Lin Xiao out. Hearing this, Han Wen quickly spoke up, then hung up and drove straight to the police station. At that moment inside the police station, Lin Yi sat in the interrogation room looking at the two individuals staring at him. He smiled and said, "Gentlemen, I've arrived. Can I at least make a phone call?" Slap. Just as Lin Yi finished speaking, the older one slammed his hand on the table and shouted at Lin Yi, "Be on it. First explain your situation." The older one commanded Lin Yi while the younger one glared at him and said, "Be honest or you will suffer the consequences." Huh. Listening to their words, Lin Yi helplessly shook his head and said, "If it's just these few words, then don't bother. It's annoying to listen." "I have the right to make a phone call, don't I?" Lin Yi casually stated, looking at the two. "If you don't let me call, I won't say a word. Then it's not up to you." The officer sneered, saying, "If you don't want to talk, it's fine. Oh, we will make you talk." After saying this, the two stood up and quickly left. Watching them leave, Lin Yi frowned slightly. The two did not hit him or say much, but simply walked out and closed the door behind them. At that moment, Lin Yi was left alone in the room. Watching the two leave, he could not figure out what they truly intended to do. After all, if they wanted him to plead guilty, they should at least let him know their authority. However, these people had not interrogated him at all. They simply left after he had said nothing. Meanwhile, the two at the door exchanged faint smiles. They no longer resorted to physical aggression during interrogations. Keeping this kid locked up here for a night was sufficient. The air conditioning is set to the lowest. The interrogation room is small, and the kid is wearing thin clothing. The temperature we set will be unbearable for him after a few hours. The older officer stated with a faint smile. The chief instructed that this person must confess. He cannot contact the outside world before that. That kid doesn't have much of a background, right? The young one asked, worried that the kid might have connections they couldn't handle. Hearing this, the older officer smiled faintly and said, "Even if he does, it won't matter. It seems this was arranged by That's true. Since the chief has already captured him, he must be well aware of the kid's background. In such cases, even if a report was filed, the accused had the right to make a phone call. At least their families should know that they had been arrested." However, they were determined to pin everything on Lin Yi, forcing him to confess. They even intended to dig up more of Lin Yi's offenses. Thus, if Lin Yi refused to confess, they would be even happier, prolonging the situation until they felt he was sufficiently frozen before entering again. At that moment, sitting in the interrogation room, Lin Yi slightly frowned, sensing an ominous feeling as the temperature around him seemed to drop rapidly. When Lin Yi was brought in, he wore nothing but a set of pajamas, dragged straight from bed and cuffed without delay. His attire was exceedingly thin. Autumn had just begun and nighttime temperatures were steadily dropping. To make matters worse, the men had turned the air conditioning to an icy low. At first it wasn't unbearable, but as the temperature continued to fall, so did the room's warmth. Soon a faint chill began to seep into his bones. Cold. From the very beginning, an unnerving coldness gripped him, an unfamiliar, unwelcome sensation that unsettled him deeply. Before long, the chill intensified, creeping deeper into his limbs, gnawing at his composure until discomfort bloomed into acute distress. Worse still, he remained tightly cuffed to the chair, immobile, unable even to shift his weight. His face grew steadily paler, his expression darkening with each passing minute. "Damn bastards." Lin Yi spat, fury flashing in his eyes. In that instant, he understood they weren't interrogating him. They were trying to freeze him to death. And yet they struck no blow, hurled no insult, not a single overt act. Under such calculated silence, Lin Yi found himself utterly voiceless, stripped of even the recourse to protest. His face tightened with grim resolve, but his body betrayed him, shivering uncontrollably beneath the creeping. It was still early September, normally sweltering, especially in the southern region where Lin Yi lived. He'd been seized wearing only a short-sleeved shirt and shorts. His captors had clearly anticipated this. Not only did they deny him time to change, they seized him immediately, then deliberately plunged the room into glacial cold. Lin Yi's expression shifted subtly, just as Han Wen arrived outside the police station and strode inside with, "Who are you looking for?" Several officers moved to intercept him. Han Wen met their gaze squarely and asked his Chief Jean. The officer blinked. Chief Jean was their precinct captain. "He's inside." Without another word, the officer led Han Wen swiftly upstairs to the captain's office. "Where is the man arrested earlier?" Han Wen asked upon entering. "I'm here to post bail for him." Chief Jean looked up and froze at the sight of Han Wen. A moment later, he offered a wry smile. "That won't be possible." "Why not?" Han Wen's brow furrowed. "You know full well that man is connected to me." "I do," replied Chief Jean calmly. "But you also know who's targeting him, don't you?" A faint chilling smile crossed his lips. "The young master may has marked him. I have no choice but to comply." "Then you're choosing to oppose me." Han Wen's face hardened, shadows gathering in his eyes. Chief Jean merely shrugged. "Don't push me, Han Wen. I've made my position clear. You won't take him from me. Not today, not ever." Han Wen let out a quiet, mirthless laugh. "Then I'll wait, right here. Wait." Chief Jean blinked, then chuckled dryly. "Waiting changes nothing. You won't save him." "That's my concern," Han Wen replied coolly. "No need for your interference." Chief Jean frowned slightly, but said nothing more, allowing Han Wen to remain seated. To him, young master Mei was the priority, Han Wen insignificant. Han Wen might possess some influence, but in Chief Jin's estimation, he was no ally. Aligning with young master Mei promised a far smoother path ahead. As for Han Wen, irrelevant. A cold, knowing smirk flickered across Chief Jin's face as he dismissed Han Wen entirely, turning back to his work. Han Wen's expression darkened imperceptibly. His pride had just been publicly undermined. Yet irritation remained restrained. His sole purpose was Lin Yi's release. If Lin Yi emerged unharmed, everything else faded into insignificance. Han Wen, this is pointless. Go home, Chief Jin remarked, glancing up. That boy, I will not release him. You will, Han Wen replied, unfazed, a quiet, confident smile playing on his lips. I'll be waiting. Humph. We'll see about that, Chief Jin retorted curtly, turning away, unwilling to engage further. Just then Chief Jin's phone rang, sharp, insistent, cutting through the silence. He snatched it up instantly. The moment the caller's voice reached his ear, his face paled, and he shot upright. Yes, sir. Understood. I'll release him immediately. Sweat beaded on his forehead as he lowered the phone and glanced uneasily. Chief Jin, Han Wen said softly, a faint, knowing smile curling at his lips. May I take him now? Yes. Release him at once. The order tumbled out before he could hesitate. The caller was untouchable, far beyond even young Master Mei's reach, let alone his own. This was a provincial-level authority, someone whose name alone commanded absolute obedience. Realization dawned like ice water. Brother Han Wen, be honest with me. Was that young man truly extraordinary? Chief Jin forced a deferential smile. That's beyond your jurisdiction, Han Wen replied, his tone edged with quiet disdain. That individual, someone you absolutely cannot afford to cross. Chief Jin's smile stiffened, his throat tightening. He now grasped the truth. Lin Yi stood behind immense, impenetrable backing. Not only had he failed to curry favor with young Master Mei, he'd unwittingly offended someone far more formidable. Come, I'll escort you personally. His voice held a strained cordiality as he met Han Wen's half-smiling, unreadable gaze. Regret churned beneath his composure, but the deed was done. All he could do now was mitigate the damage. Provoking such figures was unthinkable, because they were utterly untouchable. When Lin Yi was brought out, his face had already turned pale from the cold. Upon seeing him in such a state, Han Wen's expression instantly changed, his gaze fixed directly on Jin Suo, as he said, Jin Su, you truly have a way with things. They'll take Lin Xiao away first, but as for this matter, you must think carefully about how to deal with it. Hearing this, Jin Suo's expression slightly darkened. He wasn't afraid of Han Wen's threats, but the provincial call to release the young man before him indicated that this youth's background was not simple. Offending someone like that would undoubtedly put Jin Suo in a very passive position. At least at this moment, Jin Suo felt that this situation was exceptionally passive. Thus, when Han Wen spoke those words, Jin Suo's countenance fell. However, he truly couldn't refute anything at this point. After all, he had already acted on this matter. Now, as he begged for mercy, the youth had walked out without even looking at him, directly following Han Wen, clearly too lazy to pay him any mind. Watching the man leave, Jin Suo let out a breath. His gaze then shifted to one of caution. The youth had gone, but this time, he had likely offended someone quite severely. Jin Suo, you just let that kid go. Didn't you say that was Master Mei Shan's instruction? One of Jin Suo's companions asked as they watched Lin Yi leave with Han Wen. I can't afford to offend Mei Shan, nor can I afford to offend this one. After a moment of silence, Jin Suo replied, then sighed. Make a call to Mei Shan and tell him I can't do anything. Understood. Upon hearing Jin Suo's words, the person nodded and quickly departed. At the entrance, Lin Yi looked at Han Wen and said, Han Wen, thank you this time. Lin Xiao, you are being too polite with me. Moreover, I didn't exert any effort this time. The other side simply didn't want it. Looking at Lin Yi, Han Wen spoke. This time being able to save you is due to Elder David's influence. David. Upon hearing this, Lin Yi was momentarily taken aback, then nodded. David was the steward of the Lin family, which meant that his rescue this time was indeed thanks to David. While speaking with Han Wen's phone suddenly rang. After glancing at the caller ID, he quickly looked at Lin Yi and said, Lin Xiao, it's Elder David. Pass the phone to me. Upon hearing this, Lin Yi nodded, reached out, took the phone, and connected the call. Han Wen let As soon as the call connected, David's voice came through. This is Lin Yi. Hearing David's voice on the line, Lin Yi hurriedly responded. Young master. David hastily said, Are you all right? I'm fine. Thank you, Grandpa David. Lin Yi replied. Young master, please don't be so polite with me. David smiled and said, As long as you are fine, the old master won't. All right. Hearing David's words, Lin Yi quickly nodded. Soon the voice of his grandfather came through the phone. Lin Yi had only heard this voice once before, but he could still recognize it immediately. Xiaoyi, what's going on? As soon as the call connected, Lin Jingyu's voice came through. Upon hearing Lin Jingyu's voice, Lin Yi hurriedly informed him of everything that had transpired. So it was that person named Mei Shan who caused you trouble? Lin Jingyu's tone was calm as he asked, Do you still gamble? Grandpa, I have my own connections. Listening to Lin Jingyu, Lin Yi chuckled and said, It's just a way to earn some money. Don't get involved in such things anymore. If you run out of money, just tell Grandpa. Lin Jingyu replied. Hearing Lin Jingyu's words, Lin Yi smiled and said, That won't do. I can't just come to you every time I'm short on cash, right? At my age, I should be thinking of earning some money myself. But don't worry, I promise I won't do anything illegal. Listening to Lin Yi's words, Lin Jingyu frowned. For him, it didn't matter, as it was still Lin Yi's own earnings. However, this grandson of his was different from the others. Those other grandsons would ask for money as soon as they ran out, without even realizing how much they had spent. Of course, Lin Jingyu also controlled these children to prevent them from going overboard. After all, children don't have a sense of balance when it comes to spending money. If they go wild, even if the Lin family is wealthy, it would be unsustainable, with so many people squandering it. Thus Lin Yi set a rule that each grandson upon reaching adulthood could receive a maximum of 10 million per year. As for the money given to Lin, he didn't think it was much. He originally thought that his grandson would likely do some outrageous things with that amount of money, just like a normal person who wins 5 million might spend recklessly. However, according to Lin Yi's intentions, he might not have enough money, so he wanted to earn more, and his method of earning was through gambling. Not only that, but he also earned quite a bit from gambling, which was why he had drawn attention. Alright, if the other side is in the wrong, you don't need to be afraid of him. However, such things cannot happen again. I will send someone to you, and that person will follow you from now on. Lin Yi stated, his tone carrying an undeniable authority. Okay then. Listening to Lin Yi's words, Lin Yi was slightly taken aback, then nodded and said, I understand, Grandpa. As for that boy from the Mei family, you don't need to worry about him. He'll take care of people like him. Lin Yi declared, my grandson is not someone to be bullied easily. Upon hearing Lin Yi's words, Lin Yi nodded and said nothing more. Also, this new year you must come back. Lin Yi's voice held a tone of finality. Listening to Lin Yi's words, Lin Yi was silent for a moment, then nodded and said, I understand, Grandpa. After finishing the conversation, Lin Yi hung up the phone. After all, there were still 4 months until the new year. Then it's settled, Lin Yi said with a smile. He truly wanted to see his grandson as he had never seen him since birth, and he genuinely wished to meet him. All right, Lin Yi nodded, then hung up the phone. He then turned to Hanwen beside him and said, take me back. Sure. Hanwen nodded in response, then started the car and quickly drove off. After returning home, Lin Yi did not think much and fell asleep immediately. However, he was unaware that at this moment in the Lin family mansion, Lin Yi was sitting in his study, facing a set of documents. This kid, how could he have stirred up so much trouble in such a short time? Looking at the documents in hand, Lin Yi frowned slightly. If Lin Yi were here at this moment, he would see that everything he had done was laid bare in front of Lin Yi. From the very beginning, Lin Yi took money to let Zheng He and the monkey start a company, and he also invested in Li Mei's company, beginning to acquire real estate. Lin Yi was particularly clear about it, even knowing that the real estate had already entered the demolition phase. Looking at the documents, Lin Yi frowned slightly. In his eyes, what his grandson was doing could be considered a small business. However, Lin Yi did not see any problems with this business. Instead, he perceived many things from it. This kid's investment company. The companies he invested in are all quite promising. Lin Yi gazed at the companies Lin Yi had invested in, his expression showing a hint of surprise. His grandson had actually made such a big splash in just 1 month. David, take a look at this kid's skills. Lin Yi said to David, who was in front of him with a glimmer of light in his eyes. Do you think this kid has good foresight, or? It should be the young master's own ability. David replied with a smile. Impressive. Lin Yi looked at the documents in hand and said, I was originally thinking of letting him quietly finish university and then decide based on the situation. But now it seems this child Lin Yi is extraordinary. Lin Yi was indeed surprised. To be honest, he did not have high expectations for Lin Yi at first. After all, Lin Yi had not been by his side since childhood. This grandson had been out in the world attending a mediocre university. Compared to the other descendants of the family, he fell significantly short. However, Lin Yi undoubtedly felt a sense of debt towards Lin Yi. He had once thought that when he was on the brink of death, it would be good to leave a little more assets for this grandson. As for his second son Lin Yudao, Lin Yi truly felt a sense of debt, especially since his other 2 sons, out of jealousy towards Lin Yudao's talents, even plotted to kill him. This was what truly angered Lin Yi. Fortunately, his son was safe. Otherwise, Lin Yi wouldn't know how to handle the situation. When little Li comes back, I am planning to divide the family. Looking at David, Lin Yi spoke up. Master, have you thought it through? David raised his head to look at Lin Yi and said, if the family is divided, the Lin family will fall apart. If we don't divide the family now, the Lin family will still fall apart. Lin Yi replied lightly. If they are going to try to kill their own brothers, it would be better to divide the family directly. As for the Lin family, after I die, it would fall apart anyway. Hearing Lin Yi's words, David did not interject, as he indeed understood that what Lin Yi said was the absolute truth. No matter how one put it, once Lin Yi fell, the subsequent Lin family would be no different from having already fallen apart. Rather than letting the 3 brothers fight for power as the head of the Lin family, it would be better to divide the family directly. After all, perhaps by doing so, the Lin family could retain a portion. Also send someone to Lin Yi telling them to protect him. After thinking for a moment, Lin Yi pondered and said, what do you think of Long Xinyue? Long Xinyue. Upon hearing Lin Yi's words, David was taken aback, then replied, Long Xinyue is not just your bodyguard, but also. I know. Seeing David's hesitant expression, Lin Yi smiled slightly and said, are you reluctant to part with your disciple? Not at all. David remained silent for a moment and shook his head, saying, she can take care of young Master Lin, that's of no issue. However, regarding young Master Lin. What? With such a beautiful woman following that kid, do you still think there's something wrong with him? Lin Yi asked with a smile. Looking into Lin Yi's eyes, David smiled slightly and fell silent. I know what you're worried about. You're afraid my grandson will take a liking to your disciple, but your disciple won't fancy my grandson, right? Seeing David react this way, Lin Yi laughed heartily, saying, what if my grandson doesn't fancy your disciple? Hearing Lin Yi's words, David merely smiled faintly. he was quite confident in his disciple. Alright, let's leave it at that. If they can be together, that would be nice. Looking at David, Lin Jingyu continued. If it doesn't work out, let Lin Xinyue stay by Lin Yi's side for 5 years. After 5 years, if she wants to leave, let her go. How does that sound? Thank you, master. David nodded with a smile. You. Looking at David like this, Lin Jingyu smiled and said, however, I feel that my grandson might be quite charming. Your disciple who looks down on everyone might even be won over by my grandson. Hearing this, David also smiled and did not refute Lin Jingyu's words. David, I am getting old. If I die, you should leave the Lin family. Looking at David, Lin Jingyu suddenly fell silent for a moment and said, you know, I don't have much time left. Master, I know what to do. Handle that Mei Chongting for me. Since he wants to harm my grandson, he must be prepared. When Lin Jingyu spoke these words, his eyes were filled with a deadly aura. Hearing Lin Jingyu's words, David nodded and said, rest assured, master, they won't pose a threat to young master. Tomorrow I will send Xinyue over. That's good, you may leave. Lin Jingyu waved his hand, allowing David to leave, and then continued to look at the documents in hand. My grandson is indeed remarkable. Lin Jingyu revealed a smile and spoke. Since you don't want money, then I won't give you any. I want to see what you can stir up over there. Lin Jingyu spoke. He sent Lin Xinyue to Lin Yi's side. One reason was to help Lin Yi resolve many troubles, and the other was that he wanted to keep a close watch on Lin Yi's movements, which was the most important thing for him. In the following week, Lin Yi hardly ventured outside as school had officially entered the holiday phase. Were it not for this, he would have certainly sought out Zhang Yao to give him a good beating. May Mountain was out of reach, but Zhang Yao was someone Lin Yi could definitely deal with mercilessly after all this guy meant. On the other hand, news came from Li Mei that she had received the demolition notice and was waiting to negotiate. For Lin Yi, this was undoubtedly excellent news. At the very least, once the negotiations were well underway, it would mean a significant sum of money enough to support Lin Yi's upcoming actions. In fact, Lin Yi would not even need to invest more money. Li Mei was progressing step by step, and the initial fund. Of course, Lin Yi considered that he would continue to have Li Mei purchase properties, as long as they were in good locations. They could be acquired first, rented out, and then sold when the time was right, likely yielding considerable profits. This time, Lin Yi provided Li Mei with 100 million. Looking at such a large sum in her hands, Li Mei was astonished, and then said to Lin Yi, Mr. Lin, I hold 5 of our company's shares. With this 100 million, I cannot afford to let go of my portion. Li Mei was genuinely panicking. She knew exactly how much money she had. 5 was not much, but it amounted to 500,000. Now with all her assets combined, including her car and house, Li Mei could barely scrape together that amount. Therefore, Lin Yi giving her such a large sum made her feel somewhat out of her depth. Hearing Li Mei's words, Lin Yi smiled and said, I'm not asking you to spend any money. The addresses are here. You can oversee the acquisitions. This time the goal is not just this area, but also a large section within the city. Our location is considered a county seat. How much money can there be? Li Mei was taken aback and asked, I don't need to invest any money. Forget it, you don't need to put in any money this time, but this will be the only exception. Moving forward, I won't be investing again, and if I do, it will be according to the share, Lin Yi said while looking at Li Mei. That goes without saying. Li Mei's eyes lit up slightly upon hearing this. She had tasted the sweetness of it and understood that Lin Yi was speaking the truth. Furthermore, Lin Yi could accurately predict where demolitions would actually happen, making her realize that this Mr. Lin was not someone to be trifled with. He was indeed a person of substance. Thinking of this, Li Mei's gaze brightened. This Mr. Lin was undoubtedly a formidable figure. After finishing the conversation with Li Mei, Lin Yi prepared to leave. After all, he had no intention of taking the money from the demolitions. Initially, he planned to use that money for other endeavors, but having already made so much from gambling, why should he take that money? With the money he currently had at hand, Lin Yi had enough to pursue the ventures he intended, so he did not consider engaging in it. At this moment, Lin Yi's phone suddenly rang. Looking at the unfamiliar number, he frowned slightly, but still answered the call. Mr. Lin, I am the personal assistant sent by Mr. Lin Jingyu. From now on, everything concerning you will be my responsibility. The voice on the phone said coldly. To be honest, the voice was pleasantly melodious, but for some reason Lin Yi felt it lacked warmth. It was a woman's voice, yet it carried a chill. Even though she spoke politely, her icy tone made Lin Yi feel somewhat. After some thought, Lin Yi decided to let it go. After all, this was someone arranged by his grandfather. However, to be truthful, he felt a bit wary about the person Lin Jingyu had appointed. The main reason was perhaps that this woman was sent by the Lin family, and he was unsure whether she had connections to his uncle or relatives. If that were the case, everything he did here would undoubtedly be known to them, putting Lin Yi in a very passive position. He was unwilling to reveal all his cards to others. This was the crux of the matter. If they knew the cards he held, he would be left unable to play his next hand, which was something Lin Yi was unwilling to see. Lin Yi was fundamentally cautious of the Lin family. Despite his parents having returned and his father being the second young master of the Lin family, Lin Yi still preferred to avoid facing them. In his past life, he had lived in poverty and despair, and just when his company was starting to improve, he was sabotaged. Lin Yi wouldn't believe that it wasn't the Lin family behind it. If his uncles and relatives could treat him this way, then would they not want to destroy him if they knew he was starting to expand his business? Thus, Lin Yi was uneasy about the people sent by the Lin family, yet his grandfather insisted on sending someone over, leaving Lin Yi with no choice but to accept. You don't seem particularly happy, Mr. Lin. Li Mei asked, noticing Lin Yi's expression. Alright, I'll stop talking. I need to pick someone up. Lin Yi shook his head and said to Li Mei, from now on I might not come every month, but please prepare a report for me every month and have Su Shujing deliver it. Understood. Li Mei nodded and replied, actually that girl Shujing is really great as she works hard and is quite capable. I think it's appropriate for Mr. Lin to promote her. Lin Yi thought for a moment and smiled, recalling how he had paid attention to Su Shujing in his past life. She was incredibly diligent, especially during the time Lin Yi was in college. Even after her parents passed away, Lin Yi had worked with her for a period, knowing well that she was exceptionally hardworking. Perhaps because of her family situation, Su Shujing's environment was quite poor. She had to rely on herself for all her college tuition and living expenses, and she also had student loans to repay. Therefore, she worked tirelessly. After losing contact with her, Lin Yi didn't know how she was doing, but he believed someone like her would never end up in a bad situation. Interestingly, he first noticed Su Shujing because her name was only one character away from his mother's name. His mother was called Su Shuyun, and she was Su Shujing. Thus, Lin Yi remembered her name. Lin Yi originally planned to drive to the airport to pick someone up, but then he received a call saying that they had already arrived at the door of his villa, so Lin Yi directly returned to his villa. Upon returning to the villa and seeing the woman standing in front of him, Lin Yi's mouth slightly opened, his eyes revealing a hint of surprise. The main reason was that this woman was extraordinarily beautiful, especially her face, which exuded an enchanting allure. However, her demeanor was exceptionally outstanding, resembling that of a cold, icy beauty capable of attracting numerous gazes simply by standing there. If it weren't for the fact that Lin Yi lived in this villa area of the neighborhood where there were usually not many people, perhaps someone would have approached her by now. Young Master Lin, I am sent by Mr. Lin Jingyu as your personal assistant. My name is Lung Xinxue. Looking at Lin Yi, Lung Xinxue spoke. I have undergone professional bodyguard training, and I am also a professional personal assistant. Here is my information. As she spoke, Lung Xinxue handed over the information in her hand to Lin Yi, her expression serious. Staring at her, Lin Yi was left in a daze, wondering if this personal assistant was really a bodyguard. So his grandfather compensated him with such a beautiful woman as a bodyguard. The key question was whether such a beautiful woman could really be a good bodyguard. Looking at her, she seemed very delicate. Although she had a cold demeanor, could such an icy temperament truly be lethal? Would she really have enough combat capability? Thinking of this, Lin Yi glanced back at the two bodyguards of Lu Su who were still following him. To be honest, Lin Yi felt that those two, Su Teng and his companion, looked more like bodyguards. They are. Lung Xinxue glanced at the car behind Lin Yi and frowned slightly. Bodyguards of a friend who have been following me for the past couple of days. I think they look more like bodyguards. Lin Yi said. Mr. Lin, please believe I am professional. Hearing Lin Yi's words, Lung Xinxue replied, if you don't believe me, you can let them take action and test me. After contemplating, Lin Yi felt that this was indeed a good idea. The girl before him was undoubtedly a true top-tier beauty. To be honest, having such a beauty by his side made Lin Yi feel particularly pleased. However, he couldn't help but worry, fearing that Lung Xinxue might be someone related to his uncle or another family member, which would be very dangerous. Thus, in this situation, Lin Yi was reluctant for Lung Xinxue to stay by his side. What good would a beauty do? She was stunningly beautiful, the kind that could make one fall just by looking at her face. However, Lin Yi was no longer a young man. After all, he had lived for over 40 years in his past life. He had seen all kinds of women and was no longer naive. He certainly did not wish to have such a time bomb following him. Therefore, Lin Yi decided to let Su Teng and his companion have a go at testing Lung Xinxue. If they could defeat her, he would simply return her. If not, then Lu's two subordinates could continue to serve as his bodyguards. After all, Su Teng had been doing quite well by his side. He would not disturb Lin Yi while he was busy, and sometimes Lin Yi even forgot they were following him. However, every time he turned around, he could see those two, and such individuals were suitable as bodyguards. At that moment in Su Teng's car, he looked at Lin Yi, who waved at him, slightly taken aback. He quickly exited the car and approached Lin Yi, asking, Young master, do you have any instructions? Compare yourself with her. Lin Yi said, pointing at Lung Xinxue. Compare with her? A bitter expression instantly appeared on Su Teng's face as he grimaced. The woman before him was excessively beautiful. Did Lin Yi really want him to fight with such a delicate beauty? Originally, upon arriving here and seeing Lin Yi talking to the girl, Su Teng thought that Lin Yi indeed had a knack for attracting stunning women. However, he never expected that Lin Yi had such a peculiar hobby, wanting him to fight with such a beautiful woman. Just looking at her made Su Teng want to steal more glances, and he felt slightly dizzy. He was certain he could never bring himself. You are a bodyguard. Lung Xinxue looked at Su Teng and said, no need for nonsense. You and the one in your car come down and I'll take on both of you. What? Su Teng was momentarily stunned, looking at her and saying, Miss, don't joke around. We two brothers can't control our strength. What if someone gets hurt? As he spoke, Su Teng glanced at Lin Yi. It was clear that this statement was directed at Lin Yi, making it obvious that if they took action, they might indeed cause some harm. Hearing Su Teng's words, Lin Yi smiled and said, just go ahead and hit her. Although he would feel it was unfair if the girl got hurt, Lin Yi still believed it was worth a try to escape this situation. Let me make this clear, if you lose, you will voluntarily return to my grandfather. I will inform him. Lin Yi said, looking up. Upon hearing Lin Yi's words, Lung Xinxue was slightly taken aback and unconsciously cast a glance at him. In the Lin family, all the young masters wanted Lin Yi as their personal assistant, even nearly coming to blows over it. However, she never expected to be dispatched by Lin Yi. To be honest, Lin Yi felt a bit uncomfortable at that time, as she had essentially been sent out, especially since he was still the grandson of Lin Yi, a young master of the Lin family. Lin Yi had no good feelings toward the young masters of the Lin family. Those individuals relying on their status had always cast their eyes on her. If it weren't for her mentor David's significant influence in the Lin family, the young masters would not have dared to act recklessly, and she might not have lasted long. However, this person before her surprised Lin Yi, as she could clearly see the hint of astonishment in his eyes when he first saw her. Yet what followed was something she never expected. This person completely ignored her, and it seemed he subtly hoped to get rid of her. What was this supposed to mean? Lin Yi felt a bit disoriented encountering such a person here. Was this good or bad? Seeing the expression on Lin Yi's face, Su Teng's gaze carried a hint of anger. Indeed, he was somewhat upset. This little girl looked down upon the two brothers. They had to know that being able to become Lu's bodyguards meant they must possess some capability, yet they were completely disregarded in Lin Yi's eyes. The two bodyguards were utterly ignored, and such a situation made both of them feel very uncomfortable. Since this is the case, then they'll take care of it. Su Teng spoke up, then looked at Lin Yi and said, "Little girl, you better be careful." After saying this, Su Teng suddenly charged forward, throwing a punch directly at Lin Yi. As she saw the punch coming, Lin Yi quickly bent down to evade Su Teng's blow, and her slender palm struck directly at Su Teng's chest, sending him flying. He was truly knocked back, rolling on the ground before finally coming to a stop. Su Teng was stunned, and Lin Yi was also taken aback. Lin Yi was not joking. This woman was incredibly powerful. Looking at the person who had been blasted away, Lin Yi's expression was immediately filled with surprise. Su Teng was formidable, right? Yet he couldn't withstand a single move from Lin Yi. This was the true pinnacle of a bodyguard. The key was that it was completely unnoticeable in everyday life. Such a delicate ice cold beauty actually possessed such strength, able to send Su Teng flying with just one strike. Su Teng's physique was at least over 1.8 meters tall, coupled with his muscular build. Lin Yi estimated that he weighed at least 160 pounds. What does it mean to have a 160-pound man sent flying with one blow? I admit defeat. Su Teng stood up, blocking his companion behind him, and said to Lin Yi, "Mr. Lin, I am no match for her." Su Teng was not a fool. With such skills, even two of him would just be serving as fodder. He realized he could not reach her level, so he decisively conceded. "All right, you can go back now. From now on, I will protect Mr. Lin." Lin Yi spoke first, and upon hearing this, Su Teng and his companion showed no signs of opposition and turned to leave. After watching Su Teng's car drive away, Lin Yi opened his mouth, but found himself speechless. This woman is incredibly strong. She is truly formidable. However, this woman's connection with the Lin family is definite. He really did not know who else she had contact with in the Lin family besides her grandfather. If she really had ties with his uncles, it would be quite a difficult situation for Lin Yi in the future, because this woman was practically the one protecting Lin Yi. Such a person was the most frustrating. Whatever Lin Yi did, she would know. So, did his trump cards still matter? "Come in first," Lin Yi said to Lin Yi, then turned around and led her back to his villa. Looking at Lin Yi, he stated, "Starting now, you are considered my assistant. The master's orders dictate that from now on, I will follow your lead." Lin Yi replied as she looked at Lin Yi. "Then, what about my uncles?" Lin Yi's eyes narrowed slightly as he asked, "Aren't they your superiors?" "No." Lin Yi remained silent for a moment before stating, "I have nothing to do with them. I hope it stays that way." Lin Yi nodded and said, "I do not want my matters to be known by the Lin family." "I understand." Lin Yi was slightly taken aback, then immediately understood. She knew Lin Yi's identity. She had heard from her master how the second young master of the Lin family had left the family, so when this young master tried to drive her away earlier, it was actually because he was afraid of her connection with the other two members of the Lin family. Once she figured this out, Lin Yi nodded, and then quietly said, "I am only responsible to the master and my your teacher is." Lin Yi looked at Lin Yi with a hint of confusion. "Dai Wei." Lin Yi lifted her head and replied, "Besides that, I have nothing to do with anyone else." "That's good." Lin Yi nodded and said, "Even though you are my assistant, I believe I still have a right to privacy. So there are some things you can follow me wherever I go, but I do not want all my privacy to be exposed to you." "I understand your point." Lin Yi replied coldly, "I have your information. You have a girlfriend outside, so when you go to see her, I won't follow you." Hearing Lin Yi's words, Lin Yi was taken aback and asked, "You investigated me?" "It wasn't me, it was the—" Lin Yi said indifferently, "After all, you are his grandson." Listening to her, Lin Yi fell silent for a moment, then rubbed his head, feeling a bit helpless. He understood that if someone wanted to investigate his actions, especially with his grandfather Lin Yi's background, it would be incredibly easy to find out what he had been doing. Thinking of this, Lin Yi felt a bit helpless. Was he really able to keep what he was doing from his two uncles? "Don't worry. When I came, I had already smoothed over these matters. At least the master will keep these issues hidden. Ordinary people won't be able to find too much information about you." Looking at Lin Yi, Lin Yi said, "As long as you do not make it widely known, I can help you hide how many assets you have and what you have done." Hearing her words, Lin Yi was taken aback and asked, "Can I trust you?" "You can only trust me." Lung Xinxue nodded. "Then it seems I can only trust you." Hearing this, Lin Yi couldn't help but let out a sigh. She knew everything he had done, so the idea of monitoring couldn't apply here. At this moment, Lin Yi understood that he and Lung Xinxue could only trust each other. There was no other way. Having sorted out this issue, Lin Yi could only nod helplessly. Nowadays, they could only trust each other because there was no other option. Lung Xinxue looked at Lin Yi with a slight frown. This young master was indeed different than she had imagined. She had previously thought that when he saw her, he would make some outrageous demands like asking her to accompany him to bed. If it came to that, she wouldn't mind giving him a beating. However, it seemed that this young master was not particularly interested in such matters. Rather, he was more concerned about whether he could remain hidden. It wasn't that Lin Yi was not interested in women, rather after witnessing Lung Xingxue's skills, he would not foolishly inquire about such things. Moreover, he didn't even know whether the girl in front of him was friend or foe, so how could he still think about such matters? Having lived as an ordinary person for so many years, even if he felt a rush of attraction to such a girl according to his past mindset, he wouldn't dare to approach her. So, sleep together. He didn't have the guts. Since Lung Xinxue arrived, Lin Yi had hardly gone out for the next few days. He either stayed at the villa or went to Gu Yuan's. Gu Yuan's cafe had already opened, and during the day, she was at the cafe, while in the evening, she would go back to cook for Lin Yi. At this moment, Gu Yuan realized that this kind of life was undoubtedly very comfortable for her. As for Lin Yi, Gu Yuan had long accepted him. What happened that day made her realize that Lin Yi was truly someone who... Thus, Gu Yuan's attitude towards Lin Yi had changed, and Lin Yi noticed that Gu Yuan had become even more attached to him, appearing much happier, even willingly cooperating in some shameless activities. However, during this period, it was basically Lin Yi who sought out Gu Yuan, while Lung Xinxue would always protect Lin Yi to the downstairs and then return directly. Though Lung Xinxue was a bodyguard, she understood that there were some matters she should not interfere with. At least in this regard, she had been quite proper. In their few days of interaction, Lin Yi was basically satisfied with Lung Xinxue. Except, besides that day, sometimes Lin Yi wouldn't go out all day, and neither would Lung Xinxue. The two would just sit in the hall with Lung Xinxue saying nothing, at most going to the yard to practice some punches, while Lin Yi would spend the whole day in a daze without saying a word. In other words, since the first day Lung Xinxue came over, aside from a lot of conversation with Lin Yi, she basically wouldn't speak unless Lin Yi asked her. A true ice-cold beauty, as silent as a mute. Lin Yi sometimes even felt that Lung Xinxue was a mute. If he hadn't talked to her a lot on the first day, he would truly believe so. Mei Changting has been arrested, and his son has also been arrested. On this day, Lung Xinxue suddenly spoke to Lin Yi, and upon hearing her words, Lin Yi was taken aback and then realized that indeed Mei Shan had brought this upon himself. Lin Yi was well aware of his own background, and since Mei Changting's son dared to provoke him, Lin Jingyu would definitely not let him off. Originally, Lin Yi was still pondering whether to bring down Mei Changting after some time to take revenge on Mei Shan, but unexpectedly his grandfather acted first. What about Tu Yong and Zhang Yuhua? Looking at Lung Xinxue, Lin Yi asked. The old man said, "That's your own business." Lung Xinxue looked at Lin Yi and said, "Some troubles are self-inflicted, so you must resolve them yourself. As for Mei Changting, it's mainly because he crossed the line to attack you, which is inappropriate." Hearing Lung Xingxue's words, Lin Yi was taken aback and asked, "So those in power who oppress me will help me resolve it?" "It depends on the situation." Lung Xinxue slightly hesitated and replied. Then she fell silent again. Upon hearing her words, Lin Yi couldn't help but smile bitterly. What is depends on the situation? However, this outcome was undoubtedly very good. In fact, Lin Yi found Mei Shan to be the most troublesome, as his father was a person of authority. Such people were truly frightening, and he couldn't be bothered with the others. Zhang Yuhua was decent and wealthy, and Tu Yong had connections, being a true underworld boss. But what of that? Under equal rules, Lin Yi truly wasn't afraid of him. After all, he had Han Wen and others backing him. As for Zhang Yuhua, while he might have more money than Lin Yi when it came to cash, Zhang Yuhua probably didn't have more cash than Lin Yi. With 8 to 9 billion cash flow in hand, just throwing it around could easily overwhelm others. Moreover, Lin Yi was not someone to be trifled with. He was well aware of his own earning capabilities. Even if he didn't have that much money, he could still make it. At least under the same conditions, Zhang Yuhua could never earn more than Lin Yi. As he thought of this, a smile appeared in Lin Yi's eyes. Just then he received a call from someone he never expected the call was from. Su Mingling. Lin Yi, something happened. Su Mingling's voice was filled with urgency. My company was threatened by someone today. Who? Upon hearing this, Lin Yi was taken aback. Su Mingling's company was technically part of his own assets, so how could someone dare to threaten her? Rich second generation. Su Mingling took a deep breath and said, "Do you know Teng Shang?" Teng Shang. Lin Yi was slightly taken aback and asked, "Who is that?" However, as soon as Lin Yi finished speaking, a tablet appeared before him, handed over by Lung Xinxue, displaying very clear information about someone named Teng Shang. Teng Shang was the head of the Ting Group in the provincial capital, and Teng Shang's company was doing very well. At least in Lin Yi's eyes, this company definitely belonged to the top tier, not to mention it was a publicly listed company. Teng Shang threatened you? Lin Yi asked. The Teng family's power was quite formidable. It was his son. Su Mingling sighed and said, "Last time when I went to the provincial capital to discuss business, I wanted to expand my business, but at that time I encountered that guy, and that guy was called Ting Yun." Hearing Su Mingling's words, Lin Yi was taken aback and asked, "How did he threaten you?" "Let's talk when we meet. Where are you?" After thinking for a moment, Su Mingling spoke up. "I need your help." "Okay, come over." Lin Yi nodded and then provided Su Mingling with his address. "Wait for me for half an hour." Su Mingling nodded and then hung up the phone. After hanging up, Lin Yi looked at Lung Xinxue and asked, "How powerful is the Teng family?" After half an hour, Su Mingling finally arrived at Lin Yi's home. When she saw the door open to reveal Lung Xinxue, Su Mingling was momentarily taken aback. Without a doubt, Su Mingling was already a very beautiful woman. Up until now, she had never encountered anyone more stunning than herself, but at this moment she had. Before her stood Lung Xinxue, radiating an icy aura. However, there was no denying that Lung Xinxue was an exceptionally beautiful woman. Merely standing before her left Su Mingling in awe. At least in Su Mingling's eyes, she found herself unable to compare with the woman before her. In terms of figure, appearance, and temperament, she fell just slightly short, making it hard for Su Mingling to accept. However, Su Mingling did not inquire further. The relationship between her and Lin Yi had not reached that level. They were merely in a cooperative relationship. Led inside the villa by Lung Xinxue, Su Mingling quickly walked over to Lin Yi, who was seated in the hall, and said, "Mr. Lin, let's hear it." Lin Yi responded. In the past half hour, he had gathered some understanding of the Teng family, and had to admit that their status was quite impressive. "All right." Su Mingling took a deep breath and looked at Lin Yi, saying, "It has been a few months since Ting Yun from the Ting family approached me in the provincial city stating he wanted to collaborate with my company. At the time, I didn't think much of it, but just yesterday Ting Yun came to see me and demanded that I become his woman or else I should watch out for myself." "Really? He just came right out and said that?" Lin Yi asked, slightly taken aback. "Yes." Su Mingling nodded. She couldn't quite understand what had happened the last time she met the other party in the provincial city. He had been quite polite. However, this time, he had completely changed to a degree that left her in disbelief. Listening to Su Mingling, Lin Yi furrowed his brow. This situation was beyond what he had anticipated. "I think I know." Seeing the expressions on Lin Yi and Su Mingling's faces, Lung Xinxue spoke up, then directly opened her tablet and handed it to Lin Yi. "These are the people Teng Yun has interacted with since arriving here," Lung Xinxue stated, looking at Lin Yi. Upon hearing Lung Xinxue's words, Lin Yi was taken aback. He took the tablet she handed him and was stunned to see the names Zhang Yuhua and Dada Yong listed. In other words, this was all orchestrated by Zhang Yuhua and Dada Yong, who had brought Ting Yun here. "You have this kind of..." Lin Yi looked at Lung Xinxue in surprise, expressing his astonishment. He truly hadn't expected her to have such knowledge of Teng Yun's activities so soon after his arrival. "I can utilize part of the Lin family's resources," Lung Xinxue replied, looking at Lin Yi. "Therefore, young master, I am aware of such matters." Hearing Lung Xinxue's words, Lin Yi nodded. At least in that moment, he understood another use for Lung Xinxue. She held significant resources from the Lin family that he could leverage. This was undoubtedly a very good thing, at least in Lin Yi's view. At that moment, Lin Yi smiled at Lung Xinxue and said, "In that case, let's ignore that guy. If he dares to confront me, I am not someone to be trifled with." "Mr. Lin, is that really all right?" Su Mingling asked after a moment of contemplation. "Other matters are not important, but our business in the provincial city might face difficulties." "Then let's proceed as such. We'll develop other locations. As for the provincial city, if they want to suppress us, let them." Lin Yi shook his head. "As for Ting Yun, it would be best for him to behave and stay here, otherwise I won't hesitate to teach him a lesson." Hearing Lin Yi's words, Su Mingling nodded and said, "I understand." After Su Mingling left, Lin Yi furrowed his brow slightly. In his past life, Su Mingling still controlled the company. Perhaps it had something to do with Ting Yun, or maybe his appearance had completely altered Su Mingling's trajectory. At least for Lin Yi, he was now the largest shareholder of the company. If Ting Yun wanted to create trouble for the company, he was undoubtedly causing trouble for Lin Yi. After Su Mingling left, Lin Yi sat on the sofa lost in thought, while Lung Xinxue remained silent. "Can you tell me what else you can do besides being my bodyguard?" Lin Yi asked, curiously looking at Lung Xinxue. After all, his grandfather had sent her over, but this woman rarely spoke. Each time he had to ask for her to provide a response, and even then she sometimes wouldn't answer. "If needed, I will inform you," Lung Xinxue replied, and after saying that, she fell silent. Lin Yi felt quite helpless upon hearing this. At that moment, Lin Yi looked at Lung Xinxue, and suddenly his eyes brightened. "How about you investigate something for me?" Lung Xinxue's gaze snapped to Lin Yi as she spoke. "Help me check the current financial situation of Tianqing Group and whether Tianqing Group is being targeted by Zhang family's Yaoyang Group," Lin Yi stated, looking at Lung Xinxue. Tianqing Group was the company owned by Chun Chen's family, and what Lin Yi wanted to know most was undoubtedly the financial status of this company, as it would completely determine how he would proceed next. Upon hearing Lin Yi's words, Lung Xinxue was slightly taken aback, then nodded, indicating her agreement. Seeing Lung Xinxue's response, Lin Yi smiled. After all, she was his assistant, and she should be doing what assistants are. "You keep investigating here. I'm going out for a bit." Lin Yi stood up and prepared to leave. "He'll go too," Lung Xinxue said, immediately standing up and looking at Lin Yi. "My primary responsibility is to protect you, so wherever you go, I will follow." Hearing Lung Xinxue's words, Lin Yi was taken aback, then helplessly nodded. From now on, it seemed he would always have someone by his side, making it difficult to escape Lung Xinxue's watchful eyes. As he stepped out, Lin Yi glanced at the already seated Lung Xinyue beside him, offering a faint smile without saying much, and simply drove away. Where are we going? Lung Xinyue asked Lin Yi. Lin Yi pondered for a moment and replied with a smile, I suspect that guy Teng Yun has been tricked by Zhang Yuhua and his gang, so it's best to meet him. If he was indeed tricked, then it's manageable, but if he wasn't. Hearing Lin Yi's words, Lung Xinyue smiled slightly, remaining silent, her gaze fixed on Lin Yi. To be honest, in recent days Lung Xinyue had spent more time with Lin Yi than anyone else, and she noticed that he generally ignored her, as if she didn't exist at all. However, if one were to say that Lin Yi was not interested in women, Lung Xinyue wouldn't believe it, for Lin Yi was accompanied by a girl named Gu Yuan, suggesting that he might not be uninterested, but rather, mostly chose to ignore her. He holds a deep suspicion towards the Lin family. This was Lung Xinyue's analysis of Lin Yi, otherwise there would be no need for him to act this way. It indicated that to Lin Yi the Lin family might be very dangerous. However, recalling the information she had gathered, she understood that in Lin Yi's eyes the Lin family was indeed perilous. Initially, Lung Xinyue felt somewhat resistant about being sent here by Lin Jingyu, as she had no idea what this young master, who grew up outside, was truly like. However, now Lung Xinyue found it quite pleasant, or at least this young master barely paid her any mind, which reduced a lot. The two drove to a hotel in the city named Zifeng Residence, which Lin Yi knew was owned by the Zhang family. Upon arriving, Lin Yi walked in without heading directly upstairs, but instead he sat in the lobby cafe. Observing Lin Yi's actions, Lung Xinyue slightly furrowed her brow and then sat down in front of him. What are you planning to do? Lung Xinyue asked Lin Yi, who smiled and said, just wait. After hearing Lin Yi's words, Lung Xinyue furrowed her brow slightly, remaining silent as she sat opposite him. Do you think this is enough? Looking at Lin Yi, curiosity filled Lung Xinyue's eyes as she asked, will we be able to wait for the other party? Aren't they already here? Lin Yi replied with a smile, pointing towards three figures approaching the entrance. Hey! As the three approached, Lin Yi suddenly stood up and greeted them. At that moment, the three turned their gaze towards Lin Yi. Zhang Yuhua and De Tuyong's expressions changed drastically as Zhang Yuhua's eyes fixed on Lin Yi, revealing a hint of seriousness. Zhang Yuhua's gaze towards Lin Yi was filled with gravity, for Mei Changting and Mei Shan had both fallen. This made Zhang Yuhua's expression particularly grim at that moment, with both he and De Tuyong wearing solemn faces. Zhang Yuhua and De Tuyong's faces had turned pale, but before them the young man looked at Lin Yi, first glancing at him before noticing Lung Xinyue behind him. In an instant, a glimmer of light shone in his eyes as he looked at Lin Yi and said, brother, may I ask your name? And this lady is? Lin Yi, this is my assistant. Upon hearing this, Lin Yi's gaze also bore a smile as he spoke. The man then chuckled and said, I'm Ting Yun the. As he mentioned being the heir, Ting Yun's face wore an even brighter smile as he added, you must have heard of it, right? While Teng Yun spoke to Lin Yi, his gaze inadvertently flickered towards Lung Xinyue, wanting to see her reaction, but unexpectedly Lung Xinyue still remained silent. Teng Xiao, this Mr. Lin is actually Su Mingling's partner. Zhang Yuhua casually remarked beside Teng Yun, and upon hearing this, Teng Yun's expression suddenly darkened. Teng Yun's gaze fixed on Lin Yi, and when Zhang Yuhua spoke those words, his eyes suddenly turned cold. So it's you who ruined my plans. Teng Yun stared at Lin Yi and said, if it weren't for you, Su Mingling would have already come. Oh. Lin Yi was momentarily taken aback, then realized that from the very beginning, when Zhang Yuhua pressured Su Mingling, it was to get Ting Yun involved, meaning to curry favor with Ting Yun. Thus, from the very start, their scheme was designed to have Ting Yun win over Su Mingling. In his past life, Su Mingling's ability to control that company was evidently due to Teng Yun's influence, which meant that when Su Mingling was at her wits' end, she might have indeed accepted Teng Yun's advances. However, in this life, that was ruined by himself. It was me. Lin Yi nodded and looked at Ting Yun as he asked, so what do you plan to do? Hearing Lin Yi's words, Teng Yun sneered, do you know how big Ting Group is? I have some understanding. Lin Yi nodded and replied, it's a large company. That's good to know. Teng Yun sneered, you small town folks have no idea how powerful we Teng Group is, so kid, just obediently follow me, and there are benefits for you. As for Su Mingling, you help me deal with her, and of course as compensation, your assistant behind you will become my assistant. As he said this, Ting Yun's gaze turned towards Lung Xinyue, behind Lin Yi. Looking at Ting Yun's gaze, Lin Yi slightly frowned, unable to deny that this guy Ting Yun was truly asking for trouble. He wanted Su Mingling colluding with Zhang Yuhua to set a trap, and after just seeing Lung Xinyue, he unexpectedly desired her as well. This guy really had a big heart. At least Lin Yi had never thought of making a move on Lung Xinyue, as he had witnessed her ability to send even a huge man flying with a single strike, which made him wary. I have no objections, but you need to ask my assistant if she agrees. Lin Yi replied to Teng Yun with a faint smile. Teng Yun listened to Lin Yi's words, but his gaze unconsciously drifted towards Lung Xinyue, and not far away, smiling as he spoke, Miss. Lung Xinyue shot Teng Yun a glance, not wanting to speak to him at all, even too lazy to look at him. Seeing Lung Xinyue's demeanor, Teng Yun frowned slightly. This woman before him appeared extremely arrogant, completely ignoring him, which made him feel particularly uncomfortable. Teng Yun's eyes were fixed on Lung Xinyue, while she showed no intention of acknowledging him. Teng Yun snorted softly at the sight of her. It seems that Mr. Lin is unwilling to cooperate with me. Teng Yun said coldly, looking at Lin Yi. I fear you won't be able to bear the wrath of the Teng family. If it were Teng Shang saying this, I might be afraid, but you're just Teng Shang's second son. Oh, what are you worth? Upon hearing Teng Yun's cold words, Lin Yi suddenly spoke up, and at that moment, Teng Yun's expression immediately darkened. Who do you think you are, daring to call my father by his name? Teng Yun glared at Lin Yi, his eyes filled with I've said my piece. Also, I didn't come here to plead for mercy. Oh, I just wanted to inform you that Su Mingling is my partner, so this matter is under my control. Looking at Teng Yun, Lin Yi spoke. At the same time, he glanced at the Tu Yong and Zhang Yuhua behind Teng Yun, smiling faintly. Since both of you want to play with me, I don't mind playing along. Hearing Lin Yi's words, both the Tu Yong and Zhang Yuhua fell silent. They knew a bit about Lin Yi's capabilities, especially after Mei Changting was taken down. Both felt quite anxious. If Teng Yun hadn't suddenly appeared, the two would have likely been scared out of their wits, thinking of using Teng Yun to pressure Lin. Casting a glance at Zhang Yuhua and to Tu Yong, Lin Yi's gaze carried a hint of coldness, then he turned and left. For Lin Yi, regardless of whether it was Zhang Yuhua or De Tu Yong, both needed to be dealt with as they were eyeing him covetously. Although Mei Shan had already been captured, these two still made Lin Yi very uncomfortable. After leaving the hotel, Lung Xinxue looked at Lin Yi and asked, why provoke them? Lung Xinxue was a bit puzzled. Although both sides had long been adversaries, there was no need for Lin Yi to confront them directly, as it wouldn't benefit the situation. Yet Lin Yi went ahead and openly clashed with Teng Yun. The first reason is to see if Teng Yun was tricked here. After all, Zhang Yuhua is quite cunning. The other reason is that in making an appearance to at least ensure these guys won't act too recklessly. At the very least, they may fear me a little, Lin Yi replied. Hearing Lin Yi's words, Lung Xinxue frowned slightly. Are you afraid that the girl named Su Mingling will get into trouble, so you showed up to attract their attention? After all, in Lung Xinxue's view, Lin Yi's actions seemed to incite hatred, making this group of people resent him. She is still my partner. If something happens to her, it won't be good. Listening to Lung Xinxue, Lin Yi smiled faintly and said, I still need her for many things. Lung Xinxue nodded, meaning that Lin Yi's visit was purely to attract firepower, letting any thoughts this group had focus on him. This approach surprised Lung Xinxue as it directly shielded Su Mingling. Lung Xinxue could tell that there wasn't a close relationship between Su Mingling and Lin Yi, yet Lin Yi still dared to act this way for her, which caught her off guard. At this moment, Lin Yi, regardless of how Lung Xinxue thought, drove straight to the Zijin Club, simultaneously calling. Soon Han Wen arrived at the Zijin Club, looking at Lin Yi, who had already arrived, smiling as he said, Young Master Lin, you wanted to see me. Han Wen looked at Lin Yi with excitement in his eyes. After all, with Mei Changting gone, Han Wen knew well why such a big shot would fall overnight. It was because he offended the wrong person. If I were to take down De Tu Yong, how confident are you? Lin Yi asked Han Wen after some thought. Hearing this, Han Wen was momentarily stunned, then his eyes lit up. Wasn't this exactly what he had hoped to see? From the very beginning, he had been buttering up to Lin Yi in hopes of taking down De Tu Yong, which would mean he could control the underground of the city. This was the most beneficial outcome for Han Wen, so upon hearing Lin Yi's words, he became extremely excited. Young Master Lin, De Tu Yong is not doing well right now. He doesn't have much money left. We've already trapped him, and now he can't compare to me at all. However, a dying camel is still bigger than a horse. Although that kid can't match me now, if it comes to a fight, I would still be quite passive. Looking at Lin Yi, Han Wen spoke. After hearing this, Lin Yi nodded and said, then cause a bit of a ruckus. At the very least, I want him to have no time to deal with me for these days. Han Wen nodded in agreement, saying, Young Master Lin, don't worry. He'll handle this. For Han Wen, this matter was not as difficult as he had imagined, so he directly agreed to Lin Yi. After all, he and De Tu Yong were originally rivals, and taking decisive action against him was the most convenient for Han Wen. After finishing their conversation, Lin Yi stood up. For him, the people he needed to deal with now were Teng Yun and Zhang Yuhua. As for De Tu Yong, he was afraid that this guy would use his power against him, so letting Han Wen create some disturbances was undoubtedly the best course of action. Next, let's head back, Lin Yi said. In terms of normal means, he truly wasn't afraid of the opponent, and even Teng Yun under normal circumstances. Lin Yi believed Teng Yun would definitely not be a match for Su Mingling. In his past life, Su Mingling had the ability to build a company to such a scale, her capabilities were not trivial. However, the current Su Mingling was still relatively weak. But once her company grew, everything would become manageable. Young Master Lin, I've already found out what you asked me to investigate. As the car drove out of the Zijin Club, Lung Xinxue pointed at the tablet in her hand and said, Tianqing Group has indeed encountered financial issues. The financial status of Tianqing Group is rather dire, even experiencing significant losses. Looking at Lin Yi beside her, Lung Xinxue spoke. Moreover, the data shows that the CEO of Tianqing Group, Chun Tianqing, has started selling off many of his assets in recent days to keep the company afloat. Listening to Lung Xinxue's words, Lin Yi nodded. In his past life, he knew that it was at this point in time when Chun Chen's family faced tremendous upheaval. He was still on vacation then, and when he returned, Chun Chen had transferred schools. After that, Lin Yi never saw Chun Chen again. However, he was aware of the company that Chun Chen's family owned. It was said that many companies were bought at extremely low prices during that period, including the Jin Guan Hotel outside the school. At this thought, Lin Yi's gaze slightly narrowed. Tianqing Group was considered a decent company. Chun Chen's family had built their wealth through the hotel industry, owning not only Jin Guan, but also 4 other hotels that formed a chain, along with involvement in various other industries, including real estate. This incident occurred because of issues in the real estate sector. Chen Tianqing took over a real estate project from a friend, which had no problems initially. However, after taking it over, the project suddenly collapsed, leading to a mass withdrawal from those who had made deposits. As a result, a substantial amount of money was lost in this real estate project. Moreover, the key issue was that Chen Tianqing had already signed contracts with numerous people. It was not as simple as just returning the deposits. Many suppliers had already delivered materials and were not willing to accept returns. He could only grit his teeth and forge ahead. Undoubtedly, if this real estate project could be salvaged, it could still be sold and Chen Tianqing could make a profit. However, the critical factor was that a large number of people were withdrawing, and upon taking over, he discovered that the contracts signed with those clients contained major loopholes. The losses from the collapse were not only to be borne by Chen Tianqing, but also included substantial penalties to those clients. Having to compensate so much money naturally led to financial difficulties for Chen Tianqing, especially with the refunds he had to make. After paying out such a large sum, he realized that he no longer had much money left. Thus, Chen Tianqing could only grit his teeth and prepare to sell off some of his remaining assets to keep the project going. Chen Tianqing knew very well that without pursuing this project, it would be impossible to recover his losses. Although the cash flow was cut off, if he could successfully execute the project, there was still a chance to save himself. Listening to Lung Xingshu's report, Lin Yi squinted slightly and said, "Isn't the person who gave the project to him Zhang Yu?" Upon hearing this, Lung Xingshu nodded and replied, "Yes, it's that guy Zhang Yuhua." Lin Yi nodded when he heard this. In his past life, it was Zhang Yuhua who nearly swallowed up Tianqing Group, so it was evident that this was a scheme orchestrated by Zhang Yuhua. "Is there a way to contact Chen Tianqing?" Lin Yi asked Lung Xingshu beside him. "Are you planning to invest?" Surprised, Lung Xingshu looked at Lin Yi and inquired, "You are?" "Yes." Lin Yi nodded and said, "I am indeed a bit interested in Tianqing Group." In fact, after the Zhang family took over Tianqing Group in his past life, the chain of hotels began to spread nationwide, but it was not Zhang Yuhua's merit, it was Chen Tianqing who had already planned everything. However, Zhang Yuhua merely reaped the rewards following Chen Tianqing's plan. Actually, Chen Tianqing is quite capable. He simply trusted the wrong person, and that person was Zhang Yuhua. He never anticipated that Zhang Yuhua would go to such lengths to undermine him just to take over his Tianqing Group, leading to his swift downfall. "It'll help you get in touch," said Lung Xingshu. "How much are you planning to invest?" 500 million, I suppose." Lin Yi thought for a moment and replied, "At most 500 million. "Understood. I will provide you with an estimate, and by tomorrow morning, I will let you know how much equity 500 million can acquire in Tianqing Group." "You can provide an estimate." Lin Yi was taken aback upon hearing Lung Xingshu's words and asked, "You can do that?" "It's a basic skill of mine. Otherwise, how could I be your assistant?" Lung Xingshu said casually. To be honest, after following Lin, he had always treated her like a bodyguard, but Lung Xingshu knew that these matters were easy for her. However, since Lin Yi held such a view, she never mentioned it, resulting in this situation. At this moment, Lin Yi looked at Lung Xingshu beside him and said, "Then he'll leave this matter to you." "All right." Lung Xingshu nodded and did not say much. This matter was essentially settled. The follow-up was for Lin Yi to negotiate. However, Lung Xingshu had gained a new understanding of Lin Yi. This young master was different from the others. He was not merely thinking about the vast wealth of the Lin family. Unlike the others who were only concerned with the Lin family's money, this Lin young master was preparing to earn a significant amount of money. Moreover, Lung Xingshu could see that Lin Yi was preparing to present an outstanding report card before returning to the Lin family. Lung Xingshu took her tablet and sent an email immediately. Soon she received a reply. Looking at the response, she turned to Lin Yi and said, "The other party has replied asking us to go to Tianqing Group tomorrow to discuss the details of the collaboration. Chen Tianqing is willing to meet me." Lin Yi was taken aback and asked, "In what capacity?" "In a private capacity. However, I sent over your bank deposit slip indicating that you have sufficient cash, so they are now," Lung Xingshu said, while looking at Lin Yi. Lin Yi was taken aback upon hearing this, and then understood. Chen Tianqing was likely anxious, as every day of delay meant more losses. The message he received only contained the bank balance, but that was sufficient. With a balance of a full 1 billion, it was enough to attract Chen Tianqing's interest, allowing for a serious discussion, especially since Chen Tianqing was in dire need of substantial funds. The next day, when Lin Yi and Lung Xingshu arrived at Tianqing Group, they were somewhat surprised to find that the company was quite large. "Are you the one who set up this meeting with me?" Looking at Lin Yi before him, Chen Tianqing's eyes were filled with curiosity as he asked. At this moment, Chen Tianqing's gaze was filled with intrigue. After all, this person appeared to be very young, seemingly around the same age as his own daughter. Thus, when he saw Lin Yi, Chen Tianqing also wore a look of doubt, and he said to Lin Yi, "Is what you mentioned in your email yesterday true?" "Of course, but how much equity can you offer me?" Looking at Chen Tianqing, Lin Yi replied with a smile, "I can invest in Tianqing Group." Hearing Lin Yi's words, Chen Tianqing's expression turned slightly amused as he said, "Of course, if you want to invest, I will naturally agree, but I wonder how much you can contribute." 5 billion for 45 of Tianqing Group's shares. Lin Yi did not speak, but Lung Xingshu, who was beside him, suddenly interjected. Upon hearing this, Chen Tianqing was momentarily taken aback, his brows unconsciously knitting together. It must be said that 5 billion could indeed alleviate Chen Tianqing's pressing financial crisis, but the asking price was just too steep. Gentlemen, this price is unacceptable. Chen Tianqing stated. You should be aware of how much Tianqing Group's assets are worth. If you are asking for this price, I certainly cannot accept it. Then there is nothing we can do. Hearing this, Lin Yi remarked, Chen, you know how severe Tianqing Group's financial crisis is. You either sell off your assets or wait for someone to invest. Moreover, selling assets may not even yield enough money. Listening to Lin Yi's words, Chen Tianqing's gaze turned towards her, his eyes narrowing slightly. Initially, he thought this woman was unaware of his company's situation, but it seems she was fully aware. Zhang Yuhua has taken advantage of you. Aren't you going to retaliate? Lin Yi asked Chen Tianqing. Hearing this, Chen Tianqing's expression changed immediately. If the other party knew that Zhang Yuhua had exploited him, then this matter was undoubtedly quite clear. Thinking of this, Chen Tianqing's eyes filled with surprise as he looked at Lin Yi and asked, What is your name, young brother? I am Lin Yi. Lin Yi replied with a smile. I also have some grievances with Zhang Yuhua, so I will help you. Help me. Chen Tianqing chuckled lightly and said, If you truly intend to help me, then this price is undoubtedly taking advantage of the situation. But Zhang Yuhua offered you a lower price, didn't he? Lin Yi interjected. That's right. Chen Tianqing took a deep breath. The prices were the same, but Zhang Yuhua was seeking to acquire 50 of Tianqing Group's shares. If he agreed, it could lead to Zhang Yuhua gradually consuming the entire company. This was something Chen Tianqing did not want to see, which was why he was so insistent at this moment. All right, let's compromise. I only want 40 of the shares. If you still don't agree, then I have no other options. Seeing that Lin Yi wanted to continue speaking, Lin Yi suddenly interjected. Hearing this, Lin Yi was taken aback. She had originally intended to persuade Chen Tianqing to compromise, but she did not expect her boss to directly back down. Are you serious? Upon hearing Lin Yi's words, Chen Tianqing's eyes lit up, and his gaze towards Lin Yi was filled with surprise. In fact, even if Lin Yi hadn't said anything, he would have had to accept the situation, but he did not expect that the other party would directly relent. This concession made him feel much more comfortable. If the price is reasonable, I can prepare the contract at any time. However, when can you provide the funds? Chen Tianqing. At this moment, Chen Tianqing was filled with curiosity. If the funds were available, then everything would be negotiable. The money can be provided any time. Lin Yi replied with a smile. Thinking back to the balance statement the other party showed him yesterday, Chen Tianqing immediately understood that Lin Yi indeed had sufficient funds. At that moment, Chen Tianqing's eyes brightened, and he smiled at Lin Yi, saying, In that case, Mr. Lin, may we have a pleasant cooperation. Pleasant cooperation. With Chen Tianqing's affirmation, Lin Yi smiled, as well knowing he had acquired 40 of Tianqing Group's shares. If one were to speak of Chen Tianqing, had he not trusted Zhang Yuhua too much and been exploited by him, he might have been quite a figure in the future. Moreover, Zhang Yuhua had always been eyeing Tianqing Group. In his past life, after Zhang Yuhua consumed Tianqing Group, he expanded his influence without restraint, eventually becoming the richest person in the city. Although Zhang Yuhua was still weaker compared to the Lin family, even so, he had considerable prestige in the country at that time. At that time, Zhang Yao was even more arrogant, so Lin Yi's first thought upon returning to life was to take over Tianqing Group. At the very least, he needed to ensure that Tianqing Group was under his control, otherwise Zhang Yuhua's expansion would become much easier. Chen Tianqing moved quickly, issuing orders, and soon the contract was drafted. After Lin Yi reviewed it and found no issues, she nodded at Lin Yi, who then signed it. Subsequently, Lin Yi directly transferred 5 billion to the other party, and upon receiving the funds, Chen Tianqing let out a sigh of relief. Although this amount was considerable, there were still numerous expenses to be covered ahead, and this sum might only be barely. Regardless, Chen Tianqing felt a sense of relief. The money had arrived, and the upcoming projects could proceed. Although he had lost shares in the company, for Chen Tianqing, it was already the best outcome. After all, Zhang Yuhua had set his sights on his company, and others dared not compete with this hungry wolf, leaving him with no options. He couldn't even secure loans. If it weren't for this, he wouldn't have been considering selling his shares. Just then a knock was heard at the door, and the secretary led a girl into the room. Upon seeing her, Lin Yi smiled. The girl before him was naturally Chen Tianqing's daughter, Chen Shan. Oh, Lin Yi. Chen Shan was taken aback upon seeing Lin Yi, her eyes filled with a hint of confusion as she asked, What are you? I came here to discuss a business deal, and I just finished it. Lin Yi replied with a smile. A business deal? With my dad? Upon hearing this, Chen Shan was momentarily stunned, then her gaze shifted to her father. At that moment, Chen Tianqing looked at Chen Shun and Lin Yi in astonishment and said, You two know each other? He's my classmate. Chen Shun responded. Chen Tianqing's gaze turned toward Lin Yi, revealing a look of surprise as he remarked, Impressive for someone so young. Indeed, Chen Tianqing felt a tinge of surprise, not to mention anything else. The young man before him was actually his daughter's classmate, which was quite remarkable. Originally, the university his daughter attended was considered a third-rate institution, and the reason Chen Shan chose to study there was mainly because it was close. Chen Tianqing was quite indulgent towards Chen Shun. Since her grades were average, he thought it best not to have her too far away, so he opted for a nearby school, reasoning that even if she went elsewhere, the outcome might not be beneficial. After Chen Shan chose this school, Zhang Yuhua surprisingly enrolled her son there as well, and at that time Chen Tianqing realized Zhang Yuhua's intentions. However, he was actually pleased about it. To be honest, Zhang's family background was indeed worthy of Chen Shun. So when Zhang Yuhua approached him for collaboration, he didn't think much of it, believing that Zhang Yuhua wanted to strengthen their family's relationship. Moreover, they had cooperated a few times prior, so this time, he didn't suspect anything. However, the subsequent events caught Chun Tianqing off guard, as Zhang Yuhua had set such a big trap for him, and he unwittingly stepped right into it, nearly unable to recover. As for Lin Yi being Chun Chen's classmate, Chun Tianqing genuinely hadn't anticipated that a classmate of his daughter. Moreover, it wasn't merely about money. The key issue was that the other party completely understood what he needed. For Chun Tianqing, this was the most impressive aspect. If at this age he was simply wealthy, it might be due to ancestral connections. However, if it were more than just wealth, it would signify that this young man was extraordinary. Chen Chen, let me formally introduce him. From now on, he will be one of the major shareholders of our Tianqing group. Chun Tianqing stated as he looked at Chen Chen. Hearing this, Chen Chen's face immediately showed a hint of surprise as she looked at Chun Tianqing and asked, Dad, are you saying? No doubt about it, our family's crisis has been resolved, Mr. Lin has invested in Tianqing Group, and now he holds 40 of the shares. Seeing Chun Chen's astonished expression, Chun Tianqing smiled and continued. This matter had not only concerned Chun Tianqing greatly, even Chun Chen was similarly affected. Thus, in recent days, she had been coming to Tianqing Group to help her father with whatever she could. However, she did not expect that by coming today this matter would already be resolved. Moreover, it was Lin Yi who had helped the Chun family through the crisis. Initially, Chun Chen had indeed overlooked Lin Yi. Even now, she was still unaware of Lin Yi's true background. However, she knew that those involved with the underworld in the city referred to him as young Master Lin. On the surface, Lin Yi appeared harmless, but in recent months, he had changed. Just the luxury car Lin Yi drove combined with his almost non-existent school attendance during this time indicated that he had undergone significant changes, and this transformation was undoubtedly very important. Looking at Lin Yi, Chun Chen's beautiful eyes held a hint of curiosity. Recently, as she began to interact with him, she became very curious about what kind of person Lin Yi was. However, it seemed he was even wealthier than she had imagined. Lin Yi, thank you. Although she had heard Lin Yi mention needing to work to earn money at that time, Chen Chen did not believe that one could make so much money just by working. Don't mention it. I also see the potential of Tianqing Group. Lin Yi waved his hand and replied. While the two were speaking, Chun Tianqing's phone suddenly rang. Seeing the name on the screen, his expression darkened immediately. It's Zhang Yuhua. Chun Tianqing's face bore a hint of gloom. This guy had nearly brought him to tears with his schemes, and now he dared to contact him. Looking at the name on the screen, Chun Tianqing's expression was grim. After all, this guy had caused him a significant loss, even planning to take most of his company's assets. Chen Chen's expression also turned cold. She had not expected that the Zhang family would act in such a manner. Looking at Chun Tianqing, Lin Yi chuckled. I'm quite curious about what he will say. Chun Tianqing merely smiled faintly and then answered the call. Once the call connected, a voice quickly came through. Old Chun, I'm not pressuring you, my brother. I'm just worried about you and afraid you can't hold on. Have you thought about it? Zhang Yuhua said with a smile. Not to mention anything else, I am the only one who can afford this price. I can't let you go under. For 500 million, you give me 50 of the shares, and I guarantee Tianqing Group will thrive under my leadership. Hearing Zhang Yuhua's words, Chun Tianqing's expression became slightly grim. This guy was indeed shameless, and Lin Yi, on the other hand, was surprised by Zhang Yuhua's words. This guy, while scheming against him, was also plotting against Chun Tianqing. One had to admit this person was indeed somewhat capable. Here's the deal, let's set a time for dinner tonight at your Golden Crown Hotel. We can each bring our children along, making it a good opportunity for the younger generation to communicate. Before Chun Tianqing could respond, Zhang Yuhua spoke again. What do you think? Agree to him. Lin Yi looked at Chun Tianqing and said, I will go with you. Chun Tianqing was momentarily taken aback, then a playful smile appeared on his face as he said, all right, I also have someone interested in investing in my company. I will invite them over tonight, and we can sit down and discuss things. Someone else. Upon hearing this, Zhang Yuhua was momentarily stunned, his eyes reflecting a hint of surprise. Did someone else dare to negotiate with Chun Tianqing? Was he sure he could secure this piece of meat? As night fell at the Golden Crown Hotel, Zhang Yuhua and his son Zhang Yao were already waiting there. At this moment, Zhang Yuhua's gaze held a hint of seriousness. It could be said that Tianqing Group had long been on his radar, and from the very beginning what he wanted was to acquire shares in Tianqing Group, gradually taking control of it. Originally, this matter seemed to be a done deal for Zhang Yuhua, but today, listening to Chun Tianqing's words, he felt that there was an unexpected twist. Zhang Yuhua's eyes sparkled with a trace of gravity. He did not know whether Chun Tianqing's words were true or false, yet that statement still instilled a slight worry in him. If something really went wrong, then the following events would not be so simple for Zhang Yuhua. Seeing Zhang Yuhua frowning, Zhang Yao looked at him and said, Dad, what are you worried about? Didn't you say this was a sure thing? It was supposed to be. Zhang Yuhua sighed and replied, but from my perspective now, it doesn't seem that way. Hearing Zhang Yuhua's words, Zhang Yao shook his head. He did not share his father's suspicion. Dad, what about Chen Chen? Looking at Zhang Yuhua, Zhang Yao suddenly spoke up, and upon hearing this, Zhang Yuhua fixed his gaze on him and coldly snorted, you only think about Chen Chen. With your money, what kind of woman can't you have? Listening to Zhang Yuhua, Zhang Yao lowered his head, not daring to say much. He indeed had feelings for Chen Chen. This class flower, even considered the campus belle, was undeniably beautiful, and Zhang Yao truly had feelings for Chen Chen. Therefore, he wanted her. While the two were sitting there, the door to the private room was pushed open, and then Chun Tianqing entered first, bringing Chen Chun with him. As they came in, Chun Tianqing looked at Zhang Yuhua and smiled lightly, saying, "Mr. Zhang, sorry to keep you waiting." "Not at all, we just arrived," Zhang Yuhua replied, while scanning behind Chun Tianqing. There was no one behind him, which made Zhang Yuhua frown slightly, because Chun Tianqing had mentioned that he would bring someone along, yet now no one was there. "Brother Chen, what about that person who is supposed to invest in your Tianqing group?" Zhang Yuhua asked, fixing his gaze on Chun Tianqing. "They'll be here later." Chun Tianqing smiled faintly and did not elaborate further, turning his attention to Zhang Yuhua and asking, "Mr. Zhang, aren't you going to say something?" "Hehe, Mr. Chen, since we are going to talk, let's talk properly. My conditions remain unchanged, but I assure you if you don't follow my advice and choose someone else, you will definitely have significant trouble." Zhang Yuhua narrowed his eyes slightly and said, "You should know that my relationship with the Tu Yong is not simple." Without saying anything else, just with the Tu Yong on your side, you won't get through. Chun Tianqing's brow furrowed slightly. It was evident that Zhang Yuhua was prepared to exert pressure. The Tu Yong was definitely a problem. That guy is involved in the underworld, and if Zhang Yuhua were to enlist the Tu Yong's help, this project would not be as easy as he thought and could lead to many troubles. However, Chun Tianqing would definitely not give up. In this situation, he was even more clear that even when facing the pressure from the Tu Yong and Zhang Yuhua, he could never compromise. One reason was that he had successfully signed a contract with Lin Yi, and the other was that under these circumstances, if he compromised, it would mean Zhang Yuhua had him by the throat, and in the future, any compromise would only lead Zhang Yuhua to become more demanding. Chun Tianqing remained silent, while beside him Chen Chun watched the two father and son. Since they entered, Zhang Yao's eyes had not left her, and that gaze made her very uncomfortable. On the other hand, there was Chun Tianqing, whose words carried an evident threat. Observing the two father and son, Chen slightly frowned, and neither of them were good people. "Mr. Chen, what do you mean by not speaking?" At this moment, Zhang Yuhua, feeling somewhat anxious, asked. "Let's wait for my partner to arrive." Chun Tianqing replied, "I have already signed a contract with them." Upon hearing Chun Tianqing's words, Zhang Yuhua's expression changed dramatically as he stared at Chun Tianqing, saying, "What did you say?" "I have signed a contract with them," Chun Tianqing stated, meeting Zhang Yuhua's gaze with a hint of a smile, and as he heard Chun Tianqing's words, Zhang Yuhua's expression grew increasingly dark. "Then I'll wait. I'm curious to see who dares to oppose me, Zhang Yuhua." Zhang Yuhua said with a cold laugh. Recently, everything seemed to be going awry, which made him particularly irritable, especially since he had made so many preparations and set everything up only to find it disrupted. At this moment, Zhang Yuhua's gaze was fixed on Chun Tianqing, and the hint of threat in his eyes was unmistakable. Just then, the door to the private room was pushed open, and Lin Yi entered directly with Lung Xinxue. Looking at the people in the room, Lin Yi smiled and said, "Looks like I arrived a bit late." Seeing Lin Yi, Zhang Yuhua's expression changed dramatically as he fixed his gaze on him, saying, "It's you. You've invested?" "Yes." Lin Yi nodded, and at the same time he looked at Zhang Yuhua with a smile and asked, "Is that a problem?" Lin Yi. Upon seeing Lin Yi, Zhang Yuhua's face turned ashen, while Zhang Yao's gaze held a hint of anger as he said, "You dare to ruin my Zhang family's good fortune. Speaking of which, I do enjoy ruining your Zhang family's plans." Lin Yi walked over and sat down in front of the father and son, fixing his gaze on Zhang Yao and saying with a smile, "I still haven't settled the score with you." Hearing Lin Yi's words, Zhang Yao's eyes narrowed slightly, his gaze carrying a hint of chill, while Lin Yi seemed unfazed by Zhang Yao's stare and instead looked at Zhang Yuhua with a hint of provocation. Zhang Yuhua's gaze was fixed intently on Lin Yi. In this moment, Zhang Yuhua even wished to eliminate Lin Yi, as this guy had disrupted his plans far too many times. Prior to this, Zhang Yuhua had considered various individuals who might genuinely become Chun Tianqing's partner. Although some were quite formidable, Zhang Yuhua was not intimidated. He had even devised strategies to deal with them. However, he had never anticipated that it would be Lin Yi. Regarding Lin Yi, Zhang Yuhua truly felt uncertain. He didn't even know what capabilities Lin Yi possessed. They had tried to investigate Lin Yi, but his background appeared exceedingly ordinary. Yet this person was now associated with a big shot like Han Wen, and it was evident that he was not merely Han Wen's subordinate, but rather in a form of collaboration. It was precisely because of this that it felt strange how had such a prominent figure as Han Wen ended up entangled with Lin Yi. Moreover, the nature of their relationship was also quite ambiguous. Even when Lin Yi was captured, they thought he was finished. However, Lin Yi was released, and soon after, Mei Chongting and his son Mei Shan were eliminated. This left him and Dado Yong astonished. They instinctively felt it was Han Wen's doing. Yet as Han Wen's longtime rival Dado Yong was well aware of Han Wen's capabilities. If Han Wen possessed such power, Dado Yong would have been finished long ago. Thus it wasn't Han Wen. It was Lin Yi. Yet no matter how one looked at it, Lin Yi was someone without a background. Regardless, both Zhang Yuhua and Dado Yong had to be cautious. Just then Teng Yun approached and found Zhang Yuhua. Zhang Yuhua was very much aware of Teng Yun's motives, which were solely to gain Su Mingling. Therefore, he encouraged Teng Yun to threaten Su Mingling, intending to use the Teng family to test Lin Yi's depth. As for Lin Yi, he had visited Teng Yun yesterday, and just by looking at Lin, it was clear he was not afraid of Teng Yun at all. Now Lin Yi had directly invested in Tianqing Group, meaning that despite all his grand schemes, the one reaping the benefits. "I have no grudges against you, do I, eh?" Zhang Yuhua asked, taking a deep breath as he looked at Lin Yi. At this moment his gaze was fixed on Lin Yi, his eyes harboring a hint of darkness. Lin Yi responded with a faint smile saying, I have no grudges against you. However, I am merely conducting business as usual, am I not? In that case, I shall take my leave. As soon as he finished speaking, Zhang Yuhua stood up and left. Behind him Zhang Yao glared at Lin Yi with a fierce look in his eyes filled with anger. Even if he was a fool, he understood clearly that his chances with Chun were likely gone, which made his gaze towards Lin Yi laden with hatred. Zhang Yao, let's go. Zhang Yuhua coldly snorted at his son's demeanor. What time was it? Yet he was still here sulking. Zhang Yao helplessly glanced at Chun and then at the striking Lung Xinyue. From the moment Lung Xinyue appeared beside Lin Yi, Zhang Yao had noticed her. She was genuinely beautiful, making even Chun appear dull in comparison. After Zhang Yao and Zhang Yuhua left, Lin Yi turned to Chun Tianqing and said, next that guy should come looking for trouble. Hearing Lin Yi's words, Chun Tianqing smiled wryly saying, I'm not afraid of anything else, but I fear that guy will bring Dado Yong to deal with my construction site. After all, if something goes wrong at the site, then everything will be ruined. That project must continue, otherwise Tianqing Group's finances would still face issues. Even though Tianqing Group has numerous hotels and can continuously earn money, it simply isn't enough to sustain the consumption. There's no need to fear that guy Dado Yong. Upon hearing this, Lin Yi waved his hand dismissively saying, Han Wen is already preparing to deal with him. Mr. Lin, what is the nature of your relationship with Han Wen? Chun Tianqing asked curiously at that moment, looking at Lin. Considering status, Han Wen's position was not to be underestimated. In this city, there were two underworld overlords, one was Dado Yong and the other was Han Wen. Moreover, Han Wen was more formidable and principled than Dado Yong. In his eyes, Han Wen was even more powerful. Chun Tianqing hadn't expected Lin Yi to know Han Wen. If Han Wen were to intervene, then there would be no issue at all. For Chun Tianqing, Han Wen dealing with Dado Yong was undoubtedly the best outcome. Han Wen and I have a cooperative relationship, at least much more solid than the relationship between Zhang Yuhua and Dado Yong. Looking at Chun Tianqing before him, Lin Yi spoke, and upon hearing this, Chun Tianqing immediately understood Lin Yi. That was no matter what Dado Yong did, Han Wen would step in to help, which was the best news for him. As long as nothing goes wrong on Dado Yong's side, I won't have any issues. As for that guy Zhang Yuhua, if he has any other tricks up his sleeve, I'm not afraid. Chun Tianqing looked at Lin Yi and spoke, and upon hearing his words, Lin Yi smiled and nodded. In terms of capability, Chun Tianqing still had it. It was just that he had been tricked by Zhang Yuhua in this matter. While Zhang Yuhua's methods were more underhanded, Chun Tianqing's approach was more straightforward in business. In his past life, even though Chun Tianqing had been deceived and lost his company, his capabilities were certainly not to be underestimated. I shall take my leave. Looking at Chun Tianqing, Lin Yi stood up and said with a smile, Mr. Lin, take care. Upon hearing this, Chun Tianqing hurriedly stood up and said, then watched Lin Yi leave. Chun, your classmate, is quite remarkable. Chun Tianqing said, glancing at Chun beside him. He has changed quite a bit. Chun responded, having gradually noticed Chun's transformation over the past few months. When discussing Lin Yi, her gaze also held a hint of curiosity. If there's an opportunity, let's treat him to a meal. Chun Tianqing said with a smile, looking at Chun beside him. He's much better than Zhang Yao. Dad, even if I like him, he might not necessarily like me. Chun rolled her eyes at Chun Tianqing, saying after all, Lin Yi was accompanied by the even more beautiful Lung Xinyue. As Lin Yi stepped out of the Golden Crown Hotel, he glanced at Lung Xinyue beside him and said, you seem like you have some. Looking at Lin Yi before her, Lung Xinyue spoke up, having already realized that whether it was Teng Yun or the previous Zhang Yuhua, Lin Yi was preparing to draw the firepower towards himself. Yes. Lin Yi nodded and smiled at Su Mingling. Is that not okay? Upon hearing this, Lung Xinyue displayed a hint of surprise. She did not understand why Lin Yi insisted on taking on this matter entirely. These two are both my properties. Is that not acceptable? Lin Yi looked at Lung Xinyue and asked while she frowned slightly at his words, saying, of course it is, but why would you offend a stronger enemy for these two people? If it were Su Mingling, I could understand, as she was your property at that time. However, you already know they plan to deal with Chun Tianqing, and you still want to. Lung Xinyue found this difficult to comprehend, as if it were merely about business. Lin Yi's actions seemed utterly incomprehensible. Even if Chun Tianqing's business held some profit, the competition, especially given Zhang Yuhua's capabilities compared to Chun Tianqing, made Lin Yi's actions hard for her to grasp. The only possibility she could think of was that Lin Yi had developed feelings for Chun. However, throughout their journey, she had clearly observed Lin Yi's attitude towards Chun, which did not seem to indicate any romantic interest. Thus, under these circumstances, Lung Xinyue was puzzled about why Lin Yi would act this way. At that moment, her gaze was fixed on Lin Yi, filled with a hint of confusion. I'm happy. As Lung Xingshu's gaze focused on him, Lin Yi smiled slightly, disregarding her thoughts, and walked away. I'm going to Gu Yuan's place, so you shouldn't follow. Lin Yi said to Lung Xinyue, who wanted to follow him. Upon hearing this, she was momentarily stunned, then reluctantly nodded. Lung Xinyue was quite clear about Lin Yi and Gu Yuan's situation, but she was also well aware of the character of those young masters, so she didn't ask much. At least Lin Yi wasn't too bad, he simply had one on the side and hadn't done anything else. Seeing Lin Yi sitting in the car, Lung Xinyue directly opened the car door and sat in the passenger seat. Once you get upstairs, I will leave. Looking at Lin Yi, Lung Xinyue said, you have offended many people, and those people would love to see you dead. I'm worried about your safety if I don't follow. Hearing Lung Xingshu's words, Lin Yi was taken aback for a moment, but then he thought it made sense as he indeed had offended many people. Not to mention, just in the past 2 days, Teng Yun and Zhang Yuhua were not easy characters to deal with. So considering this, Lin Yi decided to let Lung Xingshu accompany him. As the car drove out, Lung Xingshu observed Lin Yi. For her, this time spent with Lin Yi had given her a certain understanding of this young master. Undoubtedly, this young master was different from those she had encountered in the Lin family. At the very least, he was much better than the two she had met before. As Lung Xingshu watched Lin Yi, suddenly a car rushed out from a distance, crashing directly into the front of Lin Yi's car. In that moment, both vehicles collided violently, startling Lin Yi. The car came out at an odd angle, directly crashing into his vehicle. If it hadn't been moving slowly, Lin Yi might have thought someone was attempting to murder him. Could it be drunk driving? Lin Yi looked at the car, a hint of curiosity on his face. Perhaps the person was drunk and had crashed into his car. At that moment, Lin Yi looked at the vehicle with a curious gaze. Someone wants to kill you? Looking at Lin Yi, Lung Xingshu asked, then shook her head. Not to mention anything else, the car's speed was simply impossible for someone to intend to kill him. Moreover, if they wanted to kill Lin Yi, this kind of car shouldn't be used. The car in front of them was a sports car worth over $1 million. Would someone use a sports car to commit murder? Absolutely not, so Lung Xingshu directly dismissed this idea. At that moment, Lin Yi's gaze also shifted towards the driver's seat of the other car. When he saw the person in the car, Lin Yi was momentarily stunned. It's her. Lin Yi's eyes widened in surprise. He recognized the woman in front of him, having only met her twice, but she was someone he had never forgotten. This woman was the one from the villa across Lin Yi's, and despite having only met her twice, both times her presence had left Lin Yi awestruck by her extraordinary beauty. This woman, in terms of appearance, was in no way inferior to Lung Xingshu. Their temperaments differed. Lung Xingshu gave Lin Yi a cold and elegant impression, while the woman before him exuded a mature charm. Thus, while looking at this woman, Lin Yi was momentarily taken aback, especially as she was now slumped over the steering wheel, which made him even more curious. Did this woman really drink too much? Lin Yi pondered these thoughts while quickly opening the car door and walking towards young master. Let me. Seeing Lin Yi about to open the car door, Lung Xingshu hurriedly stopped him, saying, "Be careful, there might be a problem." "No problem, I know this person." Lin Yi shook his head and proceeded to open the car door. The moment he opened it, he was taken aback because he did not smell any alcohol at all. This person had no scent of alcohol. In fact, the entire car was a sealed space. If this were drunk driving, it would definitely not be like this. Therefore, upon opening the car door, Lin Yi sensed something was off. "Save me." The woman's gaze swept over Lin Yi and her eyes brightened. "Save me." After saying this, the woman directly fainted into Lin Yi's arms. Hearing her words, Lin Yi was momentarily stunned while his gaze turned towards the two cars that suddenly rushed towards him, coming to a halt right in front of him, and those two cars were all luxury vehicles. The moment the two cars came to a stop, two figures stepped out. When they saw the woman cradled in Lin Yi's arms, the man in the lead's face drained of color, and he growled, "Take your filthy hands off her." Having said that, he strode forward and prepared to kick Lin Yi. Watching him move, Lin Yi only frowned slightly. At the instant the man's kick flew, Lung Xingshu moved quickly to block it and simultaneously launched a punch. Behind him, an older man saw Lung Xingshu strike and rushed forward, yanking the young man back. He then lunged in and threw a heavy punch. The opposing fists met almost instantly, the burly man's blow colliding head-on with Lung Xingshu's punch. At the moment of impact, both were driven back a few paces. From that moment, Lin Yi could tell Lung Xingshu had the upper hand. She only stepped back 2 paces while the other man retreated 4 or 5. Watching the scene, Lin Yi was somewhat astonished. Even setting others aside, the 2 bodyguards beside Lu Su could not withstand a single move from Lung Xingshu. Su Tung had even been sent flying by one of her palms, which testified to her fearsome skill. And yet this man could trade blows with Lung Xingshu without difficulty, which revealed his own considerable ability. Lin Yi narrowed his eyes at the man. Behind him, besides the young leader, stood 3 figures, all clad in black suits, clearly bodyguards. He came with 3 bodyguards, yet he stood alone, his gaze fixed intently on Lin Yi. "Kid, keep your filthy hands off my woman." The youth hissed at Lin Yi. "Or I'll make sure you die." Lin Yi was taken aback by the youth's words. He looked at him and asked, "If she's your woman, then why was she running?" The youth snorted coldly. "Running? She was knocked out in the collision with you." Lin Yi narrowed his eyes at the youth's expression. Had the woman not glanced at him a moment earlier and cried out, "Save me," he might have believed the youth's tale. After all, the youth drove 2 luxury cars and had 3 capable bodyguards. At least to Lin Yi, those signs suggested he was not insignificant. So Lin Yi might have accepted that explanation, but the woman's cry for help upon seeing him made clear that something was wrong. "I don't know who you are." "Hey, race, what will do, I'll take her to the hospital. If she wakes, and there's no problem, I'll let you take her away." Lin Yi said to the youth, "Of course you can come with me, or I'll call the police." The youth fell silent for a moment, then sneered, "Kid, do you know who I am?" Lin Yi replied, "Who are you?" Lin Yi smiled and said, "What does that have to do with whether she's your woman? Do you have something to hide?" To Lin Yi, it was obvious that something was amiss, so he lost patience with the bickering and spoke directly. "Kid, this is none of your business." The youth glowered at Lin Yi, clearly unwilling to waste words. He glanced at his 3 bodyguards and ordered, "Take her, get her away." At the command, the 3 men hesitated, then surged toward Lin Yi. Seeing this, Lin Yi frown shot out her hand, and to everyone's astonishment produced a pistol. With the dark muzzle of the gun trained on them, the three men froze mid-charge, staring at Lin Yi's icy expression with looks of disbelief. They had not expected this delicate-looking girl to be not only skilled, but armed as well. How had such a weapon appeared here? In this country, the presence of firearms was a serious matter. Even the three of them certainly did not carry guns. And yet the girl beside this youth had one. They did not doubt the gun's authenticity. That was impossible. From the girl's earlier display of skill, it was clear she was no less capable than they were. Perhaps two of them together might not subdue her. A woman of such ability holding a gun had to be carrying a real weapon. There was no need to test it. Even the youth's face changed as he stared at Lin Yi. You dare to fire? He asked. Dare I? Lin Yi replied. Or would you like to find out? Lin Yi spoke to the youth, but his eyes betrayed surprise as he looked at Lin Yi. She actually carried a firearm. This was something Lin Yi had not anticipated. He had assumed Lin Yi was merely skilled in combat, but she also kept a pistol on her person. Quite formidable. Young master, let's go. Lin Yi told Lin Yi to leave. He nodded, lifted the woman into the back of his car, and drove off in his slightly battered vehicle. Lin Yi kept the pistol raised the entire way. Even sitting in the passenger seat, she held it up, and the four men did not dare to make a move. Fortunately, few people passed that stretch of road, and it was late at night, so the episode had been witnessed only by Lin Yi and those men. Damn. After Lin Yi's car sped away, the youth's face darkened. I planned this for so long to get Yao Jia. How could someone snatch her away? Find them for me. I want to know who rescued Yao Jia. The youth said sullenly to his men. Anyone who dares touch my woman, that kid is dead. Lin Yi had originally intended to head towards Gu Yuan's place, but given the current situation, he certainly had to return first. As the car drove away, Lin Yi glanced at Lin Yi beside him and asked, do you still have the gun? Yes. Lin Yi nodded and didn't elaborate further, though her gaze shifted towards the woman sitting behind Lin. It was evident that Lin Yi knew this woman, and indeed, she was extraordinarily beautiful. Her stunning appearance rivaled that of Lin Yi. Do you know her? Lin Yi asked Lin Yi, looking curious. She's a neighbor. Lin Yi replied, the one living across. Is that so? Upon hearing this, Lin Yi was taken aback. Although she had been around for a while, she truly didn't know that such a beauty lived across from her, but she also realized she didn't know her well. She must have been drugged, but that's not important. Lin Yi said, looking at Lin Yi. It's probably something like a sedative, but nodding at her words, Lin Yi understood that the young man they had encountered earlier was definitely not a good person. It was clear he wanted to take advantage of this woman, so he must have been the one who drugged her. The car quickly arrived in front of Lin Yi's house. He turned to Lin Yi and said, look for a key on her. Lin Yi nodded in response. Her impression of Lin Yi had improved somewhat, considering he didn't take advantage of the woman while she was unconscious. There's nothing. After searching the woman, Lin Yi reported. Forget it, let's take her back to our place. We have plenty of, Lin Yi said, and then he let Lin Yi take the woman directly to his home. After allowing her to find a room for the woman to rest in, Lin Yi sat in the living room and began to watch television. As for Lin Yi, she sat beside Lin Yi, still silent, but now she held a tablet in her hands and began searching. Lin Yi was very curious about the tablet in Lin Yi's hands. Every time he asked something, she could find the information on that tablet. It was clear that this woman had some impressive skills. Yao Jia. Lin Yi suddenly spoke up. Upon hearing this, Lin Yi was taken aback and asked what. Her name is Yao Jia. Really? Lin Yi was momentarily stunned, and then he looked at Lin Yi with a hint of helplessness. Each time, he could learn some information from this tablet. Taking a look at the tablet, Lin Yi was startled. Yao Jia's information was clearly displayed. Yao Su of Tianyao Group. Lin Yi's brows slightly furrowed as he looked at Lin Yi and asked, who is that? He genuinely had no clue what Tianyao Group was. He had never heard of it, and Yao Su was Yao Jia's father. Tianyao Group is a company in Jin City. Lin Yi explained as she noticed Lin Yi's curious gaze. In terms of scale, it's a bit larger than the Tang family. Upon hearing Lin Yi's words, Lin Yi was taken aback, but after considering it, he found it reasonable. Yao Jia's aura was exceptional. She couldn't possibly come from an ordinary family. Yao Jia's father was from Jin City, while her mother was from this city, so it wasn't that surprising for Yao Jia to be here. Tianyao Group must be experiencing some issues lately. Lin Yi remarked, looking at Lin Yi. As for the person who caused us trouble before, it's him. As she spoke, Lin Yi pulled out her tablet again, and soon the information on it was clear. Zhu Ziru. Lin Yi was startled upon seeing the man's name. It had a hint of flamboyance. You should know about the Zhu family, right? Looking at Lin Yi's expression, Lin Yi chuckled. Upon hearing her words, Lin Yi was taken aback, then his expression grew serious as he asked, is it that Zhu family? Yes. Lin Yi's gaze held a hint of schadenfreude, as she said, you really have offended quite a few people. Listening to Lin Yi's words, Lin Yi sighed helplessly. He certainly knew about the Zhu family, as the richest family in the city was indeed the Zhu family, and the head of the family was called Zhu Qing. It was evident that Zhu Ziru was part of the Zhu family. Zhu Ziru is Zhu Qing's son, Lin Yi said calmly, looking at Lin Yi. Upon hearing this, Lin Yi was taken aback, but soon understood. However, after some thought, Lin Yi found it normal, as only a family like the Zhu family could hire those 3 bodyguards. Although none of them were Lin Yi's match, the 3 of them together might mean that even Lin Yi wouldn't be their opponent. Those three, even if they teamed up, are no match for me. Looking at Lin Yi, Lung Xinxue seemed to guess his thoughts, and replied lightly, if it weren't for you being a burden behind me, I wouldn't even need to draw my gun. Hearing Lung Xinxue's words, Lin Yi opened his mouth, then shook his head, conceding that he was indeed a burden. The Tianyao Group must have had some issues recently, which is why this girl is looking for people to invest in it. Lung Xinxue explained, looking at Lin Yi. Listening to Lung Xinxue, Lin Yi nodded. He had to admit that having Lung Xinxue by his side was like having an encyclopedia, or whatever he wanted to know she would quickly find it for him, and her speed was impressive, which surprised Lin Yi. Undoubtedly, Lung Xinxue was very helpful. For Lin Yi, she could accurately present the information he wanted to know, saving him from being completely in the dark. Combined with some of his prophetic skills, Lin Yi felt that it was indeed a good decision for his grandfather to send Lung Xinxue. Of course, at this moment, Lin Yi felt a bit of a headache. Originally, he was thinking about how he had offended a lot of people, but he never expected that he had even offended the young master of the Zhu family, the richest in town. But offending them is just offending them. At worst, I can just return to Shanghai, Lin Yi muttered softly. He truly felt fearless. If things went wrong, he could go back to Shanghai, where the Lin family stronghold was. His grandfather was still there, so the danger level should be low. What happened to Tianyao Group? Lin Yi asked as he looked at Lung Xinxue beside him. Is it a cash flow issue? Yes. Lung Xinxue nodded and said, the Yao family has encountered a funding gap, so Yao Jie should be meeting Zhu Ziru recently to borrow money. And then it turned into this. Lin Yi looked at Lung Xinxue in surprise and said, isn't it a considerable amount? 15 billion. Lung Xinxue spoke while looking at Lin Yi, who was taken aback by the figure. Then he shook his head with a wry smile. Currently, he didn't have that much money. Tianyao Group is facing a significant funding gap now. Lung Xinxue continued, it's rumored that it's because their research and development is too costly. In fact, Tianyao Group has even started selling off its assets. What kind of research is Tianyao Group doing that costs so much? Hearing this, Lin Yi looked at Lung Xinxue with a hint of surprise. Tianyao Group's spending was indeed unexpected. I heard it's smart home appliances. After a moment of silence, Lung Xinxue said, have you heard of Yaoyang Intelligent? Yaoyang. Lin Yi's eyes lit up at once. Are you saying that Tianyao Group is Yaoyang Intelligent? Yes. Lung Xinxue nodded and said, I do not recommend you invest in it, especially since it's a bottomless pit. Plus, you don't have that much money. The investment in Yaoyang is substantial, and even with that much investment, it may not necessarily yield enough return. Seeing the glimmer in Lin Yi's eyes, Lung Xinxue quickly spoke up. She genuinely feared that Lin Yi might impulsively invest. In the eyes of many, the current situation of Tianyao Group was quite dire. Tianyao Group has nearly spent all its money on research investments, which is why they are currently suffering significant financial losses. Yao Su of Tianyao Group is a tech expert. He is talented, but entering the smart home appliance market is not. At that moment, looking at Lin Yi, Lung Xinxue advised, what if I say, I want to invest? Lin Yi looked at Lung Xinxue and said with a hint of a smile, he wasn't sure about other things, but he did know about Yaoyang Intelligent. In the future, it would be considered a formidable company, but he really didn't know that Yaoyang Intelligent was part of Tianyao. He had never heard of Tianyao Group, yet he knew of Yaoyang Intelligent, which in his previous life was a company that hadn't gone public. A company so financially robust, it didn't even bother to go public, and that was the most alarming part. Therefore, upon realizing that Yao Jie's family was Yaoyang Intelligent, Lin Yi's first thought was to invest. After all, once he invested, he would surely make a considerable profit. In the future, Yaoyang would be a major player in the national smart home appliance industry, and apparently starting next year, they would gradually begin to profit. As he thought of this, a hint of excitement flashed in Lin Yi's eyes. Not to mention anything else, just considering the cash flow of this company in the future, Lin Yi was very clear, because although it didn't go public, its market value was far greater than over 70% of the listed companies. Investing in such a company would be foolish unless Lin Yi had lost his mind. At this moment, Lung Xinxue felt that Lin Yi had indeed lost his mind, as she could tell from his expression that he wanted to invest. But would Lin Yi truly make money by investing in this company? Lung Xinxue didn't know, and even felt that this money might just go down the drain, yet Lin Yi seemed somewhat resistant to advice. You don't have that much money. Looking at Lin Yi, Lung Xinxue couldn't help but pour cold water on him. Not to mention anything else, Lin Yi simply didn't have that much money at hand. The Lin family has its own rules. You can only withdraw 10 million in pocket money from the Lin family each year. Of course, any money you earn on your own is yours. Right now, you only have 500 million. Next month, I should have about 700 million. Lin Yi replied after thinking for a moment. As for the remaining funds, I'll figure something out. I should be able to gather a part of it. Upon hearing Lin Yi's words, Lung Xinxue was slightly taken aback, and then looking at Lin Yi, she could tell he wasn't joking, and her eyes filled with disappointment. She had already told Lin Yi that this was a big pit, yet he still jumped right in. Is it because that woman is pretty? Lung Xinxue glanced at Lin Yi and said blandly. Lung Xinxue had some understanding of what these young masters were like. Previously, she felt that Lin Yi wasn't that kind of person, but now it seemed otherwise. Help me do something. Lin Yi smiled at Lung Xinxue's expression and said, you need to help me with this first, my young master. Lin Yi didn't answer her question, but from Lin Yi's demeanor, Lung Xinxue guessed it was probably for the woman named Yao Jie. That woman was indeed very beautiful. Even Lung Xinxue had to admit that, but she felt uncomfortable. It wasn't jealousy, as she had no such thoughts regarding this young master. However, this young master was truly reckless. She originally thought he might have some capability, but now seeing how he couldn't resist a beautiful woman, she really didn't want to deal with him. With 500 million buy stocks for me, Lin Yi said to Lung Xinxue before him. Oh, buy stocks. Lung Xinxue was taken aback and asked which one. Angel shares. Lin Yi smiled as he looked at Lung Xinxue. Are you crazy? Lung Xinxue was shocked as she looked at Lin Yi saying, that's a dying stock. Lung Xinxue was well aware of that stock. It had almost become a joke and many believed that the company was on the verge of collapse. Yet Lin Yi wanted her to invest in it. Trust me, invest all 500 million. Oh, let's enjoy the good life. Lin Yi said with a faint smile. He naturally wasn't worried about whether Lung Xinxue would comply as this money was his own, and he was confident that he would quickly make it back, even earning a significant profit. Cold Xinxue expressed her confusion towards many of Lin Yi's actions. However, since Lin Yi was her boss and seeing the look on his face, she knew there was no possibility of changing his mind. Thus at that moment Cold Xinxue could only accept it with resignation. Anyway, since Lin Yi wanted her to buy shares of this company, she would buy them. Angel Corporation was a pharmaceutical company, but it really wasn't that good. How do you know Angel Corporation can't develop new technology? Hearing Cold Xinxue's words, Lin Yi instead smiled and asked, you're betting on that? Isn't that too risky? Upon hearing this, Cold Xinxue was taken aback. She didn't believe that Lin Yi had discovered anything, since even with her means it would be difficult to find out anything. Lin Yi merely smiled at Cold Xinxue's words and chose not to respond further. After all, he was well aware that Angel Corporation would indeed turn around and results would come in at most half a month. At that time the stock price would soar, so under such circumstances Lin Yi naturally planned to buy a large amount of Angel Corporation stock. Remember to help me buy in tomorrow morning. Looking at Cold Xinxue, Lin Yi said with a smile, then turned around and went back to sleep. Leaving Cold Xinxue alone, she continuously searched on her tablet. However, after searching for a long time, she still wore a puzzled expression because she couldn't find any information about Angel Corporation. Mainly, this company had long been abandoned even in the Lin family's database, and no one would care about its fate. It was even less likely that anyone would collect any data on this company, so it was impossible to find anything. Cold Xinxue frowned slightly, but didn't say much. Lin Yi was her boss, so many times she would just follow. The next morning, when Yao Jie woke up, she found herself in an unfamiliar environment. Her expression changed instantly as she hurriedly got up to take a look. When she saw the scene outside the window, she was momentarily stunned, then quickly realized. This is that person's home. Yao Jie murmured as she naturally recognized Lin Yi. Although they had never spoken, they were neighbors, so they knew who lived across from them. To Yao Jie, Lin Yi exuded an air of mystery. That day when Mei Shan came to find Lin Yi, Yao Jie noticed how Lin Yi treated someone as prestigious as Mei Shan with indifference, which indicated that Lin Yi's background was not simple. However, recalling the events of yesterday, Yao Jie frowned slightly. Currently, Tian Yao Group was in dire need of funds, and the first person she thought of was Zhu Qing. After all, if anyone could invest in Tian Yao Group, it would undoubtedly be a big player like Zhu Qing. She didn't know Zhu Qing, but was acquainted with Zhu Zirua, so she sought out Zhu Zirua hoping for an introduction. However, she never expected that Zhu Zirua would drug her drink. If Yao Jie hadn't sensed something was off with her body and immediately driven away, she might have already fallen victim to. On her way out, she had a car accident colliding with that guy across from her. When she saw that it was Lin Yi, Yao Jie felt relieved, thinking at least Lin Yi wouldn't do anything reckless to her. As she stepped out of the door, a delightful aroma wafted through the air. As she descended the stairs, she happened to see Lin Yi and Cold Xinxue sitting at the dining table having breakfast. You're awake. That portion is yours. Lin Yi smiled as he looked at Yao Jie. Thank you for last night. Yao Jie sat down in front of Lin Yi, saying, if it weren't for you, I might have been in big trouble. We're neighbors, so no need for formalities. However, I didn't expect the young master of the Zhu family would resort to. Lin Yi replied with a faint smile. Indeed, given Zhu Zirua's status, most women would throw themselves at him. Yet looking at Yao Jie before him, the lazy charm she exuded was evident even as she sat right across from him. This feeling made it clear just how captivating this woman was. Thus, facing such a woman, it was only natural for Zhu Zirua to resort to drugging. Lin Yi himself felt that with a woman like this, if he remained unmoved, that would be a lie. However, he would never stoop to such underhanded tactics. You know he's Zhu Zirua, and you still dare to offend him. Upon hearing Lin Yi's words, Yao Jie was slightly taken aback and spoke as Zhu Zirua's status was quite high. The son of the richest man in the city, his position was self-evident. Why should I be afraid of him? Lin Yi responded with a smile, asking, by the way, are you looking to borrow money from Zhu Zirua or for investment? What do you know? Yao Jie was immediately surprised by Lin Yi's question. She sought Zhu Zirua for investment, as she was well aware of Tian Yao Group's situation. At this time, she needed a significant influx of funds. Her father had been stressing over this matter for days. Thus, Yao Jie was contemplating asking Zhu Zirua for assistance. However, Lin Yi had pointed it out directly, indicating that he knew the situation. I'm aware of Tian Yao Group's predicament. To be honest, I'm somewhat interested. Lin Yi said with a faint smile as he observed Yao Jie's astonished expression. You're interested? Yao Jie's eyes lit up upon hearing this. She didn't know who this young man was, but at the very least she thought that his background should be impressive. Are you planning to invest in Tian Yao Group? Yao Jia looked at Lin Yi, her gaze filled with hope. After the treatment she had received in recent days, she had enough. If she couldn't secure any investment, she feared that she wouldn't be able to hold on much longer. Not right now, I have no money. Lin Yi shook his head and said, wait for a month. A month? Upon hearing this, Yao Jia was momentarily taken aback. How much can you invest a month from now? 1 billion. Lin Yi stated without any hesitation. Hearing this figure, both Yao Jia and cold Xian Shui were stunned. Yao Jia felt that the young man before her was truly impressive, claiming he could invest 1 billion just like that. Cold Xian Shui, however, was acutely aware of Lin Yi's financial situation. Currently, Lin Yi had at most 500 million, and he had already spent 500 million buying shares of Angel Corporation, a company whose success was uncertain. Now he was telling them he could invest 1 billion in someone else's company. Where was the money coming from? If it's just waiting for a month, then for Yao Jia it is naturally no problem, but she looked at Lin Yi and asked, are you sure? We can discuss it in detail later. Looking at Yao Jia, Lin Yi said, or how about this? In half a month, I will give you part of the funds first, and we can negotiate one step at a time. For Lin Yi, now that Yao Jia was in front of him, he certainly did not want to miss the opportunity. He perhaps knew her family's situation better than she did. In his past life, the smart home appliance company called Yaoyang had risen dramatically. At that time, the situation of Yaoyang was absolutely astonishing. Currently, the company has a significant funding gap. At the very least, we need over 200 million to replenish it. Waiting a month might be a bit difficult. Yao Jia said helplessly, if it really doesn't work out, we'll have to sell off the assets of Tian Yao Group. Sell off the assets of Tian Yao Group. Lung Xinxue was slightly taken aback and said, you are selling off Tian Yao Group yourself. What will the investors invest in? We will sell off Tian Yao Group and only keep Yaoyang. Hearing this, Yao Jia spoke up. It really is like that. When Lin Yi heard these words, he was almost certain. In his past life, Yaoyang was undoubtedly a top brand. As for Tian Yao, Lin Yi had never even heard of it. Now it seemed that perhaps that was the reason. It can be imagined that at that time the Yao family probably had no choice but to sell off Tian Yao's assets, only controlling the subsidiary company Yaoyang Group, which is why it ended up like that. I can cover the 200 million gap, but I want to invest in Yaoyang. Looking at Yao Jia, Lin Yi said, how much equity can you want to invest in Yaoyang? Hearing this, Yao Jia was also taken aback and then said, how about 20 equity? That's fine. Upon hearing this, Lin Yi immediately revealed a smile. This meant that the valuation of Yaoyang was only 1 billion, but Lin Yi knew very well that the future potential of Yaoyang was indeed terrifying. Even the annual profit would reach several billion. Lung Xinxue frowned slightly upon hearing Lin Yi's direct agreement. This young master really did not know how to negotiate. In Lung Xingxue's opinion, there was a lot of room for negotiation here. At least they could secure 30 equity. In that case, I'll invest in 20 equity, providing you with 200 million. After a month, if you still lack funds, contact me, and we can discuss again. Looking at Yao Jia, Lin Yi said. Since the first proposal was unacceptable to Yao Jia, Lin Yi felt that this proposal was definitely the best. The key was that this plan would directly allow him to acquire shares in Yaoyang without any unforeseen changes. Are you serious? Looking at Lin Yi, Yao Jia was a bit stunned. This person didn't even listen to her introduction and just handed over the money. When has investing been this easy? If it were that easy, she wouldn't have almost ended up losing herself yesterday. I am very serious. Lin Yi nodded and glanced at Lung Xinxue. Give the money. Lung Xinxue looked at Lin Yi helplessly. Lin Yi had transferred the money from his account to her in the morning. 500 million was supposed to be used for purchasing Angel shares, but now, without even making the purchase, he had directly turned around and spent 200 million on acquiring shares in this Yaoyang company. To be honest, Lung Xinxue found it a bit incomprehensible. At first, she thought this young master was quite capable, having earned so much money in such a short time. However, later on, Lung Xinxue learned that this young master had made his fortune through gambling. At that time, she still thought Lin Yi might still have some skills, but now it seemed he was just a spendthrift. The speed at which he squandered his money was astonishing. Even Lung Xinxue had to admit it was shocking. Investing in Tiancheng Group was still acceptable, at least their assets were there, and if Tiancheng Group managed to pull through, it would indeed be a quality company. However, purchasing Angel shares and investing in this unknown Yaoyang appliance company, she could not understand what the rationale was. Thus, Lung Xinxue was too lazy to speak. In any case, this young master's money was nearly lost. Lin Jingyu probably wouldn't give him more money. At worst, when they returned to Shanghai City, she would just tell David to let her leave. After all, there was no need to follow such a second-generation heir. If Lin Yi knew Lung Xingxue's thoughts, he would definitely be speechless. In his view, these were all lucrative industries. Not to mention anything else, just from his investment in Yaoyang, that 20 equity would allow him to sit back and count. Lung Xinxue directly drafted a contract and handed it to Yao Jia, who looked at the contract, nodded, and said no. After both parties signed the contract, when the 200 million arrived, Yao Jia looked at Lin Yi with a bit of astonishment. This person was incredibly straightforward. If it weren't for knowing her family's situation, Yao Jia would feel that the other party was taking advantage of her family. After all, her father's research was still uncertain. Even if they achieved results, she didn't know how the market would react. However, Lin Yi not only gave money but did so in such a straightforward manner. This feeling made Yao Jia think that the other party was afraid she would run away. Alright, the contract is signed. Miss Yao, don't you want to go back and change your clothes? Looking at Yao Jia, Lin Yi spoke. Oh, hearing this, Yao Jia immediately reacted. She had had a car accident last night, and her clothes were torn in several places. However, recalling the car crash, Yao Jia looked at Lin Yi and said, Mr. Lin, I'm really sorry for crashing your car yesterday. How about this? How much will it cost to repair your car? He'll pay you. No need. Lin Yi waved his hand. The car had been taken away by Blood Cat in the morning, who would fix it anyway. As for this little matter, it really didn't mean much to Lin Yi. I will head back first. Yao Jia nodded at Lin Yi and then quickly left. Now that the contract had been signed and the money was in hand, she should go back to report. After watching Yao Jia leave, Lung Xinxue glanced at Lin Yi, but said nothing more. The remaining money should be used to buy. Lin Yi looked at Lung Xinxue and spoke. He felt that at that moment Lung Xingxue's attitude toward him seemed to have become colder. However, Lin Yi was too lazy to care. After all, it had been a week and this woman had never shown him a good face. He didn't even know if he owed her money. He'll step out for a walk. Lin Yi finally exhaled in relief as he watched Lung Xinxue complete the purchase of Angel Shares stock. A major investor indeed. Moreover, Angel Shares stock was practically free for the taking at present. With 300 million yuan, he effectively secured a full 15% stake, enough to reflect the company's current precarious state. My boss, you are now Angel Shares' second largest shareholder. Lung Xinxue suddenly announced, gazing at Lin Yi. He merely smiled, not the least surprised. After all, Angel Shares shares had long been nearly worthless. Over recent years, the company had teetered on the brink of delisting. What else could one reasonably expect? Just as Lung Xinxue finished purchasing the shares and prepared to accompany Lin Yi outside, she abruptly gasped, her eyes instinctively flicking toward him. What's wrong? Lin Yi blinked, startled by her expression. Something happened. Yes. Lung Xinxue replied. Perhaps I bought too aggressively. Angel Share stock price has just surged dramatically. It isn't your aggressive buying. It's someone else moving in. Lin Yi observed, watching the price begin its steady climb. He knew precisely what was unfolding. Someone moving in. Lung Xinxue paused momentarily, bewildered, then swiftly began operating her tablet. Lin Yi paid her no mind, simply saying, you handle it here. They'll go out for a while. With that, he strode out, without waiting for her reply. Lung Xinxue watched his retreating figure, mouth slightly parted. Shed almost followed, but reading his demeanor, she sensed he preferred to go alone, so she resumed working on her laptop. Unbeknownst to Lung Xinxue, chaos had already erupted within Angel Shares headquarters. Damn it, someone stepped into the ring. Quick, buy up every share we can get. Several major shareholders paled. They had spent months suppressing the stock price, preparing to intervene themselves. Yet they never anticipated an outsider's sudden massive move. A few million yuan might have gone unnoticed, but 300 million yuan flooding and sent them into panic. They knew Angel Shares' true condition, a breakthrough drug, had already been developed. Once the news broke, the stock would inevitably soar. Now, with someone attempting to seize the fruits of their labor, they refused to stand aside. In that instant, virtually every publicly traded share of Angel Share vanished from the market, swallowed overnight. Lin Yi, however, gave none of this a second thought. He had no further capital to deploy. That was precisely why he had instructed Lung Xinxue to act immediately, to secure shares before the market dried up entirely. According to his memories, those shareholders had indeed planned their own intervention soon, but Lin Yi had struck first, startling them into action. Fearing he intended to compete for control, they launched a frenzied buying spree. Gu Yuan's cafe. When Lin Yi arrived, the shop was nearly empty. You're here. Gu Yuan lit up at the sight of him. It had been days since she had seen Lin Yi, and her joy was unmistakable. Have you adjusted well these past few days? Lin Yi asked, gently, his gaze warm. Of course I have. Gu Yuan smiled. This is what I love doing. I truly find great joy in it. Her eyes crinkled with quiet delight. To her, simply being with Lin Yi and running this little cafe was more than enough to fill her heart with happiness. Lin Yi had known from his very first sip that Gu Yuan possessed genuine mastery of coffee craft. In his past life, she often brewed coffee. She had explained that during high school her uncle withheld her allowance, forcing her to earn it working in cafes. Over time, she'd cultivated deep expertise in the art of brewing. Will you come back tonight? Gu Yuan asked, softly glancing at Lin Yi. He hadn't visited her place in several days. Yes, he'll be there tonight. Lin Yi nodded with a smile. Gu Yuan's eyes curved into crescent moons. Gazing at Lin Yi, she whispered, good. They'll close early. I want serve customers tonight. Normally, she kept the cafe open late, but whenever Lin Yi said head visit, she always closed early. For her, nothing mattered more than him. Watching Gu Yuan's sincere, radiant smile, Lin Yi let out a soft breath. Indeed, in his past life, theirs had been a faded yet unfulfilled connection, and he had always harbored a quiet, protective tenderness toward her. I wonder how she is now. Recalling the woman had lost and regretted for a lifetime, Lin Yi's gaze softened with wistful memory. She must still be in high school. A quiet sigh escaped him. Thinking of that woman, and of so many others had failed in his former life, he felt a pang of rueful self-awareness. This time he admitted he was greedy, determined to reclaim every soul had once let slip away. As Lin Yi spoke with Gu Yuan, a figure appeared in the doorway. Lin Yi's brow subtly furrowed. Gu Qing, Gu Yuan's cousin, stood there. Her eyes first swept over Gu Yuan, then landed on Lin Yi seated before her. A flash of fear crossed her face. She turned to Gu Yuan and murmured, sister. Why have you come back? Gu Yuan lifted her head, and saw Gu Qing. Her expression instantly hardened into icy detachment. She had long since lost faith in her uncle, and in this cousin, and wished nothing more than to be left undisturbed. At that moment, Gu Yuan's face tightened with cold reserve, especially after the wound Gu Qing had inflicted upon her that day. To Gu Yuan, her uncle and cousin were no longer kin. They belonged to another world entirely. Gazing at Gu Yuan's cold, impassive face, Gu Qing's expression instantly shifted. Her voice rushed out in desperation, "Elder sister, I beg you, help me. Help." Gu Yuan swept her eyes over Gu Qing and replied flatly, "I severed all ties with your family long ago, and whatever debt I owed you has long since been repaid." Hearing those words, Gu Qing paled. She opened her mouth as if to speak, but the sight of Lin Yi sipping coffee nearby silenced her instantly. She knew full well Lin Yi was untouchable. His power far exceeded anything she could comprehend. Even the urge to utter a single word dissolved into mute fear. "Elder sister, father is in grave danger. Only you can save him." Gu Qing pleaded, her eyes burning with "It has nothing to do with me," Gu Yuan retorted, glancing dismissively at Gu Qing. Her uncle, the man who should have been her guardian, had long ceased to hold any claim on her heart or conscience. "Gu Yuan, what did you just say?" The sharp, shrill voice cut through the air as a woman strode swiftly into the room. Fixing Gu Yuan with a piercing stare, she demanded, "Your uncle is in peril, and you refuse to lift a finger. Are you even human? Without our family's mercy, you'd have starved to death years ago. How old were you when your father died?" 10. "If not for us, you'd have perished long before now." "He died when I was 10, Gu Yuan replied with a chilling smile, locking eyes with the woman. "And precisely because I was 10, I remember quite a bit, like the house my father left me, the savings, and the land. All of it was seized by your family." The woman recoiled in stunned silence, then snapped, "What are you talking about? Your family had nothing when he died. We took you in out of pity. You'd have been dead without us. You know better than anyone. If it weren't for that house and those savings, would your family have lifted a finger for me? And let's not forget to settle your husband's debts. My uncle sold me off like livestock." Gu Yuan's voice turned icy, her gaze clouded with remembered dread. Had she not crossed paths with Lin Yi, she shuddered to imagine what state she might be in today. She had believed, truly believed, that she had finally escaped them. A new life had begun. Her days with Lin Yi were filled with quiet joy. That to her was enough. Though she knew marriage was impossible, she vowed to remain by Lin Yi's side. So long as he did not cast her aside, she would stay with him for life. Yet she never imagined that the moment her life began to stabilize, they would return, this time demanding she clean up their mess. "Gu Yuan, you." The woman pointed a trembling finger, then snatched a glass from the bar, only to have her wrist seized. "I suggest you lower your hand. Otherwise, every one of you will meet a most gruesome end today." Lin Yi's gaze held no warmth, only glacial fury. Seeing his expression, Gu Qing lunged forward and gripped her mother's arm. Her mother knew nothing of Lin Yi's power, but Gu Qing did. Even Fei Long, the most feared gangster on this street, trembled in Lin Yi's presence. That alone spoke volumes. In this moment, she dared not let her mother provoke him. They wouldn't have come at all had they not witnessed Lin Yi's authority firsthand. Gu Qing knew her father's debts ran deep, and only Gu Yuan stood between him and ruin. "Elder sister, I know father was wrong, but this is the last time. Please, help us just this once. For the sake..." Gu Qing knew her elder sister well. Beneath that unyielding exterior beat a heart too tender to turn away. "We don't even know how much he owes, but it's certainly enormous. They warned us if we arrive without money, they'll sever his hand." Gu Qing dropped to her knees, voice breaking, "I'm begging you." Gu Yuan shook her head. "It won't help. I have no money." "No money? Gu Yuan, how can you possibly have none?" Her aunt shrieked. "You run a shop this large, yet claim poverty. Or does your man carry none either? Do the women of the Gu family offer themselves for free?" Before the final syllable left her lips, slap. Lin Yi's palm struck her cheek. He rarely struck women, but this one deserved it. "Say another filthy word, and I'll cut out your tongue." His eyes burned with lethal intent, radiating pure, unvarnished. The woman flinched violently under his gaze, drew a sharp breath, and hastily shook her head, speechless. Gu Qing hurriedly pulled her mother toward the door. "Mother, please leave. Let me beg elder sister myself." Once her mother was gone, Gu Qing sank to her knees before both Lin Yi and Gu Yuan. "Elder sister, brother-in-law, we know, we're despicable, but we swear, never again. This is truly our last plea. Please save father." Gu Yuan fell silent. Truth be told, she wasn't sure she could trust her own family. Not anymore. Lin Yi watched Gu Qing, not with anger, but with quiet apprehension. If they paid this debt today, what of tomorrow? Each concession would embolden them further, and that he resolved must never happen again. To Lin Yi, this was no simple matter. He had no desire for Gu Yuan to ever cross paths with the Gu family again. Their true nature was now unmistakable, ruthless, grasping, and utterly unworthy. A glance at Gu Yuan told him everything. Her resolve was already crumbling. Outwardly unshakable, she remained at heart profoundly compassionate. Her hesitation now confirmed it. She truly wanted to help them just once more. "Lin Yi." Gu Yuan turned to him, lips parting softly. "What if, just this once, we help them one last time?" "One last time." Lin Yi met her gaze and smiled. "Whatever you ask of me, I fulfill. So be it. This shall be the final time." "Who captured your father?" Lin Yi asked as he looked at the anxious Gu Qing. "A guy named Tiger Brother. My father owes him a lot of money." Gu Qing hurriedly replied. Since Gu Yuan truly wanted to help Lin, he knew he had to assist as well. However, he was prepared. This time would be the Bloodcat. Do you know someone called Tiger Brother? Lin Yi inquired. Huang who? Bloodcat paused for a moment and said, I know him. He runs a gambling house on this street, and that guy generally plays by the rules. I'm going to talk to him. Is there anything I should know? Lin Yi responded. What do you want to discuss with him, Lin Xiaowei? Bloodcat asked. All right, I'll head over now. With me around, he'll comply with your request. Listening to Bloodcat, Lin Yi smiled. He had to admit Bloodcat was indeed reliable. Whenever he said he would do something, Bloodcat would be there. Let's go, Lin Yi said as he glanced at Gu Qing, then turned to Gu Yuan saying, you stay home and watch the shop. I'll be back. Gu Yuan thanked Lin Yi, looking at him. Do we really need to be so polite? Lin Yi retorted. All right, I'll talk to you later. Gu Yuan was taken aback by Lin Yi's words. She felt he was going to do something, but she didn't know exactly what. Let's go, Lin Yi said to Gu Qing and immediately got up and walked out. Gu Qing was startled, then hurriedly followed. As they exited the cafe, they spotted the woman from earlier. She was standing at the door, and upon seeing Lin Yi's gaze, her expression changed. Remembering Lin Yi's fierce look, she lowered her head. Let's go. Accompanied by the two women, they went directly to Bloodcat's club. When they arrived, Bloodcat was already waiting. Noting the two women beside Lin Yi, Bloodcat smiled and said, Lin Xiao, let's go. Huang, whose place is not far from here. Gu Qing remarked. My father owes Tiger Brother a total of 200,000. She intended to remind Lin Yi that her father owed a significant amount of money, but it seemed Lin Yi didn't hear her and walked directly over with Bloodcat. Indeed, Huang, whose gambling house was very close to Bloodcat's territory. In fact, calling it a gambling house was misleading. It was more like a gaming room. In the entire city, if one were to speak of a true gambling house, only the Zijin Club and De Tuyang's establishment would qualify. The rest were merely small operations. As Lin Yi and Bloodcat approached, some people recognized Bloodcat. The several doormen nodded and greeted Cat Brother. I'm looking for Huang who. Bloodcat chuckled and didn't elaborate further, walking right in. The two doormen nodded without hesitation, clearly recognizing Bloodcat. Bloodcat was quite familiar with the place. Upon entering, Lin Yi saw several gaming tables bustling with activity and many people gambling. The group walked straight to the inner hall. The subordinates, upon seeing Bloodcat, didn't dare to stop him and simply called out, Cat Brother, allowing him to pass. As they reached the back, a burly man with a buzz cut quickly approached. Seeing Bloodcat, he eagerly said, Cat Brother, what brings you here today? Are you here to gamble with me today? Bloodcat replied with a smile. I don't have the time. Lin Xiao wants to see you. Lin Xiao. Upon hearing this, Huang, whose face showed a look of surprise. He was aware of Lin Xiao's reputation and knew he was a formidable person. Lin Xiao was known to be acquainted with Han Wen, and he had heard that even Han Wen referred to Lin Yi as Lin Xiao. Given that Lin Yi had dealt with De Tuyong, Huang, who realized he could not afford to provoke such a person. Lin Xiao, may I ask why you are looking for me? Huang, who inquired, wondering if he had offended Lin Xiao in some way. After all, if Lin Xiao wanted to gamble, he could simply go to the Zijin Club, where the facilities were top-notch. Although his place was not small, it was merely small-time gambling. In comparison, it was far inferior to the Zijin Club. I'm here for someone named Gu Qiaoshan. Lin Yi stated, looking at Huang Hu. How much does he owe you? So it's that gambling addict. Huang Hu paused and asked, does he have a connection with Lin Xiao? Lin Yi reassured him. No need to be nervous. I'm here to redeem him. Lin Yi smiled and added, just tell me how much. I can't accept Lin Xiao's money. You can take him away. Huang Hu hurriedly replied. That won't do. Tell me the amount. Otherwise I might get unhappy. Lin Yi said, shaking his head at Huang Hu. As it stood, Lin Yi's status was quite high. He really didn't need to owe such a person a favor. Fine. 200,000. Huang Hu responded. But 50,000 is the interest, so Lin Xiao only needs to pay 150,000. Huang Hu stated, knowing that for him this amount was trivial as long as he didn't offend Lin Yi. All right. Lin Yi nodded, then asked for his account details and directly transferred 150,000. He's inside. I'll bring him out. Huang Hu said promptly after receiving the money. Sure, I'll take him away. Lin Yi nodded and then looked at Bloodcat, saying, wait until you bring him to your place and then gather a few people to serve. Gu Yuan's uncle Gu Qiaoshan was a man Lin Yi held in utter contempt. Among scoundrels, he ranked as the most despicable. Indeed, to even call him a scoundrel struck Lin Yi as an unwarranted elevation of the term. To Lin Yi, such a man warranted no attention whatsoever. Had it not been for Gu Yuan's plea, he would never have deigned to acknowledge Gu Qiaoshan at all. At that moment, inside the opulent private suite of the Golden Splendor Club, Gu Qiaoshan sat surrounded by strangers, his gaze flickering with raw fear. He had been brought here in silence, no one speaking to him, yet every corner brimmed with watchful figures. Worse still, each of them bore the grim countenance of hardened thugs. Their eyes locked onto Gu Qiaoshan with predatory intensity, as though they might devour him whole. Paralyzed by their glares, Gu Qiaoshan dared not utter a word. While outside the suite, Lin Yi sat calmly on the sofa, flanked by Gu Qing and her mother. The two women now spoke to Lin Yi only in hushed tones, not least because the sheer number of men surrounding him filled them with dread. Moreover, when Lin Yi extracted the detained man from Hu Ji's custody, he uttered scarcely a syllable. Yet those few words sufficed to secure his release, revealing Lin Yi's formidable authority at a glance. Lin Yi gazed at them coolly and said, Gu Yuan is my woman. Her affairs are mine to settle. I speak only once. If you forget, my associates will ensure you remember. With that he gestured toward Xuan Mao and the others standing beside him. Upon glancing at Xuan Mao and his companions, the two women could not deny it. Their very presence, radiating menace and brutality, sent a shiver of terror through them. This is your final warning, and you have only two choices. Lin Yi fixed his gaze on Gu Qing and continued, originally I intended to pay 2 million to secure that man's release. Yet the captors accepted only 500,000. The remaining 500,000 is yours. At these words the woman's face lit with sudden delight. Yet before she could speak, Gu Qing tugged urgently at her sleeve, silencing her instantly. Take the 500,000 and leave this city. Go wherever you wish. But should you ever reappear within its bounds, I will know at once, and then I will kill you. Lin Yi spoke with quiet finality, and at his words Gu Qing and her mother paled slightly. They had secretly hoped to claim the money without consequence, but Lin Yi's unyielding demeanor made it brutally clear departure was non-negotiable. Leave now, Lin Yi commanded, rising to his feet. I'll see that scoundrel myself. At the word scoundrel, Gu Qing and her mother lowered their heads in silence, utterly unwilling to provoke him further. Lin Yi harbored not the faintest goodwill toward this family. They were, in his view, subhuman, and thus undeserving of courtesy. Accompanied by several men, Lin Yi entered the suite, where Gu Qiaoshan sat trembling on the floor, his face drained of color. A ring of imposing figures stood motionless around him, their glances sharp, cold, and cruel enough to freeze his blood. Under such relentless scrutiny, Gu Qiaoshan nearly lost control of his bladder. No one addressed him, yet their silent, venomous stares pressed upon him like suffocating weight. When the door swung open and Lin Yi strode in, Gu Qiaoshan's eyes darted first to him, then past him to Gu Qing and his own wife. Gu Qing, Gu Qiaoshan cried out desperately. What are you doing here? Father, it's over. The money has been paid. Gu Qing hurried forward and explained how she had pleaded with Gu Yuan, and introduced Lin Yi as the one who had entered. As Gu Qing spoke, Gu Qiaoshan's eyes swept over Lin Yi, then lit with sudden, unsettling excitement. He broke into a grin and said, You're Lin Yi, aren't you? Lin Yi frowned faintly. Something about Gu Qiaoshan unsettled him deeply, and now more than ever. I'm Gu Yuan's uncle, so technically you ought to address me as uncle. Gu Qiaoshan chuckled. If that's all you intend to say, spare me the pretense, Lin Yi replied flatly. If you've nothing else to add, leave. Now, my words are spoken once only. Depart this city immediately, and should I ever see you here again, I will kill you. As he spoke, Lin Yi's eyes gleamed with icy malice, fixed unblinkingly upon Gu Qiaoshan. Mr. Lin, Gu Yuan is merely your kept woman. Why go to such lengths? Gu Qiaoshan suddenly interjected. Or, how about this? I'll let Gu Qing join you too. Lin Yi stared at him stunned, disbelieving that any human being could possess such brazen, unmitigated It was shame incarnate, excessive, grotesque, unforgivable. Confronted with Gu Qiaoshan's leering, shameless smile, Lin Yi found himself speechless. My daughter's beauty rivals Gu Yuan's, don't you agree? Gu Qiaoshan pressed on, unperturbed. Very well. Whatever sum you give Gu Yuan, I'll match it for her. Fair, isn't it? Get out. Lin Yi roared, and with a single brutal kick sent Gu Qiaoshan crashing to the floor, doubled over in agony. Xuan Mao, Lin Yi glanced sharply at him. Break his hand. Yes, sir. Xuan Mao nodded, grinned darkly, and snatched a bottle of red wine from the nearby bar, then smashed it down hard onto Gu Qiaoshan's palm. A guttural scream tore from Gu Qiaoshan's throat, his face turning ashen. Be gone before nightfall. If I see you again, I will kill without hesitation. Lin Yi glared at Gu Qiaoshan with undisguised loathing. Towards such a scoundrel, words failed him entirely. This man was without question the vilest of the vile. As Lin Yi stepped out of the resplendent clubhouse, night had already fallen. He couldn't be bothered with the remaining matters. If that group of people refused to leave, he would simply eliminate them. After all, he had come this far, and Lin Yi guaranteed he wouldn't be polite if they continued to be obstinate. Returning to Gu Yuan's shop, Lin Yi approached her, seeing Gu Yuan waiting for him, and said with a smile, let's go. Okay. Gu Yuan nodded in response. She did not ask Lin Yi how things went, as she trusted him to handle the situation. Back at home, Gu Yuan prepared a meal. As they ate, Lin Yi looked at her and said, I made them leave here. They won't be coming back. That's for the best. Gu Yuan was taken aback by his words, then nodded and asked Lin Yi, will you abandon me? No. Lin Yi answered without a second thought. Hearing his response, Gu Yuan smiled, her gaze softening as she looked. Lin Yi, I think I've really fallen in love with you. Looking at Lin Yi, Gu Yuan said, I have no other demands. I even know in the future there might not be just one woman by your side, but I only ask you, no matter what, never abandon me. I won't abandon you. Looking at Gu Yuan's expression, Lin Yi paused for a moment, then shook his head and said, to me you are very important. Hearing you say that makes me very happy. Gu Yuan smiled for her. Lin Yi's words truly brought her joy. Throughout the night, Lin Yi did not go out, but stayed with Gu Yuan, embracing her soft figure. Taking a deep breath, he could smell her enchanting fragrance, the scent that belonged to Gu Yuan. Early the next morning, Lin Yi was awakened by the sound of a phone call. Looking at the name on the screen, he was surprised. He initially thought it was Lung Xinxue calling him, but the name displayed was Wen Xin. Lin Yi was well aware of this female teacher. However, wasn't Wen Xin supposed to be home because of the holiday? At least that's how it seemed to him. When Wen Xin left, she had said goodbye to him, and now she was calling him. What could it be about? As soon as the call connected, he heard her anxious voice. Lin Yi, can you help me? I need money. Wen Xin's voice carried a hint of urgency. How much do you need? He'll send it to you right away. Lin Yi replied hastily. Although most of his money had been used to buy shares in the Angel Corporation, Lin Yi still had over 10 million left as a backup. He believed it would be enough. Moreover, if it wasn't enough, he could ask Han Wen for some he believed she would help. I need 500,000. I know it's a lot, but I have no other choice. Can you give me part of it? Any amount will do. Wen Xian hurriedly said, give me your account number, and he'll transfer it to you right away. Lin Yi immediately responded. At that moment, he didn't ask any further questions. Wen Xian needed money, so he would provide it. Lin Yi regarded Wen Xian as a friend. To be honest, after his rebirth, although he found it hard to communicate with the people around him, whether they were unorthodox or eccentric, he could genuinely converse with Wen Xian. Moreover, in his previous life, he had regarded this beautiful teacher as his dream lover, often having heartfelt conversations with her in his dreams. Wen Xian sent Lin Yi her account number, and he transferred the money without any further inquiries. About 10 minutes later, she called him saying, Lin Yi, thank you. Thank you. I will pay you back. Teacher, when it's nothing. Lin Yi waved his hand and said, can you conveniently tell me what happened? To Lin Yi, he was indeed curious, because the last time Wen Xian had called him for money, and this time it was the same. I had an incident at home. Wen Xian paused for a moment, then spoke, my mother is ill. Quite seriously. It requires a lot of money. Listening to Wen Xin's words, Lin Yi was slightly taken aback, then nodded, and said the money isn't important if you need more. For matters like this, Lin Yi genuinely couldn't help much. However, he still wanted to find out where they lived, planning to visit tomorrow. After all, teacher Wen's mother was ill, and it seemed quite serious. Having already spent 500,000, and with the need for so much more, it was clear that the illness was indeed serious, so Lin Yi was prepared to check the situation. Are you leaving? Seeing Lin Yi get up, Gu Yuan hurriedly stood and asked, when will you come back? I will come over whenever I have time in the next few days. Lin Yi smiled and said, preparing to leave. All right. Hearing Lin Yi's words, Gu Yuan nodded. As he stepped out of her house and was about to go down the stairs, he spotted his car, and inside it sat Lung Xinxue. When Lung Xinxue looked at Lin Yi, her expression was filled with a hint of disbelief. Throughout yesterday, Lung Xinxue had been in a state of shock because the stocks of the Angel Corporation that Lin Yi had mentioned had been continuously rising, and yesterday they had even hit the daily limit. And today, as soon as the market opened, the Angel Corporation stock continued to soar, leaving Lung Xinxue baffled. What was going on? For Lung Xinxue, she had never anticipated such a situation. However, her sources had confirmed that it was indeed the shareholders of the Angel Corporation who had purchased the stocks, which meant Lin Yi hadn't deceived her. But how did Lin Yi know this? This was the part that intrigued Lung Xinxue. At this moment, looking at Lin Yi, her gaze was filled with a hint of disbelief. He gave her the impression of possessing some inexplicable magical ability. Let's go. Lin Yi got into the car and said to Lung Xinxue beside him to the Zijing Club. Upon hearing this, Lung Xinxue nodded and drove off. Usually it was Lin Yi who drove, but at this moment she was behind the wheel. Glancing at Lin Yi beside her, she couldn't help but ask, how did you know the stock price of the Angel Corporation would soar? Because their new drug has been successfully developed. Lin Yi smiled at Lung Xinxue and said, trust me, you'll find out. In Lin Yi's view, since he had picked the right fruit first, the Angel Corporation would surely hype up the effects of their new drug next, and that would be the best way for him to make money. Looking at Lin Yi's confident demeanor, Lung Xinxue simply could not understand why he could be so assured. After all, if Lin Yi had such sources of information, he would know many things, yet he seemed genuinely unaware. Many things were revealed to Lin Yi by Lung Xinxue, yet strangely, he seemed to know this particularly secretive information all too well. Lung Xinxue was fully aware of Lin Yi's background. She could say that Lin Yi did not know anyone from Tianshi Group, yet this guy was able to guess so accurately, which left her quite confused. She felt that this young man seemed to be hiding something from her, and at that moment, she thought of Yao Jie, sensing if Yao Jie's branch company were to blow up, then the ensuing situation would truly be beyond her understanding. This young man seemed to possess an uncanny intuition. The car drove all the way to the Purple Gold Club, and upon arriving, Lin Yi saw Lu Su waiting outside to greet him. Lin Xiao, what brings you here today? Lu Su asked with a smile. I'm not looking for you, I have an appointment here. Lin Yi, oh, I see. Lu Su nodded upon hearing this, glancing at Lung Xinxue, who stood behind Lin Yi. Although it was Lu Zu's first time meeting this woman, he knew who she was. After all, she was the one who had beaten up the two bodyguards he sent to Lin Yi quite severely. After his bodyguards returned, Lu Su had seen their condition clearly. The girl's strength was evidently formidable. Of course, he did not ask about it directly. After all, Lin Yi had a deep background as stated by Han, so having such a powerful girl by his side was not unusual. Once inside the Purple Gold Club, Lin Yi requested a private room to sit with Lung Xinxue. Who did you make an appointment with today? Lung Xinxue asked, glancing at the news on her tablet. Su Mingling. Lin Yi replied, as he truly had an appointment with Su Mingling to discuss matters regarding her company, since he wasn't particularly clear on the current situation there. Upon hearing Lin Yi's words, Lung Xinxue nodded, but did not say much. However, just as she lowered her head, her phone, Lin Yi, something's happened. Someone is blocking my car. Su Mingling shouted. There are several people. They are blocking my car. I'm locked inside, but they are getting closer. Su Mingling's voice was very urgent. Hearing her words, Lin Yi was taken aback. On the way to the Purple Gold Club, there was a stretch of road with few cars, and he had seen 2 cars parked by the roadside earlier. It was evident that those 2 cars were blocking Su Mingling. He had originally come to inquire about Su Mingling's company, but the key point was that he did not know if Ting Yun would make a move against Su Mingling, which was why he had scheduled a meeting with her. However, the current situation was clearly problematic. I'm on my way, Lin Yi said, standing up and heading outside. Something happened. Lung Xinxue looked at Lin Yi. Su Mingling is being blocked, and it seems those people intend to deal with her. Lin Yi replied, not hesitating. Seeing Lin Yi like this, Lung Xinxue was taken aback, then quickly followed him. Lin Xiaoyu. Lu Su hurriedly followed when he saw Lin Yi just stepping out of the private room. Bring some people and come with me, Lin Yi said directly without any small talk. Got it, Lu Su replied, seeing Lin Yi's urgency, and quickly followed him. In the lobby, Lu Su called together 7 or 8 people to go with them. The group moved swiftly, driving out quickly. Upon reaching the place where Lin Yi had previously seen, they only found Su Mingling's car and shattered glass, but she was already missing. Damn it. Lin Yi's expression darkened instantly. Su Mingling had been taken. I have a plan. Keep driving. Looking at Lin Yi, Lung Xinxue spoke, her computer displaying an array of data. What are you doing? Lin Yi was taken aback by her actions. Hacking into the city's traffic system is easy for me. I'm a professional hacker, Lung Xinxue said, glancing at Lin Yi. Upon hearing this, Lin Yi was stunned. This girl could do everything. Not only was she skilled in fighting, but she was also a hacker, and from what Lin Yi knew, Lung Xinxue was also a lawyer, as he had seen her lawyer's license. With all her displayed abilities, she seemed like an all-powerful superhero sent by his grandfather. Found it, Lung Xinxue exclaimed, and upon hearing this, Lin Yi glanced at her. Turn left. Lung Xinxue pointed to the intersection ahead, saying, the cars that just left the previous road are 2 vans, they must be those 2. Just follow the route. Listening to Lung Xinxue's instructions, Lin Yi nodded, accelerating significantly. Behind him, Lu Zu's car, close. Damn it, that's De Tu Yong's territory. How dare De Tu Yong from Ganlin Yang's side touch Lin Xiao? Lu Zu's expression darkened as he followed along. He recognized the location. It was a villa belonging to De Tu Yong. Call Hanwen, tell him to send people over and surround that villa. Lu Su said he knew Hanwen best. Currently, Hanwen was eager to support Lin Xiao, and he would spare no effort, even if it meant confronting De Tu Yong. Yes, one of the subordinates hurriedly made the call, while Lin Yi drove straight over. Sure enough, after 10 minutes, he saw 2 cars parked at the entrance of a villa. Lin Xiao, this is De Tu Yong's villa. As soon as Lin Yi got out of the car, Lu Su quickly said, Hanwen's men, De Tu Yong's villa. Upon hearing this phrase, Lin Yi glanced at Lu Su in surprise. Clearly, Lu Su was aware of what this place was. At this moment, Lin Yi looked at Lu Su and said, regardless of Hanwen, if we don't go in now, I'm afraid something bad. After finishing his words, Lin Yi prepared to rush inside. But seeing his urgency, Lu Su quickly exclaimed, Lin Xiao, let's go in first. He dared not let Lin Yi go in first. After all, if anything were to happen to Lin Yi, it would be beyond his capacity to bear. Since Lin Yi wanted to enter so quickly, he could only brace himself and follow. However, before Lu Su could rush in, Lung Xinxue beside Lin Yi was the first to charge in. Lu Su saw Lung Xinxue flip over and clear the villa's gate, then she directly opened the door to the villa. Damn! Lu Su slightly opened his mouth, looking at Lung Xinxue in front of him. He had to admit that her agility had shocked him, but felt like something out of a movie. Such skills were rarely seen. Su Teng and the others behind Lu Su had long grown accustomed to it. They were most aware of Lung Xinxue's abilities, as they had been on the receiving end of her might, leaving a deep impression. Just as Lung Xinxue opened the door, the people inside finally reacted, and several individuals wielding steel rods, a total of 7 or 8 thugs wielding steel rods, rushed out, and upon seeing Lung Xinxue, they were momentarily stunned. This woman is truly beautiful. However, when they saw Lu Su and the others behind Lung Xinxue, their expressions changed instantly. They knew very well who Lu Su was. Attack! Without any hesitation, the thugs did not waste words. These individuals were Hanwen's men, and it was evident that their plans had been exposed, so there was no need for further discussion. Charge! Lu Su also called out, as he had brought enough people to handle the situation. However, the next moment Lu Su was in a state of shock, because Lung Xinxue charged forward first. This girl directly pounced on the 7 or 8 big men wielding steel rods, and then Lu Su saw the first man who rushed up was sent flying by a strike from Lung Xinxue. Simultaneously, Lung Xinxue was like a tiger entering a flock of sheep. Those big men were no match for her. She struck fiercely. Each blow was enough to send a person flying. Her strength was terrifying. Therefore, by the time Su Teng and the others rushed in, 4 had already fallen, while the remaining few were directly surrounded and beaten by Su Teng and the others. Initially, they thought it would be a fierce battle, and even if they won, they would still sustain some injuries. However, unexpectedly, the situation unfolded in a way that left them in disbelief. It was over just like that. Lung Xinxue single-handedly took down a group of people, and she did it exceptionally quickly. This kind of speed was... At this moment, Lu Su and the others looked at Lung Xinxue with surprise. This woman is truly formidable. No wonder Lin Xiao didn't need Su Teng and the others. With this girl by Lin Xiao's side, Su Teng and the rest were merely amateurs. Let's go. Lin Yi didn't care what they thought. He had already witnessed Lung Xinxue's skills, which were so impressive that she could likely defeat even ordinary special forces with ease, so he was quite accustomed to it. After all, she had been trained since childhood by the Lin family. As the family of the richest man to be a bodyguard for the Lin family, her skills were already considerable. Besides, her grandfather had sent her to him. Without some capability, how could that happen? When everyone rushed in, there was no one in the hall. Lin Yi's gaze turned to the second floor, and when he saw it, his eyes narrowed slightly. On the second floor, there were two bodyguards in black. It was obvious they were not the thugs, but rather Tung Yun's bodyguards. Lin Yi recognized them from a previous encounter. When he saw Tung Yun, they had been right behind him. At that moment, Lin Yi realized that Tung Yun had ordered Tu Yong to kidnap Su Mingling. Lung Xinyue glanced at the two bodyguards above and charged up directly, with Lu Su and the others following closely behind her. By the time Lin Yi made it upstairs, the two bodyguards had already been knocked down. Lin Yi. Lung Xinyue's voice came from the room. Upon hearing it, Lin Yi's expression slightly changed, and he heard, "What are you going to do? Do you know who I am?" In the room, Tung Yun's voice echoed as Lin Yi entered, and he saw Tung Yun wearing a tank top and shorts, but at that moment he was on the ground clutching his stomach, evidently having been kicked by Lung Xinyue. "Lin Yi, how dare you treat me this way? Do you know who I am? The Tung group will not let you off." Looking at Lin Yi, Tung Yun's face darkened, and he shouted angrily. He came from Hangsheng and had always looked down on these people. In his eyes, how dared these small-town folks offend him? The Tung family was bound to become a listed company, and Tung Yun had plenty of money. Under such circumstances, he naturally believed he had enough capital. At this moment, Lin Yi completely ignored him, glancing at Su Mingling lying on the bed. Su Mingling appeared slightly dazed, her cheeks flushed. "What's wrong with her?" Seeing this scene, Lin Yi was momentarily taken aback and asked. "She has been drugged." Upon hearing this, Lung Xinyue checked and replied, "I think it must be that kind of drug." Upon hearing this, Lin Yi was stunned, and then he looked at Tung Yun, who was glaring at him. His expression worsened. Who would have thought that this guy, having kidnapped Su Mingling, would resort to such means? And even drugged her. "Lin Yi, hurry and take me away." Su Mingling leaned against Lin Yi and said, "I feel unwell." At this moment, it was evident that Su Mingling had just been administered drugs, so she was still somewhat aware, but in this state, she likely wouldn't last long. Looking at Su Mingling's condition, Lin Yi nodded, then glanced at Lung Xinyue and said, "Break one of his legs. As for the other accounts, I'll settle them with this guy later. Let's go." "Understood." Upon hearing this, Lung Xinyue immediately nodded, and then in the terrified gaze of Tung Yun, she kicked his calf, causing him to emit a piercing scream. As Lin Yi stepped out of the villa, he saw several cars approaching in the distance, and upon recognizing Han Wen at the forefront, he immediately spoke up. "They'll take the others back first. We can talk later tonight." Han Wen was taken aback for a moment, glancing at Su Mingling and Lin Yi's arms, then remained silent, nodding as he said, "Young Master Lin, you go ahead." Lin Yi nodded and instructed Lung Xinyue to drive. The car sped off. At that moment, Lin Yi sat in the back seat, holding Su Mingling. "Xinyue, is there any way?" Looking at Lung Xinyue, beside him, Lin Yi asked. At this point, Su Mingling appeared quite serious. Although she remained conscious, the gradually losing rationality in her demeanor left Lin Yi somewhat at a loss. "There's no choice. We can only find her a man." After glancing at Lin Yi, Lung Xinyue said, "Otherwise the consequences could be quite severe." Lin Yi was stunned by her words, and at that moment, he looked at Su Mingling before asking, "Do you have a boyfriend?" "No." Su Mingling, feeling parched, gazed at Lin Yi with a dazed look in her eyes, her body gradually leaning closer to him as she said, "Find a place, you and me." At this moment, Su Mingling felt she was on the verge of losing control. The suppressed desire within her surged forth, making her feel extremely uncomfortable. In fact, she even wanted to take Lin Yi right in the car. Su Mingling twisted her body, and her hands began to tear at Lin Yi's shirt. Seeing her like this, Lin Yi's expression changed. Meanwhile, Lung Xinyue, who was driving in front, glanced back at Su Mingling and Lin Yi, saying, "We're almost there. Where are we going?" Lin Yi asked, but upon looking up, he stopped questioning, for it was clearly the entrance to his own villa. The car stopped right at his doorstep, and Lung Xinyue looked at Lin Yi with a hint of something unusual in her gaze, saying, "You go up by yourself." Without further ado, Lin Yi picked up Su Mingling and quickly made his way into the villa. At this moment, Su Mingling had completely lost herself as she clung to Lin Yi, kissing his cheek with her red lips, leaving several lip prints on his face. Charging into the villa with Su Mingling, Lin Yi showed no hesitation as he burst into his room. There was no need for any further preliminaries. After the events in the car, he was already consumed by desire. Su Mingling was undoubtedly exceptionally beautiful. Otherwise, Tung Yun, the young master of the Tung family conglomerate, would not have traveled a long distance just for her. Soon the sounds of their heavy breathing filled the room, while Lung Xinyue, sitting in the villa's hall, furrowed her brow at the sounds from above. She naturally wouldn't concern herself with Lin Yi's matters. After all, he was her boss, the young master. However, listening to those sounds made her feel quite uncomfortable. It wasn't until half an hour later, when the sound ceased, that Lung Xinyue let out a sigh of relief, finally free from the unsettling noise. Ignoring what was happening upstairs, she figured that such matters would certainly not lead to any fatalities, so she continued to focus on her tablet. After about 4 to 5 hours, Lin Yi finally awoke from his slumber. After their encounter, he had fallen into a deep sleep while holding Su Mingling. Upon waking, he realized it was already night. Seeing the darkened sky, he exhaled a sigh. At the same time, Lin Yi glanced at Su Mingling, who was cuddled up to him. At that moment, she looked exceptionally sweet. She was still asleep, devoid of the previous allure, instead exuding a peaceful aura. Suddenly, Su Mingling stirred. When she opened her eyes, she saw Lin Yi, who happened to be looking at her. Lin Yi, Su Mingling exclaimed, You really can't blame me. Lin Yi replied with a bitter smile. From the very beginning, he never intended to provoke Su Mingling. Lin Yi knew who he was. According to his own logic, he shouldn't be considered a good man. In his past life, he was surrounded by beautiful women, and he frequented various clubs indulging in all sorts of pleasures. However, Lin Yi was aware that he already had Gu Yuan by his side, and perhaps there would be others in the future. Therefore, the fewer women he entangled with, the better. Yet looking at Su Mingling's beauty, he truly found it hard to suppress his feelings. Men, after all, it's impossible not to be attracted to beauty. Lin Yi, let's get up. Su Mingling said. Though she had been drugged, the feeling remained strong, and she was aware of what had transpired. Looking at Lin Yi, Su Mingling honestly felt a sense of fondness for this man. At the very least, he left a very good impression. After putting on her clothes, Lin Yi finally noticed a splash of crimson on the bedsheets. In that moment of urgency earlier, he had not considered anything else, and he had not realized that Su Mingling was a virgin. You? Lin Yi looked at Su Mingling, his mouth agape. Don't look. Su Mingling hurriedly exclaimed, pushing Lin Yi out as she said, You. Go out. I need to get dressed. All right. Seeing Su Mingling's demeanor, Lin Yi nodded and prepared to leave. However, just as he reached the door, Su Mingling called out to him. I can't wear my clothes. You. Ask your assistant if she has any spare clothes. Su Mingling said to Lin Yi. The earlier frenzy had ripped both their clothes to shreds, and at that moment Su Mingling had. Upon hearing Su Mingling's words, Lin Yi was taken aback. He glanced at the torn clothes on the floor, which had been shredded in the struggle. Seeing Su Mingling's state, he quickly nodded and hurried out. Stepping out of the room, Lin Yi looked at Lung Xinxue, who was sitting in the living room, and asked, Can I borrow a set of clothes? With a roll of her eyes at Lin Yi, Lung Xinxue turned and went to her room, shortly returning with a set of clothes for him. Lung Xinxue's wardrobe had remained unchanged for years, consisting mainly of professional attire, long pants, shirts, and blazer. Su Mingling descended the stairs, and upon seeing Lung Xinxue seated in the parlor, felt her cheeks flush a deep crimson. After all, Lung Xinxue had been listening outside, while Su Mingling and Lin Yi were inside. At that thought, Su Mingling's face bloomed into a rosy flush. Though she felt embarrassed, she did not appear utterly bewildered or at a loss. Let's eat first, Lung Xinxue said coolly to Lin Yi, and Su Mingling pointing at the dishes on the table, which were plainly delivered from outside. After all, Lung Xinxue did not cook. After the meal, Lin Yi looked at Su Mingling and asked, Shall I take you home next? Or? Su Mingling cried out, No, I don't dare go back. Hearing Lin Yi's words, Su Mingling shook her head hastily. She truly dared not return, for she had been abducted on the road and could not bear to imagine going back. Very well then, come with me, Lin Yi said, nodding at Su Mingling's state. Although their encounter had been a mistake from the start, it was not something to fuss over. Lung Xinxue glanced at Lin Yi, then at Su Mingling, and obediently fell silent. This afternoon, Tianshi Corporation announced that the new drug's development has succeeded. Lung Xinxue suddenly spoke to Lin Yi. That's excellent. Now it's only a matter of waiting to profit. At those words, Lin Yi smiled. He knew this news because a neighbor from where he used to live had once made a handsome sum through a similar windfall. Thus, Lin Yi understood the company and realized it would soar for a time. Naturally, the surge would be temporary, and once the fever passed, the stock would stabilize, so he intended to sell when it reached an appropriate height. It should hold for at least half a month, perhaps longer, Lin Yi said then, after a moment's thought, called Han Wan. Any news from De Tuyong's side? Lin Yi asked as soon as the call connected. Young Master Lin, after you left this afternoon, De Tuyong reacted. Those men came onto my turf and clashed fiercely with. There were casualties on both sides, Han Wan said. But rest assured, young Master Lin, we are essentially fine. Even if they want to crush me, it will be difficult for them to succeed. Han Wan had ample confidence. In the past, he might have feared De Tuyong, but now De Tuyong's wealth had dwindled and his backers, the Meishan father and son, were finished for having offended young Master Lin. Under these circumstances, Han Wan was naturally confident De Tuyong's side was already half ruined. Don't underestimate that man, Lin Yi said. Besides, today I crippled a man's leg. He was of the Tang family. Just leave it to me, young Master Lin. I can truly deal with De Tuyong, Han Wan laughed. Han Wan smiled. Although Lin Yi had crippled the Tangs, the Tang family wielded little real power here. Their sole reliance was De Tuyong. Even if the Lin family paid De Tuyong, it would do little good. After all, De Tuyong could no longer prevail against Han Wan. What Lin Yi did not know was that Teng Yun had already regained consciousness in the VIP ward of the city's first hospital. His face was deathly pale, and waves of searing pain left him miserable. The door was thrown open, and a middle-aged man strode in. Seeing Teng Yun in the bed, his expression darkened slightly. Father, Teng Yun cried. I was beaten. Disgraceful. At that, Ting Shang's face grew grave. Do you know your leg cannot be saved? Teng Yun's face changed dramatically. Father, what did you say? Your leg is broken. Even after treatment, you will have to lean on a crutch for the rest of your life. Teng Shang looked at Teng Yun with a somber face and asked aloud, Tell me, how did it come to this? Teng Shang had been in Hongqing, but this afternoon he received a call from Teng Yun's bodyguard saying his son's leg was completely broken. Even if healed, he would need a crutch for life. and Teng Shang's face changed at once. He had 3 sons, and Teng Yun was the youngest. Parents naturally indulged the youngest, and the Teng family's comfortable position had fostered Teng Yun's profligate ways. Teng Yun had caused many troubles before, but Teng Shang had always resolved them. He had never expected such an incident to occur so soon after leaving Hangqing. Though his son's broken leg roused anger in Teng Shang, he kept his composure. He understood all the more that whoever dared attack knowing the victim was his son must have powerful protection. It was a man called Lin Yi. At the mention of Lin Yi, Teng Yun's face darkened. He had come here for Su Mingling and had thought the matter settled, but Zhang Yuhua had failed to handle things properly and left behind many troubles. He could not wait. Teng Yun was genuinely interested in Su Mingling. She was beautiful and delicately featured, which is why Teng Shang had been captivated. So he gave De Tuyong 10 million to abduct Su Mingling. De Tuyong complied, and knowing she would go to the Zijing Club today, intercepted and seized her on the road. Everything had been arranged. When Su Mingling was brought in, Teng Shang even forced a pill on her, but unexpectedly men burst in right after and brutally shattered his son's leg bones. Teng Shang frowned slightly at his son's words. This Lin Yi, what sort of man is he? He asked Teng Yun. I don't know. Teng Yun stammered, stunned, only to receive a slap across the face from Teng Shang. You don't even know whom you've offended, yet you dare provoke them. Are you not afraid to die? Teng Shang said, his face laced with a dark severity. Looking at his son, Teng Shang's face bore a hint of gloom. This lack of knowledge left him speechless. How could he act without even understanding the opponent's background? Go investigate. Teng Shang glanced at the bodyguard behind him and spoke. Hearing those words, the bodyguard hurriedly nodded and then quickly left. Half an hour later, Teng Shang held a document in his hand, but as he looked at the contents, confusion filled his eyes. Are you sure? Teng Shang asked his bodyguard with disbelief. According to the information, Lin Yi was just an ordinary person with some money, nothing more. This document reeked of oddities. How could someone without a background command respect from the true giants of the city, even being referred to as young Master Lin by Han Wen? Dad, that guy broke my leg. I want to break 3 of his legs, and I must have Su Mingling. Seeing Teng Shang, Teng Yun hurriedly spoke up. Shut up. Teng Shang's face darkened as he realized his son, not to mention anything else. Just from this information, Teng Shang knew there were many hidden aspects that even he could not especially the last document shocked Teng Shang. Mei Chongting and Mei Shan, the father and son, were likely captured. Upon reading this, Teng Shang took a deep breath. As a father, he understood that this matter was no joke. If it were true, then the background of this person named Lin Yi was far too complex for him to even imagine. Transfer the young master to another hospital back to Hang City. Teng Shang spoke to the few people in front of him. Dad, why are we going back? Aren't we going to get revenge? My leg is... Seeing Teng Shang wanting to return, Teng Yun's expression changed, and he hurriedly shouted. Shut up. Teng Shang's gaze turned to Teng Yun, his eyes filled with malice, as he said, let me tell you, we are leaving now. Don't even think about seeking revenge in the future. He didn't know what kind of background this young man named Lin Yi had, but he was well aware that such a background should not be taken lightly. His son had offended someone powerful. Although he had lost a leg, he did not dare to provoke them further. Teng Shang had come this far, and still managed to thrive, because he knew clearly that there were some people he could not afford to offend, so he didn't dare to. However, even if I cannot afford to offend him, I cannot just return empty-handed. As he saw Teng Yun looking at him, Teng Shang, he indeed felt he could not offend the other party, but with his son injured like this, if he just returned, he would lose face. At this moment, he was naturally unwilling to return in such a humiliating manner. Although he was reluctant to provoke the other side, too severely, secretly causing some trouble, was still acceptable. Where is that De Tuyong you mentioned? Looking at Teng Yun, Teng Shang asked. Upon hearing this, Teng Yun hurriedly made a call to summon De Tuyong. Young Master Teng. When De Tuyong entered, he hurriedly addressed Teng Yun, saying, you called for me. Don't worry, I have already declared war on Han Wen. No matter what, I will make him pay. De Tuyong. Looking at De Tuyong, Teng Shang spoke. First, I am taking my son back to Hang City for recovery. I will give you a sum of money, and you must ensure that you deal with the opponent. This is Boss Teng. Upon hearing this, De Tuyong's eyes lit up as he looked at Teng Shang and asked. That's right. Teng Shang nodded and said, I will give you 50 million, do as you please. 50 million. When De Tuyong heard this, his expression changed slightly. He originally thought it was a substantial amount, but now realized it was only 50 million. 50 million was indeed a considerable sum, but in the current situation, it was merely a drop in the bucket and complete, not to mention anything else. Just from the last time, he was nearly drained of his assets by Han Wen. The amount his group lost was over 2 billion, and De Tuyong alone had contributed 800 million. If it weren't for the substantial earnings over the past few years, he would have been finished long ago. Now the other side had only received 50 million. You don't want it. Seeing De Tuyong's expression, Teng Shang's face darkened as he asked. The Teng family did not have that much money, especially in this situation. He would not give much more. Of course I want it. De Tuyong hurriedly replied. He understood that although the Teng family had money, it was just on paper. In terms of cash, the big bosses might not have as much as him. De Tuyong. This was normal. After all, their wealth had reached such a level, yet they might still owe a significant amount to the bank. Moreover, the Teng family's assets amounted to just over 3 billion, which was not particularly substantial. Furthermore, the confrontation between him and Han Wen was destined from the start. Therefore, De Tu Yong had no objections and directly stated, "Boss Tang, rest assured I guarantee to take care of that guy." After all, for De Tu Yong, he had long since lost his way out. Even if he wanted to retreat now, would Han Wen allow it? Having 50 million is certainly better than having no money, so De Tu Yong could only brace himself and press on. Tung Shang nodded. He could only proceed this way, taking his son back to Hang City. As for what happened here, he had no intention of involving himself. After all, Lin Yi indeed seemed to possess some other background. Under such circumstances, Tung Shang was not foolish enough to recklessly approach. Although Tung Yun felt unwilling, he had no choice. His father's decision was already made, and even with his leg broken, there was nothing he could change. Thus, Tung Yun could only resign himself to fate. De Tu Yong, I can give you the money, but I need you to guarantee that this money will be spent where it should be. Looking at De Tu Yong, Tung Shang's gaze held a hint of coldness as he said, "If I find out you use this money for anything else, I guarantee you will regret it. Boss Ting, rest assured I have no way out." Hearing this, De Tu Yong sighed helplessly. Indeed, he had no way out now. Years of hard work had gone up in smoke, and he had little money left. Aside from having a few people under him, he had gained nothing. At this point, if he did not go all out against Han Wen, he would end up worse off. If he won, he could still be arrogant for a while. If he lost, De Tu Yong would face utter ruin. In the following days, Lin Yi received numerous messages from Han Wen. That guy De Tu Yong was almost going crazy trying to take down Han Wen, becoming increasingly ferocious, clearly determined to fight to the bitter end. Meanwhile, Bloodcat and others were also prepared to clash with De Tu Yong's forces. Lin Yi understood why De Tu Yong was acting so frantically. After all, his villa had been breached. If he didn't retaliate now, he would lose all face. Moreover, the most crucial reason was that De Tu Yong had fallen into a disadvantageous position. If he didn't use this battle to recover, he would essentially have no ground to stand on. In terms of funding, Han Wen and Lin Yi when combined had already caused De Tu Yong significant financial losses due to gambling. That huge deficit had long been a headache for De Tu Yong, especially since he knew that Han Wen would not allow him to develop slowly. Especially after this incident, Han Wen must be thinking of ways to eliminate him. Therefore, De Tu Yong had to accelerate his actions and eliminate Han Wen before Han Wen could take him down. Both sides were nearly frantically seizing territory, but it was evident that Han Wen was currently stronger. After all, Han Wen originally had more manpower than De Tu Yong, and now he was also much wealthier than De Tu Yong, making his advantage even greater. As for Tung Yun, Lin Yi found out the next day that he had been taken away by Tung Shang. Without a word, Tung Shang simply... Lin Yi was a bit surprised by this because he originally thought that after he had broken Tung Yun's leg, as the father, Tung Shang would definitely seek revenge for his son. However, he didn't expect Tung Shang to back down to such an extent. Has my identity been exposed? Looking at the cold, exiled Shui in front of him, Lin Yi asked. The fact that he was the young master of the Lin family was known by only a few people, and Lin Yi believed that at least the Tung family shouldn't have found out. However, Tung Yun had indeed been taken away without leaving any backup. If Lin Yi knew that Tung Shang had given De Tu Yong a full 50 million to recruit soldiers, he might have laughed himself to death. 50 million in such a confrontation was almost ineffective. There was no way around it. Han Wen was simply too... Just this one gambling incident had rendered De Tu Yong almost powerless to turn the tide. De Tu Yong wanted to avoid losses, but if he didn't compensate, it would only lead to a worse downfall. Han Wen had various ways to force De Tu Yong to pay, and indeed De Tu Yong had paid out money, allowing Han Wen to grow even stronger. That 50 million was barely a drop in the bucket. Thus, Tung Shang originally thought that his 50 million could annoy Lin Yi, but he had no idea that Lin Yi was completely on the third day after Tung Yun left, Su Mingling finally returned. Although she was scared, she understood that with Tung Yun gone, her danger had diminished significantly. As for De Tu Yong, Lin Yi didn't concern himself. If Han Wen couldn't even handle De Tu Yong, he would feel that the other party was quite useless. However, ever since that day when something happened with Su Mingling, nothing further had occurred between them. The main reason was embarrassment. Lin Yi didn't know how to develop a relationship with Su Mingling. Although he wasn't exactly a good man, he wasn't without girls around him. Moreover, Gu Yuan's attitude towards Lin Yi was apparent. As for the other aspect, it was because Su Mingling, when facing Lin Yi, had not shown any affectionate behavior, so under such circumstances Lin Yi did not continue to bring it up. In any case, such matters were best left to nature. During this time, Lin Yi often visited Gu Yuan's cafe. Ever since Lin Yi helped Gu Yuan deal with Gu Kaishan's issue, Gu Yuan's attitude towards Lin Yi had improved significantly. Let's go out for a bit, Lin Yi said to the cold, exiled Shui beside him. Where to? Cold, exiled Shui looked up at Lin Yi, a hint of curiosity in her eyes. Originally, she thought that Lin Yi was quite decent. Later, when Lin Yi invested in Yao Jie's company and then asked her to invest in Angel shares, she was indeed a bit puzzled. However, she felt that Lin Yi was acting recklessly. Unexpectedly, just a few days later, Angel shares had already seen 4 or 5 limit-up days and Lin Yi's funds were starting to accumulate again. To the city hospital. Lin Yi thought for a moment and said, to see your teacher when exiled. Hearing this, cold, exiled Shui frowned slightly. At this point, she had somewhat figured out Lin Yi. This young master seemed to have some abilities, but he was indeed quite the philanderer. Not to mention Gu Yuan, even that Su Mingling was an accident. However, Lin Yi's gaze towards Yao Jie was indeed not right, as she could tell it was a gaze full of interest. And then there was that teacher when exiled. Speaking of which, she had never met that teacher, but Lin Yi had spoken to her on the phone many times. Each time Lin Yi's voice was gentle, and that feeling made cold Exine Shui immediately understand this young master was trying to woo his teacher. Cold Exine Shui was somewhat speechless about this. She had met several young masters of the Lin family, and indeed they were all spoiled. However, those young masters typically resolved matters with money, while this one, although frivolous, was investing time and emotion. Let's go see the patient. We should buy something. Let's go get some supplies. Lin Yi said to cold Exine Shui. The girl before him was indeed very beautiful, but too cold. Lin Yi wasn't particularly interested in ice-cold beauties. Moreover, from the start, when the Lin family sent cold Exine Shui over, Lin Yi never considered having any relationship with her. Although she was beautiful, he still felt a bit wary. Even though cold Exine Shui currently listened only to her grandfather's orders, Lin Yi was well aware that his grandfather wouldn't last long. Therefore, once his grandfather passed away, whether she would remain loyal to him or to someone else was uncertain. Furthermore, although cold Exine Shui performed well, Lin Yi still believed he wouldn't have many opportunities to use her. After all, he possessed the foresight ability in his mind capable of making money without needing to rely on cold Exine Shui. He had purchased numerous items from the supermarket, carrying them all in large and small bags as he made his way to the hospital, straight to the ward where Wen Xine's mother was admitted. Though he did not ask Wen Xine directly, retrieving such basic information posed no difficulty for Lin Yi. Thus laden with several heavy bags, he proceeded unhesitatingly to the ward of Wen Xine's teacher's mother. Yet, just as Lin Yi turned the corner, he spotted Wen Xine speaking with two others, a man and a woman, standing near. Wen Xine, it's not that we refuse to help your mother, but this illness is astronomically expensive. Just look over the past half year, you've already poured an enormous sum into it. By the time Lin Yi reached the ward door, that voice had already reached his ears. Wen Xine, you know full well our family isn't well off, especially with your cousin's wedding coming up soon. We're truly at our wits' end. Can't you find some way to repay the money you borrowed from us? A woman's voice echoed from within the room. Hearing it, Lin Yi's brow furrowed faintly. I say, Wen Xine, don't stay silent. I heard you recently borrowed 500,000 yuan elsewhere. Our 10,000 yuan is nothing by comparison. What harm could there be in repaying us first? Another voice chimed in. Uncle Andy, the money I borrowed was solely to treat my mother. Wen Xine spoke helplessly before them. She understood her mother's dire condition, but felt utterly powerless. Your mother has liver cancer. You'll sink an unfathomable fortune into her treatment. Take my advice, stop now. Don't waste any more money. The man's voice cut in sharply. At those words, Wen Xine's face paled instantly. Uncle, that's your own. She is my sister, but what can I do? Every family bears its own burdens. The man retorted, his tone resolute. Today I've come here with one sole purpose, to collect what's owed. You know our situation isn't easy either. Since you managed to borrow 500,000 yuan, surely you can raise more. Ours is modest, just 100,000 yuan, and I'm waiving all interest. Repay only the principal. At those words, Wen Xine's complexion whitened further. In her current state, how could she possibly produce such a sum? Her gaze fell upon these two blood relatives, bitterness flickering in her eyes, disappointment deepening with every silent second. I understand. I'll find a way, quickly repay you. Wen Xine lowered her head, voice subdued. I can't. The woman interjected urgently. My son's wedding is imminent. That 100,000 yuan is our family's life savings. You must take responsibility. I'm giving you 3 days. Deliver the money by then. Wen Xine's expression darkened further, yet she remained speechless. They had spoken plainly. Refusing repayment would be unconscionable. Moreover, she felt genuine gratitude toward them. When her mother's condition had first deteriorated, it was precisely her aunt who had helped assemble that crucial sum. 20,000 yuan. Consider it done. A calm voice broke through her hesitation. Lin Yi stepped forward beside Wen Xine and declared, Wait a moment. I'll cover it. At those words, Wen Xine's uncle and aunt turned sharply toward Lin Yi. Their eyes narrowed slightly, confusion flickering across their faces as they took in the young man before them. Lin Yi, how did you? Wen Xine blinked in surprise. I came to visit Auntie, Lin Yi replied with a gentle smile, then turned to the pair. I'll handle that debt. Rest assured, I can afford it. Wen Xine, who is he? Her uncle asked, startled. Just a friend, Wen Xine replied, momentarily flustered. She had intended to introduce Lin Yi as her student, but somehow the words caught in her throat, emerging instead, a friend. Her uncle frowned faintly, then addressed Lin Yi directly. Are you truly able to cover this amount? What's your bank account number? I'll transfer it immediately, Lin Yi said, then glanced at Wen Xine's aunt. Yours as well. They exchanged a quick glance, then hurriedly recited their account numbers. Behind Lin Yi, Lung Xinxue tapped swiftly on her tablet, and moments later both received notifications confirming the transfers. The funds have cleared. Wen Xine, and I need to speak privately, Lin Yi announced calmly. Very well, Wen Xine, you two talk. We'll take our leave. They departed hastily. Watching their retreating figures, Wen Xine sighed deeply, then turned to Lin Yi. Did you know that the moment my uncle and aunt arrived at the hospital, they sought me out, not to see my mother, not even stepping foot inside her ward, only to demand money? Lin Yi offered a faint wry smile. Such matters were difficult to comment upon. I don't blame them. This illness, once treated, consumes staggering resources. Wen Xine exhaled slowly. Most of the money you lent me went toward hospitalization fees. Some I used to repay relatives truly in hardship. Yet word reached my uncle and aunt, and they came straight to me, demanding repayment. From now on, if you ever need funds, just tell me. Lin Yi's voice held quiet sincerity. I've already burdened you enough, and besides, I'm no one special to you. When Xian kept her gaze downward. But you are my friend, Lin Yi countered gently. No ordinary friend goes. When Xian gave a hollow laugh. I'll repay you, slowly over time. Lin Yi met her eyes steadily. When Xian, I mean it. This sum means little to me. I know, but my conscience won't allow it. You've given far too much. I don't know how I'll ever make it right. Then let's set that aside. For now your aunt needs care, doesn't she? Lin Yi smiled warmly. Leave this to me. I can arrange a specialist consultation from Shanghai City. It may yield better results. Lung Xinxua murmured softly from behind Lin Yi. Hospitals in Shanghai cost even more. When Xian whispered, her expression tinged with weary bitterness. Her mother's illness had already drained nearly all her savings. Having only recently begun her teaching career, she'd accumulated little, and most of what she had raised came from loans among relatives, and from Lin Yi. Their medical expertise surpasses ours, and more importantly, it's our family's institution, Lung Xinxua added, glancing briefly at Lin Yi, then falling silent. Lin Yi understood instantly. The hospital unmistakably belonged to the Lin family.